Chapter 1. Many years later, on the grand opening night of the new NBA season, as Qin Chong stood alongside his comrade Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Goji Brother, and Pure amidst the deafening cheers of the home crowd, they received their extravagant championship rings, each valued at over $1.8 million, from the hands of the newly appointed NBA president, Kobe Bryant. This moment marked yet another addition to Qin Chong's illustrious collection of championship rings in his professional NBA career. A radiant smile adorned his face, illuminated by the glory of the occasion, as vivid memories of a tempestuous night years ago flooded back to him. On February 8, 2010, in Pullman City, Washington State, United States, within the campus of Washington State University, the bronze statue of Paul Allen stood silently in the campus square, basked in the gentle warmth of the spring sun as it lazily spilled over the artificial lake. The cobblestone path was graced by the vibrant figures of young women, their laughter and chatter echoing, filled with carefree banter and playful jests. Spring had arrived, the weather warming, and the animals were stirring. Did you see Avatar that just premiered last month? Sam Worthington is so handsome. I still think Leonardo is a tad more charming if I could spend a night with him. I would gladly die. Girls, can we not indulge in such unrealistic fantasies? Our basketball team's star player, Klay Thompson, isn't he handsome? Buffed. As if you could ever catch Klay. He's currently in a passionate romance with the cheerleading captain, Sarah Singer. That little brat Sarah, I've never liked her. How dare she try to steal my man? One day you'll get her back. Come on, Kardashian. But Sarah is the beach miss from last year's St. Louis beauty pageant. Towering at 1.2 meters with a 36D bust, what do you have to compete with? My mom's got bigger. Haha. Let's forget Klay for a moment. Have you heard about the new rookie on the Thunder, James Harden? He might just be your type. Amidst the frivolous chatter of these young women, a tall, portly Asian man, clad in a cartoonishly oversized crayon Qin Chong coat, approached, deliberately obscuring his face with a bag of Lay's chips, fearful that these ravenous female classmates might pounce on him. Ah, being handsome is such a curse. Qin Chong sighed inwardly, only to overhear the bold remarks of the girls passing by. Was that Asian chubby guy just now from our school? He looks so cute. He's way too fat. He must weigh at least 300 pounds. I've heard that the fatter someone is, the smaller that part becomes. Qin Chong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Seriously, must they be so blatant? His own dimensions were. Bah, there was no way Qin Chong would allow those covetous eyes to know that. After lying down, he measured a substantial height of XX centimeters. In the East Campus luxury dormitory, room 302, in the living room of their three-bedroom apartment, a table was laden with vodka, Budweiser, cola, and a fruit platter. A 16-inch mousse birthday cake, adorned with 20 freshly lit candles, awaited the birthday boy, who was fashionably late. The birthday star, donning a crimson number 1 jersey of the Cougars, revealed his smooth, pale skin. His arms, while not overly muscular, were complemented by slightly curly, dark brown hair atop his head, betraying his African heritage. Indeed, this was Klay Thompson in his sophomore year, celebrating his 20th birthday today. At this moment, his brow was high, his nose pronounced, yet his eyes appeared small, and with his buzz cut complemented by an elongated face, his smile exuded an endearing naivete. Seated beside Thompson were his teammates from Washington State University. Willie Warren, point guard. Quincy Pondexter, small forward. Jerome Jordan, center. Where's Qin? Is he lost again? What? He said on the phone, he was already at the school entrance 20 minutes ago. Can one really get lost in our 600-hectare campus? I heard Qin went back to the homeland over winter break and gained quite a bit of weight. Could it be that the fat has taken over his brain space, exacerbating his already limited intellect? Come on, we're all academic underachievers here. Let's not mock each other. The priority is to excel in basketball. We must not let our focus stray to academics. Let's not forget our goal this year is to reach the Sweet 16. Looks like Qin will have to undergo some intense weight loss and muscle gain training with Coach Ankless. Forget waiting for him. Let's blow out the candles before they burn out. Just then, as Qin Chong gently pushed open the ajar door, he was greeted by the ludicrously off-key rendition of a birthday song. Pig, happy birthday to you. Pig, happy birthday to you. Quickly shoving a handful of chips into his mouth to steady his nerves, he walked into the living room. "Hey guys, I'm back. Happy birthday, Klay." Thompson and his three roommates stood up, scrutinizing the figure at the door, and after a moment of silence and mutual bewilderment, they chorused, "Who the hell are you? Did you walk into the wrong room?" Qin Chong replied, "I'm Qin Chong. Is it that you don't recognize me after I've gained a mere 30 kilograms?" Thompson and the others were left utterly dumbfounded, rushing over to inspect Qin Chong closely, poking and prodding at his arms, belly, and cheeks, with Thompson even playfully tickling his armpit. No response, too much fat. "Holy crap, Qin, it's really you? How the hell did you get so fat? It's only been a month since we last saw each other." "Wait, did you just say 30 kilograms? That's 66 pounds? You seriously gained 66 pounds in a month?" Surrounded by his astonished roommates, Qin Chong settled onto the couch, watching as it sank at least 10 centimeters beneath him. Klay Thompson, with eyes wide open, could hardly swallow his astonishment. Qin Chong tossed the bag of chips onto the table, effortlessly cracked open a 330-milliliter can of soda, and down in one go, then looked up with round, innocent eyes, gazing at the four standing around him as if they were fools. "Sit down. What are you all standing there for? Dig in and drink up. Don't take everything to heart." Thompson, shaking his head in despair, sighed. "Qin, you're already at 300 pounds, and you're still eating? Will you even be able to run on the court? Coach Hankless is going to kill you." Standing at 2.03 meters with a remarkable wingspan of 2.19 meters, Qin Chong weighed 233 pounds when he joined the Cougars last year, playing the role of a stocky power forward, with Charles Barkley as his ideal model. Though a bench player, he averaged 5.1 points and 6.0 rebounds per game, serving as a crucial rotational player in the Cougars' frontcourt. Being only a freshman, Qin Chong had ample room for growth, and the head coach, Chris Hankless, held high hopes for him, considering the possibility of elevating him to a starting position during March Madness. As a fellow alumnus, teammate, roommate, and close friend, Klay Thompson naturally hoped that Qin Chong would become a key scoring asset and a secret weapon for the Cougars in the new season, striving together for the goal of reaching the Sweet 16. But now, with Qin Chong having gained 66 pounds in just a month, tipping the scales at 300 pounds, how could he possibly play basketball? Surely, he wouldn't last 2 runs on the court before gasping for breath? Beside him, Quincy Pondexter lamented, "Qin, Klay's right coach Hankless is going to have a fit when he sees you like this." Unfazed, Qin Chong cut a small piece of mousse cake and popped it in his mouth, mumbling, "But I can't not eat. Do you think it is possible that my future draft template could evolve from Charles Barkley towards the direction of Shaquille O'Neal?" Thompson was rendered speechless. "Qin, the height of the big shark is a staggering 2.16 meters, weighing in at a mere 320 pounds. But your height is only 2.03 meters, and your weight has already skyrocketed to 300 pounds. This is quite terrifying. And let's not forget, the talent of the big shark is an unseen-a-century phenomenon in the NBA." Qin Chong gazed earnestly at Thompson and corrected him. "Klay, I must clarify that my height has now reached 2.06 meters, and I feel I might grow taller still, considering I'm only 18. Moreover, my weight is precisely 299.1 pounds. Not yet at 300. As for the big shark's talent, I may not possess it, but," Qin Chong nearly exclaimed, "but I have a system." At that moment, a familiar system notification chimed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Your weight has officially surpassed 300 pounds, unlocking the NBA Ultimate Calorie Burning System. Binding in progress." Ding, the NBA Ultimate Calorie Burning System has been bound. The host's personal system panel has been fully refreshed. Ding, a new player gift pack has been issued, which can be viewed and utilized in the system backpack. Qin Chong let out a quiet sigh of relief. This dogged system had finally arrived. A month prior, aboard a Boeing 747 flying from Washington, D.C. to the imperial capital of the Celestial Empire, Qin Chong had traversed into this parallel world due to his overweight otaku attributes for Blue Star. He found himself in the body of a fellow named Qin Chong, a Chinese international student. Accepting his new identity was a psychological resilience ingrained in every otaku. Thus, Qin Chong quickly acclimated to the persona of his boat's original owner. The fact that he had the opportunity to study abroad in the United States indicated that his parents possessed some wealth. His father, Qin Shanghai, stood over 2 meters tall and was once a national-level basketball player, having trained under Zhang Weiping and winning the championship at the 1978 Bangkok Asian Games with the national team. After retiring, he established a real estate investment company, amassing assets worth approximately $20 million. His mother, Bai Zi, had dabbled in the entertainment industry in the 1990s, being considered a third-tier singer. After marriage, she withdrew from the stage to become a full-time housewife, supporting Qin's father in his endeavors. What thrilled Qin Chong most was that in his previous life, despite a fervent passion for basketball and the NBA, his height of 175 centimeters and weight of 175 pounds precluded any aspirations of becoming a professional basketball player. Now, having traversed into this new body, he found himself at the age of 18, endowed with a height of 2.03 meters and a wingspan of 2.19 meters. With the superior genes from his father, he was destined to embark on an extraordinary journey in the realm of basketball. Beginning in high school, Qin Chong was sent by his parents to the United States, attending Auburndale High School, where he became an alumnus alongside current NBA star Tracy McGrady. During his high school years, he emerged as a key player on the varsity team. Upon entering Washington State University last September, he successfully earned a full scholarship as an outstanding athlete, catching the eye of Coach Chris Hinckley, and was selected for the America Lions team, becoming teammates with Klay Thompson. However, amidst a sea of talent in the AA League, Qin Chong's abilities quickly became overshadowed, relegating him to a backup role in the regular rotation. Thus, in his view, he seemed to lack one essential feature of a typical traverser, a golden finger. Who would have thought that the system had arrived, albeit with a rather peculiar and convoluted unlocking task? He needed to increase his weight to 300 pounds to unlock the NBA system. With a smile plastered on his face, Qin Chong inwardly cursed, and with no other option, he isolated himself in the villa during the winter break, indulging in excessive eating and drinking to finally unlock the system. However, upon hearing the name of the system, Qin Chong couldn't help but furrow his brow. The NBA Ultimate Calorie Burning System? What on earth is this? Does it mean I can gain experience points by losing weight? Ding, reporting to the host, the NBA Ultimate Calorie Burning System is a bespoke system tailored specifically for hosts like you, the otaku. In simpler terms, as long as the host engages in training to burn calories, corresponding experience points can be earned. The more calories burned, the more experience points gained. Experience points can be exchanged for personal attribute points, enhancing individual basketball attributes, and can also be traded for system goods. However, there is one prerequisite. The host must maintain a weight above 300 pounds for the excess calories burned to be convertible into experience points. If the host's weight falls below 300 pounds, not only will the calories burned not convert into experience points, but any accumulated experience points in the system will also reset to zero. The system will enter a dormant state and will only unlock again once the host's weight exceeds 300 pounds. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Chong was utterly unsettled, nearly ready to curse the dogged system's relatives.
Thus, does it imply that he shall remain this corpulent henceforth? Shall he never return to the visage of his former glory? In truth, embracing the tranquility of being plump may not be so dire. After all, Qin Chong was a quintessential couch potato in his previous life, and as the ancients wisely noted, fat individuals are stocks with potential. System unveiled a novice gift package. Sensing Qin Chong's calm demeanor, the system appeared somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this host harbors no grievances toward such eccentricity? Ahem, host, may I inquire if you hold any reservations regarding me? Before the system could finish its statement, Qin Chong interjected within his consciousness. No reservations at all. You are splendid and perfectly aligned with my character. Oh, but do not dawdle. Swiftly unveil the novice gift package. Ding. The novice gift package has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the purple-haired template of Atsushi Shien from Kuriko's basketball, with an initial fusion rate of 60, and all attributes are being automatically matched. Kuriko's basketball? Template of Atsushi Shien? Qin Chong's eyes sparkled as he perused the enhancements to all attributes displayed on his personal system panel. In an instant, he felt a surge of ferocious power coursing through his limbs and bones as he returned to reality from the depths of the system space. With a confident smile adorning his face, Qin Chong patted Thompson, who had just seated himself beside him, on the shoulder. His gaze then swept over his 4 teammates. And within the languidness of his eyes, a newfound determination emerged. This year's March Madness, our goal as the Cougars cannot be merely to reach the Sweet 16. There is but one championship title, so why should it not be ours? Qin Chong's words ignited a fierce determination within the chest of Klay Thompson, Quincy Pondexter, and the other two. However, in the next moment, Thompson abruptly snapped back to reality, delivering a playful punch to Qin Chong's chest. To hell with you. I can't believe a word you say. Look at you. You've grown as round as a ball, and you still think you can play? A momentary frown creased the full and rounded forehead of Qin Chong as three dark lines appeared, and with a resigned gesture, he spread his hands. Harboring no expectations of offering extensive explanations to Thompson and his other teammates, hastily, he devoured a piece of mousse cake to calm his nerves. Then shook his head with a soft sigh, reflecting, how can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? He casually reached for a can of Budweiser, only to set it back down on the coffee table. This afternoon, there is indeed an intra-squad training match at the basketball court. So it seems the beer shall remain untouched for now. When the afternoon arrives, and we gather at the court, you shall witness whether this hefty figure can still play. Klay, upon our arrival at the gym this afternoon, I have prepared a special birthday gift for you. After returning to the bedroom, as Qin Chong reclined on the familiar large bed, he was abruptly met with the creaking protest of the bed under the strain. It seemed imperative to procure a new, more resilient, and extended version of the bed without delay. Letting out a deep, weary sigh, Qin Chong directed his gaze skyward and swiftly summoned the personal attributes panel of the system. Ding, the personal attributes panel has been opened. Host, Qin Chong, age, 18 years and 5 months, nationality, Celestial Empire, height, 2.06 meters, current weight, 136. 5 kilograms, 309 pounds, wingspan, 2.23 meters, measurement, 21. 6 centimeters, body fat percentage, 32. 9. Despite Qin Chong's weight having reached an astonishing 300 pounds, the body fat percentage of 32. 9 genuinely startled him. It appeared that a third of his plump physique was comprised of fat. However, the measurement of 21. 6 centimeters brought him a sense of covert delight. The purple Yuan Dun template within the realm of black basketball merchandise was indeed remarkable, elevating even his measurements during the fusion process. And this was merely a fusion at 60. Once he achieved a fusion level of 100 in the future, the prospects were exhilarating. Qin Chong's chubby face flushed with embarrassment, and he dared not delve deeper into his thoughts, feeling rather sheepish. After all, he was still an innocent young lad. Regaining his composure, he continued to peruse the information displayed on his personal attributes panel. As anticipated, his various physical qualities and innate talents had indeed been significantly enhanced following the integration of the Ziyuan Dun template. Standing vertical leap, 22 centimeters, increase running vertical leap, 95 centimeters, an increase of 24 centimeters, maximum reach, 3.76 meters, an increase of 24 centimeters, 100 meter sprint speed, 12. For seconds, a reduction of 1.6 seconds, bench press strength, 138 kilograms, an increase of 51 kilograms. Upon reviewing these impressive enhancements, Qin Chong could hardly contain his excitement, instinctively thrusting his fists into the air in jubilant celebration. His standing and running jumps had surpassed their previous measurements by more than 20 centimeters, and a 95 centimeters running vertical leap positioned him ahead of most guards. Even last year's top draft pick, Blake Griffin, managed only a 92 centimeters running vertical leap. The improvement in his 100-meter sprint time from 14 seconds to 12. For seconds now made him faster than the peak performance of Shaquille O'Neal, who clocked in at 12.5 seconds. What did a weight of 300 pounds matter? With such incredible vertical leaping ability and sprinting speed, he could undoubtedly outshine over 90 of AA players. His maximum reach of 3.76 meters placed him in the upper echelon of NBA athletes, with only a mere 20 centimeters separating him from the rim, which stood at 3.95 meters. Moreover, given that Qin Chong was currently in a phase of growth and development, the team physician had even predicted that he could ultimately surpass a height of 2.10 meters. With an increase in height, wingspan, and the further refinement of his physical attributes and explosive jumping ability from the Ziyuan Dun template, it seemed merely a matter of time before he would be able to touch the rim. Qin Chong, pleased with his chubby double chin, continued to peruse the pale silver system interface. Personal basketball attributes calculated based on the comprehensive attributes of NBA players. With a maximum score of 100 experience, 100 points position, power forward center speed, 80-15, strength, 86-15, post play, 82 layup, 75 close shot, 65 mid-range shot, 53-point shot, 30 dunk, 90-20, ball handling, 48 assists, 55 rebounds, 85-10, blocks, 85-15, steals, 65 defense, 85-15, free throws, 60 stamina, 70-10. Willpower, 70 signature skills, destructive hammer, unlocked. Zone realm, unlocked. Overall rating, A, NBA starter level. Akiyama Atsushi is one of the members of the generation of miracles at Taiko Junior High in Kuriko's basketball. Serving as a center, he is characterized by his formidable strength, extraordinary reflexes, and impressive wingspan. His personal signature move is the destructive hammer, and his dunks are unstoppable. Upon entering the zone realm, all his physical abilities will peak, albeit with a time constraint. Upon observing the significant enhancements in his personal attributes, speed, strength, dunking, blocking, and defensive skills, Qin Chong realized that this was undoubtedly a preliminary result of merging with the template of unyielding. However, attributes such as post-play, mid-range shooting, assists, and ball handling remained stagnant, particularly the three-point shooting, which lamentably still stood at a mere 30. This further indicated that the attributes possessed by the center, unyielding, were not superior to those of Qin Chong. Qin Chong originally weighed over 230 pounds, and his ideal NBA draft template was Charles Barkley. Consequently, his primary scoring method in the low post was through backing down opponents. This attribute of 82 in backing down was the most commendable skill of the original owner on the court, with player ratings reaching the level of an NBA starter. It is evident that with Qin Chong's current prowess, he has a significant opportunity to make waves during the March Madness and serve as a secret weapon for the Washington State University Cougars. His personal NBA draft ranking could potentially surge into the first round, even into the lottery picks. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. As Qin Chong further assimilates the template of Aotuanzun, combined with the gradual enhancement of his basketball attributes through calorie burning experience, he has every reason to believe that partnering with Thompson to lead the Cougars to victory in March Madness is no longer an unattainable dream. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, within the Cougars basketball training facility, the players were engaged in simple shooting and warm-up exercises. A middle-aged Caucasian man, dressed in a formal suit and exuding an air of authority, arrived late accompanied by 2 assistant coaches. All right, everyone can stop. Coach Chris Hankless has a few words to share. Assistant coach Tony Wright clapped his hands at the sidelines, signaling the warming-up players, who quickly jogged over. Coach Chris Hankless adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, cleared his throat, and solemnly announced, "The annual March Madness is upon us. This year, our Cougars are ranked 12th in the Atlantic East and have already secured a spot in the top 64. In the coming days, I hope everyone can set aside their studies and focus more on training. The friendly match against Duke University at home in 2 days will be an excellent opportunity for practice, and I hope everyone takes it seriously." Suddenly, Coach Hankless furrowed his brow, realizing that only 10 players were present in front of him. Notably missing were Klay Thompson and Qin Chong. At that moment, 2 tall young men hurriedly entered the training facility, none other than Thompson and Qin Chong. "Coach, we apologize for our lateness." Coach Hankless scrutinized the hefty figure who had just joined Thompson, immediately raising an eyebrow. "Klay, who is this?" Qin Chong chuckled awkwardly, his hand scratching the back of his head as he introduced himself. "Coach, I am Qin Chong." Head coach Hankery stepped forward, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Qin Chong's plump face, which had become somewhat contorted. Upon finally recognizing him, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to lose his breath. "How on earth have you become so overweight?" The usually stoic Hankery couldn't help but exclaim, almost succumbing to a bout of high blood pressure. The 2 assistant coaches behind him quickly rushed to support the swaying Hankery. They were equally astonished, casting incredulous glances at Qin Chong, as if unable to believe their eyes. Aside from his dormitory roommates Quincy Richardson, Willie Warren, and Jerome Jordan, who had already encountered the 300-pound Qin Chong, the remaining members of the Cougars team were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, staring in disbelief at their Asian teammate. "Goodness, Qin. Your arms are thicker than my thighs, and your thighs are thicker than my waist. Oh my God, Qin, have you developed some sort of endocrine disorder leading to obesity? Has your stomach been blessed by angels over this winter break? I heard the roast duck in the capital is exquisite. How many hundreds of ducks did you consume this winter to achieve this?" The astonishment and jests echoed around him. But the embarrassed Qin Chong had no desire to explain himself to his banter-loving teammates. Yet, he knew he had to address the coach. "Coach, rest assured. Although I've gained a bit of weight, I can still play just fine. You must believe me." Before Qin Chong could finish, Coach Hankery, shaking his head in despair, interrupted with a resigned tone. "A bit of weight? You're telling me this is merely a slight gain? It's as if you've gained 1,000,000 pounds. What is your current weight? Is it 300 pounds? Qin Chong let out a hearty belch, his pudgy hand resting on the roundness of his belly under his crayon Shincheon t-shirt. "Coach, to be precise, my weight should be around 303 to 305 pounds, he admitted, having just devoured 3 burgers and a serving of spaghetti before arriving. There was no point in concealing the truth, and he had no intention of deceiving Coach Hankery. However, his close friend Klay Thompson stood nearby, visibly uncomfortable as if he were hastening his own demise. Coach Hankery could only exclaim in exasperation, realizing he was at a loss with his slightly plump prodigy. Given Qin Chong's height, a weight exceeding 300 pounds indicated a severe case of obesity, rendering him unfit for the rigors of basketball, a sport demanding intense physical exertion. Even during routine health checks conducted by the school physician, Qin would likely fail to meet the criteria. Despite his current health, the burden of 300 pounds made him susceptible to injuries during such vigorous activities. The team lacked stable players for the front court rotation, and Qin's inability to participate due to excessive weight would be a significant setback for the Cougars, who who aspired to penetrate the Sweet 16 and beyond in March Madness. Moreover, Coach Chris had always held Qin Chong, the Asian player, in high regard, even planning for him to replace power forward Stanley Robinson as a starter during the tournament. Yet, it seemed the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Reluctant to accept this outcome, Coach Chris furrowed his brow and sighed, turning to his strength coach, Tony Wright. "Tony, is it realistic to lose 60 pounds in a month?" Tony Wright offered a wry smile as he glanced at Qin Chong and shook his head. "Mr. Chris, that is exceedingly difficult. A weight loss plan must remain within reasonable limits. The maximum we could aim for is 45 pounds in a month. Pushing too hard could jeopardize Qin's athletic performance and career potential." Upon hearing the news of the impending weight reduction, Qin Chong promptly addressed his head coach, saying, "Coach, I don't need to lose weight." Chris, with a sense of resignation, nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, Qin. I respect your decision, but regrettably, I will not be able to include you in the roster for next month's SAA Madness tournament." Upon learning that Coach Chris intended to remove Qin Chong from the America Lions 12-man lineup, the teammates furrowed their brows in concern. As a close friend, Thompson was the first to advocate for Qin Chong, yet, upon observing Qin Chong's rather rotund physique, he found himself at a loss for words. Qin Chong discerned that Coach Chris had misunderstood his intentions and quickly clarified, "Coach, that is not what I meant. I intend to convey that I do not need to lose weight to play basketball and that I will perform even better than before." Chris sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Qin Chong's shoulder, and earnestly advised, "Qin, I understand your feelings, but remember this. Life will always take precedence over basketball." Qin Chong was utterly bewildered. What did the coach mean by that? Why did it sound so awkward? Could it be that this was a definitive judgment on his future in basketball as a 300-pound individual? "Coach, I'm not joking. I truly can still play basketball. If you doubt me, you can have assistant coach Tony conduct a comprehensive physical assessment on me right now. Or perhaps I could engage in an enjoyable one-on-one showdown with Klay. I assure you, in front of you and everyone else, I will deliver a spectacular block on Klay." Chris was at a loss for words, unable to believe that Qin Chong, in his current corpulent state, could still run and jump on the court. "Qin, truly, I empathize with your feelings. Although you missed out on this year's March Madness, you still have a chance next year as a sophomore. Just focus on a sensible weight loss regimen." Qin Chong understood that neither Coach Chris nor his teammates would believe what he was about to say. After all, the notion of a 300-pound behemoth soaring and gliding across the court seemed to belong to the realm of fiction, an extraordinary scenario only found in novels. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his capabilities through action. In a sudden flash, a resolute light emanated from Qin Chong's eyes as he approached the shooting machine at the sidelines. He grasped a basketball firmly in both hands. "Ah, the familiar sensation has returned. Coach, grant me 5 seconds." As Qin Chong abruptly turned to face the hoop, he found himself under the perplexed gazes of Chris, Thompson, and the others. Positioned near the center line along the sideline, his sturdy and corpulent frame slightly crouched. With a sudden surge of power, his ankles coiled like springs, firmly anchoring themselves to the court floor. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, launching into a swift run. Boom, 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 boom. With each stride that Qin Chong took, the entire basketball training facility seemed to tremble thrice. His running speed escalated, his physique transforming into a formidable tank charging forth. Upon reaching the free throw line, he leapt with tremendous force. His 300-pound frame ascended like a rocket, generating a deafening rush of wind. In midair, his robust body executed a flawless 180-degree rotation, seamlessly transitioning into an elegant under-the-leg maneuver. As he turned his back to the hoop, he grasped the ball with extraordinary finesse, tension coiling within him, and with great force, he slammed the ball into the net. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall silent. With a powerful leap from the free throw line and a 180-degree twist culminating in an under-the-leg dunk, Qin Chong firmly clutched the rim, allowing his weighty form to sway violently under the influence of inertia. The NBA standard hoop quaked under his pull, producing a cacophony of creaks and groans, while the 56 screws anchoring the hoop to the court's foundation began to loosen instantaneously. On the sidelines, Coach Chris and Klay Thompson stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. In order to fully showcase his athletic prowess before Coach Chris and his teammates, Qin Chong executed this dunk with an impressive display of speed, vertical leap, and explosive talent, all at an astounding 90% capacity. As he felt the precariousness of the tempered glass backboard and the basketball hoop, Qin Chong promptly leaped down to the area beneath the basket. With a resounding thud, his size 49 red and black and tab basketball shoes struck the polished court, sending tremors throughout the entire arena. The excess of over 100 pounds of flesh on Qin Chong's frame quivered violently, shedding an impressive display of bravado. He exhaled deeply, standing tall. Qin Chong confidently approached Coach Chris and Thompson, inquiring, "Coach, do you think I can still play basketball in this condition?" He executed a half-court run, leaping from just inside the free throw line to perform a breathtaking 180-degree dunk, switching hands behind his back. This remarkable feat was beyond imagination before Qin Chong gained weight. Even among the players preparing for the NBA draft this year, few could achieve such a dunk, with only top prospects John Wall and Evan Turner being capable of similar athleticism. However, Wall is a point guard, and Turner is merely a versatile shooting guard and small forward. Their extraordinary physical talents made such high-difficulty dunks less surprising. But Qin Chong, at a solid 300 pounds, was a different story altogether. Coach Hankries took a moment to process the scene, staring in disbelief at Qin Chong, unable to trust his own eyes. The two assistant coaches and 11 members of the Cougars team gasped in unison, exclaiming, "What did we just witness? Did Qin really perform that dunk at 300 pounds? Tony, are we dreaming? Please, pinch me." Smack. "Coach, forgive my heavy hand, but this seems all too real. Even Kentucky's prodigious point guard John Wall wouldn't dare attempt such a dunk. Qin, are you certain you haven't taken any performance enhancers?" "No. Completing such a high-difficulty dunk at 300 pounds is beyond the realm of mere substances. Not even super soldier serum could achieve this. If this moment had occurred during the NBA All-Star Dunk Contest, it would have guaranteed victory. This was no ordinary feat. It appeared as though divine forces had blessed Qin, not only with an appetite but also with astonishing legs and Achilles tendons." In response to the awe of his coach and teammates, Qin Chong beamed with a radiant smile, asking, "So, Coach, does this mean I can continue playing basketball?" Coach Hankries nodded vigorously, his astonishment rendering him speechless, as if he had discovered a treasure of immense wealth within Qin Chong. "Tony, prepare the equipment for a comprehensive assessment. John, summon the team doctor for a thorough examination of Qin." 20 minutes later, as Coach Hankries reviewed Qin Chong's detailed physical data and health report, the middle-aged man trembled with excitement, his spectacles reflecting an unprecedented glimmer of surprise. "My goodness, this is extraordinary." Tony Wright, the assistant responsible for the assessment, also clenched his fists in exhilaration. "Mr. Hankries, Qin's physical stats are simply unbelievable. His sprint speed, vertical leap, and bench press strength have not only remained unaffected by his weight gain, but have actually improved significantly." Team Dr. Richards solemnly remarked, "Mr. Hankries, Qin is in excellent health. Although his body fat percentage exceeds 32, the distribution is remarkably even, and his cardiovascular function is intact. With proper dietary control and a plan for weight loss and muscle gain, continuing to play basketball poses no issues." After hearing the assessments from the strength coach and the doctor, Coach Hankries and the Cougars players felt their final worries dissipate. Klay Thompson excitedly rushed forward, enveloping Qin Chong in a hug. Despite his 2.6-meter wingspan, he struggled to wrap his arms around Qin's robust physique. "Qin, you scared me. I was genuinely worried that this March Madness, I wouldn't be able to fight by your side." Qin Chong patted Thompson's shoulder in a manner akin to comforting a girlfriend, his carefree laughter echoing, "Klay, I have long asserted that our objective this year as the Cougars is not merely to reach the Sweet 16. However," tactical assistant John Woodson furrowed his brow and addressed head coach Hankries, "Mr. Hankries, while Qin's physical attributes are undeniably remarkable, his excessive weight may hinder his performance and scoring ability on the court." Hankries, recognizing the validity of this concern, promptly addressed the players. "From here on, let us divide into two teams for a brief intra-squad scrimmage. Qin, Klay, Willie Warren, Quincy Pondexter, and Jerome Jordan. You will form one team. Stanley Robinson, Tools, Tools, Tools. Tools, you will constitute the other team. Tools, Tools, you two will be substitutes. John, you shall act as the temporary referee. Tony, ensure meticulous records of the players' statistics, particularly focusing on Qin's performance on the court. The uniforms of the Cougar team from Washington State University are available in burgundy and white, and the players, now split into teams, have donned their jerseys. The starting lineup of Qin and Klay donned red uniforms, while the substitutes, including Willis Johnson, wore white. As the first team faced off against the reserves in an internal scrimmage, the disparity in skill was evident. However, each player was acutely aware that the sole purpose of this matchup was to allow head coach Hankries to assess Qin Chong's performance on the court. Thus, as the game commenced, the red team successfully secured the jump ball, with point guard Willie Warren advancing the ball into the front court and swiftly delivering a direct pass to Qin Chong, who had positioned himself beneath the basket. Qin Chong, with his back turned, held the ball against the towering power forward Stanley Johnson, who stood at an impressive height of 2.07 meters. While simultaneously signaling to his teammates to create space, Stanley Johnson has consistently been a key player for the Jaguars, and at the age of 22, he is now a junior, poised to enter the NBA draft in June following the conclusion of March Madness. His physique and playing style bear some resemblance to the renowned NBA star Kevin Garnett. However, his innate talent is rather ordinary, as evidenced by his projected ranking of 42nd in the second round on ESPN's draft predictions. Qin Chong's height is comparable to that of Stanley Johnson, yet his weight exceeds Johnson's by a substantial 80 pounds, which can almost be described as 2 sizes larger. Within the entire Mountain Lion team, if there is anyone who would not wish for Qin Chong to excel, it would undoubtedly be Stanley Johnson. After all, both players occupy the power forward position, and Johnson naturally desires to retain his starting role, fearing that Qin Chong might usurp it. Such a scenario could potentially jeopardize Johnson's draft position in this year's selection, possibly even leading to the risk of not being chosen at all. In this world, aside from the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, there exists no other player capable of competing at over 300 pounds during the frenzied March Madness. Qin Chong's thick, dark eyebrows twitched, or rather, they subtly shifted twice. He chuckled lightly and said, "Stanley, well said. Allow me to be the second." Sensing Stanley Johnson behind him, extending his long arms in an attempt to disrupt the basketball steal, with a single hand, Qin Chong extended his arm forward to grasp the basketball. A mere gesture that rendered Stanley Johnson, who dared not risk a misstep, utterly unable to reach the ball. After all, possessing an imposing wingspan of 23 meters and a handspan of 9 centimeters, Qin effortlessly seized the ball. Thud. As he gently elevated his robust frame. A slight push backward sent Stanley Johnson stumbling back a step, akin to being forcefully nudged by a tank. Thud. Thud. With two more deft maneuvers, Qin pushed the snarling Johnson into the reasonable collision zone beneath the basket. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Johnson desperately attempting to execute a gamble for a steal, his left leg lunging forward as his balance faltered. Qin, with the extraordinary reflexes and neural acuity reminiscent of Aotuanzun, merely smiled before executing a seamless pivot, his substantial body effectively shielding his opponent. He then stepped into the paint and leaped, grasping the ball with both hands for a magnificent slam dunk. Boom. Klay Thompson erupted in delight, joined by Willie Warren and others, showering Qin with applause and cheers for his flamboyant back-to-basket dunk. Coach Chris, seated on the sidelines, nodded approvingly, acknowledging Qin's remarkable 300-pound physique combined with the agility and reflexes of a starting guard, making him appear as though a tank had sprouted wings, delivering a decisive advantage over typical interior players. Assistant coach Tony Wright fervently scribbled notes on a blank sheet. Excellent fast break instincts, exceptional post-up ability, nimble footwork, and formidable lower body strength. On the court, the substitute team struggled to convert their shots. Qin, having effortlessly established his position under the basket, leapt lightly, extending his long arms to dominate the opposing center's vertical space, elegantly securing the rebound. Upon landing, he promptly passed it to the fast-breaking Willie Warren. Warren surged down the court, only to encounter a swift maneuver from the opposing point guard, executing a cross-court pass to the trailing Klay Thompson. Observing a defensive player retreating to the paint, Thompson decisively halted at the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, launching a quick shot. In fast-break scenarios, only Klay Thompson among the entire Cougars team would evade Coach Hankrie's ire, for his accuracy was indisputable. However, on this occasion, Thompson's excitement led to a slight miscalculation in power. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high, just as a defender prepared to secure the rebound. A sudden gust of wind signaled Qin's formidable presence as he sprinted down the middle and leaped within the paint, effortlessly snatching the rebound above the bewildered defender. In midair, he executed a swift turnaround, his piercing gaze surveying the court, and accurately dished the ball back to his teammate, Klay Thompson. Klay, continue shooting. Thompson momentarily paused upon receiving the pass, then quickly regained his composure, his face lighting up with excitement. Trusting his instincts as a shooter, he bent his knees, leapt, raised his arms, and with a flick of his wrist, released the ball in a flash. Whoosh! A radiant arc gracefully traversed the court, finding its mark in the net with pinpoint precision. Swish! The vibrant scene echoed with the essence of spring, ensuring that this three-pointer was a must. Qin secured a rebound and an assist, while Klay Thompson added 3 points to the scoreboard. "Qin, your pass was simply exquisite," exclaimed Thompson, brimming with excitement as he rushed to celebrate with Qin, only to overlook the disparity in their weights, resulting in him being propelled over 2 meters away. Bang! On the sidelines, Coach Chris leaped from his seat in exhilaration, casting aside his usual composure and seriousness, and vigorously pumping his fist in the air. With the formidable duo of Qin and Klay Thompson, how could the California State University, Humboldt, Lions not carve their name in history and advance further in this year's thrilling March Madness? In that moment, Coach Chris transcended time, borders, and cultures, exclaiming a fervent slogan of devoted fans. "I am firmly on Team Qin and Klay." Returning to the defensive end, Qin Chong once again demonstrated his exceptional defensive awareness and shot-blocking prowess. As the substitute point guard charged in for a low layup, he soared into the air like a great eagle, delivering a ferocious rejection. With a resounding smack, the basketball was deftly swatted into the awaiting arms of Klay Thompson. The starting team swiftly transitioned into a fast break, with Thompson, slightly off balance, dribbling furiously towards the basket. Despite the trailing defender's pressure, he attempted a forceful layup, the ball tantalizingly circling the rim twice before mischievously bouncing out. However, as Thompson and the substitute team's guard prepared to leap for the rebound beneath the basket, a lithe figure suddenly emerged behind them, a towering shadow enveloping them in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the rim shook violently, and the tempered glass backboard quivered uncontrollably. Qin Chong clutched the rim with both hands, and despite his efforts to maintain control, his massive frame succumbed to inertia, crashing directly into Thompson and the substitute guard, sending both tumbling beyond the baseline. With a resounding thud, he felt the swaying hoop beneath him and hastily released his grip, landing on his feet. However, the momentum propelled him forward, and the weight of his over 300-pound bulk bore down inexorably upon the fallen Thompson. Thompson's pupils dilated in alarm. "Please, don't come any closer." The impact was thunderous, and he felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Klay, are you all right? I didn't mean to." Klay Thompson, his face a deep shade of purple, managed to gasp out a few words with the last of his strength. "Qin, for heaven's sake, could you please get off me?" John Wooden, the tactical assistant serving as an impromptu referee, promptly halted the game, while the team physician rushed onto the court to assess the condition of both Thompson and Qin Chong. After thorough examination, it was a relief to discover that none of the three sustained serious injuries, allowing Coach Honchris to finally relax. Once he regained his composure, Thompson exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his good fortune. The internal training match concluded swiftly, with the starting team overpowering the substitutes with a score of 51-20. Thompson excelled, sinking 5 three-pointers, complemented by 2 layups and 3 free throws, amassing a remarkable total of 20 points. Qin Chong's performance was nothing short of spectacular, achieving a flawless 6-for-6 shooting from the field, along with 3 successful free throws out of 5 attempts, culminating in an impressive tally of 15 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. He dominantly controlled both ends of the paint, rendering his counterpart, Stanley Johnson, unable to score, going 0-for-4. What particularly astonished Coach Honchris and his 2 assistant coaches was, despite bearing a weight exceeding 300 pounds, Qin exhibited remarkable endurance, managing to sustain his efforts for a full 20 minutes. Although the intensity of the internal training match pales in comparison to that of an official competition, this level of stamina undoubtedly qualifies him for a starting position on the AA team. This marks the conclusion of our session, as we have achieved the objective of the training match. Henceforth, Qin shall be our starting power forward for the American Lions, while Stanley will transition to the bench as the 6th man. Tony, please proceed to devise a rigorous weight loss regimen for Qin, aiming to reduce his weight to below 260 pounds before the commencement of March Madness. Upon hearing that yet another weight loss plan was to be devised for him, Qin Chong felt a profound sense of resignation. How could he possibly convey to head coach Honchris that his weight could not be reduced below 300 pounds? The intricacies of the system were strictly confidential, and even if he were to disclose them, no one would believe him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he downed the 600 milliliters of Gatorade handed to him by the strength and conditioning coach in one swift motion. Qin Chong awkwardly smiled at Honchris and remarked, "Coach, have you not noticed that my current weight seems to confer a greater advantage in the paint on both offense and defense? My opponents who are faster than I am are not taller. Those who are taller do not outweigh me, and as for those who are heavier, it appears there is no one heavier than I." Honchris pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, Tony. Let's strive to keep Qin's weight around 280 pounds. Qin Chong, ding. Congratulations, host. You have expended 500 kilocalories and earned 50 experience points, bringing your total experience to 150 points. The system has detected your current weight to be 301.2 pounds. Please remember to replenish your food intake in a timely manner." Qin Chong gently patted his plump belly and suddenly addressed Coach Honchris. "Coach, I am hungry." 2 days later, at the Verizon Center in Washington, D.C., home to Georgetown University, the atmosphere was electric. At 7 in the evening, every one of the 12,000 seats was filled to capacity. The much-anticipated city rivalry match between the Georgetown Hoyas and the Washington State University Cougars was about to commence. On the court, players from both teams were engaged in light warm-ups. Despite being merely a friendly match, the excitement was palpable. Not only did numerous alumni from both universities arrive to witness the event, but also a considerable number of local fans, a handful of celebrity enthusiasts, and even NBA stars were present. The Cougars boasted only one recognizable name, Klay Thompson, which raised questions about their ability to compete against the Hoyas. This match seemed devoid of suspense. Greg Monroe was projected as the 5th overall pick in the latest ESPN mock draft, and if he performed well in March Madness, he might even ascend into the top 3. Look at the player tunnel. It's Allen, the hero of Georgetown University. Allen Iverson is here, a middle-aged man clad in hip-hop attire, sporting a distinctive fade haircut, adorned with a vibrant gold chain and ruby-studded earrings, made his entrance accompanied by 2 bodyguards. It was none other than Allen Iverson himself. As the first overall pick in 1996, Iverson undoubtedly emerged as the greatest NBA star from the Georgetown Hoyas. However, like all heroes, he too had seen better days. At 34 years old, he was no longer at the peak of his powers. Yet, the glory he brought to Georgetown University remained eternal. Among the retired jerseys hanging from the rafters, his number 3 jersey shone the brightest. At that moment, Coach John Thompson, the esteemed leader of the Hoyas, approached with a warm smile to converse with his most cherished protege. "Coach, the team's roster looks promising this year. We might have a shot at the championship in March Madness." Reaching the Final Four would indeed be historic, As for the championship, it seems a distant dream. Kentucky University has both John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins, and they appear to have the title reserved. One game can change everything. March Madness has always been ripe with miracles and dark horses. The timer displayed 19 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the first half. Unlike the NBA, college games are divided into two halves of 20 minutes each. Within just 5 seconds of the game starting, Qin Chong executed a thunderous dunk. Washington State University 2-0 Georgetown University. A freshman at Washington State who joined the Cougars last year, Qin had consistently been a reliable scoring option off the bench. Remarkably, during the recent winter break, his weight surged from 233 pounds to over 300. Even more astonishing was the fact that this dramatic weight gain had not hindered his athleticism, as evidenced by his powerful dunk just moments ago. Truly, he was a remarkable international student from China, and I shall fondly refer to him as the Chinese shark. Initially bewildered by the Cougars' decision to utilize a 300-pound player for the jump ball, the sideline commentator now lamented the lack of comprehensive information on Qin Chong. Eager to learn more about this extraordinary 18-year-old Asian player, the high-definition screens above the court replayed Qin Chong's leap and dunk in slow motion, eliciting waves of awe and admiration from the audience. What did I just witness? This guy jumped from at least 4 meters away from the rim. My goodness. Did the commentator just say this Cougars player weighs 305 pounds? Look at that swaying rim. I suddenly feel that Greg Monroe's dunk was far too gentle. Guys, I must have arrived late. Is this the shark you've all been raving about? As Qin Chong swung from the rim for a brief moment before landing with a thud, the court trembled beneath him. Greg Monroe and the Georgetown players stood in stunned disbelief, even neglecting to assist their teammate who had been knocked down by the dunk. Qin Chong turned back to the astonished Greg Monroe, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, and with a slight chuckle, inquired, "Greg, do you truly believe I can leap?" Greg Monroe couldn't help but swallow hard, for what was at play transcended mere jumping. It was akin to soaring. Thompson and Willie Warren rushed forward to high-five Qin Chong in celebration, their faces adorned with knowing smiles as they absorbed the astonishment and admiration from the Georgetown University players and the spectators. This was merely the prologue to a grand spectacle. Only they, the teammates of the Cougars, understood the depths of what was unfolding. The fearsome beast of the Forbidden Zone, Qin Chong, harbors an unfathomable primordial power within his being. On the sidelines, the self-assured head coach of the Cougars, Chris Hankrys, wears a light smile, strategically anticipating the forthcoming display that his prot G, Qin Chong, is poised to present, one that is sure to astound all. Meanwhile, John Thompson, the head coach of Georgetown University, suddenly senses an ominous premonition as he observes Qin Chong. As possession shifts, Georgetown University's offense takes the stage. In the low post, Greg Monroe positions himself against Jerome Jordan, reaching out to his teammate for the ball. With remarkable physicality and nimble footwork, he effortlessly maneuvers Jerome Jordan into the most advantageous position beneath the basket. Suddenly, he pivots and leaps, preparing to unleash a thunderous dunk. However, just as Greg Monroe is about to slam the basketball into the hoop, a lightning-fast, robust figure emerges from the side, soaring high into the air, with arms outstretched as if to block the sun itself. With a resounding crack, Qin Chong, with his robust hands, swatted the basketball from Monroe's grasp, sending it crashing against Monroe's head. The ball soared high, landing near the free-throw line, where the quick-witted Thompson seized it. With a sharp motion, Thompson pivoted and passed the ball to the point guard, Willie Warren, while swiftly advancing down the right side of the court. In a swift display of skill, Thompson, positioned at the right 45-degree angle beyond the arc, received Warren's return pass. He took a dribble to evade the defender closing in behind him and decisively leaped to execute a trailing three-pointer. The ball sailed through the air with precision, a resounding counterattack orchestrated by the seamless collaboration of Qin Chong and Thompson. The opening moments saw the Washington State University Cougars swiftly score 5 points, catching Georgetown University utterly off guard. The blocked shot left Greg Monroe seething with indignation. The fire of competition ignited within him. Predicted as a top pick in this year's draft, how could he possibly allow an unknown Asian player, a colossal figure exceeding 300 pounds, to dominate him in front of an audience? This was intolerable. Fueled by anger, Monroe retaliated as he repositioned himself on the offensive end, demanding the ball with a defiant challenge aimed at Qin Chong. He beckoned with a flick of his finger and a raised eyebrow, saying, "Qin, come and defend me if you dare." With an air of enthusiasm, Qin Chong released his defensive stance against the opposing power forward and approached his teammate, Jerome Jordan. "Greg, since you so nostalgically yearn for my spicy hot pot, allow me to generously offer you a few extra servings tonight." As he spoke, Qin Chong closed in for tight defense. Despite his corpulent physique, his elongated wingspan effectively enveloped Monroe's post-up space. Monroe, a left-handed player, was known for his sharp right-handed spins in low-post situations, prompting Qin Chong to strategically block Monroe's right side. Bang, bang. Monroe initiated a couple of shoulder bumps against Qin Chong, confident in his own 250-pound frame, believing he could hold his ground in the paint. In this season's AA League, aside from the formidable 280-pound DeMarcus Cousins, Monroe had no fear of engaging with any center in the league. However, at this moment, when Monroe exerted force against Qin Chong. It felt as though he had collided with an impregnable tank. Not only did Qin Chong remain unfazed, but the impact also sent sharp pains through Monroe's back and shoulders. What appeared to be mere flesh felt as solid as iron upon contact. Greg, I have to ask, have you not eaten in days? Could you exert a bit more force? I feel absolutely nothing. Faced with Qin Chong's taunt, Greg Monroe's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength for another attempt. Bang! In an instant, beads of sweat began to trickle down Monroe's forehead. And the excruciating pain in his shoulder twisted his already less than handsome features further. Unable to make any headway, Monroe resorted to showcasing his somewhat clumsy footwork in the paint. Hoping to shake off Qin Chong's defensive rhythm and seize the opportunity to pivot past him for a thunderous dunk. Yet, with exceptional reflexes and over 80 defensive attributes, Qin Chong was not one to be easily deceived. Monroe's continuous footwork and fakes failed to outsmart Qin Chong, whose long arms consistently disrupted Monroe's movements, intensifying his anxiety about potential steals. Even with the AA's 35-second shot clock, such drawn-out engagements were unsustainable. Timing his move, Monroe quickly stepped back and spun, leaping towards Qin Chong to deliver a hook shot. With remarkable acuity, Qin Chong anticipated Monroe's intentions, leaping into action the moment his opponent soared into the air, akin to a heavy rocket ascending. Boom! As the basketball soared from Monroe's left fingertips, Qin Chong's elongated arm descended with thunderous force, his hand spread wide like a fan, fully enveloping the sphere. Crack! His left hand followed suit, swiftly securing the basketball between both palms. Incredible! He actually intercepted Greg Monroe's shot. Allen Iverson, seated in the VIP section, was equally captivated, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Qin Chong's audacious block. As he himself proclaimed, the madness of March is never devoid of dark horses, and Qin Chong stands as the darkest stallion in this wild month of competition. Upon landing from his successful block, Qin Chong surveyed the court, and with a quarterback-like precision, he delivered a long pass to the fast-breaking Klay Thompson, who was already in motion towards the front court. With Qin Chong serving as an unassailable defensive beast in the paint, Thompson and his teammates from the Cougars had developed a remarkably swift offensive instinct. Whoosh! The basketball, deftly passed by Qin Chong, landed precisely 1 meter in front of Thompson, a remarkably accurate lead pass. With a swift motion, Thompson seized the ball and surged into the free throw line. In an instant, he soared upward, executing a one-handed slam dunk to add 2 points. The crowd erupted. Washington University 7, Georgetown University 0. As Qin Chong beheld Thompson's exhilarating fast-break dunk, he couldn't help but smile and exclaim how remarkably adept Thompson was at dunking even during his college days. Amidst the cacophony of astonished gasps and roaring cheers, Georgetown University's head coach, John Thompson, wore an exceedingly grave expression. He promptly rose to signal the referee for a timeout. Within the confines of the Verizon Center, the atmosphere bore no resemblance to that of Georgetown's home court. As the match drew to a close, in Qin Chong's mind, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have participated in this match for 13 minutes, expending 600 kilocalories and earning 60 experience points, bringing your total to 320 experience points. Ding. The host's current weight has been registered at 302.1 pounds. Please ensure to replenish your food intake. Qin Chong exchanged 300 experience points for 3 attribute points, all of which he allocated to his free throw skill. At that moment, Allen Iverson approached Qin Chong, smiling as he patted his sturdy shoulder. Qin, it's a pleasure to witness your game live. Your performance tonight has truly astounded me. In the presence of his idol from a past life initiating a conversation, Qin Chong felt a surge of excitement and responded with a smile. Allen, I have always been your fan. I heard you plan to retire after this season, which I find unfortunate. You should wait until Klay and I enter the NBA before you retire. Allen Iverson chuckled and replied, Qin, if you are considering entering the draft this year, I would mind playing another season. It would be perfect if the 76ers selected you. You and Andre Iguodala would undoubtedly create fantastic chemistry. Qin Chong was acutely aware that during this period, Allen Iverson had become a shadow of his former self, while the leader of the 76ers was a promising rookie, often referred to as Little AI. Haha, are you participating in the draft this year? That sounds splendid. However, which team selects you is beyond my control. My current objective is to lead my team to contend for the championship during the madness of March. Iverson gazed at Qin Chong with deep regard and said, Qin, promise me you'll enter the draft this year. You have the potential to be the next Shaquille O'Neal. Remaining at AA would only squander your talent. Grateful for Iverson's sage advice, Qin Chong conversed a bit longer before inviting Thompson to take a photo together, exchanging contact information afterward. That evening, a clandestine scout from the Cavaliers, who had come to observe the game at the Verizon Center, promptly called Cleveland Cavaliers general manager Kobe Altman after the match concluded. Mr. Altman, I just witnessed the game between Georgetown University and Washington State University, and it was absolutely thrilling. I made a remarkable discovery tonight. Washington State starting power forward, Qin, is an international student from the Celestial Empire. General manager Kobe Altman, lacking patience, interrupted, Charlie, I don't have time for an inspirational tale about a foreign student. I sent you to thoroughly evaluate Greg Monroe. But Mr. Altman, that international student utterly dominated Greg Monroe. What? Someone actually overwhelmed Greg Monroe? The voice on the other end suddenly piqued with interest. Who is this individual? Scout Charlie hurriedly clarified, Mr. Altman, this international student indeed overwhelmed Greg Monroe. He scored 21 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, and made 4 blocks in just half a game. His post-up skills and rim protection are exceptional. Although he weighs over 300 pounds, before Charlie could finish, Altman shockingly interrupted again. What did you say? Over 300 pounds? Are you joking? Before Charlie could offer further explanation, the sound of a dial tone echoed through the line, signifying the abrupt end of the call. Qin Chong's explosive performance in the local friendly match between Washington State University and Georgetown University swiftly resonated throughout the ranks of the NCAA, evoking waves of astonishment. Numerous NBA scouts and executives began to take notice of this exceptional prodigy, who tips the scales at over 300 pounds. However, due to Qin's singular dazzling display in this public game, his overall draft value remains to be further scrutinized. Thus, his name has not appeared on the recent draft prediction rankings released by ESPN and Sports Illustrated. Meanwhile, Greg Monroe, previously projected as a first-round pick, has slipped to the 7th position, while the frontrunner for the top pick remains John Wall, the brilliant point guard from the University of Kentucky. The Washington State University Cougars have only one representative on the list, Klay Thompson, who is ranked 22nd in the first round. As time swiftly progressed to March 15th, the annual NCAA tournament officially commenced. 64 collegiate teams would engage in a fierce battle over the span of approximately 20 days, culminating in a single elimination format to determine the ultimate champion. This contrast between a definitive outcome and the NBA's best-of-7 playoff series imbues NCAA games with a blend of skill and fortune, giving rise to underdogs and surprises each year. This is the fervor of American collegiate basketball, a celebration of youth and passion, capturing the hearts of millions of fans across the nation. March Madness. The NCAA tournament divides the 64 teams into 4 regions, East, West, Midwest, and South, with 16 teams in each region, grouped according to their regular season performance. The matchups are set as follows: number 1 seed versus number 16 seed, number 2 seed versus number 15 seed. Following the first round's 32 matches, the Sweet 16 will emerge, then the Elite 8, and finally the Final 4. Washington State University is not deemed a powerhouse in the NCAA, with its historical best performance only reaching the round of 32. This year, Washington State faces a formidable opponent in the first round, Fresno State University. On March 15th, at 7 p.m., the Bradley Center in Milwaukee sets the stage. To ensure fairness, NCAA games typically select a neutral venue. And tonight's clash between Washington State and Fresno State is held at the home court of the Milwaukee Bucks. The stands are already filled with fans, displaying a myriad of banners to cheer for their respective teams. The attendance exceeds 95, a testament to the fervor of March Madness, rivaling even the NBA regular season. Klay, we love you. Paul George, the eternal hero of Fresno. Go Cougars, fight for victory. The championship belongs to Fresno State. In the front row, numerous NBA stars have gathered to witness the event, including Bucks players Brandon Jennings, Michael Redd, and Andrew Bogut, who are not participating in this away game. However, the most notable star in attendance is undoubtedly Shaquille O'Neal. Before the match, an ESPN reporter interviews the legendary figure at courtside. Shaquille, are you here to scout Klay Thompson for the Celtics? O'Neal, clad in a loose-fitting suit, raises an eyebrow at the microphone and responds, Klay? I know that guy. His three-point shooting is superb, but I'm not here for him. Then is it to see Fresno's star Paul George? Oh no, it's not Paul George either. I'm here specifically to watch Qin play. Dressed in a suit, O'Neal stands comfortably, his demeanor relaxed yet focused, alongside the reporter, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. Wow, Shaquille, it seems you have high hopes for this Asian college student, dubbed the Great White Shark of the East. Indeed, to be able to sprint and leap on the court at over 300 pounds is a rare feat. In this young man, I see a reflection of myself from a decade ago. O'Neal, known for his jovial and playful demeanor, suddenly adopts a more serious tone, reflecting on the passage of time. A decade ago, in the year 2000, 27-year-old Shaquille O'Neal dominated the league, his prowess in the paint unmatched. With astounding averages of 29, 8 points, 13, 6 rebounds, and 3.1 blocks, he claimed the regular season MVP award for the 1999-2000 season, leading the Los Angeles Lakers to a three-peat and earning Finals MVP honors 3 consecutive years. With a young Kobe Bryant as his eager prodigy. Now, at 37, O'Neal has joined the Cleveland Cavaliers, but his averages have dwindled to 12 points and 6.7 rebounds, marking the twilight of his career. Yet, buoyed by LeBron James' stellar performance, the Cavaliers remain at the pinnacle of the league, with fans hopeful for a showdown between the King and the Great White Shark in the finals against the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers. Shaquille, do you believe the Cougars, led by Qin and Klay Thompson, can triumph over Paul George and Fresno State? Absolutely. I certainly do not wish for Washington State's March Madness journey to end so abruptly. I am eager to witness the pinnacle clash between Qin and DeMarcus. As the clock swiftly approaches 7:30, the cheers of the fans and the referee's signal herald the entry of both teams' starting players onto the court. As the match officially commences, the Cougars have chosen Qin Chong to jump center, and now, behold, he is the Asian player at the center circle, a true behemoth. I have watched the footage from the game against Georgetown University. His speed and explosive jumping ability are on par with that of a guard. A true anomaly in the NCAA. On the sidelines, Bucks rookie Brandon Jennings and veteran Michael Redd engage in an animated discussion about Qin Chong. Andrew Bogut, seated nearby, shakes his head and remarks, with that weight, he is prone to injury. The competition in the NCAA is relatively mild, but should he truly enter the NBA, it will be an entirely different matter. Listening to Bogut, it was evident that he did not take AA seriously at all. Jennings and Reed exchanged knowing glances and rolled their eyes, choosing not to enlighten the arrogant Australian first overall pick. After all, they were both native-born Americans, and AA represented an unforgettable chapter in their lives. However, Bogut had never competed in AA, and thus, he could not grasp its significance. While the level of competition in AA may indeed fall short of the NBA, it undoubtedly meets the standards of certain professional leagues in Ohio and Asia. On the court, Qin Chong effortlessly lifted the basketball over the head of the center on the Fresno State Bulldogs team, and with a resounding clap, Willie Warren advanced to receive the pass, initiating the offensive play for the Cougars. Observing Paul George closely guarding Klay Thompson, Willie Warren skillfully maneuvered the ball to Qin Chong stationed in the strong side low post. Qin Chong, with his back turned, effortlessly faced off against the relatively obscure starting power forward of Fresno State University, with just a couple of gentle nudges. His opponent was sent stumbling back over a meter, disoriented and off balance. Qin Chong deftly executed a turnaround, his hook shot finding its mark with unwavering precision. Swish. The hook shot is an essential skill for any interior player, and long before his weight surged, Qin Chong had already mastered impressive post-up and turnaround hook techniques. Now, coupled with his significant weight gain and overwhelming strength, his turnaround hook is executed without interference, effortlessly. In the offense of Fresno State University, Paul George received the ball at the top of the arc confronted by Klay Thompson's defense. He utilized a well-timed screen from the center to create space, then abruptly halted to release a mid-range shot. Swish. Once again, it found its target with certainty. As the possession shifted, as Qin Chong continued his low post dominance, he completely overwhelmed his opposing player in terms of speed, strength, and footwork. A deft feint sent his adversary reeling into Siberia, allowing him to execute a swift reverse pivot and drive into the paint for a graceful dunk, securing an additional 2 points. The score resonated. Washington State University Cougars 4. Fresno State Bulldogs 2. The power forward from Fresno, matched against Qin, looked utterly dejected, casting a desperate glance towards his teammates and coach. The remarkable No. 18 of the Cougars was indeed an extraordinary talent, effortlessly dismantling Greg Monroe's defensive prowess. If Fresno State failed to implement a double team against Qin in the post, they were destined for a severe defeat tonight. On the sidelines, ESPN's renowned commentator Reggie Miller lauded Qin's opening performance while expressing concern for Fresno State's precarious situation. Beside him, draft expert Chad Ford appeared more preoccupied with the potential of these budding stars in the upcoming June draft. Should Qin and Klay lead Washington State University to victory and secure their place in the top 32, achieving a stat line of 2010? This exceptionally gifted Asian player would undoubtedly enter discussions for a first-round selection. Oh, Paul George promptly responded with a three-pointer, showcasing his scorching start with 2 perfect shots for 5 points. After being bested by George, Klay Thompson felt the urgency, utilizing a screen from center Jerome Jordan. He swiftly evaded George to find an open shot, receiving a pass from Willie Warren before attempting a three-pointer. Alas, Thompson's shooting touch was yet to warm up, as his shot clanged against the rim. With both Fresno center and power forward leaping to secure the defensive rebound, an imposing figure surged past them, creating a gust of wind as his long arms eclipsed the sky. Grasping the basketball, he soared above their heads, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. The resounding crash echoed as the Fresno players were knocked to the ground, as if crushed by a tank. Qin's thunderous putback dunk was awe-inspiring. He had indeed toppled 2 Fresno players with sheer force. Was this behemoth truly over 300 pounds? His extraordinary rebounding instincts and explosive leaping ability reminded me of the man who once led the Lakers to a three-peat. Amid Reggie Miller's impassioned commentary, the camera panned to the VIP front row where Shaquille O'Neal sat, raising an eyebrow and flashing a grin at the camera, as if jokingly proclaiming, "It cannot be mistaken. Qin is my long-lost brother from the Middle Kingdom." Brandon Jennings could not suppress his admiration, expressing envy at Thompson's formidable inside teammate. The scales of victory are undoubtedly tipping in favor of Washington State University, with a teammate like that in the paint. Klay can shoot without a worry. However, Bogut, seated beside Jennings, furrowed his brow, evidently displeased. What was Jennings implying? Was he questioning his adequacy as an inside player? As the 10th overall pick in the 2009 draft, Brandon Jennings had established himself as the starting point guard for the Bucks, delivering consistent and impressive performances. Notably, in just his 7th NBA game on November 16th, he scored an astonishing 55 points, leading his team to a 129-125 victory against the Golden State Warriors. becoming the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 points. His explosive display prompted the Bucks management to develop him as the team's new core leader, naturally causing discontent for Andrew Bogut, the previous franchise cornerstone. The Bucks currently languished in 12th place in the Eastern Conference, with internal strife contributing to their struggles. The management was covertly exploring trades, hoping to acquire a more promising inside player in exchange for Bogut. As the game continued with fervor, Fresno State returned from a timeout, with Paul George holding the ball at the arc, facing Klay Thompson's defense. The sophomore had already declared his intention to enter the NBA draft, making this thrilling March Madness his final collegiate chapter. Each contest was crucial, and George was determined to give his all. "Klay, you cannot contain me." Possessing a comprehensive offensive skill set, George's ball handling surpassed Thompson's, and after scoring consecutive baskets, he was in a fiery rhythm. Thompson, seeking to defend against him one-on-one, faced a formidable challenge, as his college defensive prowess had yet to reach the level of an elite NBA 3-and-D player. Gritting his teeth, Thompson crouched, arms outstretched, adopting the quintessential defensive stance, ever vigilant against George's drive. As George executed a crossover dribble, he suddenly lowered his center of gravity and burst to the right, forcing his way into the paint against Thompson. However, as he entered the key, a colossal figure surged forward, none other than Qin Chong. "Paul George, do you aspire to be the best background player?" The sudden interception by Qin Chong took Paul George entirely by surprise, causing him to nearly lose control of the ball in his hands. Qin Chong's reaction was swift, his long arm slicing through the air like a scalpel, delivering a lightning-fast strike. With a sharp crack, Paul George's basketball was expertly swiped from his grasp by Qin's deft hand, sending it tumbling to the ground. Following closely behind, Thompson promptly bent down to retrieve the ball, springing back up to initiate a fast break. Whoosh! In a moment of brilliance, Qin timely intervened, snatching the ball directly from Paul George's hands. Clearly flustered by Qin's sudden interception, Paul George struggled to regain his composure. Thompson, propelled by momentum, charged towards the basket for a three-pointer. Swish! The shot found its mark with unwavering precision. Washington State University surged ahead with a score of 9-5. The extraordinary Qin, a remarkable 300-pound agile giant, evoked memories of the once innocent Shaquille O'Neal. Qin certainly deserved to be a first-round pick this year, perhaps even a lottery selection. In a bid to reclaim dominance, a defiant Paul George sought out Qin Chong during the next offensive play, attempting a forceful drive into the paint. However, Qin, hot on his trail, leapt dramatically to deliver a thunderous block. Bang! The resounding impact echoed through the arena as Paul George's impending dunk was thwarted by Qin's colossal hand, which crashed against the glass backboard, causing it to shudder violently. The force of Qin's chase-down block sent Paul George careening out of bounds, his head colliding with the camera. Bang! In an instant, crimson blood trickled from his forehead. The head referee promptly halted the game, and medical personnel rushed onto the court to assess George's injury. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound, and after a quick bandaging, play resumed shortly thereafter. Goodness, Qin's formidable block was utterly ruthless, leaving Paul George bloodied. With the speed and leaping ability of a guard, combined with the physique and strength of a center, not to mention an imposing weight that surpassed all AA players, even Paul George found it nearly impossible to gain an advantage against Qin's defense. If Paul George could be contained, it seemed the outcome of the game might be all but decided. As Reggie Miller noted, Qin Chong's defensive switch against Paul George immediately cooled the latter's fiery start, resulting in 3 fruitless offensive attempts, 2 turnovers, and a missed shot that barely grazed the rim. Conversely, the Cougars seized the opportunity, led by Qin and Klay, unleashing a 7-0 run that swiftly ballooned their lead into double digits. Thompson's shooting touch ignited in the closing moments of the first half, further extending the Cougars' advantage. By halftime, the score stood at Cougars 49, Bulldogs 28, with a staggering 21-point lead established. Qin Chong effortlessly dominated the interior of Fresno State University, playing for 15 minutes in the first half, achieving a flawless 9 for 9 from the field and 5 out of 8 from the free throw line, amassing a remarkable 23 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Thompson also shone in the first half, sinking 5 three-pointers and contributing 15 points to his team's effort. In contrast, Paul George struggled to find his rhythm, finishing the half with a mere 9 points. Should Fresno State fail to devise a strategy to contain Qin in the second half, it appears that Paul George's draft stock this summer may once again plummet. As the second half commenced, Paul George immediately took charge, scoring a 2-1 while facing Allen Iverson's defense, showcasing the resolve and poise expected of a leader in adversity. Transitioning back to defense, Fresno State's 2 interior players congested the paint, forming a formidable wall in a concerted effort to thwart Qin Chong's post plays. The absence of a 3-second defensive rule allowed the defending players to fortify their position in the paint without restraint. Facing the dual encirclement of his opponents, Qin Chong remained unflustered. With a decisive thrust, he barreled past the opposing power forward. His series of deceptive spins left the Fresno State center dazed and confused. He then surged between the 2 defenders into the paint, soaring to the basket for an emphatic dunk. As the defenders scrambled to react, Fresno State starting center, John, resorted to a desperate pull on Qin Chong's left shoulder. Feeling the brutal tug, Qin Chong ascended like a rocket, impervious to the force attempting to restrain him. Even as he lost his balance mid-air, he contorted his body and with one hand, grasped the ball and slammed it through the hoop. The resounding crash echoed, followed by the referee's whistle, a successful 2-1. What a formidable beast from the east. Despite John's 240-pound frame exerting all his strength to halt him, he could not prevent Qin from scoring. Qin's power, explosiveness, and body coordination have reached the pinnacle of elite interior players. If two defenders fail to contain him, will they resort to a triple team? Such a strategy would undoubtedly leave the perimeter shooters of the Cougars unguarded. After all, Qin had already dished out 3 assists in the first half. On the court, John, having been called for the foul, bore a look of contrition, fully aware that his shoulder tug was perilously reckless. Yet, as Qin Chong strode towards the free throw line, he nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and casually remarked to John, "Hey buddy, if you're treating me to a bottle of Lafite next time, do put in a bit more effort." Qin Chong's words caused a wave of dark emotions to wash over center John, who felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. He had already exerted every ounce of effort he possessed, hadn't he? How could Qin, this fellow, claim to feel nothing? Is he a devil? With remarkable finesse, Qin stepped up to the free throw line and effortlessly sank his shot, successfully executing a 3-pointer. His free throw score, which has risen to an impressive 80 points, is remarkably steady. As the ball changed possession, the overall defense of Washington State University became increasingly lax, given their substantial lead. Qin Chong could no longer be bothered to contest with Paul George, who seized the opportunity to sink a pivotal 3-pointer from beyond the arc swish. Transitioning to the offensive end, as Qin Chong continued to harvest points from a low position, Paul George, vigilant at the arc while guarding Thompson, suddenly descended to double-team him. With lightning speed, George's hand shot out, aiming to swat the basketball from Qin Chong's grasp. The swiftness of George's steal took Qin Chong by surprise, however. He instinctively made a protective motion with the ball. With a sharp slap, George's hand, akin to a surgeon's scalpel, knocked the ball away, inadvertently striking Qin Chong's shoulder in the process. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Paul George for his aggressive play. Frustration washed over George as he witnessed a pivotal steal nullified by the referee's call, prompting him to wave his arms in exasperation. With Fresno State having accumulated 10 fouls, Qin Chong was awarded the opportunity to step to the free throw line for 2 shots. The free throw rules in AA are notably distinct, rather than mirroring those of the NBA. They adhere to a special 1-1 system. Should the first free throw be successful, he would proceed to the second. However, if the first shot were to miss, the free throw sequence would conclude, and the game would resume immediately. Swish, swish. Qin Chong successfully converted both of his free throws, accumulating 5 points since the start of the second half. Observing Qin Chong's remarkable accuracy from the line, Fresno State's head coach, Mike Kino, succumbed to utter despair. This player is truly a prodigy. In response, Fresno State resorted to a strategy of triple teaming in the paint, which allowed Qin Chong to showcase his dazzling passing skills. Klay Thompson and Willie Warren each sank a 3-pointer, propelling Washington State University's lead to a staggering margin of nearly 30 points. With 8 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the second half, Thompson's mid-range jump shot veered off the rim. Paul George, utilizing the bulk of center John as a shield, leapt into the air to secure the defensive rebound. Yet, Qin Chong executed a nimble spin, maneuvering past the towering 13-meter John, and with a single bound, his explosive vertical leap eclipsed that of the small forward, Paul George. Seizing the ball from above George's head, he snatched it with a resounding clap. At that moment, while Paul George was descending from his jump, Qin Chong was still ascending. As he reached the apex of his leap, his hips nearly aligned with the shoulder of the descending Paul George, who gazed on in astonishment. With both hands firmly grasping the ball, Qin Chong summoned the strength of his core, lifted his legs, and nearly perched atop Paul George's shoulders. With a mighty roar, he forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. The resounding echo reverberated throughout the Bradley Center, igniting a fervor among the crowd. At the commentary table, Reggie Miller and Chart Ford leaped to their feet, pounding the table in exhilaration, their voices rising as they exclaimed, "My goodness, what an electrifying dunk." Oh! Qin has soared from the baseline to perform a spectacular dunk over Paul George. This moment decisively extinguished any lingering suspense in the game, as the Washington Lions surged ahead of the Fresno Bulldogs by a staggering 39 points. Let us shower applause upon Qin, hailing from the Celestial Empire, for he is the brightest star of the evening. With a remarkable stat line of 32 points, 15 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 5 blocks. This is the flawless performance delivered by the great Shark of the East. Let us extend our congratulations to Washington State University for their early advancement into the round of 32 in the madness of March. After tonight, the entire nation will remember this beast of the paint from the Celestial Empire. As the final whistle signaled the end of the match, Paul George approached Qin Chong, and they exchanged a fist bump and embrace. "Qin, my NCAA journey has come to a close. I hope you enter the draft this year, so I can continue to battle alongside you in the NBA. Also, to bring home that elusive NCAA championship for me." Qin Chong chuckled as he patted Paul George on the back, confidently declaring, "Come to the finals and witness firsthand as I lead the team to victory." The University of Washington State Lions had impressively advanced to the Sweet 32 of March Madness, while the Fresno State Bulldogs faced a relentless elimination. Their players wearing expressions of despair and even shedding tears. This was a definitive March Madness, brimming with youth, passion, laughter, and tears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leading the team to their first victory in the tournament, successfully advancing to the Sweet 32. Ding. The host participated in the match for 27 minutes, burning 300 calories and earning 260 experience points. Main system task: lead the team to victory in the March Madness tournament. Reward: a perfect imitation by Ryota Kais. As Qin Chong observed, with the elevation of competition levels, the conversion ratio of calories burned to experience points correspondingly increased. In friendly matches and daily training, the conversion ratio stands at 10:1, whereas in the AA Championship, it escalates to 10:2. It is anticipated that upon entering the NBA, this conversion ratio will further amplify. Immediately following the conclusion of the match, the renowned ESPN reporter, Christine Ledlow, took to the court to interview Qin Chong, the standout player of the evening. Standing beside the formidable figure of Qin, who towers at 208 centimeters and weighs 313 pounds, the petite Christine, measuring 172 centimeters and weighing 120 pounds, appeared exceptionally delicate. Observing Qin's robust arms and sturdy shoulders, complemented by a youthful yet resolute visage and the masculine aura emanating from his sun-kissed skin, even the seasoned reporter, who has interviewed countless NBA stars, found her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush and her heart racing. Qin, your performance on the court tonight has left every spectator in awe. You shattered multiple records in your debut at the AA Championship. What thoughts do you wish to share regarding this remarkable achievement? Qin Chong's thick, dark eyebrows twitched slightly in curiosity as he inquired, have I broken the AA record? More than one? What record is it? Qin Chong was indeed unaware of the records he had shattered. Surely, a tally of 32 points and 15 rebounds could not break the scoring and rebounding records. After all, Fresno State's interior defense was remarkably weak tonight, and Qin merely showcased his modest prowess. Christine chuckled lightly. Qin, you are simply delightful. You are the first non-American collegiate player to achieve over 30 points in the AA Championship. Furthermore, you are the first player since Shaquille O'Neal to record at least 30 points, 15 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 blocks in a single game during the AA March Madness. Additionally, your shooting percentage tonight was astounding, with 14 out of 15 attempts, making you the first player in AA history to score over 30 points while maintaining a shooting accuracy exceeding 90. Listening to this string of records, Qin felt overwhelmed. Is this truly possible? No wonder so many players break records in the NBA every day. Leading my team to victory feels fantastic. Since this is my first AA championship, my overall performance on both ends of the court was relatively conservative. Facing stronger opponents ahead, I will endeavor to experiment with new strategies. Upon hearing Qin's nonchalant response, Christine could not help but widen her beautiful eyes. Scoring 32 points, grabbing 15 rebounds, dishing out 6 assists, stealing the ball twice, and blocking 5 shots. Along with a dramatic rejection of Paul George, a follow-up dunk that overwhelmed 2 Fresno State big men. And that breathtaking reverse dunk in the final moments, how could this be considered a conservative style of play? What, then, would an audacious strategy entail? Indeed, the most lethal form of subtle arrogance. Qin, you completely dominated your opponent Paul George on both ends tonight. Will you consider participating in the NBA draft this summer alongside Paul George and your teammate Klay Thompson? I cannot dismiss that possibility. Every basketball enthusiast undoubtedly yearns for the NBA stage, for it is the pinnacle of global basketball. Of course, the most crucial point is that I do not enjoy studying, particularly in my major of mechanical engineering. Qin Chong did not provide a definitive response regarding his participation in this year's draft. He understands the importance of maintaining some ambiguity when speaking before the media, a point often reiterated by Coach Han Chris. Qin, you are quite humorous. I believe I have become your fan. Though the body that Qin Chong inhabits in this new world is still youthful and inexperienced, he has experienced several romantic entanglements in his previous life. His personality can be described as adorably naive on the surface, yet internally complex and reserved. As a seasoned NBA enthusiast, Qin Chong is certainly aware of the alluring figure of Christine Leahy, a strikingly beautiful woman known for her captivating physique, who enjoys amicable relationships with NBA stars such as Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. As he gazes down at the enchanting Christine, who leans in ever closer, her alluring presence almost brushing against his arm, Qin Chong could not resist stealing a few more glances and, inspired by a sudden flash of wit, humorously replied, Miss Christine, to be candid, I am also one of your admirers. After the interview concluded, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal approached him, exchanging a fist bump and a warm embrace. Engaging in lively conversation. Brother, I have finally been waiting for you, he exclaimed. After confirming your weight, it is evident that you are my successor. Standing alongside the jovial and unrestrained O'Neal, Qin Chong allowed his eloquence to flourish. Shaquille, I believe I still have room to grow. While I may not surpass your height, my weight has every potential to catch up. O'Neal's eyes widened in astonishment as he playfully squeezed Qin Chong's biceps. Goodness, Brother, your talent surpasses even my collegiate days. However, you must keep your weight in check. Moreover, there is no need to exert yourself excessively on the court. With a weight of 310 pounds, airborne antics could easily lead to knee injuries. This was O'Neal's sage advice, stemming from genuine hope that Qin Chong would carve out a name for himself in the NBA. Reviving the glory of the four great centers from the 1990s in a league increasingly characterized by diminished competitiveness. Shaquille, I greatly appreciate your counsel. I will certainly heed it. You and Allen share the same sentiment. Strive to remain in the league for several more seasons, so when I enter the NBA, I can enjoy playfully dominating the veterans. How ruthless. O'Neal playfully punched Qin Chong's chest and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that is quintessentially my nature. Haha, I used to tease Jordan and Hakeem in the same manner. Standing at 2.16 meters tall, O'Neal had allowed his diet to become less stringent in his later years, causing his weight to balloon to 330 pounds. Qin Chong stands at an impressive height of 2.08 meters and weighs 310 pounds. When the two are together, Qin's stature is nearly comparable to that of O'Neal. Brother, I am increasingly fond of you, he exclaimed. Keep pushing forward and lead your team to victory in the AA championship. When the finals arrive, I shall certainly be there to witness it live. Just ensure you do not get eliminated along the way. Furthermore, make sure to enter the draft this year. Disregard whatever ESPN and Sports Illustrated may say. To me, you are the undisputed first overall pick. That evening, the exhilarated head coach of the Cougars, Chris, took the initiative to treat the team. He accompanied Qin Chong, Thompson, and several assistant coaches to the picturesque shores of Lake Michigan in Milwaukee, where they reserved an opulent private dining room at the most renowned lakeside restaurant. The grand round table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, featuring an abundance of fresh seafood, including 4 pounds of salt-baked lobster, golden king crab, prime filet mignon, and charcoal-grilled lamb leg, accompanied by desserts of tiramisu and macarons, complemented by 82 Lafite and Sprite. Qin Chong and Thompson gazed hungrily at the sumptuous spread. Coach Chris removed his suit jacket, his face radiating with uncontainable joy. It is well known that college athletes in the AA do not receive salaries. They play purely out of passion and aspiration. Additionally, the AA League strictly prohibits players from signing any commercial endorsements during their college tenure. However, the coaches of these university teams enjoy substantial incomes. And should they lead their teams to success, the school rewards them with generous bonuses. For instance, the illustrious Coach K of Duke University commands an annual salary exceeding $8 million, surpassing that of 90 of NBA coaches. Children, tonight is a momentous occasion. Feast to your heart's content. Qin, from this day forth, I hereby declare the cancellation of your weight loss regimen. Relish your hearty appetite and devour these exquisite delicacies. Qin Chong was overjoyed, finally able to indulge himself without restraint. Coach, can I truly feast to my heart's content tonight? Laughter erupted from the players in the private room, and Coach Chris, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, nodded. Qin, as long as you can eat, I'll set aside my entire salary for this month for you. In that case, I shall not hold back. Half an hour later, Thompson and the others had already satisfied their appetites. After Qin Chong devoured 2 portions of braised shark fin, 3 king crabs for filet mignon steaks, and a plate of seafood fettuccine, washing it all down with 800 milliliters of Lafite, he leaned back in his chair, thoroughly content, rubbing his belly while surveying the astonished gazes of the players and coaches around him. I'm about 7/10 full. Let us take a break and continue. Waiter, bring me another leg of lamb. Coach Chris could not help but swallow hard, his lips twitching in a painful grimace. The first round of the Madness of March concluded within 2 days, with 32 teams advancing to the next round in their quest for the championship. While the eliminated teams bid an early farewell to this beloved collegiate battleground, leaving behind sweat and tears, the AA League, in collaboration with ESPN, promptly selected the top 10 official highlights from this year's opening round. And Qin Chong's explosive performance in the match between the Cougars and the Bulldogs made the list with 3 entries, with the top highlight being Qin's astonishing dunk over Paul George. With fervent coverage from ESPN and numerous American sports magazines and radio stations, Qin Chong, a Chinese international student, rapidly rose to prominence across the nation, garnering significant attention. The Great White Shark made a powerful entrance into the AA, and the Winthrop University Cougars emerged as a potential dark horse in March Madness. In just 27 minutes, he scored 32 points, grabbed 15 rebounds, dished out 6 assists, made 2 steals, and blocked 5 shots, with Shaquille O'Neal himself attending to witness the spectacle. Qin is a top draft prospect. The Chinese beast dunking on Paul George sent shockwaves across the nation. How could a 310-pound figure soar through the air? The second coming of the Great Shark was upon us, and multiple NBA teams began to monitor him closely. According to the latest draft predictions from ESPN and Sports Illustrated, in his inaugural round, Qin Chong made an impressive debut, skyrocketing to the 9th position in the lottery rankings, surpassing prominent players such as Paul George and Greg Monroe. Draft expert Chad Ford even publicly declared on an ESPN program that Qin's ideal draft prototype is a fusion of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. Should Qin maintain his formidable performance throughout the upcoming March Madness, it is inevitable that his draft stock will continue to ascend. The excessive weight he carries, which poses potential injury risks, remains the principal impediment to his draft prospects. In the locker room of the University of Kentucky's basketball training facility in Lexington, players of the Wildcats team, having just concluded their practice and taken a shower, are changing clothes in preparation for an evening filled with vibrant activities. The University of Kentucky Wildcats are a renowned collegiate basketball powerhouse, boasting 8 NCAA championship titles, second only to the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. This year, the Wildcats possess an extraordinarily talented roster, featuring top draft contender John Wall and the top center DeMarcus Cousins, alongside skilled players like Eric Bledsoe and Patrick Patterson. For members of this team have been projected as lottery picks, the top 14 selections, by ESPN, making Kentucky the only institution to achieve such a feat. It can be confidently asserted that the Wildcats are already favored to secure the NCAA championship this year. Within the locker room, the players are engaged in lively discussions about the emerging Chinese sensation, Qin Chong. Have you heard? The California State University, Sacramento, has unearthed a Chinese beast named Qin, who scored an astounding 32 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks against Fresno State. Eric Bledsoe exclaimed in astonishment. While Patrick Patterson echoed his admiration, I never expected a Chinese student-athlete to possess such explosive athleticism. Even Allen Iverson and Shaquille O'Neal attended his game. Patterson's gaze then turned toward John Wall, who was meticulously cleaning his red and white Reebok sneakers, Iverson's signature answers. The value of these shoes is amplified by Iverson's autograph. Upon learning that his idol Iverson had chosen to attend Qin's game, and that O'Neal proclaimed Qin deserving of the top pick, Wall could not help but feel a twinge of discontent, despite his typically humble demeanor. The Chinese shark, huh? I've watched his game footage. His athleticism is indeed remarkable. I hope he can lead his team to the Final Four, as that would provide me the opportunity to face him directly. The imposing DeMarcus Cousins, with his robust physique, interjected bluntly, if we do encounter the Cougars, leave Qin to me. I will demonstrate with my prowess who the true top center of this season is. In San Antonio, Texas, within the office of the Spurs general manager, it was already 11 o'clock at night, yet Coach Popovich remained at his desk, perusing an email just received from the Spurs scouting team. This email contained a comprehensive player evaluation report and advanced statistical analysis, with Qin Chong as the focal point. As he absorbed the astonishing details, even the seasoned Popovich found himself unable to suppress his admiration. Qin Chong's physical prowess is comparable to that of Tim Duncan. It is worth noting that selecting Tim Duncan as the first overall pick in 1997 was a monumental stroke of fortune for Greg Popovich and the entire San Antonio Spurs organization. Without Tim Duncan, the Spurs would not have secured their 4 championship trophies. However, as Tim Duncan has now reached the age of 34, and with Parker and Ginobili no longer in their prime, the Spurs' hopes for another championship appear increasingly dim. Thus far this season, their record places them only 7th in the Western Conference. Consequently, augmenting the team through the draft and trades is the most effective strategy for reclaiming their championship status. The Spurs have a long-standing tradition of utilizing international players, and Qin Chong from China has become Popovich's next target. The Spurs' current performance is sufficient to qualify for the playoffs, but their first-round draft pick is likely to fall outside the top 15. However, in a trade with the Sacramento Kings last year, they acquired a first-round pick from the Kings, who are currently languishing near the bottom of the Western Conference. Should fortune smile upon them during the lottery, that pick may very well land within the top 10. The thought of Qin Chong partnering with Tim Duncan in the paint evokes memories of the legendary Twin Towers of Duncan and David Robinson when Duncan first entered the league. Unable to contain his excitement, Popovich picked up the phone on his desk and called his personal assistant, John. Please secure me a ticket for the game against the Cougars the day after tomorrow. I must witness Washington State University in action. In Houston, within the opulent living room of a private villa in the affluent suburbs, Yao Ming sat on the sofa, clad in a loose t-shirt and shorts, perusing a Sports Illustrated magazine. An article titled The Great Shark of China, a nuclear weapon of the Cougars, caught his attention. Meanwhile, the television in the living room was replaying the matchup between Washington State University and Fresno State University. Following a bone fracture sustained during the playoff series against the Lakers last season, Yao Ming was still in recovery, having missed the entire 2009-10 regular season. His wife, Yili, emerged from the kitchen carrying a fruit platter, placing it on the coffee table. I can't believe how Qin Chong has risen to prominence lately. Weighing over 300 pounds yet possessing such extraordinary athleticism, he's truly remarkable for a student from our homeland. Yao remarked with enthusiasm, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Qin Chong possesses immense talent. I hope he continues to excel and brings glory to our nation. My own body is in tatters. The future of our national team rests upon the shoulders of young players like Yi Jianlian and Qin Chong. The upcoming game between Washington State University and the University of Southern California was set to take place at the Toyota Center, and Yao was determined to attend in person to witness Qin Chong's performance. March 20th arrived swiftly, heralding the second round of the NCAA's March Madness. At the Toyota Center in Houston, the arena was brimming with fans, achieving a full capacity of 100. The game between the Washington State Cougars and the Southern California Trojans was about to commence. Nikola Vucevic from USC is quite the prospect. I see echoes of Yao's talent in him. Indeed, Vucevic's post-play was remarkably polished, his footwork agile, his mid-range shooting consistent. And he served as a formidable defensive anchor for USC. Yet, Vucevic, no matter how skilled, was poised to be overwhelmed tonight by the formidable force of the great shark from China. Are you here to watch Qin too? This Asian powerhouse is truly exceptional. The rims at the Toyota Center are about to tremble. Qin's aggressive style of play was precisely what fans cherished. Let us not forget, Qin hails from China. Just like Yao, so we must support him. Currently, the Rockets stood 9th in the Western Conference, trailing the 8th-place Portland Trail Blazers by a daunting 7 games. With less than a month remaining in the regular season, hopes of catching up seem bleak. Perhaps it was wiser to embrace a losing strategy to secure a better lottery position. If the Rockets could secure Qin in the draft and await Yao's return from injury next season, the prospect of forming a dominant frontcourt duo alongside Kevin Martin, Scola, Brooks, Lowry, and Ariza could herald a return to the playoffs. Fresno State's interior defense appeared weak. And tonight's contest against the formidable Vucevic of USC would serve as a true test of Qin Chong's capabilities. Fans in the stands buzzed with excitement. And colorful banners supporting both Washington State and USC adorned the arena, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the front row VIP seats, a host of celebrity fans and NBA stars were present, including the towering Yao Ming, who donned a sleek black suit, accompanied by his wife Yili. He was there to cheer for his fellow countryman Qin Chong and to assess the budding star's talent firsthand. Beside Yao, a casually dressed African-American man with a relaxed demeanor, chewing gum, was none other than Yao's former teammate, Tracy McGrady. The Yao-McGrady duo had become emblematic of countless memories for Chinese basketball fans, from McGrady's astonishing 35 points in 35 seconds to their record-setting 22-game winning streak. Yet, by 2010, both McGrady and Yao had succumbed to injuries, their prime years behind them. McGrady found himself in a more precarious position, entangled in trade rumors. With the risk of being ousted from the Rockets looming, once affectionately dubbed T-Mac, he now faced the harsh realities of the business side of the NBA, where interests supersede friendships. Yao, I saw highlights of your fellow countryman on YouTube. His athleticism is truly explosive, McGrady remarked, glancing at Qin Chong, who was warming up on the court. Yao nodded with a smile. Indeed, I've always believed that our nation, with its 1.3 billion people, is not lacking in talented prospects. It is merely our selection process that requires refinement. On the court, the players from Washington State and USC were engaged in their warm-up routines when an ESPN reporter approached to interview USC's leading center, Nikola Vucevic. Vucevic, like his teammate Qin Chong, is an international player hailing from Montenegro. This season, the sophomore Vucevic has averaged 17.8 points and 10.3 rebounds per game, earning recognition as the most improved player in the Pacific Conference. Despite losing star teammates DeRozan and Gibson compared to last season, Vucevic has consistently showcased his prowess on both ends of the floor, leading USC into the AA championship and defeating the University of Texas, featuring Klay Thompson in the first round before facing Washington State. Nikola, do you feel confident in guiding your team to victory against Washington State, which boasts talents like Qin and Klay Thompson? Vucevic's response was measured, reflecting the composure of a player from Montenegro. Klay is an exceptional player, and Qin's talent is of historical caliber. This match will undoubtedly be challenging, yet I remain confident in our ability to secure a win. When asked about Qin's dominant performance in the last game, where he scored 32 points, grabbed 15 rebounds, and recorded 5 blocks, Vucevic remarked, Fresno's interior defense was inadequate, perhaps tonight. I shall demonstrate to this hefty player from the East what elite AA-level interior defense truly entails. 3 cheers for you, Nikola. We hope you deliver an outstanding performance tonight. After interviewing Vucevic, the ESPN reporter swiftly moved to the warm-up area of Washington State, where he spoke with Qin Chong. The high-definition screens above displayed the interview, eliciting cheers and applause from the audience. This reaction caused Vucevic, who had just been interviewed, to frown slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure and jealousy. Qin, it's a pleasure to interview you. What do you have to say about USC's star center, Nikola Vucevic? Qin Chong was naturally aware of Nikola Vucevic. Yet he momentarily paused, playfully jesting in front of the reporters as he rubbed the back of his head and feigned a furrowed brow. Nikola Vucevic? Apologies, but I haven't heard of him. As soon as Qin Chong spoke, the reporter nearly stumbled to the floor. Time swiftly approached 7:30, and at the referee's signal, the match commenced in earnest. This evening, Coach Hank Elis opted for a tactical shift, positioning Qin Chong as the starting center to directly confront Nikola Vucevic, while Stanley Johnson took on the role of starting power forward, with Jerome Jordan returning to the bench. All the starting players from both teams took to the court. Qin Chong and Nikola Vucevic approached the center circle for the jump ball. Despite being merely 19 years of age, Vucevic stood at an impressive height of 2.13 meters, with a wingspan of 2.20 meters. Even with his weight of 245 pounds, he appeared comparatively slender when standing alongside Qin Chong. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Qin Chong's formidable figure soared into the air, showcasing remarkable explosiveness as he effortlessly tipped the basketball behind him. Vucevic, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and turned to defend, only to be startled by a powerful, lightning-fast figure rushing past him, the force of the wind stinging his cheek. Qin Chong, weighing over 310 pounds, charged forward like a heavily armored tank, effortlessly bypassing two defenders from USC and penetrating the paint, signaling for the ball from his teammates. Willie Warren quickly tossed the ball toward the rim, but due to a miscalculation in power, the alley-oop pass soared too high and with excessive force. Just as it seemed a certain turnover, Qin Chong, with a sudden burst of energy, launched himself skyward, showcasing an extraordinary vertical leap. His long wingspan stretched across the court, and with a powerful grip, he snatched the basketball from above and forcefully slammed it down into the hoop. The resounding crash echoed throughout the arena, leaving all USC players dumbfounded, astonished by the height to which this Chinese giant had leapt. What was initially an errant pass transformed into a breathtaking display of athleticism. The high-definition screens above captured this moment in slow motion, igniting the Toyota Center with excitement. Oh, what have I just witnessed? How can this individual jump so high? The crowd marveled as they saw Qin at the apex of his leap, his head completely surpassing the rim. This remarkable elevation, surely approaching 95 centimeters, if not more, showcased his terrifying physical prowess, leaving spectators in disbelief. Goodness, I have a premonition that tonight, the Chinese shark is set to break records. On the sidelines, the renowned ESPN commentators Mike Breen and Rockets legend Hakeem Olajuwon were responsible for narrating this thrilling game. It was no surprise that the Chinese shark, lauded by Shaquille O'Neal himself, possessed such extraordinary dynamic talent at over 310 pounds. It appeared that Nikola Vuevi faced a formidable challenge this evening. In my estimation, should Qin manage to reduce his weight to around 250 pounds, his leaping ability would undoubtedly improve further, complemented by his remarkable wingspan, granting him the capacity to touch the very top of the backboard. Seated courtside were Yao Ming, his wife Healy, and teammate Tracy McGrady, all equally astounded by Qin's spectacular alley-oop. This guy jumps astonishingly high. How much stress must his knees be under at over 300 pounds? Youthful vigor is indeed a treasure. Yet I must remind him post-game to cherish his body and avoid becoming the next Greg Oden. On the court, USC's offense initiated with Vuevi near the free throw line, calling for the ball, while Qin defended him closely. Having stolen the spotlight in pre-game interviews and igniting the atmosphere with a gravity-defying dunk, Vuevi was fueled by frustration and a burning desire to score against Qin to restore his team's morale. Despite his significant disadvantage in athleticism, Vuevi took pride in his own skills, showcasing his footwork and soft touch that set him apart from the average post player. Thud, thud. Vuevi made a couple of tentative bumps against Qin, but the collisions proved painful, as if he had collided with a tank forged from steel. Despite his bulk, Qin's body felt like an impenetrable wall. Gritting his teeth, Vuevi hesitated to engage further, opting instead to display his footwork, employing two deceptive spin moves in an attempt to throw Qin off balance. Hakeem Olajuwon, his idol, had always influenced Vuevi's game, and he had dedicated significant effort to mastering the dream shake. Nicola's footwork is quite nimble, reminiscent of my own in my prime, Olajuwon remarked in praise. However, the ensuing moments proved to be quite awkward. Qin Chong remained unfazed by Vucevic's deceptive spin, his body steadfast and grounded, refusing to leap or lose his position. Unable to find a chink in Qin Chong's defensive armor, Vucevic resorted to a forced pivot towards the basket, employing feints in a desperate attempt to outsmart Qin Chong's resolute defense. However, after two successive fakes, Qin Chong remained immovable, his composure unshaken. The template of Ziyuan done, integrated by Qin Chong, has reached a remarkable level of 90, resulting in his reflexes being significantly swifter than those of an average individual. Coupled with his extraordinary explosiveness and shooting speed, Qin Chong is fully capable of blocking his opponent's shot even when Vucevic jumps first. Thus, there is no need for him to be deceived by his opponent's feints. He simply chose to disregard them. Unwilling to concede defeat, Vucevic persisted, attempting again and again. Qin Chong remained unscathed, observing Vucevic's series of feints with a sense of amusement. It was akin to watching a jester. Come on, are you shooting or not? Vucevic's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily stunned. This Qin Chong was unpredictable. Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and anger, Vucevic sidestepped to brace against Qin Chong, then abruptly executed a retreating jump shot, releasing the ball with a high arc and a slight lean back. One must concede that, as a collegiate center, Vucevic's offensive and shooting techniques were indeed quite proficient. Yet, before Qin Chong, all of it appeared utterly ineffectual. Whoosh! Like a rocket soaring into the sky, Qin Chong followed Vucevic's leap with a powerful ascent, his long arm sweeping down like a meteor, exerting full force as he swatted the basketball launched from Vucevic's hands high into the second-tier stands. Crack! Vucevic, having been denied, stood there in shock, unable to react for a considerable time after landing, his eardrums buzzing. Had he truly just been blocked like that? He could scarcely remember the last time he had been so thoroughly denied. Oh, the ferocious, mighty shark of the East, the sheer force of that block was utterly staggering. It felt as though the basketball might explode from the impact. The basketball, propelled by Qin Chong, soared into the second-tier stands, where it was eagerly embraced by an excited young fan. The staff promptly replaced it with a new ball, allowing the match to proceed. As the offense commenced for Washington State University, Qin Chong positioned himself in the low post, calling for the ball from Willie Warren. With his back to the approaching defender Vucevic, Qin Chong's robust frame effectively pushed Vucevic a meter back. He pivoted and took a step, mimicking the opponent's feints. Yet Vucevic remained steadfast, his long arms persistently shadowing the space around Qin Chong. Qin Chong executed a sudden change in rhythm, transforming a feigned maneuver into a genuine assault. Without any signs of preparation, his body soared into the air, leaving Vucevic caught off guard, astonished, and unable to react in time. As Vucevic, slightly delayed in his jump, found himself beneath Qin Chong, the latter fully drew back his arm, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. The resounding impact reverberated through the arena. Vucevic, overwhelmed by the dunk, stumbled to the ground, his footing lost, and unceremoniously sat down in the paint, with his face flushed in embarrassment. Vucevic was assisted to his feet by his teammates, gritting his teeth in determination. In the subsequent offensive possession, Vucevic called for the ball in the low post, positioning himself to face Qin Chong's defense, hoping to resolve the confrontation with a turnaround hook shot. However, with his extraordinary reflexes, Qin Chong had already discerned Vucevic's intentions. Anticipating his move, he swiftly circled in front, and at the moment Vucevic turned to catch the ball and leap, Qin Chong's hand struck like lightning, knocking the basketball from Vucevic's grasp. With a resounding clap, Qin Chong seized the ball, his gaze sweeping across the court. Observing that his teammates were a step slow to react, he opted to push the fast break himself, swiftly evading two defenders from USC as he surged forward like a freight train. The air whistled around him, the weight of over 310 pounds creating a cacophony reminiscent of a stampede, instilling fear in the retreating defenders. They were there to compete, not to court disaster. The thought of being barreled over by Qin Chong at full speed was enough to instill dread. Surviving such an encounter would be a miracle. Thus, the USC defenders wisely yielded a clear path for Qin Chong's relentless advance, akin to welcoming a triumphant monarch. Yet, the humiliated Nikola Vucevic, burning with anger, exerted every ounce of energy to pursue Qin Chong from behind, determined to halt this tank-like onslaught. Feeling the fierce wind at his back, as Qin Chong dribbled into the front court, nearing the free throw line, he suddenly decelerated, anticipating the approach of Vucevic. In a swift moment, as Qin Chong surged into the paint, preparing to execute a thunderous dunk, Vucevic, caught off guard, leapt high in a desperate attempt to impede him. Grasping Qin Chong's shoulder with both hands, feeling the immense force of Vucevic's 250-pound frame bearing down upon him, Qin Chong, with unwavering determination and clenched jaws, resisted the overwhelming pressure. Summoning every ounce of strength, he leapt against the formidable weight, his power meter maxed out. With both hands gripping the ball, he unleashed a ferocious slam dunk, crashing the basketball into the hoop with a resounding thud. Thunderous applause erupted amidst the cacophony. Suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed in Qin Chong's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The skill of the Purple Origin Dun's destructive hammer has been unlocked. When performing a dunk under special conditions, the power attribute can rapidly surge to 100 points, amplifying destructive force by tenfold. In that instant, the entire basketball hoop began to shake violently, while the tempered glass backboard emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. Nikola Vucevic, who had been gripping Qin Chong's shoulders, was violently flung away, crashing heavily onto the floor near the free throw line. In the next moment, shards of shattered tempered glass rained down like a torrential downpour. Qin Chong hastily released his grip on the rim and swiftly darted aside upon landing. In an instant, the precariously tilted basketball hoop collapsed entirely. The thunderous crash reverberated through the air as Nikola Vucevic, who had been sent sprawling near the free throw line by Qin Chong's soaring dunk, felt the heavy apparatus plummeting towards him. His pupils dilated in terror, and instinctively he attempted to roll away, but there was no time to evade the impending disaster. The weighty structure, exceeding 500 kilograms, along with the tempered glass backboard, fell swiftly towards him, and in that moment, Vucevic sensed the chilling presence of death. Just as the shattered glass was about to strike him, an immense force surged forth, propelling the descending hoop away. A resounding boom echoed like the detonation of an atomic bomb as the basketball hoop crashed onto the floor of the paint area, creating a substantial dent in the high-quality wooden surface. Dust billowed around, and the fragmented glass backboard came to rest a mere 30 centimeters from Vucevic's legs. In a state of shock, Vucevic glanced up to see none other than the formidable Qin Chong standing beside him. It was Qin who had intervened at the critical moment, pushing the hoop away just before it could crush him. Had it not been for Qin, Vucevic could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him. Scattered shards of tempered glass littered the ground, and the collapsed hoop and backboard were utterly distorted from the impact. The other players on the court, along with the two competing teams, were rendered speechless by this astounding turn of events. The entire Toyota Center erupted in chaos, with fans in the front row near the baseline screaming in horror and scrambling to escape the turmoil. Swiftly, security and medical personnel rushed onto the court to restore order and attend to the injured players, while preparations were made to replace the damaged hoop and backboard. Oh my God, what have we just witnessed? Spectators marveled. Qin had seemingly defied the laws of physics, executing a powerful dunk that shattered the tempered glass and toppled the hoop. Is this truly a display of human strength? Since 2000, The NBA has reinforced the specifications of its hoops and backboards, which now withstand at least 800 kilograms of weight. Could it be that Qin's dunk exceeded this threshold? Akin to the weight of a small automobile? Even more astonishing was Qin's timely intervention to prevent Vucevic from being struck. At this moment, allow me to dub Qin a superhero. On the commentary platform, ESPN's legendary announcer Mike Breen was effusive, his expression animated as he spoke in rapid-fire bursts. Hakeem Olajuwon leaped up in astonishment, his voice trembling. That was incredibly violent. This will undoubtedly become one of the most legendary moments in basketball history. I've played in this arena for 16 seasons and have never witnessed anyone shatter a tempered glass backboard, let alone topple the hoop. The high-definition screens above displayed a slow-motion replay of Qin's monumental dunk and his subsequent push of the hoop, captivating the 19,000 fans in attendance. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Is this truly possible for a human? Qin is not merely human. He is a deity. He is a primordial god from the East. Vucevic's unsportsmanlike actions had led to his own humiliation, and it was Qin who had heroically saved his life at that critical juncture. Qin was undeniably the hero of the evening. Just a minute prior, I was a fan of Vucevic. But now I find myself a supporter of Qin and the Washington State University. How on earth did Qin accomplish such a feat? It is worth noting that since the enhancement of NBA standard tempered glass backboards, no one has shattered one in the past decade. Not even the legendary Shaquille O'Neal at his peak. Amidst the fervor, medical personnel swiftly attended to both Vucevic and Qin. Qin Chong had merely sustained minor cuts on his arm and cheek from shattered glass, and after applying pressure to staunch the bleeding, he was largely unharmed. In stark contrast, Vucevic lay trembling at the free throw line, paralyzed by fear, unable to rise for an extended period, as two medical personnel approached and crouched down. An acrid scent suddenly filled the air. Upon closer inspection of Vucevic's groin area, they discovered a damp patch. The two medical staff exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly flabbergasted by the situation, had Vucevic truly been so frightened that he lost control? My thigh is cramping. Hurry, hurry. Get me on a stretcher back to the locker room. With Vucevic being carried away on a stretcher, Qin Chong couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. This fellow was indeed excessively timid. To be frightened to such an extent was quite remarkable. Qin, are you a devil? Not only did you topple the basketball hoop, but you also scared the urine out of Nikola. Thompson approached with a look of admiration, confidently stroking Qin Chong's robust arm, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly an arm kiss by the divine, the most perfect work of art in the world." Qin Chong forcefully swatted Thompson's hand away, raising an eyebrow and quipping, "Klay, keep your hands to yourself. I'm not accustomed to that. If you wish to touch me, send your girlfriend over. Get lost," Thompson retorted, playfully punching Qin Chong in the chest. Their banter was so flirtatious that it even stirred a hint of jealousy in Thompson's girlfriend, Sarah Singer. Even Sarah couldn't help but exclaim how excessively aggressive Qin Chong was. Such a masculine figure undoubtedly embodies the ideal boyfriend that over 90% of American women yearn for. The cleaning crew swiftly swept up the shards of tempered glass and blood from the floor, while the staff hurried to install a new tempered backboard and hoop. After meticulously reviewing the video replay, the head referee added a flagrant foul to Vucevic and issued a technical foul against Qin Chong for delaying the game by shattering the backboard. The high-definition screens above repeatedly showcased the breathtaking moment Qin Chong shattered the basketball hoop, and the buzz of excitement and admiration in the Toyota Center never ceased. On the sidelines, Yiming and Tracy McGrady were equally in awe of Qin Chong's stunning performance. This young man truly possesses extraordinary talent, a rare gem. His dunking power surpasses that of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone. The future of basketball in our homeland is indeed bright. Yo, do you know how I feel right now? Back when I scored 13 points in 35 seconds, I didn't see the fans at the Toyota Center go this wild. After approximately 20 minutes of pause, the game finally resumed. Without Vucevic, the University of Southern California became utterly defenseless against the might of Qin Chong and Thompson leading the Washington State University. Even though Qin Chong intentionally tempered his strength, he effortlessly backed down into the paint and scored with ease, as if it were merely a trivial act. The players from Southern California could neither defend against him nor dared to try, especially with Thompson's scorching shooting from beyond the arc. By halftime, Washington State University had amassed an astounding 56 points while limiting Southern California to a mere 21 points. The halftime score thus ballooned to a staggering 35-point deficit. And in this slow-paced contest, the intrigue had dissipated. During the intermission, in the locker room of the University of Southern California, the medical staff conducted a thorough examination of Vucevic. "Nikola, your body seems fine. You can definitely play in the second half." Dressed in a new jersey, Vucevic's mouth twitched as terrifying images of Qin Chong shattering the hoop flashed in his mind, causing him to involuntarily tighten his grip and stammer, "I need to use the restroom." As the second half commenced, Vucevic returned to the court, but in his matchup against Qin Chong, he appeared hesitant. Finishing his 10 minutes of play with a dismal stat line of 0 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, 3 fouls, and 4 turnovers. The lead for Washington State University surged beyond 50 points, and the contest had lost all semblance of competitiveness. Both head coaches withdrew their starting lineups, ushering the game into garbage time. What was initially anticipated to be a fiercely contested battle ultimately concluded in a one-sided rout. Had it not been for Qin Chong's remarkable 25 minutes on the floor, during which he tallied 30 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals, and delivered a jaw-dropping dunk that overturned the hoop, the audience might have dozed off long before. However, for every fan present at the Toyota Center that night, the price of their tickets, ranging from several hundred to thousands of dollars, was undoubtedly worth it, all thanks to Qin Chong's spectacular dunk. Before the 21st century, Shaquille O'Neal frequently shattered tempered glass backboards and hoops that could withstand a mere 500 kilograms. Today, the reinforced versions can endure over 800 kilograms. Following the game, the players of Washington State University jubilantly celebrated their advancement to the top 16, and Vucevic approached Qin Chong, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Qin, although you eliminated me and my team, I must thank you for saving me. Without your intervention, I might have been lying in a hospital bed right now. Qin Chong smiled as he embraced Vucevic, gently patting his back in consolation. Nikola, you're remarkable too. Let us meet in the green room at the draft. Vucevic managed a bittersweet smile, shaking his head as he replied, Qin, I have made up my mind. I will play another year in AA and enter the draft next year. My draft predictions were already teetering on the edge of the lottery. And after being eliminated by you all in such a significant manner, I fear my draft stock will plummet once more. As Qin Chong's gaze flickered, he suddenly recalled that Vucevic had spent 3 years in college, only entering the NBA draft in the summer of 2011. Haha, well then. I wish you the best in leading USC to achieve even greater success next season. Just after finishing his conversation with Vucevic, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady approached with smiles. Hello, Qin Chong. I am Yao Ming. Hello, Brother Yao. I am truly delighted that you could come to watch my game tonight. Qin Chong and Yao Ming exchanged enthusiastic high fives and warm embraces, followed by an affectionate hug with Tracy McGrady. Tracy, your 35 seconds and 13 points were remarkable, McGrady remarked with a grin. But nothing could compare to your astonishing slam dunks tonight, which nearly shook the entire Toyota Center to its core. Yao exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. Your performance has truly captivated everyone in attendance. I am genuinely thrilled that our nation has produced a talent like you. As Yao's words settled, McGrady, filled with curiosity, interjected, slam dunks that shatter the backboard and topple the hoop? That's an NBA-grade basketball hoop we're talking about. Qin, how on earth did you manage that? Noticing the awe in both McGrady's and Yao's eyes, Qin Chong casually scratched the back of his head and replied with a nonchalant demeanor, honestly, it's not that difficult. You simply need to leap. Exert all your strength to dunk the ball, and then grasp the rim to swing a couple of times. After that, you witnessed everything else. Upon hearing Qin Chong's lighthearted explanation, Yao and McGrady exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, giving Qin a thumbs up. You are absolutely right. The bravado you displayed deserves a perfect score of 9. After the post-game press conference concluded, Yao was eagerly waiting in the underground parking lot of the arena, warmly inviting Qin Chong to his home for dinner. Little Chong, now that you're in Houston, as your elder brother, I must extend my hospitality. Come home and savor my wife Yuli's culinary skills, and let us have a good chat. Feeling the warmth of Yao's invitation, Qin Chong graciously accepted. Brother Yao, sister-in-law, I shall not be polite. Just so you know, looking at my stature, I tend to eat quite a lot. His playful banter elicited laughter from both Yao and his wife, Yili. Haha, little Chong, no worries. If you're not in a hurry, I'll ask my wife to prepare extra dishes tonight, and we can eat until you're full. Yao chuckled. You can stay over if it's late, and we can enjoy a drink together. Yili nodded with a smile, adding, yes, little Chong, your brother Yao usually abstains from alcohol, but he is genuinely delighted to see you. As Qin Chong observed the amiable faces of Yao and his wife and listened to their familiar and gentle dialect, Qin Chong felt an authentic warmth of home. Soon, he found himself seated in Dayo's BMW 745i, and the spacious rear compartment comfortably accommodated his towering height of 2.08 meters and weight of 310 pounds. Dayo's villa was not far from the Toyota Center. He drove onto the ring road, allowing Qin Chong to take in the breathtaking nightscape of Houston. As the 4th largest city in the United States, following New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, Houston's vibrancy was unmistakable, with its skyline adorned with towering edifices and bustling traffic, exuding a strong sense of modernity. Little Chong, do you wish to play for any particular NBA team? He inquired. Naturally, Qin Chong hoped to play in a larger city. Yet he understood that such decisions were beyond his control. I will embrace whatever comes my way, he mused. Qin Chong has always possessed a laid-back disposition, embracing the philosophy of if you come, then be at ease. Ah, Xiao Chong, I admire your composed and diligent character. Keep striving, and you shall undoubtedly become a source of pride for our nation in the future. However, during competitions and training, it is essential to exercise discretion and maintain a low profile, for health is the foundation of our revolutionary endeavors. Your potential will surely surpass mine. Dio, driving along, activated the car's audio system, and a popular song filled the air with its melodious lyrics. I long to visit the farthest places, to dance with you and converse about our dreams. That evening, in the dining room of the Dayo Villa, Qin Chong engaged in lively conversation while savoring his meal. The two brothers discussed everything under the sun, their camaraderie evident in their banter. Meanwhile, Yili, and the cook toiled in the kitchen for over 2 hours, preparing a plethora of traditional dishes, all of which were swiftly devoured by Qin Chong and Dayo, though it must be noted that Dayo consumed no more than 3 bites. In the exhilarating realm of the Madness of March tournament, Qin Chong has delivered extraordinary performances in consecutive games, propelling the Washington State University effortlessly into the Sweet 16. Sports publications, websites, and radio stations across the United States have eagerly reported on this prodigious talent from the Celestial Empire, particularly highlighting his astounding dunk that shattered the backboard and toppled the hoop at the Toyota Center, an event that resonated throughout the nation and even globally. The management of numerous NBA teams, alongside star players, have begun to take a keen interest in the Chinese sensation, with franchises such as the Houston Rockets, New York Knicks, Los Angeles Clippers, and Golden State Warriors engaging in a fervent quest to secure a higher draft pick to select Qin Chong. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in the Celestial Empire, reports of Qin Chong's explosive performance in the AA tournament have started to emerge in basketball publications and sports news. Although the Madness of March enjoys considerable popularity in the United States, it garners little attention in other countries, including the Celestial Empire, as it is merely a collegiate basketball event, often perceived as lacking in prestige by fans. Consequently, coverage of AA tournaments by Chinese sports media is rather scarce. However, the rapid rise of international student Qin Chong during the Madness of March, coupled with endorsements from the likes of Yao Ming, has drawn the attention of prominent figures such as Yang Yi, deputy editor of Sports Weekly, and the esteemed commentator Zhang Shidao. The emergence of Qin Chong as a dominant force in American collegiate basketball, marked by his legendary dunk that shattered the backboard, has unveiled the promising future of Chinese basketball. ESPN South Draft projections place Qin Chong at the 9th position in the first round, indicating that he may soon become the 3rd Chinese player, following Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, to be selected in the NBA lottery. The video of Qin Chong's incredible dunk that overturned the basketball hoop has gone viral across the internet, amassing over 50 million views within 24 hours. With the increasing intensity of news coverage and the dissemination of highlights from Qin Chong's matches on Xinlong Sports, Qin Chong, a basketball prodigy studying in Washington, D.C., has rapidly gained immense popularity among basketball enthusiasts throughout the nation, thanks to his formidable physique and charming appearance. Coaches Zhang and Yang, with their astute instincts, recognized the profound significance of Qin Chong's emergence for Chinese basketball, and thus promptly reached out to the station director, proposing to apply for overseas broadcast privileges from the American AA League. Upon returning to the campus of Washington State University, Qin Chong has already become a prominent figure within the school. The United States, a nation that reveres sports, particularly adores male students who excel in basketball, leading to considerable admiration and adulation from numerous female college students. Led by Qin Chong, Washington State University has advanced to the Sweet 16 of the exhilarating March Madness, setting a new record in the team's history. His electrifying performance and the aesthetic of raw power have captivated numerous female students on campus. As he strolls through the university grounds, he often finds himself approached by enthusiastic young women eager for his autograph and photographs. Many even slip notes into his pockets, containing their phone numbers, measurements, and other personal details. Even Thompson has begun to envy Qin Chong's skyrocketing popularity. Wow, Qin. Aren't you going to even glance at these stunning ladies? Klay, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Qin, for heaven's sake, don't tear up those notes. Just keep them. Klay, you already have Sarah Singer, yet you still wish to pursue other women? What a cat. Soon, the date will be March 25th. Qin Chong and the Washington State University team faced a formidable opponent in the next round of the tournament, the illustrious Duke University Blue Devils. Under the guidance of Coach K, this pivotal match was set to take place at the Staples Center, the home arena of the Los Angeles Lakers. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Staples Center buzzed with excitement, every seat occupied by enthusiastic spectators, creating a sea of humanity. As the second-largest city in the United States, Los Angeles is never short of affluent fans, and it also serves as the birthplace of Hollywood, drawing numerous celebrities to its vibrant atmosphere. Tonight, the front row by the court was graced by the presence of familiar star-studded faces, particularly the radiant trio of Kristen Stewart, Emma Watson, and the talented Taylor Swift, who together formed a stunning tableau. Qin, look over there by the sidelines. Oh my, it's Taylor, Kristen, and Emma. All 3 beauties have come, exclaimed Thompson, who was warming up on the court, suddenly missing a 3-point shot and shaking Qin Chong's shoulder in excitement. Thompson, while appearing calm and unassuming, harbored a fervent passion within. Klay, since your idol beauties are here, make sure to sink a few more 3-pointers tonight. Thompson, invigorated by the presence of the stars, thumped his chest and declared, you're absolutely right, Qin. Be sure to pass me the ball often during the game. I'm determined to make a statement tonight. Qin Chong, Klay, I suspect you are driving. The University of Kansas, the University of Kentucky, and Duke University are all illustrious institutions within the annals of the AA Blue Alliance, each having claimed the coveted AA championship title. These esteemed schools have also produced legendary superstars such as Wilt Chamberlain, Paul Pierce, and Danny Manning. This year, the Kansas Jayhawks boast an equally impressive roster of stars. Standing at 2, 11 meters, the formidable center Cole Aldrich, the tenacious point guard Avery Bradley. And the interior duo of twin brothers Markieff and Marcus Morris are all first-round picks predicted in ESPN's draft projections. The Morris twins are remarkably similar in appearance, stature, and even their fashion sense and mannerisms, often leading their Kansas teammates to confuse one for the other, unable to discern who is the elder and who is the younger. In a past AA game, the Morris brothers executed a clever ruse when Markieff, suspended for a technical foul, donned Marcus's jersey to participate in the game without raising suspicion. Both brothers played seamlessly together for the entire 40 minutes, astonishing both opponents and referees alike with Marcus's extraordinary stamina. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Kansas Jayhawks, Bill Self, is a highly regarded figure in the AA League. Renowned for his profound tactical acumen, second only to Duke's legendary Coach K in prominence among his peers, in terms of both the season's performance and historical legacy. The fanbase of the Kansas Jayhawks far surpasses that of Washington State University. The disparity between these two teams is akin to the contrast between the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers and the smaller market Memphis Grizzlies in the NBA. However, as I cast my gaze toward the stands tonight, I am struck by the sight of over half the audience clad in the maroon jerseys of the Washington State University Cougars, fervently raising banners in support of their team, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. Historically, the Cougars have struggled to cultivate a robust fanbase, and it is evident that many of these supporters are newly enamored with the team, a phenomenon undoubtedly spurred by the meteoric rise of the Chinese basketball sensation, Qin Chong. A significant number of these enthusiastic fans are donning Qin Chong's number 18 jersey, and even the evening's commentator, TNT's Charles Barkley, discreetly sported the same jersey beneath his suit and shirt. Indeed, like the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, the Flying Pig Barkley has become a devoted admirer of Qin Chong. As the clock swiftly approaches 7:30, the excitement builds for the impending game. Under the referee's signal, both teams' starting players step onto the court. The Cougars maintain the same starting lineup from their previous match, with Qin Chong positioned at center, facing off against Kansas's Cole Aldrich. The lineup for the Cougars is as follows: point guard, PG Willie Warren; shooting guard, SG Klay Thompson; small forward, SF Quincy Pondexter; power forward, PF Stanley Johnson; center, Qin Chong. The Kansas Jayhawks starting lineup includes point guard, PG Avery Bradley; shooting guard, SG Scotty Chalmers; small forward, SF Marcus Morris; power forward, PF Markieff Morris; center, Cole Aldrich. As Qin Chong and Aldrich prepare for the jump ball at center court, the Staples Center erupts with cheers. Look, it's Kobe. Kobe is here. The Black Mamba, so handsome. I love you, Kobe. I want to be your third. Lakers championship, Kobe P. Lakers championship, Kobe P. As Qin Chong gazed towards the players' tunnel, he spotted the impeccably dressed Kobe Bryant, a smile gracing his face as he briskly made his way into the arena, accompanied by bodyguard Ron Artest and his sister-in-law. He took his seat in the front row of the VIP section. Although not an ardent fan of Kobe, Qin could not help but marvel at the sheer popularity and influence he commanded within the league during this period. Moreover, Kobe looked undeniably dashing in his suit. Just last season, on the grand stage of the finals, Kobe led the Los Angeles Lakers to a decisive 4-1 victory over the Orlando Magic, who boasted the peak version of Dwight Howard. The little flying man secured his fourth championship title, marking his first as the unequivocal leader of the team. This accolade held immense significance for the Black Mamba, as it demonstrated to the entire league and the world that he could clinch a championship without the presence of Shaquille O'Neal. This season, the Los Angeles Lakers further strengthened their roster by trading for the formidable Ron Artest from the Houston Rockets, aiming to counter LeBron James in the finals. However, only Qin Chong, as a time traveler, understood that this year's finals would not feature the much-anticipated matchup of 23 versus 24, but rather a fierce rivalry between the Lakers and the Celtics. While time travelers often bring a certain degree of unpredictable effects to parallel worlds, Qin had merely been a spectator, not directly influencing the NBA. Thus, the finals in June should still showcase the Lakers in a climactic showdown against the Boston Celtics. From Qin's perspective, this iteration of the finals was the most thrilling he had witnessed in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. As the brilliant Kobe arrived fashionably late, the star-studded front row, including Taylor Swift, Kristen Stewart, and Emma Watson, could not contain their excitement. They stood up, cheering and waving in Kobe's direction, their enthusiasm reminiscent of children. These 3 illustrious ladies, by coincidence, were fervent supporters of the Lakers and Kobe Bryant, having come primarily to witness him in action, while their understanding of the matchup between Kansas University and Washington State was rather superficial. The 3 starlets were there for Kobe, and tonight, he had come for Qin Chong. Boss, is this Asian heavyweight truly as formidable as you claim? I can't help but feel you're jesting, inquired Artest, seated alongside Kobe and Gasol, his brow furrowed with confusion. Having taken a brief leave to attend to pressing family matters in New York, which involved a bank heist incident concerning his grandmother, Artest had missed several games and had not kept abreast of Qin's astonishing exploits. Kobe chuckled. Ron, you will soon experience Qin's prowess once the game commences. You hold the nickname the Beast in the league, but I dare say, should Qin enter the NBA, he may very well usurp that title from you. Gasol nodded in agreement, smiling. Indeed, Ron, you weigh in at around 265 pounds. But this guy exceeds a terrifying 310 pounds. Furthermore, he possesses speed and explosive jumping ability rivaling that of guards, completely overshadowing even Andrew in terms of raw talent. Upon hearing Kobe and Gasol's remarks, Ron Artest' frown deepened, shaking his head vehemently. I don't believe a word you say, not even a single punctuation mark. Unless he manages to shatter the basketball hoop at Staples Center tonight. With that, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the game. With a thunderous boom, Qin Chong surged forward like a rocket ascending into the sky, completely outpacing Cole Aldrich in speed and responsiveness, effortlessly passing the ball to a teammate behind him. The anticipated moment for a spectacular alley-oop dunk seemed within reach, yet Qin Chong deemed it unnecessary. Following a gentle reminder from Yao Ming, he opted for a more health-conscious style of basketball. Moreover, the lackluster competitive spirit of his opponents did little to ignite his enthusiasm. Furthermore, his physical integration with the model of Aoeharu had reached an astonishing 98, tantalizingly close to perfection. Were Qin Chong to unleash his full potential, it was likely that the entire Staples Center would tremble under his might. As the game commenced, Washington State University initiated the offensive play, with Willie Warren advancing the ball into the frontcourt, adhering to Coach Hankrie's strategy by promptly delivering the ball to Qin Chong, who was positioned strong side in the post. As Qin Chong caught the ball, Kansas University center, Cole Aldrich, and Markieff Morris immediately tensed, ever ready to double team. Even the Jayhawks shooting guard, Tyshawn Taylor, who had been diligently pursuing Klay Thompson, momentarily froze, as if apprehensive that the formidable great white shark from the east was about to unleash a thunderous dunk, devastating the basketball hoop, particularly for the Kansas players who had meticulously studied Qin Chong's game footage prior to the match. This intangible sense of intimidation and awe was as terrifying as the threat of nuclear weaponry. As Qin Chong observed Thompson on the perimeter break free into a vast open space, the ball was immediately dispatched. In the strong side corner, Thompson evaded his defender by 2 strides. Upon receiving Qin Chong's pass, he leapt with sudden determination, decisively releasing a three-pointer. Swish. With that opening shot, Thompson, exhilarated by his successful three-pointer, eagerly high-fived his close friend Qin Chong during the transition back on defense. Despite maintaining a cool demeanor, his words were anything but subdued. Qin, it feels incredible to have you here. Qin Chong twitched his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Klay, tonight I shall utterly delight you. Upon returning to the defensive end, the University of Kansas executed a tactical play reminiscent of the Princeton system. At the high post, Cole Aldrich delivered a precise assist, allowing Azili Bradley to cut to the basket and score 2 points with a layup, aided by a screen from Big Mo Swish. The University of Kansas truly lives up to its reputation as a tactical powerhouse. Every cohort under the tutelage of Coach Bill Self exhibits an admirable commitment to movement and ball sharing. In the players of the Ducks, I seem to glimpse the echoes of the legendary Sakara supporting the Kings. Tonight, Washington State University may have indeed encountered a formidable adversary. At the commentary booth, Kenny Smith praised the University of Kansas's splendid coordination with a professional tone. Beside him, his esteemed partner Charles Barkley raised an eyebrow, glaring with his large, dark, round eyes in disbelief. Kenny, the University of Kansas is indeed formidable, but in my view, they remain no match for Washington State University tonight. The reason for his assertion rested upon the presence of one individual. Here, Barkley deliberately paused before breaking into a wide grin and continuing. That is none other than the illustrious commentator, NBA legend, 1987 rebounding champion, 1993 regular season MVP, 1993 finals runner-up, 1996 member of the league's 50 greatest players, affectionately nicknamed the Round Mound of Rebound, Charles Barkley. Barkley's playful commentary elicited laughter from the fans, prompting Kenny Smith to jest. Charles, do you believe your notorious jinx will once again play a pivotal role in this game? It seems you've omitted the title of gentleman who kisses the green drum from your self-proclaimed accolades. In response to Smith's teasing, Barkley smiled and retorted with poise. Haha. I'm just joking. The reason I support Washington State University tonight is, of course, due to the presence of the formidable Qin, the great shark from the east. Kenny, after all these years, you still hold on to my kissing the green drum incident. If you long for a kiss, I wouldn't mind gifting you one for free. Charles, why would one kiss a lovely little donkey? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to savor it as a barbecue? Kenny, are you a devil? That sweet little donkey is so charming. Why would you wish to consume her? Ahem, though I must admit, roasted donkey legs do possess a delectable flavor. Amid the humorous banter of the TNT duo, the atmosphere in the Staples Center instantly became lively. On the court, Washington State University commenced their offensive, with Willie Warren bringing the ball up and promptly passing it to the low post where Qin Chong awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Qin Chong executed a back-to-the-basket maneuver against Aldrich, his formidable physique propelling the 2.11-meter-tall white center back more than a meter, causing him to stumble precariously. In the realm of basketball, utilizing one's body to create contact in such a manner typically escapes the referee's whistle, provided the action does not exceed reasonable limits. This principle elucidates why the peak Charles Barkley thrived with his robust physique, employing this technique with remarkable success. As Aldrich teetered from the impact, Qin Chong prepared to pivot for a dunk. Meanwhile, Markieff Morris hastily abandoned Stanley Johnson to provide assistance, showcasing his exceptional lateral movement and underscoring his defensive prowess in the paint. However, at a critical juncture, Qin Chong feigned a shot, deftly delivering a no-look pass with a flick of his wrist. The basketball seemed to possess an uncanny sense, accurately finding its way to Klay Thompson stationed at the weak side's 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Quincy Pondexter effectively set a solid screen for Thompson, who, upon receiving the ball, ascended effortlessly and released a three-point shot in one fluid motion. Swish. Qin Chong provided an assist, Thompson scored 3 points, and the score stood at Howard University 6 to Kansas University 2. In the subsequent offensive and defensive exchange, Qin Chong, positioned at a high vantage point, expertly defended against the white center, Cole Aldrich, delivering a resounding block. With a sharp smack, the Washington State University swiftly transitioned into a fast break, while Kansas's defense responded with remarkable agility. Willie Warren, in the front court, swiftly passed to Qin Chong, who was charging down the center. With the formidable defense of the Morris brothers looming, Qin Chong surged into the low post, executing a sudden spin in deliverance of the ball. The basketball found its way back to Thompson on the perimeter, who, without hesitation, halted just outside the three-point arc and unleashed a swift shot. Swish. The cerulean sky awaits the misty rain, and I await the three-pointer as well. The Morris brothers were left dumbfounded. What was happening with Qin Chong? He commenced the game by not attacking but instead delivering 3 exquisite passes, defying all conventional tactics. On the sidelines, Kansas University head coach Bill Self sprang to his feet, urgently signaling for a timeout. My goodness. Oh God, Klay's shooting touch tonight is simply incandescent, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers and propelling Washington State to a dazzling 9-2 lead. The opening strategy of the Cougars was evidently contrarian, allowing Qin, with his formidable ability to draw attention, to create opportunities for his teammates beyond the arc, disrupting Kansas's defensive focus. Qin's passing was an artistic display, though somewhat exaggerated. It evoked the spirit of the legendary Magic Johnson within me. Indeed, it is astonishing to witness a center weighing over 310 pounds possessing such exceptional basketball intelligence and court vision. What other secrets lie hidden within Qin? As he descended from the court, Qin Chong and Thompson exchanged high fives, their synergy deeply ingrained. Qin, your passing is phenomenal. Every time I receive your pass, it feels as though I can effortlessly raise my hand and score. Qin Chong chuckled lightly. Klay, let us just assume that my passes enhance shooting accuracy. It appears that the 10 attribute points exchanged for experience have a remarkable effect on my assists. Kobe, sitting courtside, couldn't help but raise his brows in admiration. What a genius. I never imagined Qin's passing could be so exceptional. Paul, how do you perceive Qin's ability to orchestrate plays in the paint compared to yours? Paul Gasol, the epitome of a Spanish heartthrob with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, donned a silver suit that evening, seated alongside Kobe, presenting a striking contrast that overshadowed Ron Artest, who paled in comparison. Gasol was acquired by the Lakers in a blockbuster trade with the Grizzlies in early 2008, becoming Kobe's most formidable ally and the central figure in Phil Jackson's triangle offense. If Shaquille O'Neal was Kobe's passionate yet tumultuous first love, then Paul Gasol was the devoted partner who accompanied Kobe to the pinnacle of his career. Gasol's arrival propelled the Lakers to the top of the Western Conference standings in the 2007-2008 season, allowing Kobe to narrowly surpass Chris Paul and secure his first and only regular season MVP award. Had it not been for Andrew Bynum's playoff injury, the Lakers might not have faced a 2-4 defeat against the Boston Celtics in the 2008 finals. Now, Paul Gasol, a 2-time All-Star, stands as one of the preeminent power forwards in the league, capable of holding his own against towering giants like Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett. As a quintessential center, Gasol boasts a reliable mid-range shot, exceptional playmaking from the high post, nimble footwork, and mastery of the hook shot and driving layup. Although his physical strength occasionally proves insufficient against more powerful opponents in one-on-one scenarios. In response to Kobe's inquiry, Gasol candidly shook his head and chuckled. Although this is merely an exhibition game, I swear this guy is definitely not from the Middle Kingdom. He must hail from Mars. In the front row, 3 prominent starlets, Kristen, Emma, and Taylor, who initially showed little interest in the game, were utterly captivated by Qin Chong's jaw-dropping dunk, a display of sheer athleticism. Goodness, the No. 18 for the Cougars is simply phenomenal. Such a robust physique coupled with such vertical prowess. Could he possibly be a wizard from Hogwarts? Kristen, Taylor, and Emma trembled with excitement, their mouths agape in astonishment, as they contemplated the ferocious power Qin exuded. If the circumstances were different, they mused, Qin's terrifying strength could unleash chaos. Despite his slightly portly appearance, this Asian number 18 possessed undeniable charm. I've memorized his name, Qin. In the live broadcast back in the Middle Kingdom, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Coach Zhang pounded the table in exuberance, completely disregarding his image. Incredible. Qin Chong is truly remarkable. That dunk was astonishing. His physical prowess would rank among the elite in NBA history. After Yao Ming, our basketball realm has finally birthed another extraordinary talent. 60-year-old Coach Zhang, beaming with pride, felt an overwhelming sense of joy witnessing a student from the Middle Kingdom shine brightly overseas, consistently delivering breathtaking performances that garnered admiration from numerous NBA stars. As a veteran of the sport with deep-rooted patriotism, Coach Zhang felt genuine happiness. Coach Zhang, do you believe Qin Chong will surpass Yao Ming in terms of career achievements and accolades once he enters the NBA? The host, Yu Jia, posed a question that resonated with countless fans in the Middle Kingdom. Qin's physical gifts certainly exceed those of Yao Ming, but the complexities of a player's success in the NBA involve numerous factors. If Qin can maintain his athletic condition post-NBA entry, remain disciplined, commit to training, and foster good relationships with teammates and the coaching staff, then his potential ceiling will undoubtedly surpass Yao Ming's. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Qin's potential could rival that of Shaquille O'Neal, Wilt Chamberlain, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Upon hearing such lofty praise from Coach Zhang, host Yu Jia was taken aback. Who are O'Neal, Chamberlain, and Abdul-Jabbar? These legends are undoubtedly among the top 10 in NBA history. Comparatively aligning an 18-year-old student from the Middle Kingdom with these historical giants is astonishing and exhilarating. Though the three starlets were merely in their teens, their fame and influence were already well established across America. Kristen Stewart gained prominence from the first two installments of Twilight, while Emma Watson, a child star, began her journey at age 10 in the Harry Potter series, culminating in the recent release of the final installment, The Deathly Hallows. Both Harry and Hermione have grown up from their childhood roles. Taylor Swift, a remarkable talent in American country and pop music, debuted at 16, and her album Fearless, released at 18, achieved a staggering 7-time platinum certification and won the Grammy for Album of the Year. As these radiant starlets marveled at Qin Chong's extraordinary performance, the arena filled with over 20,000 fans and players from both teams naturally felt a mix of envy and admiration. However, at that moment, the entire Staples Center was enveloped in the awe-inspiring spectacle of Qin Chong's breathtaking dunk, a display of raw power that left everyone in a state of astonishment. In an astonishing display of athleticism, Qin Chong, during his soaring dunk, sent the Morris brothers tumbling through the air. Young Morris, adorned in the number 11 jersey, landed safely on the court, while his elder sibling, donned in the number 8, was launched into the spectator stands, crashing onto the heads of two portly female fans seated in the front row. The impact was jarring, sending shockwaves through the surrounding crowd, who, in a state of panic, screamed and scattered in all directions. Swiftly, staff and medical personnel hurried onto the court to assess the condition of the Morris brothers and the unfortunate fans who had been struck. Simultaneously, they began the arduous task of clearing the shattered glass and the toppled basketball hoop, preparing to replace it with a new structure and tempered glass backboard. The force exerted by Qin Chong during that dunk was far more astonishing and terrifying than the one that toppled the basketball hoop at the Toyota Center. The hoop, now lying on the ground, had been utterly deformed, its fixed base completely uprooted from the floor, while the tempered backboard lay shattered into fragments. As Qin Chong advanced in his integration of the ZUN done template, his destructive capabilities naturally surged in tandem. In their astonishment, Thompson and Willie Warren rushed over to inquire about Qin Chong's well-being, fearing for his safety. Washington State University could manage without Thompson, but it could never do so without Qin Chong. "I'm fine," he declared, reveling in the terrifying power coursing through him. However, the condition of his comrade, Morris, seemed far less favorable. Observing the Morris brothers, both injured, with Big Morris, who had been hurled into the stands, bearing a bloodied visage and nearly losing consciousness, it was evident that the situation was quite dire. However, Qin Chong felt no remorse for his actions, as the two players had aggressively pulled at his shoulders during his jump for a dunk, clearly exceeding the boundaries of basketball defense. Had he not integrated the template of a Calorie, the malicious foul by the Morris brothers could have had dire consequences, potentially jeopardizing his professional career. Fortunately, while little Morris's injuries were not severe, Big Morris suffered 2 fractured ribs, a dislocated left shoulder, and a severe concussion. Thankfully, the fans struck by the Morris brothers remained unharmed, as the ample cushioning provided by the 2 women in attendance absorbed the impact. Big Morris was carried off on a stretcher, confirming he would not return for the remainder of the game. Meanwhile, court staff hastily replaced the damaged basketball hoop, and cleaners tidied up the chaotic floor. The 3 referees gathered at the technical table, repeatedly scrutinizing the footage of Qin Chong shattering the backboard and sending the Morris brothers tumbling, preparing to deliver a fair and stern judgment regarding the altercation. Throughout the timeout, the excitement in the Staples Center remained palpable. Kobe exclaimed, "Artist, I've realized you're a prophet." Gasol added, "Now that the hoop at Staples has been destroyed, Artist, you should believe what I and the big guy have told you." Artist, his face contorted in shock, remarked, "Wow, this is incredible. If this guy makes it to the NBA, I'd better keep my distance." Charles Barkley, leaping from the commentary booth, was so exhilarated that he tore open his suit shirt to reveal a wine red 18 jersey of the Cougars, proclaiming, "I'm unmasking my allegiance, call me Charles, the #1 fan of Qin." Kenny Smith joined in the excitement, shouting, 2 consecutive games where he shattered tempered glass backboards and toppled hoops. Qin is consuming an entire NBA standard hoop on average, despite the fact that the cost of such a hoop exceeds $5,000. No owner of an NBA arena would demand compensation from Qin, Rather, they would be elated. The impact, exposure, and media attention generated by Qin's dunk far exceed the monetary value of that hoop. As Smith concluded, Barkley interjected, "Kinney, you may be mistaken. Tonight, Qin may very well destroy more than one hoop." In a luxury box atop the arena, Jeannie Buss, daughter of Lakers president Jerry Buss, gazed down at the unfolding scene through the floor-to-ceiling glass. The repeated slow-motion replays of the astonishing dunk ignited a glint of ambition in her eyes. This Chinese exchange student, Qin Chong, truly possesses extraordinary prowess. Unable to suppress her desires, Jeannie couldn't help but wish for even more dunks tonight, the more hoops shattered, the better Staples Center can accommodate it. Meanwhile, Coach Zhang and Yu Jiao were both in disbelief, almost suspecting the footage was pre-recorded. Is Qin Chong's power truly this terrifying? 2 consecutive games where he has toppled hoops and shattered tempered glass backboards. Even the peak Shaquille O'Neal couldn't achieve that before the NBA reinforced its hoops. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "It's astonishing. Qin Chong is genuinely exceptional." With the weight of 2 interior players nearing 500 pounds, he soared to shatter the backboard and topple the hoop, a feat accomplished on an NBA standard hoop that can bear over 800 kilograms. Is this reasonable? Coach Zhang's question left Yu Jiao momentarily flustered. Not reasonable at all. Coach Zhang clapped his hands, reminiscent of a storyteller in a bustling courtyard. His accent unmistakably distinct. Indeed, it's unreasonable, far too unreasonable. Yet, Qin Chong has undeniably accomplished this feat. Thus, it is reasonable. It is a miracle. Yu Jiao, increasingly bewildered by Zhang's logic, could not help but ask, "So, Coach Zhang, is Qin Chong's feat reasonable or not?" Zhang's eyes widened, pounding the table, responded, "Of course. It's unreasonable, yet it is also reasonable." Meanwhile, fans across the nation watching the live broadcast were equally astonished by Qin Chong's extraordinary performance as he sent defenders sprawling into the stands, simultaneously amused by Zhang's reasoning. Transforming the unreasonable into the reasonable, that is a miracle. Qin Chong isn't merely playing basketball tonight. He is creating miracles. As the scene unfolded in the Staples Center, approximately 20 minutes later, the new hoop and tempered glass backboard were finally installed. After reviewing the replays, the referees ruled the Morris brothers had committed a malicious foul against Qin Chong, validating his dunk and awarding the University of Washington 2 free throws and a sideline inbounds. Though Qin Chong emerged unscathed, the Morris brothers endured a harrowing experience they would never forget. The footage clearly indicated the brothers had aggressively pulled at Qin Chong's shoulders as he leapt to dunk, their expressions twisted in exertion, undeniably constituting a malicious foul. Had any other interior player faced the Morris brothers, they likely would have been knocked down, possibly sidelined for the season. Therefore, the referee's decision to penalize the Morris brothers was entirely justified from a basketball regulation standpoint. Fans in the arena resoundingly supported the referee's ruling, condemning the Morris brothers' actions as blatantly unsportsmanlike, arguing that such behavior warranted immediate suspension and fines. The previous game witnessed Vucevic terrified. Now, Big Morris faced fractures and a concussion. This is what happens when one attempts to sabotage a rocket during its ascent. At this moment, Demo had already been carried into the locker room, while little Morris was left in despair, lamenting the loss of both the lady and his soldiers. A malicious foul, you say? This was a reckless act that risked life itself. Simultaneously, little Morris gazed at Qin Chong with an unmistakable expression of fear and trepidation. This individual was utterly unhinged. Cherish life and steer clear of Qin Chong. Meanwhile, the referee issued a technical foul against Qin Chong for his reckless dunk that severely delayed the game. As Qin Chong approached the free throw line, he was met with raucous cheers and shrieks from the crowd, with some even chanting his name. On the sidelines, Kobe beamed with delight, rising to applaud Qin Chong. It is worth noting that, during the trade of the great Shaquille O'Neal, the Staples Center had not heard such a chant for the past 6 years, an honor reserved solely for the Black Mamba himself. Even Paul Gasol and Lamar Odom had never received such adulation from the Los Angeles fans. Yet tonight, Qin Chong, a mere college student, had played less than 15 minutes in the Staples Center and was already basking in the crowd's chants. This served as a testament to the astounding performance he had delivered by shattering the backboard, toppling the hoop, and tossing aside 2 defenders, truly a spectacle of unprecedented magnitude. Swish, swish. Qin Chong approached the free throw line with remarkable composure, sinking both shots effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, his score had already reached double digits, 10 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. It seemed that tonight, Qin had a genuine chance to achieve a triple-double. It is noteworthy that throughout the history of Washington State University, no player had ever recorded a triple-double in an AA game. Tonight, Qin was destined to make history once again. Returning to the game, Washington State University was set to inbound the ball as Qin Chong received a pass from Thompson in the low post. The opposing white center, Aldridge, visibly flinched, instinctively retreating 2 steps, fear evident in his eyes. Qin Chong reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to pivot and leap, executing a deft hook shot that found its mark. Whoosh. Upon returning to the defensive end, the presence of Qin Chong in the paint instilled fear in the hearts of the Kansas University players, none daring to risk their safety by venturing inside. Aldridge elevated his screenplay, while Chalmers, utilizing his teammates' cover, attempted a 3-pointer. Although Qin Chong merely extended his arm 2 meters away in a symbolic gesture, Chalmers instinctively tightened his stance as he shot. Clang. The basketball clanged harshly against the front of the rim, allowing Qin Chong to effortlessly secure the rebound before swiftly passing it to Willie Warren, hastening into a fast break. The University of Washington State's Thompson received the ball at the arc's apex, decisively launching a three-point shot. Whoosh. Clang. In his heightened excitement, Thompson exerted a bit too much force, causing the shot to ricochet off the rim. Suddenly, a live figure surged toward the basket, soaring to snatch the basketball. Poised to deliver an awe-inspiring dunk. Who could it be? It was none other than Qin Chong. The Kansas University defenders dared not approach him, relegating themselves to a distant watch as he completed an acrobatic alley-oop. Yet, in midair, Qin Chong unexpectedly spun, flicking his wrist to return the ball to Thompson at the arc. An uncontested alley-oop dunk offered little challenge. He might as well secure a couple more assists and expedite the arrival of a triple-double. Thompson, momentarily taken aback by Qin Chong's sudden pass, nonetheless relied on the instincts of a proficient shooter, decisively leaping to take his shot. Whoosh. Clang. Once again, it missed. Thompson furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the newly installed basketball hoop. With a gentle leap, Qin Chong reclaimed the offensive rebound, while Aldridge and Morris merely pretended to contest, well aware that they could not match Qin Chong's prowess. Qin Chong, quite content with himself, seized the opportunity to accumulate a few more rebounds and assists since no one dared to challenge him. Whoosh. After landing, with a feigned shot that transformed into a genuine pass, Qin Chong cast a knowing glance at Thompson at the arc, instantly delivering the ball to him. Young Morris had already sprinted over to guard Thompson. Qin Chong delivered the ball with impeccable precision, enabling Thompson to make a well-timed acceleration towards the strong side, effortlessly receiving the pass and shaking off little Mo. With determination, he leapt into action for a shot. Whoosh. Did it go in this time? Clang. Alas. It was yet another miss. Thompson was at a loss for words, already reminiscing about the rim that Qin Chong had shattered moments ago. Thud. The rebound landed atop Aldridge on the weak side, yet Qin Chong swiftly ascended, showcasing remarkable explosiveness as he secured the rebound ahead of Aldridge. Oh. Qin had now claimed 3 consecutive offensive rebounds. Would he pass to Thompson on the perimeter once more? As the saying goes, fortune does not favor the timid. In this instance, Qin Chong did not pass to the closely guarded Thompson. Instead, under the unchallenged defense of Aldridge, he effortlessly pivoted and leaped, attempting a bank shot from the left side at a 45-degree angle. This is a signature move of the current NBA's foremost power forward, Tim Duncan. Perhaps due to a lack of concentration, Qin Chong applied excessive force to the shot, causing the ball to rebound off the front rim and fall directly out. Whoosh. Qin Chong, leaping effortlessly against Aldridge, reached out to tap the basketball, aiming to score directly with a rebound. However, it seemed that this attempt lacked sufficient force, prompting Qin to leap again for another tap, yet the ball remained elusive. He continued this repetitive endeavor, tapping again and again. Witnessing this peculiar display, commentators Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley erupted into laughter, exclaiming, 6, 7, 8, goodness. Qin is absolutely dominating the boards. What on earth was Aldridge, the center from the University of Kansas, doing? Was he too intimidated to contest a rebound in front of Qin? I dare say this towering center's full name should be Cole Rebound ATM Aldridge. As Qin Chong persistently tapped the ball into the air for what seemed like an eternity without success, it was evident he was deliberately racking up offensive rebounds, while his own center hesitated to apply pressure. This infuriated Kansas head coach Bill Self, who shouted at Aldridge from the sidelines, "What the hell are you doing? If you can't secure the rebound, at least commit a foul. Why on earth aren't you fouling?" Under the weight of his coach's reprimands, Aldridge finally snapped out of his daze, leaping up to strike, his hand slapping against Qin Chong's arm at that very moment. With a gentle tap of his fingertips, Qin Chong skillfully sent the obedient basketball soaring through the net. Swish. Beep. 2-1. Aldridge, left utterly bewildered and dejected, spread his arms in exasperation towards the seething head coach, Bill Self, his expression unmistakably pleading, "Coach, I am terrified." The officials at the scoring table were equally astounded by Qin Chong's dazzling display, as he astonishingly racked up 11 offensive rebounds in a single possession. Initially boasting a modest total of 9 rebounds, Qin's tally instantly skyrocketed to 20. Barkley at the commentary booth widened his eyes in comedic disbelief, his mouth agape and a mischievous grin adorning his face. I get it, Qin must be playing Super Mario, amidst Barkley's vivid analogy. The Staples Center erupted into laughter and cheer as countless American fans conjured images of the little character dressed in blue overalls and a red cap, incessantly bouncing off walls to collect mushrooms, as a beloved classic that captivated the world in the 1990s. Super Mario embodies the youth of those born in the 80s and 90s. Barkley's description was spot on. Qin's relentless jumping and rebounding antics were utterly hilarious, leaving even his opponents in a state of bewilderment. Who else but Qin could achieve such a feat of 11 offensive rebounds in a single possession? The interior players from Kansas University were now utterly hesitant to challenge Qin head-on, for they were merely college basketball players, not daredevil warriors. Should Qin continue this momentum, the prospect of shattering records tonight seemed plausible. The difficulty of his one-handed rebounds was exceedingly high. Amidst the fervent commentary, Qin Chong glanced at the timer, swiftly passing the ball a few meters ahead to Thompson on the left. "Klay, go for it." Thompson leaped past the Kansas backup center. Invigorated by the exclamations of the three star players witnessing Qin's incredible play, he seized the basketball and charged forward, propelled by an unstoppable zeal. Swish. The thwarted Bradley quickly turned to pursue, with Qin closely following. As the timer dwindled to a mere 2 seconds, Thompson, eager to impress, pondered what dazzling dunk would best conclude this exhilarating fast break. Should he attempt a between-the-legs dunk? A 360-degree spin? Perhaps emulate Qin's previous acrobatic under-the-leg, 180-degree reverse slam? Yet, doubts crept in. Could he truly execute such a feat? What if he faltered and disgraced himself? However, in a split second, just as Thompson prepared to leap from the paint, his foot unexpectedly slipped, causing him to tumble awkwardly. Thud. Thompson was left stunned. What was happening? How had the floor become so slick? Yet, as Bradley rushed towards him, Thompson had no time to ponder. He instinctively tossed the basketball overhead. Swish. Bradley lunged onto Thompson, while simultaneously, a robust figure soared from the free throw line, effortlessly leaping over both Thompson and Bradley. Just as the timer reached its final second, he seized the errant basketball Thompson had flung, powerfully slamming it down into the hoop. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as the timer hit 0, the backboard's red light illuminated, and a piercing buzz resonated from the technical table. The first half of the game concluded. Qin Chong executed a spectacular buzzer-beater dunk. Klay Thompson, having slipped in the paint, inadvertently delivered an unusual assist, while the Beast of the East soared from the free throw line, leaping over 2 defenders for a last-second dunk. This moment will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of basketball history, showcasing an extraordinary synergy that is both rare and coveted. On the sidelines, head coach Hank Chris, who moments earlier had his hands on his head in dismay over Thompson's fall, was now fervently celebrating Qin Chong's impressive leap with a powerful fist pump. Oh no. What a play. The players on the bench for the Americas team erupted in jubilation, waving towels and rushing to surround Qin Chong, joyfully bumping chests in celebration, completely oblivious to Thompson still being pinned under Bradley. "Hey, why are you on top of me? I don't even have the ball." Bradley, feeling apologetic, quickly got up and pulled Thompson to his feet. "Sorry, Klay, but I was truly just going for the ball." The referee, after reviewing the replay, confirmed that Qin Chong's dunk occurred before the red light illuminated, thus counting the 2 points. As the game entered a 20-minute halftime, the audience of 20,000 erupted in laughter, applauding the quirky collaboration of the Americas team. Incredible. Klay has become so obsessed with three-pointers that he can't even execute a fast-break dunk anymore? Slipping in the paint? Really? But that assist was undeniably slick. Klay just tossed it blindly. Did he even know where the ball was going? Thankfully, Qin's remarkable leaping ability and long arms made that putback possible. Otherwise, no one else could have achieved it. Look at the big screen. Qin took off right from the free throw line, soaring over 2 defenders for that astonishing dunk. Weighing over 310 pounds and still managing a free throw line dunk in a game, this is simply outrageous. A monstrous block, shattering the backboard, and a breathtaking buzzer-beater dunk. Oh my god, if Qin enters the NBA draft this year, it would be a travesty if he doesn't secure the top pick. Meanwhile, in a hotel near the Sacramento Kings home court, the Golden State Warriors players were settled in their accommodations, preparing for their match against the Kings the following evening. In a suite's living room, 3 casually dressed Warriors players lounged on the couch, engrossed in watching highlights of another putback dunk on the wall-mounted television. Qin's personal rebound count for the night had reached 39, officially breaking the record for individual rebounds in a game. He surpassed legendary figures like Wilt Chamberlain and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And with just one more rebound, Qin could become the first player in AA history to achieve 40 rebounds in a single game. As the match progressed into the final 3 minutes, Qin Chong executed a turnaround dunk in the post, thundering down to extend the Americas team's lead to 26 points. With only 3 minutes remaining on the clock, Kansas University head coach Bill Self sighed heavily, waving to pull his starters, effectively conceding defeat. Simultaneously, Hank Chris substituted Qin Chong and Thompson as the arena erupted in cheers. What a magnificent performance. 42 points, 40 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, and 6 blocks. Qin shattered his personal records for scoring, rebounding, assists, steals, and blocks in one night. A newly minted hexagonal all-rounder. He was rising to prominence on the grand stage of March Madness, radiating brilliance. Let us shower our applause upon this superhero, the Eastern Dragon from the Middle Kingdom. Weighing in at 315 pounds, Qin Chong. As Charles Barkley exuberantly shouted, the crowd of over 20,000 fans was swept up in fervor, chanting Qin Chong's name. "Qin, you are the best. Qin, we love you. Qin, your strength is astounding. I absolutely adore you. Qin, come to Los Angeles and win a championship with the Black Mamba." Amidst the overwhelming cheers dedicated to Qin Chong, his teammate Klay Thompson felt a pang of envy. Despite having scored a career high of 9 three-pointers and amassing 35 points, he remained in the shadow of Qin's phenomenal display. Yet, Thompson relished this moment, knowing that with Qin on the team, their aspiration of winning the AA championship this year was not merely a dream. As he reflected, Thompson distinctly recalled events from over a month ago. Upon returning to school from the Celestial Empire on his birthday, Qin Chong proclaimed in the gymnasium, "Klay, let us stand united and seize the championship of March Madness. This, indeed, is the birthday gift I promised you." Even Kobe, amidst the overwhelming cheers reverberating through the Staples Center, felt a tinge of envy towards Qin Chong, the university student who had only played for 30 minutes in this arena. Such a cacophony of applause is a phenomenon typically reserved for those who lead their teams to victory on home turf. Regrettably, the Lakers' championship triumph last year in Game 5 occurred in the Magic's venue. Kobe sincerely hopes that this year, the Lakers can secure their title on home ground. As the final whistle blew, the players of Team America surged onto the court, ecstatic in their celebration of advancing to the Elite Eight of this year's March Madness. Oh my, it is hard to fathom. We have reached the Elite Eight. Haha, can we expand our horizons? With Klay and Qin by our side, our goal is the championship. Indeed. Oh, the championship. Our ambition is the championship. Qin Chong and Thompson stood at the center, enveloped by their teammates. Undeniably the pivotal figures in the Mountain Lions' advancement to the elite top 8. At this moment, Qin Chong was delightfully indulging in a packet of Lay's potato chips. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Kobe approached the court with a radiant smile, accompanied by Gasol and Artest, to extend his heartfelt congratulations to Qin. Qin. Tonight at the Staples Center, you delivered a performance that will be etched in history. Your display astonished everyone present, including myself. Make sure to enter the draft this year. The NBA needs a prodigy like you. The future of the league belongs to you. As Kobe's profound words resonated, accompanied by a hand resting on his shoulder, Qin Chong remarked that this scene felt oddly familiar. Is the future of the league truly yours? Is this not the same nonsensical rhetoric that the reserved endowed used to bewilder James during the 2007 finals? Oh, Kobe. I too yearn to enter the NBA swiftly and attempt to thwart your fadeaway jumper with a formidable block. Such an experience would undoubtedly be exquisite. Qin Chong understood the importance of knowing one's audience. In the presence of the tenacious and fiercely competitive Kobe, one must exude even greater audacity and strength. Haha, indeed. A reflection of my own character. I eagerly await your attempt to block me. Gasol and Artest also exchanged a few words with Qin Chong, praising his extraordinary talent. Gasol said, "Qin, I truly envy your physical prowess. If I could possess even half of your strength, I would no longer fear the boastful Wolf King, Garnett." Artest added, "Qin, with your size and reflexes, you are undoubtedly a boxing prodigy neglected by basketball. If you're interested in learning boxing, give me a call. I have a friend who is a professional boxing coach." Qin Chong found himself in a state of bemusement, truly a testament to Aotuanzun. Capable of executing a move reminiscent of Harden's signature style, the trio of illustrious starlets, Kristen, Emma, and Taylor, boldly approached Qin Chong and Kobe with an air of confidence. Initially, Kobe presumed that these three enchanting ladies were merely coming to embrace him for a photograph, secretly lamenting his own charm and the premature nature of his marriage. However, as he prepared to open his arms with a smile, he was taken aback to find the adoring gazes of the starlets directed solely at Qin Chong. Kristen exclaimed, "Qin, your performance tonight was absolutely magnificent." Emma chimed in, "Qin, I have already become one of your ardent fans." Taylor added, "Qin, let us capture a photograph together. And perhaps exchange phone numbers." Kobe, in disbelief, muttered, "Goodness, the true fool here is none other than myself." As Qin Chong basked in the adoration of three illustrious starlets, surrounded by envious glances from numerous men, he truly experienced the treatment befitting a luminary. Wealth, beauty, and glory all beckoned to him. Yet, in Qin Chong's eyes, nothing compared to the delightful crunch of the bag of Lay's potato chips he held in his hand. Qin Chong presented the French fries before the three glamorous starlets, saying, "Come, please enjoy, do not hold back." The trio exchanged glances and soon could not contain their laughter, bending over in mirth. Qin Chong is truly adorable, charming, and delightful. Having concluded the round of 16 in the competition, Qin Chong's popularity has surged once again across the United States, with major sports radio stations, websites, and magazines promptly featuring his extraordinary performance at the Staples Center. The Washington State University team delivered a bombshell at the Staples Center, toppling the basketball hoop and sending two players flying, while he soared from the free throw line for an impressive putback dunk, leading his team into the Elite Eight. As March Madness unfolds, all 8 elite contenders have emerged, with the underdog Washington State University seeing its championship odds skyrocket to 24-6. The Staples Center erupted with cheers, as the Shark from the Celestial Empire became the first player in NCAA history to achieve a remarkable 40 rebounds in a single game, 42 points, 40 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, and 6 blocks, establishing an unparalleled presence in the paint. Garnering admiration from Kobe, the three starlets willingly played supporting roles. In ESPN's selection of the top 10 plays from the first 3 rounds of the NCAA tournament, Qin Chong's remarkable feats stood out prominently. In a remarkable display of prowess, Qin Chong single-handedly seized 6 positions, twice shattering the backboard and executing a buzzer-beater dunk from the free throw line, thereby securing 3 of the top 10 plays. In New York, at the Olympic Tower, within the confines of the NBA headquarters in the president's office, NBA President David Stern sat before his desk. Having just watched a compilation of Qin Chong's game highlights on his laptop, He was instantly engulfed in a state of astonishment and disbelief, his deeply set eyes suddenly radiating a brilliant gleam. In recent years, the NBA has experienced rapid growth, with its fanbase expanding globally. Among its overseas markets, none is as significant as the vast potential of the Middle Kingdom, home to 1.3 billion people. The success of Yao Ming has facilitated the NBA's exploration of this immense market. However, with Yao's age and injuries taking their toll, he has long since passed his prime and now faces the prospect of premature retirement. David Stern is eager to establish a new Chinese superstar within the league to continue the NBA's expansion in this region. While Yi Jianlian presents a viable option, his journey since entering the NBA in 2007 has seen him traverse 3 teams over 3 seasons, failing to fulfill his potential due to various circumstances. Compared to Yao Ming, Yi's development in the NBA has been deemed unsuccessful. Now, with the meteoric rise of Qin Chong, Stern sees a glimmer of hope. If Qin can maintain his competitive health and thrive in the NBA, Stern believes that his future potential could easily surpass that of Yao Ming, positioning him to become the next marquee star of the league, following in the footsteps of legends like Jordan, O'Neal, and Kobe. As for LeBron James, the so-called king, his recent playoff performances have left even Stern, his staunch supporter, somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, in the Middle Kingdom, Qin Chong's name has begun to trend on the New Wolves Network's hot search list. Qin Chong has ascended to the pinnacle, achieving an astonishing search volume of 20 million, overshadowing even the generosity of Principal Wang. The highlights of Qin Chong's top 10 plays have garnered an impressive 12 million views within 24 hours, with over 1 million shares and 200,000 comments. Goodness gracious. Even the elderly crossing the street cannot contest my brother Qin. He stands as the most extraordinarily gifted basketball player in the history of Chinese basketball, bar none. The hope of Chinese basketball has arrived. It feels as though Qin is a supercharged version of Yi Jianlian. What if he lacks a mid-range shot and a three-pointer? With a single post move, he dominates the entire league. Although the competitive level of AA may not match that of the NBA, the rim-shattering dunks are undoubtedly of NBA caliber. Brother Qin's strength has transcended that of all NBA interior players, without exception. His bench press strength, recorded at 179 kilograms, seems to be merely his one-handed bench press capability. Haha. Qin Chong's remarkable feat of securing 11 offensive rebounds is truly laughable. Allow me to affectionately refer to him as the Fat Lion. This moniker has rapidly gained popularity on both domestic and international online forums. The team to which Qin Chong belongs at Washington State University is aptly named the Cougars, making the nickname Fat Lion particularly fitting and vivid. A majestic lion from the Celestial Empire strides confidently, brandishing its sharp fangs, ready to dominate the frenzied arena of March Madness in America. In the capital, at a 3-story villa by the Tonghui River, the dining table is adorned with 4 freshly stir-fried dishes. These are the favorites of Qin Chong's father: Qin Chahai, Kung Pao chicken, spicy boiled pork, mapo tofu, and steamed sea bass. Qin Chong's mother, Bai Zi, removed her apron and emerged from the kitchen, holding a telephone in her hand, her face radiating joy and contentment. My son, your match was witnessed by both your father and me. You are now a celebrated figure in our nation, with your news splashed across newspapers and websites. Do your utmost in the competition. Your parents will always support you. However, do remember to maintain your weight. At your current stature, you must refrain from indulging further. Additionally, there is something of utmost importance. Next week, you are heading to Boston for a match, correct? Do you recall the cousin of your 7th aunt's 8th sister's granddaughter, Sujimai, whom I mentioned to you before? She is a brilliant student in the finance management department at Harvard University in Boston, just turned 19. And she is remarkably charming, standing at 172 centimeters. You must make it a point to meet her. Surely, you are destined for the NBA. If you two were to develop a relationship, Jimai would be perfect as your agent. After all, it is best to keep the resources within the family. Well, it's settled then. I shall hang up now, and I will transfer your living expenses in the next couple of days. After ending the call, Bai Zi seated herself at the dining table, her enchanting features adorned with a profound sense of happiness. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was already 8:30 p.m., yet Qin Shahai had yet to return home. Qin Mu furrowed her brow slightly and dialed her husband's number. 10 kilometers away, in an office building located in the Dongqing district, a resolute and handsome middle-aged man sat at his desk, scrutinizing the financial report of the real estate company for the recent quarter. The staggering deficit of over 10 million left Qin Shahai deeply troubled. Recently, the company had suffered several setbacks and negotiations due to industry exclusion and Qin Shanghai's stubborn nature. Just last week, he had sold his Rolls-Royce and replaced it with a Bauma X7. A prime piece of land in Daxing district had recently become highly sought after, securing it could yield profits exceeding 10 million. However, during a banquet, Qin Shahai had inadvertently offended Deputy Director Wang of the Beijing Development Planning Office, thereby jeopardizing this collaboration. The incident stemmed merely from Deputy Director Wang becoming inebriated and making advances towards a beautiful waitress at the Beijing Grand Hotel. Qin Shahai, unable to contain his fury, slammed the table and unleashed a torrent of invective upon his adversary, before storming out in a huff. Qin Fu possesses a character marked by integrity and generosity, unwavering loyalty, and a strong adherence to principles. However, as the pace of modernity accelerates, such traits as those embodied by Qin Chong are becoming increasingly less valued in the business realm. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and the secretary, Xiaomei, rushed in excitedly, her high heels clicking against the floor as she clutched a folder in her hands. President Qin, I have the most splendid news. Deputy Director Wang from the development office has agreed to sign the contract with us. What? Qin Chong was momentarily taken aback, utterly unable to believe his own ears. Xiaomei, you mustn't be joking with me. That man surnamed Wang, who might be rated as a grandson, actually agreed to sign a contract with our company? Xiaomei, in her high heels, approached the desk and presented the stamped documents from the development office to Qin Chong. General Manager Qin, how could I ever deceive you? Deputy Director Wang remarked that it is all thanks to your wonderful son. Qin Chong, increasingly bewildered, furrowed his brows and inquired, what on earth is happening? What does this have to do with Xiaochong? Mr. Qin. It is because Deputy Director Wang from the development office is a fervent NBA enthusiast. Recently, he has become quite enamored with AA's matches and holds tremendous admiration for young Master Qin Chong's performance in the United States. Upon learning that you were young Master Qin Chong's father, he wasted no time and promptly affixed his seal on the land approval documents. Qin Chong suddenly realized, slapping his forehead and leaping to his feet. Goodness, who would have thought that after living most of my life, I would still benefit from my son? Aha. What a wonderful son. The remarkable basketball genes of the Qin family are destined to thrive in America. Time swiftly advanced to early April. Qin Chong and Washington State University have entered the exhilarating quarterfinals of the Madness of March, facing none other than Georgetown University, with whom they have previously clashed in a citywide exhibition. The venue for this contest is none other than the TD Garden, the home court of the Boston Celtics. As local rivals, there are virtually no secrets between Washington State University and Georgetown University. With the meteoric rise of the Chinese powerhouse Qin Chong, coupled with the fact that Georgetown's starting center, Greg Monroe, had already been thoroughly outmatched by Qin Chong in their prior exhibition, expectations for this match were decidedly tilted. The media consensus suggested that Washington State University held an overwhelming advantage. Indeed, this turned out to be true. As the game unfolded in the presence of the Celtics' legendary trio, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen, Qin Chong once again delivered a stunning performance, single-handedly shouldering the offensive burden of the team in the face of Thompson's lackluster form. During his 31 minutes on the court, he achieved an impressive 21 out of 25 shooting, converted 9 of 13 free throws, and amassed a remarkable 51 points, 23 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 8 blocks. He thoroughly dominated both ends of the court against Greg Monroe, leading the America's Lions to a resounding advance into the Final Four of March Madness. Following the game, the Celtics trio of stars were completely captivated by Qin Chong's invincible display. Paul Pierce remarked, "This guy Qin is truly extraordinary. His power in the paint is sufficient to overpower the majority of NBA big men." Kevin Garnett exclaimed, "If I were to partner with him in the post, the Celtics would be utterly invincible. We would sweep the Lakers in the finals." Ray Allen added, "Our green team certainly stands no chance. We can't let some tanking team benefit from this." Qin's monstrous talent and dominance on the court have all but secured a top 3 pick this year, with a possibility of even surpassing John Wall for the coveted number 1 spot. As the first 4 rounds of March Madness unfold, Qin Chong has achieved 2 games with over 30 points, one with over 40, and another with over 50. His rebounding and shot-blocking statistics consistently lead the field. With a steady and extraordinary performance, he has captivated an ever-growing number of domestic and international fans, including numerous current NBA stars. In the latest edition of the draft prediction rankings updated by ESPN and Sports Illustrated, Qin Chong made a stunning debut, being selected as the 2nd overall pick, surpassing notable players such as Evan Turner, DeMarcus Cousins, and Derek Favors, and only trailing the prodigious point guard John Wall from the University of Kentucky. With the Final Four teams established, Washington State University confirmed their semifinal opponent as Ohio State University, led by their exceptional captain, the swingman who secured the 2009-10 John Wooden Award and Naismith Award, often hailed as the next Tracy McGrady, Evan Turner. Prior to Qin Chong's emergence, Evan Turner was the only player capable of contending with John Wall for the top pick. The semifinal between Washington State University and Ohio State University is scheduled for April 10th at the MetLife Stadium in New York. This venue, home to the NFL's New York Giants, boasts an impressive seating capacity of 82,500, which is more than 4 times that of a typical NBA arena. Both the semifinals and finals of the AA tournament will take place in this grand stadium, a tradition that reflects the pride of college basketball in the United States. Despite the potential for distant seating to detract from the viewing experience, the fervor of AA's passionate fans remains undeterred in their eagerness to purchase tickets. In New York's Madison Square Garden, the New York Knicks faced the New Jersey Nets. As the NBA regular season approached its conclusion in April, teams had only 6 to 8 games remaining. The Knicks currently languished in 13th place in the Eastern Conference, while the Nets occupied the last position. Both teams already eliminated from playoff contention. Their primary objective was clear: to secure the best chance for the top draft pick. Thus, both teams rested their star players, with coaches instructing them to lose the game in a manner that appeared reasonable. Consequently, a lackluster and tedious match unfolded amidst the jeers of the home crowd, revealing that losing can be just as challenging as winning. Ultimately, the Nets displayed a greater lack of shame, as the Knicks narrowly triumphed with a 2-point lead. In a luxurious box at the arena, Knicks owner James Dolan, witnessing his team's unexpected victory, erupted in fury, shattering his whiskey glass in frustration, and delivered an ultimatum to the trembling Knicks general manager, Donnie Walsh. Donnie, I present you with 3 choices. First, secure the top pick this summer and select the Chinese sensation as the cornerstone of our rebuilding. Second, find a way to sign the soon-to-be free agent LeBron James, no matter the cost. Third, if you fail to accomplish either of these tasks, prepare to vacate your position. Donnie Walsh, on the verge of tears, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately swallowing back the protest that rose to his lips. The prospect of obtaining either the top pick or the king was daunting indeed. It appeared that his tenure as the Knicks general manager was nearing its end. Meanwhile, on the Nets side, interim coach and general manager Kiki Vandeweghe, having overseen the team's narrow loss, was in good spirits. At the post-game press conference, Vandeweghe nonchalantly included unyielding in his remarks. This season, he had not enjoyed a favorable experience with the Nets, averaging merely 12 points and 7 rebounds, numbers that, while not poor, were also unremarkable. Mr. Vandeweghe, is your team intentionally losing? A reporter inquired. Of course not, he replied with a smile, maintaining his composure. Should the Nets secure the top pick this summer, whom would they select? The answer was clear to all: John Wall from the University of Kentucky. Vandeweghe spoke with a veneer of sincerity, yet it was evident to those present that the Nets management had their eyes set on the remarkable Qin Chong. His extraordinary talent and dominance appeared to eclipse even John Wall. However, the team already possessed Brook Lopez, a promising center and an untouchable asset. Thus, the immediate need was a point guard, making John Wall the prime candidate. Sitting beside Vandeweghe, Jianlian maintained a composed demeanor, fully aware that Vandeweghe was engaging in fanciful rhetoric. The Nets had but one target for the upcoming draft: Qin Chong. To secure him, any player on the roster could be traded, including himself. He had been following Qin Chong's performances in the AA tournament with great admiration, thanks to Yao Ming's introduction, and he hoped the Nets would draft Qin, providing him with a fellow countryman for mutual support. Yet, the reality remained: he was merely a commodity, subject to trade at any moment. Suddenly, a media question directed towards E broke his reverie. E, how do you evaluate your fellow countryman Qin's performance in the AA tournament? E Jianlian quickly returned to the present, responding into the microphone in somewhat halting English. Qin Chong was born to play basketball. Being his teammate is undoubtedly a thrilling experience. Chicago, United Center. In the home locker room, Derrick Rose, having just finished a game, changes into his suit after his shower, preparing to attend the post-game press conference. The Bulls currently sit in 8th place in the Eastern Conference this season, with a win rate precisely at 50. However, closely trailing them in 9th place are the Toronto Raptors, who are a mere 5 wins behind. As the regular season approaches its final stretch, teams with playoff aspirations exert every effort to secure victories, exhibiting a markedly different intensity compared to those languishing at the bottom. Tonight, the Bulls hosted the formidable Dallas Mavericks, and Rose gave his all, relentlessly attacking the rim to score an impressive 41 points, along with 7 assists and 3 steals, captivating the entire United Center. Yet, ultimately succumbing to a significant disparity in strength, the Bulls lamentably lost the game by a mere 5 points. The prospect of clinching a playoff spot remained shrouded in uncertainty. After all, the Mavericks are a premier team this season, ranked 2nd in the Western Conference, just 5 wins behind the Los Angeles Lakers. Dirk Nowitzki has also reached the pinnacle of his career, ranking 4th in the latest regular season player rankings, trailing only LeBron James, Dwight Howard, and Kobe Bryant. Despite his 41-point outburst, Rose felt a profound sense of frustration, pondering how a Bulls team that might make the playoffs could face the Cavaliers, led by James and O'Neal, in the first round, with little hope of winning even a single game. Before Tom Thibodeau took over as coach, the Bulls struggled significantly with interior defense, and the reason for their defeat to the Mavericks tonight was predominantly due to vulnerabilities in that area. During this time, Joakim Noah, though averaging a double-double, was still far from the defensive prowess he would exhibit in later seasons. Rose's mind wandered to the agile Qin Chong, who had dazzled on the AA court. What might the future of the Chicago Bulls look like if he could team up with Qin? However, Rose dismissed the thought as a mere second-year rookie. He had no power to influence the Bulls' management decisions. Moreover, Qin's draft stock had surged into the top 2 of the first round, with several struggling teams coveting him. It was unlikely the Bulls could snatch him up. Meanwhile, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, who accompanied the team to the away game, was in high spirits as he attended the post-game press conference alongside Dirk Nowitzki and head coach Rick Carlisle. Mr. Cuban, have you taken notice of the sensational Qin from AA's March Madness? Indeed, Qin is an exceptionally talented international player, and Dallas has always provided the perfect environment and opportunities for international athletes. If Qin were to partner with Dirk in the paint, it would undoubtedly instill fear across the league. Mr. Cuban, Knicks owner James Dolan has boldly proclaimed his intent to acquire either Qin or LeBron James this summer to restore the team's glory. Do you believe the Knicks' revival plan is feasible? James Dolan is merely a fool with deep pockets. Managing a team requires intellect, not just financial resources. Besides, my wealth far surpasses his. Cuban's humorous yet assertive remarks elicited waves of laughter and applause throughout the press conference. This season, the Dallas Mavericks have set their sights on the championship. Should we ultimately secure the title, the championship roster will remain intact. If the team fails to clinch the championship, then this summer, management will pursue Qin's joining with full vigor. Apart from Dirk, all other players are on the trading block. Cuban's statements not only motivated the players to strive for the championship but also subtly signaled his intentions towards Qin, standing in stark contrast to Dolan's impulsive demeanor and the duplicitous nature of Vanderwijk. The day following the conclusion of the 8-4 matches at Washington State University, under the request of Qin Chong and Thompson, Coach Chris consented to allow the players to remain in Boston for an additional day before flying back to Washington State on the school's private jet. At noon, in Cambridge, Boston, at a Chinese restaurant known for its Tan family cuisine, a third-floor window seat offered a direct view of the nearby Atlantic coastline. The azure sea and blue sky painted a picturesque scene. Qin Chong had been waiting for an hour, having consumed all the dishes and 3 bowls of rice. His mother, Bai Zi, had arranged for him to meet with Su Jinmai, who finally arrived in a flurry, her high heels clicking rapidly as she approached him. I apologize for my tardiness. I was caught in traffic, Su Jinmai said, her face a canvas of regret, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The moment she laid eyes on Qin Chong, her heart began to race uncontrollably. The one who should be apologizing is me. For my hunger compelled me to start without you. Qin Chong was utterly captivated by Su Jinmai's enchanting appearance. The way her slender figure was accentuated by the pale blue dress was striking, yet it was her face that truly ensnared Qin Chong's heart. Could it be that this was the very actress who portrayed the lead in that popular television drama before he traversed into this parallel world? With her innocent charm, cascading long hair, and eyes as bright as shimmering water, she exuded a blend of cleverness and wisdom. However, the stunning beauty before him stood at least 172 centimeters tall. And with her high heels, she reached around 180 centimeters, clearly distinguishing her from the academic prodigy Zhao Jimai he had known in his previous life. Was it merely a striking resemblance in facial features? But this was an uncanny similarity indeed. As Su Jimai surveyed the table, now a chaotic array of empty dishes, she couldn't help but swallow hard. It was evident that Qin Chong's reputation for voracious eating was well-deserved. Although it seemed somewhat impolite for him to indulge first during their date, Su Jimai reflected on her own tardiness and decided not to dwell on it. Most importantly, despite his slightly plump appearance, Qin Chong was undeniably adorable and charming, particularly in his cartoonish t-shirt. He projected a delightful mix of silly and handsome that instantly made Su Jimai feel secure. With a radiant smile illuminating her face and a sparkle in her eyes, she said, "It's perfectly fine. This isn't your fault. I was late, after all. Besides, I've been on a diet lately and can't eat too much." Qin Chong picked up the menu, smiled, and nodded, saying, "Very well, let us order a little less." He then called out to the waiter, "Please take our order." Su Jimai watched in astonishment as Qin Chong devoured the hearty dishes along with 3 bowls of rice, only to proceed to order another 7 or 8 dishes. She was momentarily taken aback. Is this what it means to order less? It seems like a rather substantial amount. Do you really need to order so many dishes? Will we be able to finish them all? I can only consume a maximum of 100 calories for lunch. Su Jimai couldn't help but sniffle, gazing at her favorite dishes of 3 silk nests and braised fish fins, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. She contemplated the possibility of indulging just this once and cutting back tomorrow. However, to her surprise, Qin Chong blithely remarked, "No worries, your diet is important. Just eat a little less. I shall take care of the rest." Little did she expect to find such authentic Tan family cuisine in Boston. The flavors of home were incredibly rich and genuine. The smile on Su Jinmai's face instantly froze. When Qin Chong was momentarily out of sight, he discreetly rolled his eyes, marveling at Qin Chong's insatiable appetite while simultaneously lamenting that this fellow truly embodies the archetype of a clueless, straightforward man when it comes to understanding a woman's heart. Nevertheless, one might forgive him, for he possesses an endearing charm, striking good looks, and an undeniable sense of security. By the way, Miss Su, isn't this restaurant located right next to Harvard University? Are you truly facing traffic on your way out? Su Jimai's delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She had never been adept at deception and could only admit, the truth is, I accidentally rear-ended the vehicle in front of me while driving, which required a considerable amount of time to resolve. By the way, do you drive? If you don't mind, could you perhaps take me back to my car later? I just recently obtained my driver's license here, so I am still quite inexperienced. Qin Chong swallowed a braised abalone in one gulp and candidly confessed, I obtained my driver's license last year, but I am of no assistance to you, for I am utterly directionally challenged. A trio of black lines suddenly appeared on Su Jinmai's fair forehead. Although their initial encounter did not spark much chemistry and conversation, they both held a mutual appreciation for each other's striking appearance. Qin Chong's initial impression of Su Jinmai was that of a pure and adorable road menace, while Su Jinmai defined Qin Chong as an endearing, handsome, and voraciously straightforward man. The two exchanged phone numbers and contact information, bringing an amusingly absurd blind date to a close. That evening, invited by Paul Pierce, Qin Chong and Thompson once again found themselves at the TD Garden. This time as spectators on the sidelines, witnessing the Boston Celtics face off against the Cleveland Cavaliers. The 2 front-row VIP tickets were graciously gifted to them by Pierce. Both the Celtics and Cavaliers are formidable forces in the Eastern Conference, thus this evening's match garnered significant attention from numerous fans, with the home crowd reaching full capacity. For Qin Chong, attending such a high-level NBA game as a spectator was an exquisite experience. Having just delivered a spectacular performance of over 50 points the previous night in the same arena, he was met with applause and cheers from many fans present. As the game commenced, ESPN's alluring reporter, Christine Ledlow, gracefully approached the sidelines to interview Qin. "Qin, we are thrilled to have you here tonight for this marquee matchup. In your opinion, which team stands a better chance of winning this game, the Celtics or the Cavaliers?" With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Chong spoke confidently into the microphone, maintaining a neutral stance. Both the Celtics and the Cavaliers are formidable teams in the league and strong contenders for this season's championship. As for who will emerge victorious in tonight's match, that will depend on the players' form and performance on the court. Qin, in your opinion, which team has a better chance of becoming the Eastern Conference champion and reaching this year's finals? The beautiful reporter's question was a straightforward one for Qin Chong. A time traveler. In the 2010 playoffs, the Cavaliers once again fell to the Celtics' Big Three, prompting LeBron James to make one of the most significant decisions of his career, to take his talents to the Miami Heat. However, Qin Chong did not wish to be an evil spoiler. Both teams have a chance. Perhaps, beyond strength, a touch of luck is also required. Qin, one last question. If you had to choose, would you prefer to join the Celtics and team up with the Big Three, or join the Cavaliers alongside LeBron James? Qin Chong answered this question with resolute conviction. Neither. I aspire to join a rebuilding team that is not in the playoffs. For I wish to lead a young squad to a championship through my own efforts, rather than taking shortcuts and indulging in what is often referred to as brotherly basketball. Qin Chong's remarks appeared to subtly reference the formidable trio of the Celtics. However, in a few months, when LeBron James chooses to join the Heat, fans will come to a profound realization of the underlying significance of Qin Chong's words, affectionately dubbing him the league's foremost oracle. The match itself was fiercely contested, reminiscent of playoff intensity. Ultimately, LeBron James secured victory with a clutch mid-range jumper, triumphing on the road with a sense of urgency. On this night, James delivered a celestial performance, amassing an impressive 39 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 assists, nearly achieving a triple-double and garnering his second career regular season MVP award, thereby further enhancing his legacy. Following the conclusion of the game, Qin Chong and Thompson also stepped onto the court, engaging in conversation and taking photographs with LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, and others. "Qin, Klay, I have great faith in you. Keep pushing forward. I will be watching the AA Finals in New York alongside Shaquille. So you must not falter in the semifinals." Qin Chong responded with a smile, mimicking the words of the venerable James. "LeBron, you, and Shaquille must strive hard. When the NBA Finals arrive in June, I shall be present at the venue alongside Klay. You absolutely cannot falter in the Eastern Conference Finals." James replied with confidence, "Haha. Certainly. When the time comes, I shall provide you with complimentary front-row VIP tickets." Qin Chong was uncertain whether his words would inspire James, yet this year's Celtics, in terms of overall strength and team composition, undoubtedly surpassed the Cavaliers in both aspects. Returning to school once more, Qin Chong had already become the most renowned figure on campus, with countless seniors clamoring for his autograph and photographs, showering him with gifts and surprises that filled his dormitory to the brim. Numerous journalists from various media outlets flocked to the university, interviewing Qin Chong, as well as the esteemed professors and the president of the institution. This phenomenon elevated Qin Chong to the status of the most illustrious student in the history of Washington State University, following in the footsteps of Paul Allen. Prominent NBA agents, such as Rich Paul, Bill Duffy, and Jeff Schwartz, extended their olive branches towards Qin Chong, eager to secure the services of this interline prodigy, whose potential in the NBA was boundless. Major sports brands, including Nike, Adidas, Reebok, and China's only Ning and Anta, had also set their sights on the influence and commercial value of this rising star, hoping to forge agreements with Qin Chong before he left school to enter the NBA draft, so they could swiftly sign endorsement contracts thereafter. Qin Chong is not in a hurry to select an NBA agent, nor has he made any commitments to sports brands for future contracts. Regarding his draft prospects, he does not require anyone to create hype for him. Simply performing well in each game serves as the most powerful form of self-promotion. Moreover, behind Qin Chong stands Su Jinmai, a distinguished graduate of Harvard's management program, providing professional consultancy. As the relationship between Qin Chong and Su Jinmai deepens, she has seamlessly transitioned into his personal assistant for business and public relations. In the realm of the Celestial Empire, the extensive live broadcast of Qin Chong's 2 AA games by the Sports Channel, coupled with a deluge of news articles and highlight reels, have rapidly elevated this exceptionally talented basketball prodigy to immense recognition and influence among the vast community of basketball enthusiasts. Journalists from the Sports Channel have even conducted exclusive interviews with Qin Chong's family, as well as the principals and teachers from his elementary and middle schools, offering fans a comprehensive insight into the journey of this basketball virtuoso. Qin Chong stood before the reporters, brimming with pride and unabashedly boasting, "There is nothing much to say. Like father, like son. My son, Xiao Chong, has achieved remarkable success under the guidance of his father from a young age. He is destined to enter the NBA and earn a fortune, and his fame may even surpass that of the great Yao Ming. As his father, I possess ample reasons to be proud." The Basketball Association and regulatory bodies have placed significant emphasis on Qin Chong's emergence in the AA League, particularly with the upcoming Basketball World Cup set to commence in Turkey this August, with Yao Ming sidelined for the season due to injury. The Chinese national team faces a critical transitional phase. Thus, mobilizing Qin Chong to return home for competition would undoubtedly invigorate the national team on the World Cup stage. After deliberation, the National Basketball Administration and Tian jointly decided to fund an initiative. They established contact with representatives from the University of Washington in the United States and dispatched coaches Zhang, Yang Yi, and Yu Jia, accompanied by a team of Chinese cameramen and translators, to conduct an extensive on-site interview with Qin Chong. On April 8, just 2 days before the AA semifinals, within the basketball training facility of the University of Washington, coaches Zhang, Yang Yi, and Yu Jia, along with several Chinese cinematographers and interpreters, engaged Qin Chong in a comprehensive interview. The discussion encompassed not only the AA competition but also Qin Chong's academic pursuits and daily life. When asked about his closest friend in the United States, Qin Chong naturally uttered the name of Klay Thompson. "Klay is my closest friend, and it is through him that my passion for basketball has deepened. Although he has decided not to enter the draft this year, I firmly believe that we will have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future NBA." At the end of the interview, Coach Zhang mentioned the Basketball World Cup taking place in Turkey this August, inquiring whether Qin Chong would be interested in representing our nation. "To compete for one's country is an unassailable duty for every athlete from our great land. If time permits, I would unreservedly choose to return home, don the national basketball jersey, and battle for honor." Qin Chong's response left the Tianzhou interview team exceedingly satisfied. Ultimately, Director Zhang expressed a desire for Qin Chong to perform an impromptu slam dunk in front of the camera, greeting the hundreds of millions of Tianzhou fans. Naturally, this posed no challenge. Qin Chong accepted the basketball adorned with a red national flag that Yang Yi had handed over. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chong summoned the staff of the basketball arena, who brought a ladder, and with double-sided tape, affixed the basketball directly to the upper edge of the backboard. At that moment, Coach Zhang, Yang Yi, Yu Jia, and other teammates from the Cougars, including Thompson, who had also arrived at the scene, stood in stunned silence, affixing the basketball to the upper edge of the backboard. What exactly is Qin Chong trying to accomplish? In the midst of the curious and astonished gazes of a dozen individuals present, Qin Chong approached the camera at the sidelines, smiling as he greeted, "Hello, fans of the Celestial Empire. I am Qin Chong. This upcoming dunk is dedicated to every one of my supporters in the Celestial Empire and to our ever-strengthening motherland." Upon finishing his words, Qin Chong positioned himself near the center line, gazing at the flag basketball fixed to the rim. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly launched into action, sprinting forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh! The moment his foot landed in the painted area beneath the basket, he defied his imposing weight of 310 pounds. Propelled by an extraordinary explosive power, leaping skyward like a heavy rocket taking flight, his elongated right arm stretched to its limits, and at the pinnacle of his ascent, his right hand soared an impressive 10 centimeters above the top of the backboard, grasping the basketball secured there. In one fluid motion, he brought it down forcefully into the hoop. Boom! Amidst the resounding noise, the rim wailed, the hoop swayed, and the tempered glass backboard threatened to shatter. As he landed from the dunk, Qin Chong stood beneath the basket, imposing and triumphant. The sideline interview team, his teammates from the Cougars, and several staff members from the college gym were utterly astounded by this incredible dunk that surpassed the rim's height. Coach Chong trembled with excitement, rushing to the camera, urgently instructing the cameraman, "Is it all recorded? This video must be preserved. Its significance is monumental." Teammates such as Thompson and Willie Warren, overwhelmed by the moment, collapsed to their knees. "Qin, please accept our homage." On April 10th, in New York at the Metropolitan Arena, at 6 in the evening, the venue was packed with 82,000 enthusiastic fans. Beyond reaching full capacity, over 8,000 spectators purchased half-price standing tickets to watch the match from the upper tiers, resulting in a frenzy of more than 90,000 fervent fans flooding the historic arena. The game featured the teams of Howard University and Ohio State University, with the atmosphere electrified by the presence of familiar celebrity faces. Among them was none other than basketball legend Michael Jordan, who drew cheers and screams from the crowd. Now the owner of the Charlotte Bobcats, Jordan attended the AA semifinals to scout potential talent. The Bobcats had secured the 7th spot in the Eastern Conference, marking their first playoff appearance since joining the NBA in 2004, an event of great significance. The team's current leaders included Gerald Wallace, Raymond Felton, Roger Bell, Larry Hughes, and DJ Augustine. As the owner, Jordan eagerly sought to identify a rookie with star potential, and both Qin Chong and Evan Turner, who were set to face off in the semifinal, captured his keen interest. At 7 o'clock, the player introductions commenced. First, Ohio State University took the stage, with Evan Turner being the standout closing act. As he emerged from the player tunnel, highlight reels of his top plays played on the large screens, igniting a roar of excitement from the audience. Clad in matching blue t-shirts, Ohio State fans chanted Turner's name in unison. The DJ's booming voice announced Turner's season averages and accolades. Evan Turner, shooting guard small forward, standing at 2.01 meters and weighing 205 pounds. This season, he averages 6 points, 9 rebounds, and is a recipient of the Naismith and John Wooden Awards. ESPN and Sports Illustrated predict him to be drafted 3rd overall in the first round. Next, the player introductions for the Howard University Cougars began, with Klay Thompson being the first to take the stage, eliciting waves of applause. In the front row, a tall man in a suit, who was none other than Klay Thompson's father, Michael Thompson, stood and applauded with a smile. Both Michael Thompson and Del Curry, like many NBA legends, were well-respected figures. Michael Thompson, a former #1 draft pick in 1978, won 2 championship trophies with the Los Angeles Lakers alongside Magic Johnson. Although retired, he remained involved in the NBA as an assistant coach for the Denver Nuggets to cheer on his son Klay in this AA semifinal. Michael took 2 days off and flew from Denver to New York. Beside him sat his eldest son, Mitchell Thompson, who was also a collegiate basketball player. As the Celestial Empire's big shark Qin Chong took the stage, the Metropolitan Arena erupted into a frenzy, with cheers and shouts echoing throughout. "Oh, Qin, we adore you." The Celestial Empire's big shark, the Cougars' weapon of mass destruction. Cougars, go for glory. The screens simultaneously showcased Qin Chong's highlight reel from the previous 4 rounds of the AA championship, featuring his ferocious dunks that shattered tempered glass backboards, his ability to topple defenders, and remarkable alley-oops, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo that overshadowed Evan Turner's earlier introduction. Standing on the court, Evan Turner felt a sudden pang of inadequacy, his resolve sharpening, fist clenched tightly. Qin Chong, center power forward, towering at 2.09 meters and weighing 316 pounds. The first player in AA history to achieve a 40-40 record, averaging 5 points, 26 rebounds, and 5 blocks in the championship. ESPN and Sports Illustrated latest draft predictions place him 2nd overall in the first round. Qin Chong stepped onto the center of the field, exchanging high-fives with each teammate of the Cougars, before the group formed a circle, standing shoulder to shoulder, hands clasped, as they shouted the team's mantra. Surrounded by the grandeur of the stadium, with nearly 100,000 fervent spectators in attendance, fans adorned in matching colors, familiar celebrity faces lining the sidelines, and an evident increase in broadcasting positions, Qin Chong was acutely aware that the fervent march for AA had reached its pivotal moment. A mere 2 victories would secure their rightful claim to the championship. At the commentary booth by the sidelines, the TNT trio of Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Reggie Miller were fervently igniting excitement for the game. In stark contrast to the recently concluded semifinal between the University of Kentucky and Duke University, tonight's semifinal promised to be exponentially more exhilarating. Indeed, the University of Kentucky Wildcats had decisively trampled the Duke Blue Devils, becoming the first team to advance to the finals. The victor of tonight's matchup between the Cougars and the Sycamores would, in 3 days' time, face the Wildcats in a contest for this year's AA championship title. Charles, who do you believe will emerge victorious tonight? Evan Turner, a remarkably talented swingman, possessed a prowess that rivaled that of the legendary Tracy McGrady. In his matchup against Klay Thompson, while Turner's 3-point shooting might slightly lag behind Thompson's, his overall capabilities thoroughly eclipsed his opponent. Besides Turner, Ohio State boasted 2 first-round NBA draft caliber players, Jared Sullinger and Jordan Crawford, contributing to the team's formidable strength. Thus, I am inclined to support Washington State University in this contest. I eagerly await the dazzling and awe-inspiring performance from the great white shark of the East. The crowd erupted in laughter at Barkley's unexpected turn of phrase. As the clock swiftly approached 7:30, the game commenced in earnest, with both teams' starting players taking to the court. Qin Chong and Jared Sullinger, the starting center for Ohio State University, approached the center circle for the jump ball. Standing at a height of nearly 2.06 meters and weighing 260 pounds, Sullinger is considered a stocky center. However, when placed alongside Qin Chong, who towers at 2.09 meters and weighs 315 pounds, he appears to be diminutive by comparison. In reality, Qin Chong's height has now reached an impressive 2.10 meters. Coupled with his recent efforts to burn calories and transform excess fat into muscle, his body fat percentage has decreased to 18.4, although he still weighs 315 pounds. His physique appears significantly more balanced and harmonious. Whoosh! In the distant gaze of Sullinger, Qin Chong effortlessly leaped, deftly passing the basketball to the point guard, Willie Warren. Behind him, whoosh! Upon landing, Qin Chong's feet were ceaseless in motion. With a swift acceleration, he left Sullinger in his wake, charging towards the front court. It was evident that the Cougars were poised for yet another explosive fast break within 4 seconds of the game's commencement. The head coach of Ohio State University shouted fervently for his players to hastily return to defense. Center Salinger turned and sprinted in pursuit. Yet how could he possibly match the speed of Qin Chong, with the integration progress of the template based on Aotuanzun reaching 99? Qin Chong's sprinting speed had soared to an astonishing 11.3 seconds for the 100 meters, a heavyweight exceeding 300 pounds managing to sprint under 11.5 seconds is a rarity, not only in the realms of AA and the NBA but perhaps across the entire spectrum of global sports. One would be hard-pressed to find another individual with such capabilities. The power forward from Ohio State University positioned himself near the arc, ready to intercept. Qin Chong, however, surged forward without losing momentum, swiftly veering to the side as he zipped past. Whoosh! Confronting the final line of defense for Ohio State University, standing at a towering 2.01 meters, was Evan Turner. Qin Chong resembled a tank advancing at full speed, leaping directly from the free throw line, maximizing his vertical leap and explosive power. It seemed as though he sprouted iron wings atop the tank, rapidly approaching and ascending in Evan Turner's astonished gaze, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "Evan, bow your head." The judgmental voice, akin to a sudden descent from the heavens, compelled Evan Turner to instinctively shrink his neck, shutting his eyes and hastily bowing his head. In the next instant, a sharp gust of cold wind swept past his neck, followed by a deafening roar. Boom! The entire Metropolis arena fell silent for a fleeting moment, only to be overwhelmed by a cacophony of cheers and screams. Harrisburg State University 2, Ohio State University 0. What on earth did I just witness? A fast break that bypassed 3 defenders, a leap from the free throw line that soared over Evan Turner for an alley-oop slam. Is Qin even human? No, he is not. Goodness, he truly leapt from the free throw line to vault over Evan Turner. How utterly absurd. Previously, he had executed a buzzer-beater dunk over Thompson and Bradley because they were both grounded in the paint. Yet tonight, Qin soared over Evan Turner, who stood rigidly in place. The 4 colossal screens displayed the entire sequence of Qin's leap over Evan Turner in stunning detail, an embodiment of tension. It was utterly insane, just for that opening dunk. Tonight's 300 ticket was worth every penny. Although Qin took off about half a meter inside the free throw line, he indeed cleared the towering Evan Turner, who stands at 2.01 meters. What terrifying leaping ability allows a 315-pound individual to perform such a feat that transcends human limits? Qin's leap was extraordinary in both height and distance. Was he aspiring to fly alongside the sun? Newton's laws evidently do not apply to this mysterious Eastern figure. Upon closer inspection, Evan Turner had closed his eyes and bowed his head at a critical moment, while Qin's body brushed past the back of Turner's head as he soared above. Indeed, had Evan not bowed, Qin's descent would have surely collided with his face. Goodness, why does it feel as though these two had rehearsed this beforehand? The backboard remained intact, clearly indicating that Qin had tempered his force. Otherwise, Evan Turner would have faced repercussions far beyond merely being dunked on. Look at Evan Turner's expression. Has he been left dejected just 4 seconds into the game? After this match, Turner may very well find himself sharing a mental health facility with Nikola Vucevic, Greg Monroe, and the Morris brothers. This dunk may not represent the pinnacle of Qin's professional career, but it undoubtedly constitutes the finest backdrop for Evan Turner's career. On the court, following his dunk, Qin Chong gracefully turned to the still-stunned Evan Turner and remarked, "Brother, thank you for bowing your head." As Evan Turner heard Qin's voice, he involuntarily shivered, jolted back to reality from his trepidation. And no worries. But what just transpired? Did Qin actually leap over him? Turning to the high-definition slow-motion replay on the big screen, Evan Turner's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. Goodness, the successor to McGrady was genuinely soared over by this guy, Qin Chong? The moment Qin's body clearly grazed the back of his head flashed vividly before him, causing Evan Turner's knees to weaken. His expression a mixture of disbelief and sorrow as if he had been thoroughly humiliated. Thus, it was said, in the presence of nearly 100,000 spectators. Did Qin Chong truly seize his inaugural moment? The shy Evan Turner felt a profound embarrassment, wishing he could simply vanish into thin air. Amidst the overwhelming cheers resonating through the arena, the head coach of Ohio State University swiftly called for a timeout, believing it necessary to allow Evan Turner a moment to regain his composure. The extraordinary leap and dunk executed by Qin Chong had evidently dealt a significant blow to Turner's confidence and game performance. In fact, at that moment, Qin Chong himself felt a tinge of trepidation. Had Evan Turner not lowered his head at a crucial juncture, his own body might have collided directly with Turner's face. Qin Chong's physique has undergone comprehensive enhancement through the Zun-Dun template, resulting in a 100-fold increase in strength. Thus, his concern does not lie in the potential harm to his companions, but rather in the fear that he might inadvertently cause Evan Turner to spout blood from his nose. Just 2 days prior, Qin Chong's jumping ability had seen a significant boost, with a remarkable enhancement of 12 centimeters in his approach jump. Coupled with a few centimeters of growth in both height and wingspan, Qin Chong's maximum reach during a jump has surpassed the formidable height of 4 meters, exceeding the official regulation rim height of 3.96 meters. This enabled him to execute an astonishing dunk, grasping the ball at the rim. in front of Coach Chong and the Tianqiao interview team as cameras. "Qin, you are incredible. That is Evan Turner, a recipient of the Naismith and John Wooden Awards. A figure whom even I can only look up to. Yet now, you've just soared over him for a dunk." Thompson exclaimed excitedly as he rushed towards Qin Chong, his face reflecting nothing but admiration and reverence, evidently having become Qin Chong's most devoted admirer. Qin Chong patted Thompson on the shoulder and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Klay, have faith in yourself. Once you enter the NBA, your potential far exceeds that of Evan Turner." At the front row VIP seats, Taylor Swift leaped up in excitement, her tall, alluring figure swaying as she danced with unrestrained enthusiasm, causing the two male fans behind her to blush profusely. "Qin, you are the best." With his impressive physicality, muscular arms, and explosive power, the mere thought made Swift's legs weak with desire, instinctively tightening them together. Without her plastic friends, Kristen and Emma, tonight seemed like the perfect opportunity for Swift to captivate Qin Chong. Overwhelmed with excitement, she sprang into action, inadvertently causing the makeup artist to swipe the brow pencil across Kristen's face. Returning to the New York Metropolis Arena, at the bench of Ohio State University, Evan was urged, forget about Qin's incredible dunk earlier. Remember, you are the leader of the seven-leaf team. You must understand the weight of your responsibilities. We are just one step away from the finals. We cannot falter tonight. Lead the players to showcase the team style, to achieve your own glory. Don't forget, you are a dual award star of Naismith and John Wooden. Furthermore, adhere to the strategies I laid out before the game. Do not take unnecessary risks by challenging Qin one-on-one. Only by securing victory will you emerge as the true champion." Ohio State's head coach, Kevin Mullen, firmly clasped Evan Turner's shoulder, imparting his earnest guidance. Turner, shaken from the awe of the dunk, clenched his teeth and resolutely nodded. "Coach, I understand." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with Ohio State on the offense. Evan Turner suppressed his tumultuous emotions and called for the ball from point guard Jordan Crawford. Approaching the arc against Klay Thompson's defense, he began dribbling beneath his legs to find his rhythm. Suddenly, he executed a shoulder fake, causing Thompson to momentarily falter, and swiftly shifted his weight to drive hard to the right. With lightning speed, Turner's first step left Thompson trailing behind, who quickly tried to recover. Utilizing a half-screen set by a teammate at the free throw line, Turner made a sudden stop, creating sufficient space from Thompson before launching a jump shot from the strong side. Swish. The ball sailed through the net effortlessly, a perfect execution. Evan Turner's breakthrough jump shot bore a striking resemblance to Tracy McGrady. It seemed unlikely that anyone could single-handedly defend against him. His rapid first step, sharp change of direction, explosive lower leg power, and steady shooting were all assets in his competition with John Wall for the top draft pick. It appeared that Evan possessed robust psychological resilience, undeterred by Qin's earlier dunk, maintaining his composure as the game unfolded. As Qin Chong held the ball low, he instantly drew the defensive attention of two interior players from Ohio State University. While backing down, he maintained a keen awareness of his surroundings. The moment the double team approached, he executed a sudden, forceful pass. Utilizing a cross screen, he freed up Klay Thompson, who positioned himself at a strong side angle of 30 degrees. With precise timing, Qin Chong delivered an accurate pass, enabling Thompson to leap decisively for the shot. Swish. The Cougars led the Ginkgo team 5-2. In the previous match, Thompson had struggled, making only 1 out of 8 attempts from beyond the arc. With tonight's crucial semifinal underway, Qin Chong intentionally sought to pass to Thompson more frequently, hoping to help him regain his shooting touch. Regardless, even if Thompson missed, Qin Chong was confident in his 80 chance of securing an offensive rebound. Evan Turner, who had been humiliated by Qin Chong's leap at the start, may not have spoken trash, but he harbored a burning determination within. Returning to the offensive end, Turner faced Thompson, feigning a drive before executing a smooth step back. As Thompson retreated slightly, Turner launched a three-pointer from the top of the arc. Swish. The three-point line for the AA League is only 6.25 meters from the basket, half a meter shorter than the NBA, making the shot considerably less challenging. Within less than 2 minutes, Turner had already scored 5 points over Thompson, prompting Qin Chong's expression to grow serious. Truly, Turner was a prodigious talent, projected to be among the top 3 picks in the draft. At this stage, his scoring ability and versatility surpassed those of his contemporaries, Paul George and Klay Thompson. Resuming the offensive play, as Qin Chong continued to draw double teams in the low post, Thompson skillfully utilized a screen to accelerate into the lane from the weak side. Receiving a no-look backhand bounce pass from Qin Chong, he stepped into the paint and suddenly soared, delivering a powerful one-handed slam. The resounding thud echoed through the arena as Klay Thompson, exhilarated by his dunk, reveled in the moment. Who said he was merely a three-point shooter? The previous slip during the dunk was just a fluke, after all. However, just as Thompson landed from his dunk and had yet to regain his footing, Sullinger, who was providing help defense on the right side below the basket, unexpectedly lunged forward, forcefully knocking Thompson to the ground. The impact was jarring. Sullinger, weighing in at 260 pounds, inadvertently rolled over, his weight pressing down directly onto Thompson's ankle. The sharp pain caused Thompson to gasp, grimacing in discomfort. Qin Chong furrowed his brow, his keen gaze perceiving the scene with clarity. Darn it. This Sullinger was evidently intent on injuring Thompson. Without uttering a word, Qin Chong charged forward, bending at the waist to grasp the jersey and waistband of Jared Sullinger, effortlessly lifting him from Thompson as if discarding refuse, hurling him forcefully 2 meters away. Get lost. With a resounding crash, the 260-pound Sullinger was unceremoniously hoisted and flung over 3 meters, wincing in pain and bewilderment. Reacting swiftly, Sullinger's temper flared. He leaped up, fist clenched, charging at Qin Chong. Poised for a confrontation, Stanley Johnson was the first to intervene, positioning himself in front of Qin Chong, asserting, "If you wish to bully my leader, you shall have to contend with me first." Initially, Stanley Johnson had been the most resistant to Qin Chong's presence on the team, fearing that the latter would usurp his starting position and jeopardize his draft prospects, especially as he was in his final year. However, following Coach Hankrys' strategic shift in the second game of March Madness, promoting Qin Chong to the starting lineup and assigning Stanley Johnson as the starting power forward, Johnson found himself benefiting from increased scoring opportunities. Under Qin Chong's substantial offensive influence, he achieved nearly double-double averages, solidifying his performance as second only to Qin Chong and Thompson on the team. Consequently, Stanley Johnson climbed to the 12th position in the second round of the latest ESPN and Sports Illustrated draft predictions, a testament to his teammate Qin Chong's support. Thus, when someone sought to confront Qin Chong on the court, Stanley Johnson felt compelled to be the first to step up. Although he may not excel in gameplay, his 240-pound stature was not without merit, particularly given his early training and free fighting with his grandfather. Last season, Johnson faced a 30-game suspension for delivering a knockout punch to Texas University's center, T.T. Thompson, during a regular AA season game. Faced with Stanley Johnson, Sullinger hesitated. Unwilling to escalate the situation, the referee promptly halted the game, and players from both teams rushed in to mediate, swiftly diffusing the tension. Medical personnel hurried onto the court to examine Thompson, who had sustained an ankle injury. Fortunately, no fractures or ligament tears were found. It was merely a sprain. Nevertheless, medical staff advised Thompson to return to the locker room for further evaluation. "I'm fine. I can still play." Thompson gritted his teeth, rising with the assistance of the medical team. This was the semifinals of March Madness, and he was determined to fight alongside his teammates. Qin Chong approached and patted Thompson's shoulder, revealing a steadfast and confident expression. "Klay, do not worry. I am here for you. Listen to the team doctor and head to the locker room for some rest. The upcoming finals will be our ultimate stage to fight side by side. An ankle sprain is not a serious issue. With a few days of rest, one typically recovers. However, if one insists on playing through the injury, the consequences could be dire." Head coach Hankrys sternly instructed Thompson to return to the locker room for further examination, emphasizing that he could not play injured. Reluctantly, Thompson was assisted by the team doctor and a substitute teammate back to the locker room. In the next moment, Qin Chong cast a cold, piercing gaze towards Jared Sullinger on the sidelines of Ohio State University. It seemed that this fellow had managed to withstand the fall without suffering any consequences. Thus, it was imperative that he impart a lesson to this unsportsmanlike player, ensuring he remembers it well. Coach Hankrys continued to express his agitation to the referee, asserting that Sullinger's tackle on Thompson was a deliberate act of aggression and warranted an immediate ejection for a flagrant foul. The three referees scrutinized the video replay attentively, while the 4 high-definition screens showcased the entire sequence of the altercation in slow motion. The crowd of over 90,000 spectators erupted in a wave of agitation. This Ohio State center is utterly unscrupulous. This was clearly a deliberate act of harm. Not only did he topple Klay, but he also rolled over him. How can this not lead to an ejection? Qin's strength was astonishing. He lifted Sullinger effortlessly with one hand, despite the latter weighing a full 260 pounds. Eject him, eject him, eject him. The Ohio State coach was not without his faults, likely fearing defeat, thus instructing his players to resort to underhanded tactics right from the start, resulting in Klay's injury. This is disgusting. The Chinese Sharks must retaliate. We must teach this unscrupulous Ohio State center a lesson. Yes, punish him with a ferocious dunk, a spectacular display of skill. After deliberation, the 3 referees issued a technical foul against Ohio State center, Jared Sullinger. Qin Chong stepped up to the free throw line and successfully executed the technical foul shot. Swish. The Cougars led the 7-leaf trees 8-5. The offensive play by Ohio State University continued, but without Thompson, Hankrys was compelled to assign Quincy Pondexter, a small forward, to guard Turner. However, Pondexter's ability to defend from the perimeter was nowhere near Thompson's caliber. Turner effortlessly employed a crossover dribble, leaving Pondexter in his wake, and prepared to launch a mid-range jump shot. Yet, at the very moment the basketball slipped from Turner's fingertips, a live figure surged up 2 meters ahead of him. Whoosh. In a critical moment, Qin Chong forcefully pushed aside Sullinger, who stood in his path. He took a decisive step into the restricted area and leaped with fervor, launching himself 3 meters away from Evan Turner's shooting position. Ascending rapidly in a diagonal trajectory, his long arms extended like a canopy, ready to swat the ball away. Yet, it was evident that Qin Chong's timing for the block was slightly delayed, and he was too far from Turner's release point, making the prospect of a successful block seem improbable. However, just as Turner exhaled in relief, watching the ball soar through the air towards its apex, a hand broad and golden skin like a fan, suddenly appeared in the trajectory of the basketball. The tip of his middle finger barely grazed the surface of the ball. Turner's pupils constricted in shock, his mind reeling in disbelief. Is this even possible? Qin Chong's extraordinary leap for a high jump has undoubtedly exceeded 4 meters, hasn't it? Though he merely grazed the ball, it nonetheless diminished the force of his shot. A resounding clang echoed as the basketball struck the front of the rim, resulting in a missed attempt. Jared Sullinger, the center for the Seven Leaves team, let out a furious roar, pushing aside Stanley Johnson with ease to seize the offensive rebound. As he landed, he quickly leapt again, preparing to deliver a powerful putback dunk. However, just as Sullinger was about to thrust the ball down into the hoop with great force, a gust of wind surged from behind, enveloping him in shadow. A colossal hand descended with tremendous power, akin to a meteor hammer, crashing down with overwhelming force. With a thunderous clap, an explosive sound reverberated through the air as Qin Chong's massive palm unleashed a torrent of strength, sending both Sullinger and the ball crashing to the ground within the paint. Sullinger hit the floor hard, his back striking the ground, his face contorted in pain, struggling to catch his breath. The referee's whistle remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Qin Chong's remarkable block as a legitimate play directed solely at the ball. The game continued unabated as the basketball rolled from the anguished Sullinger's grasp. Quick to react, Jordan Crawford darted into the paint, bending down to retrieve the ball and rising seamlessly for a reverse layup. Yet, just as the airborne basketball was about to bank off the backboard and towards the hoop, an immense shadow loomed over Ohio's starting point guard. A titanic hand, reminiscent of a mountain, accurately suppressed the ball against the tempered glass backboard with a resounding thud. In a breathtaking display of athletic prowess, Qin Chong executed a monumental block that sent shockwaves through the tempered glass backboard, causing it to tremble precariously. Countless fissures radiated from the point of impact, frantically spreading across the surface. The sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a deluge of shattered fragments cascading down like a torrential rain. With a cacophony of noise, Jared Sullinger, who had been appended by the block, found his senses still reeling when the shards rained down upon him, lacerating his arms and cheeks. The referee, utterly astounded, hastily blew his whistle, halting the game amidst the uproar of the Metropolis arena, which erupted as if an atomic bomb had detonated above. Good heavens! Mary, Mother of God! Did Qin just obliterate the tempered backboard with a single block? What kind of divine force is this? A backboard capable of withstanding 800 kilograms shattered so effortlessly? Had Qin, in that instant, not only denied Evan Turner with an aerial rejection but performed an unprecedented trifecta of blocks within a mere 5 seconds, launching himself 3 meters to thwart Turner, then violently denying Sullinger, and culminating with a thunderous rejection of Jordan Crawford that shattered the backboard. These 3 formidable blocks were a testament to his extraordinary skill. Spectators erupted into a sea of red, uniting fans from both the Columbus State University Cougars and the Ohio State University Buckeyes in awe of Qin's remarkable defensive prowess. The atmosphere was electric, underscored by the poignant melody of conquest that reverberated through the arena. On the sidelines, the legendary Michael Jordan cradled his head in disbelief, eyes wide as he absorbed the high-definition replay, exclaiming, "This player isn't just here to compete, he's here to dismantle the game." At the commentary desk, Charles Barkley, Smith, and Johnson were practically speechless, their excitement rendering them hoarse as they shouted in unison, 3 consecutive, extraordinary rejections that shattered a backboard rated for over 800 kilograms. Tonight, Qin has crafted a true legend. As the crowd roared, the injury of Klay Thompson had evidently ignited the fierce spirit of the Eastern Shark. Is this truly the pinnacle of the Fat Lion's capabilities? I can only wonder where Qin's limits lie. From the primordial forces of the East, his limits extend to the stars and the seas. On the court, as Qin stood resolutely beneath the basket, hands firmly gripping the ball, he gazed down upon the fallen Sullinger with eyes sharp as blades, flickering with a violet flame. Even as shards of tempered glass cut across his visage, drawing crimson droplets of blood, he remained unfazed. "Hey, you filthy wretch, do you still wish to throw a punch at me? Then rise. Stand up like a man." Sullinger, trembling on the paint, his back aching and his body littered with glass, dared not move under the piercing gaze of Qin. What kind of gaze is this from Qin Chong? Why does his look pierce like a sword? Is he truly intent on bringing harm to himself? The other players on the court are utterly stunned, rendered speechless by Qin Chong's overwhelming aura at this moment. If there exists a deity of basketball, then at this instant, Qin Chong embodies that very essence on the court. Swiftly, medical personnel rush onto the court to assess the injuries of Sullinger and Qin Chong. Meanwhile, cleaners and staff hastily tidy the area, replacing the shattered tempered glass backboard. The 4 high-definition screens replay the astonishing sequence of Qin Chong's incredible blocks, with slow-motion footage clearly revealing that during his first leap, his fingers made contact with the surface of the basketball. Thus, the authenticity of these 3 extraordinary blocks is beyond doubt. Close to 100,000 ecstatic fans at the Metropolis Stadium erupt in fervent cheers, while the DJ passionately screams, elevating Qin Chong's name to the heavens. "Oh, this is the most exhilarating display of blocks I have witnessed in my 30-year tenure as a basketball enthusiast." Unparalleled in its intensity, averaging the consumption of a tempered backboard per game, the Chinese Shark truly lives up to his illustrious reputation. Watching Qin's 3 consecutive phenomenal blocks Even the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar would shed tears, and Charles Barkley would be moved to weep, who just claimed that Qin's 4-second leap over Evan Turner had already secured him the title of the best player of the match. What are these three miraculous blocks? If Qin does not emerge as this year's #1 draft pick, it shall undoubtedly be the greatest injustice in the history of the NBA draft. I implore you, O Chinese shark, to temper your prowess. I wish not to remain on my knees while watching the game. The match was paused for approximately 20 minutes while the new tempered backboard was swiftly installed. The robust Salinger, showing no signs of serious injury, was deemed fit to continue after receiving treatment. Yet, as Salinger's legs grew weak, he felt that returning to the court was no longer a mere game of basketball, but a perilous venture through a battlefield. However, under the stern gaze of head coach Kevin Mullen, how could Salinger dare to retreat? After all, this is the semifinals of the madness that is March. The head referee once again issued a technical foul against Qin Chong for delaying the game, with Evan Turner successfully executing the ensuing free throw. Swish. The possession now belongs to the Cougars. Qin Chong descended into the low post on the strong side, calling for the ball from Willie Warren. Jared Sullinger, adorned with an array of band-aids on his face and arms, swallowed hard and steeled himself to defend against Qin Chong. Ohio State's power forward, Bridges, swiftly joined in to provide assistance and double-teamed the effort. Qin Chong collided forcefully with Bridges, then turned to confront the terrified Salinger, whose face was a mask of fear. Before Qin Chong could make any move, Salinger's legs instinctively faltered, causing him to retreat 2 steps. The unmistakable expression of dread on his face seemed to plead, "Please, do not come any closer." Qin Chong sidestepped while dribbling, taking 2 swift steps and executing a series of feints that caused Salinger to grit his teeth, committing fully to a leap in defense. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chong masterfully calculated the timing. As Salinger reached the apex of his jump and began his descent, he coiled his powerful legs, and with a sudden burst of strength, he soared into the air. "Here it comes," he exclaimed, ready to slam dunk. The sudden roar from Qin Chong startled Salinger, leaving his mind blank as he instinctively gaped in astonishment. At the same moment, as Salinger landed, he felt the rapid ascent of Qin Chong's body, casting a massive shadow before him. In an instant, as Qin reached the pinnacle of his jump, his hips aligned perfectly with Salinger's head. With a powerful stride forward, he landed squarely on Salinger's shoulder, his lower body pressed tightly against Salinger's large, dark face. Salinger was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Just as a thunderous boom resonated overhead, boom, Qin Chong, gripping the rim with one hand, swung his legs with force, propelling Salinger's 260-pound frame violently away. Bang! The Metropolis Arena erupted in overwhelming jubilation, with Barkley pounding the table, exclaiming into the microphone, "Goodness, an astonishing slam dunk." Had Salinger truly been overwhelmed by Qin? As the 4 large screens simultaneously replayed the moment of Qin's dunk over Salinger, the cheers from the New York Metropolis Arena soared to the heavens, shaking the outdoor football stadium as if the myriad stars in the night sky had been stirred awake. Incredible dunk, a miraculous feat on the court. As Qin's lower body pressed against Salinger's face during the dunk, Salinger's mouth was inexplicably agape, leading to a flurry of imaginative thoughts. Evan Turner expressed his relief, stating, "I have begun to feel fortunate." With 3 consecutive remarkable blocks shattering the backboard on defense and a dunk overpowering the Ohio center on offense, Qin dominated the game with his frenetic display. Although Klay was injured and Evan Turner started strong, I felt the game had already lost its suspense. For the victorious Washington State University, led by Qin, was utterly invincible. Was I watching the AA? I seriously questioned if I was in a cinema witnessing a 3D Avatar. Was Qin's performance less explosive than Avatar's? On the court, after landing from his dunk, Qin stood resolutely beneath the basket, his icy gaze sweeping over the faces of every Ohio State player, causing them to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. The tempered glass backboard and basketball hoop continued to tremble violently, reminiscent of a flight attendant's deli concoction on a turbulent airplane. The game entered a temporary pause once more, as medical personnel rushed onto the court to assess Salinger, who had fallen after being dunked on. At that moment, Salinger appeared dazed, seemingly struck dumb by the dunk. Blood trickled from his nostrils, a result of the pressure exerted during the slam, and his eyes reddened, even shedding a few tears. When the 4 large screens displayed a close-up of the unfortunate Salinger, the unabashed and outspoken Charles Barkley erupted. "Oh, what happened to Salinger? Why are there tears in his eyes? Did Qin's dunk make him cry?" The nearly 100,000 fervent fans in the metropolis erupted in laughter, their boisterous mirth echoing across Siberia. "Goodness, how impressive! Qin made Salinger weep. How shameful for the Ohio State center to be so feeble. Is he even a man? Did Qin's dunk truly bend this rugged man? Haha. Salinger has already booked a ticket to Thailand, haunted by the gruesome memories of being blocked by Qin on defense and then dunked on." The tall and robust Salinger felt his legs weaken, his teeth chattering, and with reddened eyes, he trembled before Coach Kevin Mullen, stammering, "Coach, I'm scared." With no other option, Kevin Mullen substituted Salinger with a backup center, allowing him to calm his nerves on the bench. After a lengthy discussion among the 3 referees regarding the offensive play, they deemed Qin's actions a common foul, asserting that the dunk itself was not excessively egregious. However, Using his momentum to force Salinger to the ground violated the spirit of the competition. The Washington State fanbase expressed their discontent, a chorus of dissent rising. Are they calling that a foul? The referees are clearly aiding Ohio. Haha, it's understandable. With how ferociously the Chinosaurus is playing, the referees must assist Ohio. Or the highly anticipated AA semifinal might end prematurely. Are they foolish? The head referee is clearly favoring Qin. Having already received a technical foul for shattering the tempered glass backboard with a block, if another technical foul were added, he would be ejected from the game. With Klay injured and Qin expelled, what would be left to play for? They might as well award Ohio the trophy. Indeed, it was true. Qin's subsequent actions after the dunk were questionable. A technical foul or a common foul could both be justified. While a common foul might seem more severe on the surface, it prevented Qin from being ejected. Haha, does that mean our Washington State Lions have superstar treatment too? Of course, Qin deserves it. If he isn't considered a superstar of March Madness, then this year's SAA has no stars at all. The referees are not foolish. As long as Qin remains on the court, he guarantees the game's entertainment value and ticket sales. If they ejected Qin, David Stern would likely confront the referees after the game. The game clock resumed, and Ohio State was granted 2 free throws and a possession. Clang. Evan Turner stepped to the line but missed his first shot, thus forfeiting the second. Ohio regained possession, and Turner, at the top of the arc, faced off against Ponderset. Feeling the intimidating presence of Qin, who stood nearby with arms extended and a piercing gaze, Turner felt an immense defensive pressure, hesitant to drive past the three-point line. He opted for a distant shot after a dribble step. Clang. The sound of the iron rang out as Turner's shooting rhythm faltered. Under Qin's profound impact on both offense and defense, the fierce determination in Turner's chest seemed to wane. The long rebound bounced to the left side of the paint, where an Ohio backup center seized it, charging toward the basket for a putback dunk. However, the moment Qin pivoted down, the Ohio backup center panicked, attempting to pass the ball to the right to guard Jordan Crawford. Yet, under the immense defensive pressure from Qin, the Ohio center committed a passing error. The basketball sailed over Crawford's head, careening out of bounds. Oh no, what a blunder. A prime opportunity for a 3-on-1 under the basket, yet Ohio State committed such a grievous mistake. One can only describe the defensive intimidation of Qin as utterly terrifying, instilling a sense of unease in every opponent on the court. Kenny, you speak the truth. After all, no one wishes to become the next victim like Jared Sullinger. Amidst the commentary, the offense of Washington State University unfolds. Qin Chong maneuvered skillfully at a low position, evading his defender, and effortlessly soared to execute an alley-oop dunk after receiving a pass from Willie Warren. Thunderous applause erupted. In the subsequent offensive possession, as Qin Chong executed a deft spin and hook shot under the dual pressure of his defenders, the basketball swished through the net, creating a delightful splash. In stark contrast, the Ohio State University's Buckeyes found their offensive linchpin, Evan Turner, ensnared by relentless defense, while the long-range attempts of his teammates repeatedly clanged off the rim. Yet, as they ventured within 2 steps of the three-point line, they seemed to encroach upon Qin Chong's defensive territory, becoming increasingly hesitant. On the sidelines, Ohio State's head coach, Kevin Mullen, vociferously urged his players to penetrate the defense and devise strategies to inflict damage. However, how could the Buckeyes muster the courage to challenge the formidable Qin Chong? After all, they had witnessed him deliver 3 extraordinary blocks that shattered the backboard. The tenacious Evan Turner and Jordan Crawford bravely tested the waters, only to be met with a barrage of Qin Chong's relentless defense. As the first half progressed, the Cougars had opened up a 15-point lead, standing at 26-11 against the Buckeyes. Coach Honchris called a timeout, eager to capitalize on their substantial advantage by allowing Qin Chong a few moments of respite. Although Qin possessed remarkable endurance, the sight of his 300-pound frame darting across the court, dominating both ends of the game, stirred a sense of compassion in Coach Honchris. With Klay sidelined, the Cougars' hopes of advancing to the finals rested squarely on Qin's shoulders. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent any premature fatigue or unforeseen mishaps. Coach Honchris was acutely aware that substituting Qin Chong, especially with Thompson absent, would likely lead to the Cougars being overwhelmed by Ohio State. Yet, such a dilemma was unavoidable. One could not have it both ways. Coach, I can do this. 20 minutes of the first half is no problem. Qin Chong, descending from the court, indeed felt some fatigue, beads of sweat pooling on his brow. After all, he was orchestrating both offense and defense, and even a continuous 5-minute stretch exacted a significant toll on his stamina. Qin, heed my guidance. Ohio State is no ordinary opponent. We cannot secure victory in just one half. The second half is where you will truly shine. Qin Chong nodded, wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel handed to him by a teammate, and returned to the bench, immediately reaching for a bag of Lay's potato chips and a bottle of Gatorade. Qin Chong harbored no concerns regarding the outcome of the match. He thought it prudent to allow Ohio State to recover some points, for such a course would render the ensuing games less tedious. Indulging in snacks and refreshments, he swiftly conjured the system panel within his mind. With accumulated experience points exceeding 20,000, Qin Chong opted to expend 10,000 points in one fell swoop, converting them into 15 points, all of which he allocated to his physical prowess. Upon resuming play, the absence of Qin Chong and Thompson rendered the Cougars vulnerable. as Evan Turner chose to remain on the court and effortlessly executed 2 consecutive drives to the basket, one of which culminated in a 2-1 play. Without Qin Chong guarding the paint, it was akin to a clear path for a star of Turner's caliber. Despite Stanley Johnson and Jerome Jordan possessing height and wingspan, they were utterly incapable of containing the agile and swift Evan Turner. The two exchanged glances, casting nostalgic looks toward their leaders seated on the sidelines. "Boss, please return soon." Meanwhile, Qin Chong sat leisurely on the bench, savoring potato chips, and flashed a thumbs up to his teammates on the court, encouraging, "Keep it up. You almost had him." On the offensive end, Stanley Johnson's low post power move was swatted away by Jared Sullinger with a resounding block. With the absence of the prodigious Qin Chong, Sullinger felt a newfound freedom, as if his aches and pains had dissipated, and he was invigorated in his shot-blocking endeavors. The ball was fortuitously deflected into Evan Turner's path, who seized it and swiftly transitioned to a fast break. Like a bolt of lightning, his speed left the Cougars players trailing, with only Willie Warren managing to sprint back, only to be outmaneuvered by an in-and-out dribble from Turner. As Turner stormed into the paint, preparing for an aerial slam dunk, Qin Chong, positioned near the basket on the Cougars bench, suddenly leaped up, vigorously waving his white towel, exclaiming, "What a play." The sudden outburst from Qin Chong startled Evan Turner, who was poised to take flight into the restricted area. A glance from the corner of his eye at the formidable figure of Qin, his robust physique, and those eyes shimmering with a violet glow, sent a wave of panic through Evan. In that moment, he faltered in his leap for a dunk. With a resounding clang, he missed the basketball entirely. The commentators, Barkley and Smith, were left in utter disbelief. What just happened? Evan Turner, completely unopposed beneath the basket, inexplicably failed to make the dunk? Could it be that Qin's mere presence on the sidelines, waving a towel, was the cause? Kenny remarked, "Indeed, Qin from the bench has thwarted Evan Turner's fast break attempt." The sheer intimidation of his defense seemed capable of radiating from the bench straight into the paint. The TNT trio, in their fervor to extol Qin Chong, were leaving no stone unturned. Laughter erupted from the fans on the sidelines. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a technical foul against the Cougars bench. This infraction was recorded against the bench, as 2 substitute players had also leapt in unison with Qin. The 3 referees had reached a consensus. As long as Qin refrained from charging at them, he would not be ejected prematurely. Whether this thrilling semifinal of March Madness would carve out an eternal classic for AA hinged on the extraordinary performance of the rotund lion of the Celestial Empire, Qin Chong. Tonight, as the game approached its final 5 minutes of the first half, Ohio State had seized the lead. Coach Chris, upon the return from an official timeout, reintroduced Qin into the fray, while Ohio State's coach Kevin Mullen opted to bench Evan Turner, seeking to mitigate his impact. Energized, Qin swiftly asserted dominance on both ends of the court, reducing Sullinger to a mere shadow of himself, resulting in a staggering 19-6 run to conclude the half. The Cougars held a commanding lead of 49-38 over the Seven Leaves team as they entered the second half. In the first half, Qin played for 15 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 13 successful shots out of 14 attempts, alongside 6 out of 6 free throws, amassing a remarkable total of 32 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 7 blocks. His 7 blocks in the first half set a new record for the most blocks in a half in AA history. Among his remarkable feats, the most striking were the 3 consecutive extraordinary blocks that shattered the tempered glass backboard, showcasing an awe-inspiring display of skill. As the second half commenced, Klay Thompson returned to the bench, yet Coach Chris opted not to take any risks by allowing him to play. Qin Chong continued to lead his team solo, engaging in a fierce contest with the resilient Ohio State University. On the offensive end, Qin had become an almost insurmountable presence in the low post. However, without Klay, Qin found it exceedingly difficult to balance his defensive responsibilities. His ability to single-handedly guard the entire paint and exert defensive intimidation even extended to the high post areas, which was quite a daunting prospect. To expect Qin to defend Evan Turner and Jordan Crawford's perimeter three-pointers was indeed unrealistic. Even 2 players struggled to contain Evan Turner, who regained his shooting touch in the second half. It seemed that the suspense of this semifinal match might very well extend to the final moments. With 5 minutes remaining in the second half, Team America still held a 10-point lead. Yet, as Evan Turner forced a shot under pressure, he remarkably sank 2 consecutive three-pointers at a crucial juncture. He then drew a shooting foul on Willie Warren, converting all 3 free throws, allowing Ohio State University to narrow the gap to just 5 points thanks to Turner's extraordinary performance in the dying moments of the game. Coach Lees furrowed his brow and called a timeout. "Coach, let me take over guarding Evan Turner. I will handle everything." Coach Lees, who held Qin Chong in high regard, patted him on the shoulder. "Qin, it's all up to you from here. Go for it. I'll be in the front row cheering you on. If they cannot stop him, why pursue? If they have already caught up, why retreat? Haha, Charles, stop making it difficult for those poor souls at Ohio State. If they hadn't chosen to back down just now, they might be on their way to the hospital on a stretcher." The team physician warned that no one else should get injured. They were already on the verge of collapse. At the commentary desk, Barkley, Smith, and Johnson were astonished by Qin Chong's incredible dunk, while simultaneously mocking Turner and Crawford's comical defensive efforts. The high-definition screen replayed Qin Chong's spectacular block on Turner while riding Sullinger, followed by a clumsy fast break where he dribbled to the front court and soared for an awe-inspiring dunk over two defenders from the free throw line. The audience of over 90,000 erupted in fervor, repeatedly chanting for God and Qin Chong. Tonight's deity dons the number 18 jersey of the Cougars. The defensive prowess of soaring for a block and then leaping to dunk over two opponents was undoubtedly the most remarkable transition I have ever witnessed. Although the dimensions of the AA paint area are slightly shorter than those in the NBA, it still stands at least 5 meters from the hoop. You ask why I'm kneeling in my seat to watch the game? Because I have witnessed divinity. In the century-long history of AA, Qin is destined to become a legendary superstar. Watching the game of the Great Shark from the Celestial Empire, I feel as though I have transcended to Mars. The astonished Ohio State coach, Kevin Mullen, was compelled to call another lengthy timeout to allow his players to regain their composure before making a final effort. The score stood at 83 for Washington State and 74 for Ohio State, with a 9-point deficit. Only 3 minutes and 2 seconds remained on the clock. Sitting on the sidelines, Jordan chewed gum in disbelief, shaking his head in amazement, while glancing at his left hand adorned with 6 shining championship rings. Oh, this guy is completely superhuman. If he had shown such terrifying performance a month ago, I would have undoubtedly broken Gerald's legs and let the Bobcats candidly join the tanking ranks. Compared to a once-in-a-century genius in the paint, the playoffs suddenly seemed less enticing. While Jordan marveled at Qin Chong's extraordinary display, he also frowned slightly, concerned that his $3 million bet on Washington State winning would go to waste under Qin's phenomenal performance. The pregame betting lines favored Washington State by 5 points, and as a high-stakes gambler, Jordan had risked it all on Washington State covering the spread. If Washington State triumphed by a margin of 1 to 6 points, Jordan's $3 million would transform into over $10 million, with odds as high as 3-4. However, if Washington State lost or won by 7 points or more, he would lose every penny. Glancing at the scoreboard showing a 9-point deficit, Jordan's gaze shifted towards Evan Turner on the Ohio State side, secretly hoping he could sink a few more three-pointers to save face. Yet, compared to the $3 million, Jordan felt more fortunate to be present, witnessing this historic game up close. After all, in recent years, Jordan's business ventures had flourished, and the Bobcats were proving profitable, elevating his net worth to over $1 billion. Losing $3 million was merely a thrill. However, after the timeout, Qin Chong, fully in his prime, extinguished the last flicker of Jordan's hope with a thunderous block on Turner, who had attempted a quick shot from the top of the arc. With a thunderous block from above, Qin Chong unleashed a formidable force, causing the basketball to spin rapidly and create a whistling sound as it sailed past Evan Turner's cheek, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. As Ohio State University launched their next offensive, Turner, already haunted by the psychological shadow cast by Qin Chong's earlier block, hurriedly attempted a 3-point shot from 2 steps beyond the arc, which naturally veered wildly off course, resulting in a complete airball. The Cougars counterattacked, and Qin Chong found himself besieged by 3 defenders in the low post. Without turning to look, he delivered an exquisite pass beneath the hoop, allowing Stanley Johnson to receive the ball and execute a resounding dunk. Boom. Indeed, following the lead of the star player brings rewards. In the subsequent possession, Evan Turner opted for a forceful drive but was met with another resounding rejection from the ever-pursuing Qin Chong as he attempted a layup in the paint. The basketball collided with the tempered glass backboard, ricocheting with great force into the hands of Willie Warren. Positioned at the arc, Willie Warren initiated a fast break, with Quincy Pondexter and Stanley Johnson sprinting in support. Whoosh! Spurred by Qin Chong's extraordinary performance, every player on the Cougars exuded an indomitable spirit, seemingly infused with boundless energy. Conversely, the Ohio State players displayed signs of mental collapse, their defensive speed noticeably diminishing. Willie Warren advanced to the left side of the front court, facing a challenge from Jordan Crawford. He executed a high lob to the low post, where Quincy Pondexter, stepping into the paint, sensed the looming presence of Evan Turner behind him. In a moment of inspiration, he lofted the ball towards the tempered glass backboard. Bang! However, Pondexter's passing skills were limited, and he miscalculated the force required for the bank shot, causing the ball to rebound too high, sailing over the heads of both Turner and the trailing Stanley Johnson. As Stanley Johnson leaped to seize the ball, it eluded his grasp. Yet, in the next instant, a robust figure surged up behind him, accompanied by a gusting wind and a dazzling purple aura, soaring to snatch the ball from above the heads of Turner, Stanley, and Pondexter, forcefully slamming it into the basket. Boom. 52 points. Qin Chong instantly shattered his previous record of scoring 51 points in a single game during the quarterfinals in Boston. However, the match was far from over, as the fervent scoring spree of the Chinese Fat Lion continued unabated. After executing a thunderous dunk, Qin Chong raised his fist in a triumphant roar, exuding an unprecedented aura of dominance on the court. He directed a fierce shout towards the bench of Ohio State, declaring, "Gentlemen, prepare to head home. Tonight in New York belongs to us, the American Lions." Pounder set, Willie Warren, and Stanley Johnson erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing towards the basket to celebrate with Qin Chong, colliding in a display of camaraderie. The score gap had widened to 13 points, with only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the second half. The suspense of the game had all but evaporated. The prospect of Ohio State's comeback had dwindled to mere theoretical possibility. The four large screens suddenly zoomed in on the dejected Evan Turner, who stood listlessly beyond the baseline, his gaze vacant and devoid of hope. What had become of Evan Turner? Had he been utterly stunned by Qin's prowess? With the impending loss, it seemed that Evan Turner could no longer pose a threat to Qin and John Wall's projections for the top 2 draft picks. This evening, Qin had nearly played the entirety of the second half, amassing an astonishing stat line of 52 points, 19 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 12 blocks. His achievement of a triple-double with over 50 blocks had set a new historical record, making him the first collegiate player to accomplish such a feat. With just one more assist, Qin would officially secure an extraordinary quadruple-double with over 50 in all categories. On the court, a visibly shattered Evan Turner took a desperate gamble, attempting a long-range three-pointer once more. Clang. Another miss. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Stanley Johnson swiftly secured the defensive rebound, promptly passing it to Qin Chong. As Evan Turner charged forward to apply pressure, Qin Chong spun around and forcefully knocked him aside, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Jared Sullinger attempted to intercept, but Qin Chong met him with the same resolute vigor, while Jordan Crawford hesitated to engage. Qin Chong, with a measured pace, dribbled the ball back to the front court, deliberately compressing the offensive time to the final 5 seconds. At this moment, the timer indicated that only 59 seconds remained until the conclusion of the game. Should Qin Chong succeed in this ensuing offensive play, it would undoubtedly seal the fate of the match. The Ohio State University defenders, having resorted to a triple team, had long since abandoned any semblance of a defensive formation. Qin Chong swiftly passed the ball to the left side, where Willie Warren cut in with the aid of a screen, allowing him to effortlessly score a layup. Swish. With a 15-point deficit, the contest had completely lost its suspense. Oh, indeed, there was no uncertainty left. Qin recorded his 10th assist of the night, officially achieving a quadruple-double. My goodness, a quadruple-double with over 50 blocks. This marks a historic quadruple-double in AA, the first of its kind with such a remarkable number of blocks. Although Qin has played only 5 games in the AA championship, he has consistently ascended, shattering multiple historical records along the way. From an initial performance of over 30 points in the first game to tonight's extraordinary quadruple-double with more than 50 blocks, his journey has transformed from being unlisted in draft predictions at the onset of March Madness to now being heralded as a potential top draft pick by ESPN. All accomplished in less than a month. To be precise, it has taken just 5 games, a mere 100 minutes, at the commentary booth by the sidelines. The 3 prominent commentators have exerted all their efforts, fervently lauding Qin Chong for tonight's performance. Any praise is well-deserved. Barkley, flushed with excitement, declared, from this moment forward, no one can threaten Qin's position as the first overall pick, not even John Wall. Wall's potential as the top pick arises from his physical gifts, while Qin's status as the number 1 pick is justified because the best rookie can only be the first overall selection. I hereby vow in front of nearly 100,000 fans at Madison Square Garden that if Qin does not secure the top pick in this June's draft, I, old Jew, will kiss a certain beloved creature right here. Kenny Smith chuckled. Ha. Truly, Charles. I shall prepare a splendidly beautiful creature for you. If Qin fails to be the top pick, you will have to kiss it. If he does, we shall skin it and feast on its legs. Earl Johnson joined in the merriment, exclaiming, what a splendid proposition. We shall each enjoy a leg, and the remaining one will be offered to the great shark of the East. It was abundantly clear that in the eyes of the TNT triumvirate, Qin Chong was already the presumptive first overall pick. Kevin Mullen, head coach of Ohio State University, stood by the sidelines. His expression resigned as he accepted the fate of elimination. Yet, he had no intention of pulling his players early, for these were their last 50 seconds of the season. Even in defeat, they deserved to complete this final segment on the court where they had toiled throughout the entire season. Qin Chong and the players of the Cougars have ceased their defensive efforts as Evan Turner sank yet another three-pointer. Swish. Turner amassed an impressive 29 points tonight. Worthy of his stature, yet it ultimately culminated in disappointment as they were eliminated in the semifinals. The Cougars prepared for a baseline inbounds play. Willie Warren dribbled around the court, biding his time until the final 30 seconds elapsed. On the sidelines, Thompson and the Cougars bench players rose with palpable excitement, eagerly awaiting the sound of the final buzzer to rush the court and celebrate their victory. Evan Turner let out a deep sigh, his face a tapestry of emotions, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he approached Qin Chong, embracing this esteemed rival. Friendship supersedes competition. Qin, congratulations on advancing to the finals. My AA career has come to an end. We shall meet again in the NBA. Qin Chong patted Turner on the shoulder, encouraging him with a smile. Evan, you are remarkable as well. Keep pushing forward. When we reach the NBA arena, I hope to encounter an even more formidable Evan Turner. Turner responded with a wry smile. Breaking from convention, Qin, I wish to be your teammate, so I would no longer have to suffer from your soaring blocks. As the final whistle echoed through the arena, the tempered glass backboard and the timer illuminated in crimson, signaling the conclusion of the match. Cheers resounded in every corner of the Metropolis Stadium as the players from Ohio State University gradually exited the court. Qin Chong and Thompson, along with others, embraced and cheered as they stood at the center of the court. Tonight, they were the ultimate victors. Star fans and NBA legends on the sidelines eagerly joined the players and coaches of the Cougars in a jubilant celebration of their triumph. Among them, the glamorous Taylor Swift. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, dashed onto the court. Seizing a moment when Qin Chong was momentarily distracted, she approached him and, rising on her toes, planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. "Qin, you were the best." The coral red lipstick mark was distinctly imprinted on the left side of Qin Chong's plump face. Qin Chong was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. How could it be that he was suddenly kissed by the audacious Taylor Swift? Surrounding him, Thompson, his teammates from the Cougars, and a few star-studded fans who had rushed onto the court were equally astonished by Swift's bold and uninhibited action. They cast envious and jealous glances at Qin Chong. After all, this was the immensely talented Taylor Swift, fresh off her Grammy win. How could she have approached him so boldly for a kiss? Was it possible that the two had been secretly involved in a clandestine romance all along? After a moment of realization, Qin Chong came to terms with the fact that he was kissed by a woman other than his mother and grandmother for the first time. And he felt somewhat regretful. In a sudden burst of determination, he tightly grasped Taylor Swift's delicate shoulders, leaned forward, and planted a kiss on her rosy cheeks. One after the other. With a gentle smack, the exhilarated Taylor, feeling dizzy and elated from the kisses, excitedly leaped into Qin Chong's embrace. Her long legs wrapping around his waist like an octopus. "Qin, I don't care. From this day forth, you are my boyfriend." Qin Chong embraced the delicate figure in his arms, inhaling the alluring fragrance of her perfume, feeling somewhat at a loss. He merely sought to reclaim his dignity after being forcefully kissed. This scene was vividly broadcast on 4 large high-definition screens, inciting a frenzy among the over 90,000 enthusiastic fans present. Oh no, has Taylor Swift actually found herself a boyfriend? My goddess, how could this be? Goodness. When did Taylor and Qin begin their romance? This unexpected wave of affection is overwhelming. Who is this enchanting creature? Release Qin, and let me take my chance. As a devoted fan of both Taylor and Qin, it feels as though they are a match made in heaven. Taylor, at just 19, is only a year older than Qin. With Taylor's height of 1.8 meters, she and Qin indeed make a striking pair. As the Cougars triumphed over the Seven Leaves team to advance to the finals of March Madness 2010, the final showdown was set between the University of Kentucky Wildcats and the Washington State Cougars. Compared to the storied history of the Wildcats, who have consistently reached the Final Four in the AA tournament, the Cougars' achievements have paled in comparison, with their best record merely reaching the top 32. They have yet to produce a single NBA superstar. However, this time, the Washington State Cougars possess the confidence and strength to challenge the formidable Kentucky Wildcats. Thanks to the presence of the great white shark Qin Chong, the most formidable and sensational dark horse of this year's March Madness. ESPN, TNT, Sports Illustrated, the Associated Press, the New York Times, the Houston Chronicle, the Milwaukee Sentinel, and various mainstream sports media outlets across the United States rapidly reported on Qin Chong's extraordinary performance in the AA semifinals, generating tremendous buzz nationwide. The Great White Shark shattered records with an astounding 52 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, and 12 blocks, marking the first ever quadruple-double with over 50 points in AA history. The basketball world was abuzz as the Fat Lion from China stunned audiences across America with 3 remarkable blocks and soaring dunks, potentially positioning himself to surpass John Wall and secure the top draft pick. On the night, Qin led the Cougars to victory over Ohio State. The largest betting companies in the U.S. swiftly adjusted their odds for the final matchup. Initially, the Wildcats were favored by 5 points over the Cougars. But this was changed to a mere 5 points. Despite the media's fervent praise of Qin Chong, the betting companies and prevailing opinions still regarded the Kentucky Wildcats, boasting NBA-ready talent and superstars like John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins, as the leading contenders for this year's championship. In China, while the significance of a quadruple-double with over 50 points may not yet be fully appreciated by fans, the breathtaking moments of incredible blocks and soaring dunks have left an indelible mark on every viewer who witnessed the live broadcasts and highlight reels. Wow, amazing. Qin is our hero, and soon we will witness the emergence of China's second NBA #1 draft pick. Who is this Taylor Swift? A foreign singer? Are her songs truly as delightful as they say? How dare she boldly kiss our Qin? Release him. If you have the courage, come at me instead. I heard that Evan Turner was once predicted as a potential #1 pick and is a Grand Slam winner this year. Has the competition level truly diminished so much? It's not that Turner is lacking. Rather, it's Qin's exceptional prowess. Not to mention, he will undoubtedly dominate the #1 pick John Wall in the finals. Regardless of how the media portrays it, in my eyes, Qin is undoubtedly the rightful #1. Is it possible that this AA event is pre-recorded, with Qin soaring for dunks while being harnessed? Given Qin Chong's meteoric rise both domestically and internationally, combined with his once-in-a-century talent, he is poised to become the second Chinese #1 draft pick in the NBA, which would have profound implications for the future of basketball in China. The basketball authorities have decided to send a delegation to New York for the finals, where they will provide live commentary on this highly anticipated clash. NBA Commissioner David Stern welcomed this initiative and, using his authority, covered all expenses for the Chinese commentary team's trip, even coordinating with the AA League president to secure a decent spot in the Metropolis Stadium for the team to set up their equipment. The commentary team will include Coach Zhang and host Yu Jia, along with Yang Yi and Su Kun. Additionally, the legendary Yao Ming will personally fly in from Houston to join as a special guest commentator. The finals of March Madness 2010 will commence on April 15th at the Metropolis Stadium in New York, where the average ticket price has set a new record in AA history. Despite this, 82,000 tickets were sold out days in advance, with an additional 13,000 standing tickets flying off the shelves. The day before the finals, Qin Chong Yuan's parents, Qin Chahai and Bai Zi, set aside their work commitments and boarded a plane, traversing the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, which spans 190,000 kilometers, to arrive in New York, USA. They were determined to witness the finals of the AA competition in person, to cheer on their son, Qin Chong. Qin Chong also hired a personal driver, Klay Thompson, who drove a Mercedes-Benz van to personally pick up Qin's parents at New York International Airport. They then spent a delightful day exploring the bustling metropolis of New York City, during which they visited Rockefeller Park, where they encountered a remarkably talented 17-year-old boy with thick eyebrows showcasing impressive basketball skills. Qin Chong, Thompson, and this remarkable individual together formed a trio that effortlessly dominated all adversaries at Rock Park. This 17-year-old youth, endowed with strikingly thick eyebrows and an impressive physical prowess, is named Anthony Davis. Qin and Klay, I am an ardent supporter of both you and Washington State University. Best of luck tomorrow. I am confident that you shall triumph over the University of Kentucky and seize the championship. Qin Chong patted the shoulder of the young, thick-browed lad, encouraging him. Keep up the good work. After graduating from high school, come to Washington University and continue the glory of the Cougars. The next day, in New York, the final match of the NCAA March Madness officially commenced amidst widespread anticipation. An astonishing 96,000 spectators flocked to the New York metropolis, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Taylor Swift graciously performed for free at this final, much to the delight of the organizers, considering her appearance fee is typically in the $1 million range. Numerous stars graced the event, including retired NBA legends and current players. To avoid overshadowing the NCAA finals, the NBA took a day off from play. Among those present were Allen Iverson, Shaquille O'Neal, and LeBron James, who had made plans to meet with Qin Chong. Additionally, Paul George, Nikola Vucevic, the Morris brothers, Greg Monroe, and Evan Turner, who had been eliminated by Qin Chong and the Cougars, were also in attendance, eager to see if Qin Chong could triumph over the highly favored John Wall and his Kentucky Wildcats, in a favorable viewing spot on the second-tier stands. The commentary team from the Celestial Empire, including director Zhang, Yu Jia, Yang Yi, and Su Kun, along with special guest Yao Ming, were all in high spirits as they prepared the millions of fans back home for the NCAA final. The NCAA, an abbreviation for the National Collegiate Athletic Association, encompasses over 1,000 universities divided into numerous leagues. Beyond basketball, it also includes football, baseball, hockey, and soccer. In terms of scale and influence among the American populace, the NCAA far surpasses the NBA. With a history exceeding a century, the NCAA has been around for more than 30 years longer than the NBA, which has only been established for a little over 60 years. Observing the final match, held directly on a football field and drawing nearly 100,000 fans, the grandeur of the event was something rarely seen in the NBA. Director Zhang, flushed with excitement, had earlier studied at the World Basketball Academy in Oregon, giving him deep insights into the NCAA. This decisive match was akin to a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. There was no room for error, where skill and luck coexisted. Each year, the NCAA tournament unveils surprises and underdogs, which is precisely what makes March Madness so captivating. This year, without a doubt, the dark horse of March Madness was the Washington University Cougars, led by Qin Chong. Yao Ming wore a radiant smile, his expression reminiscent of laughter as he said, "Haha, Director Zhang is absolutely right. Qin Chong's performance in the March Madness tournament has not only amazed American fans but has also captivated basketball enthusiasts across the globe. I may have been fortunate to be the first overall pick in the NBA, bolstered by the burgeoning market in our homeland. However, if Xiao Chong secures this year's top pick, it will be a testament to his undeniable prowess. He is not only the biggest surprise of this year's March Madness but also the most remarkable underdog in NCAA history over the past few decades." In the space between the technical and commentary tables, NBA Commissioner David Stern, Vice President Adam Silver, along with the NCAA President and Vice President, were also present, seated together to witness the event. Once Taylor Swift concluded her performance, she joyfully strutted back to her seat on the sidelines in high heels. Tonight, Kristen Stewart and Emma Watson had also momentarily set aside their film shoots to cheer for Qin Chong. Observing Swift's childlike exuberance, Kristen and Emma felt a pang of envy, smiling outwardly while feeling somewhat resentful inside. If only they had scheduling conflicts preventing them from attending Qin Chong's earlier matches. They would have been the ones to support him first. On the court, the players' entrance ceremony was underway, and cheers erupted from the enthusiastic crowd. In the second row of the inner arena, the American version of the Peach Garden trio was sitting together. One exuded the aura of a foreman. Another had bright eyes reminiscent of a turtle, and the third, with a thick beard, bore a striking resemblance to the legendary warrior Zhang Fei. Indeed, they were the illustrious trio of the Thunder: Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden. One was the second overall pick in 2007, another the fourth in 2008, and the last the third in 2009, an indication of the Thunder's astute drafting prowess. Yet this season marked just the beginning of their collective journey, as the Thunder's current standing was limited, barely clinching the 8th spot in the Western Conference playoffs. Hey, what are you looking at? Westbrook furrowed his brow, the lines on his forehead starkly visible, as he noticed Durant, with a bag of chips in hand and a hood over his head, gazing longingly across the court, nearly drooling. Following Durant's line of sight, Westbrook suddenly understood. Well, he spotted a stunning beauty in a crystal dress, chatting animatedly with her agent in the front row, a strikingly attractive Scarlett Johansson. No wonder Durant was so entranced. Westbrook sighed, feeling the bittersweet pang of unrequited love, before turning his gaze to Harden, who was wide-eyed, staring intently across the way, drool threatening to spill. Following Harden's gaze, he was met with the sight of the Kardashian sisters. Westbrook couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's diverse tastes, yet he still believed that his Nina was the best, especially in the intimacy of their shared moments. As Qin Chong made his grand entrance, a deafening chorus of cheers and screams reverberated throughout the entire Metropolis arena. Qin, we adore you. Qin, you are magnificent. I wish to be your third. Qin, I long to be your fourth. The invincible fat lion of the Celestial Empire, crushing Kentucky. The invincible fat lion of the Celestial Empire, obliterating Kentucky. With the fat lion charging forth, even the sharks trembled as the fat lion rampaged. The elementary school teammates rallied behind. Immersed in the thunderous ovation, the stands transformed into a surging sea of crimson. Meanwhile, the Kentucky players on the opposite half, including John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins, were filled with discontent, their eyes ignited with the flames of battle. Even if Qin Chong is extraordinarily strong, can he single-handedly defeat them? Standing on the sidelines, John Calipari, the head coach of the University of Kentucky, dressed impeccably in a suit, exuded an aura of a master strategist. A prodigy of Larry Brown, Calipari previously coached the Nets for 3 seasons in the NBA. During the 2007-2008 season, he was at the helm of the University of Memphis, where he mentored the talented Derrick Rose. Last season, Kentucky lured Calipari with a staggering 8-year, $32 million contract, making him the highest-paid active college coach. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the game commenced. The starting lineups for both teams took to the court. The starting 5 for the Washington Lions were point guard, PG, Willie Warren, shooting guard, SG, Klay Thompson, small forward, SF, Quincy Pondexter, power forward, PF, Stanley Johnson, and center Qin Chong. Thompson's ankle injury had healed remarkably, allowing him to start in this pivotal AA championship match. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and missing it would have left an indelible regret. For the University of Kentucky Wildcats, the starting lineup included point guard, PG, John Wall, shooting guard, SG, Eric Bledsoe, small forward, SF, Patrick Patterson, power forward, PF, Daniel Orton, and center DeMarcus Cousins. Coach John Calipari made a strategic alteration for tonight's final, promoting Daniel Orton, who had been serving as a backup center, to the starting lineup to partner with Cousins in a formidable interior defense against Qin Chong as formidable low-post offense. Consequently, Patterson transitioned from power forward to small forward. This arrangement ensured that all players projected to be first-round picks in the draft from Kentucky were now present in the starting positions. Though I am an admirer of Qin, I cannot help but commend the University of Kentucky. This lineup consists entirely of players predicted to be first-round draft picks by ESPN, marking an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of AA history. Indeed, Kenny, you are correct. This starting lineup from Kentucky would likely dominate the New Jersey Nets, even if they were unable to clinch a playoff spot in the NBA. Charles Barkley's audacious remarks knew no bounds, and the camera fittingly captured the expressions of Nets general manager Kiki Vandeweghe, along with players Brooke Lopez, E. Jianlian, and Devin Harris, who were present to witness the spectacle. Is it truly fair to suggest that the Nets could not compete against a college team? Perhaps they genuinely might struggle. Lopez, E. Jianlian, and Harris wore embarrassed expressions, mentally cursing Barkley's audacity. Their record was comparable to that of the Timberwolves and Wizards, so why single out the Nets? However, General Manager Vandeweghe maintained a serene smile, exuding an air of composure. This cunning individual even donned John Wall's white jersey, number 11 from the University of Kentucky, shamelessly indicating that if the Nets secured the top draft pick, they would undoubtedly select John Wall. E. Jianlian could not help but marvel at his general manager and head coach, who seemed to be putting his very essence into this performance. With only 3 days remaining in the NBA regular season, the New Jersey Nets found themselves with a dismal record of 12 wins and 68 losses, having already locked in the worst record in the league. According to the draft lottery rules, the Nets held a 28-6 chance of securing the top pick. Following the Nets in the standings were the Timberwolves, Kings, Wizards, Warriors, and Knicks. Qin Chong and DeMarcus Cousins stepped onto the center court for the jump ball. At this moment, Cousins was merely 19 years old, adorned with a white headband, exuding a youthful naivety. During his collegiate years, Cousins weighed only 270 pounds, a far cry from his later NBA physique. However, in anticipation of facing the formidable Qin Chong, affectionately dubbed the Shark of the Eastern Empire, Cousins had commenced a systematic weight gain regimen over a month prior, under the vigilant guidance of a strength coach. Now, his weight had increased to 285 pounds, with a bench press strength reaching 175 kilograms. Standing at 2.11 meters, he appeared somewhat outmatched alongside Qin Chong. Yet, Cousins harbored a different sentiment. Qin, aren't you known for your dunking prowess? Why not attempt to dunk over me tonight? With a graceful smile, Qin Chong retorted calmly yet assertively, DeMarcus, as long as you don't get ejected for an early technical foul tonight, I promise to make you question your very existence. Cousins found himself momentarily speechless, his fists clenched and body trembling with rage as he pointed at Qin Chong, shouting, "You little brat from the Celestial Empire, I warn you, you may insult my skills, but you shall not undermine my intelligence. I always play with my head." Before Qin Chong could respond, the referee beside them swiftly blew the whistle. Beep. A technical foul was promptly issued to Cousins. His eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him utterly bewildered. Qin Chong's face flushed crimson as he stifled a laugh. On the court, Kentucky University's John Wall, Patrick Patterson, and Bledsoe, once filled with fervor, were instantly rendered bewildered by DeMarcus Cousins' technical foul before the game even commenced. A technical foul before the jump ball? This was utterly absurd. It was evident that DeMarcus Cousins was indeed a force to be reckoned with, showcasing the prowess of a premier center. How amusing it was that DeMarcus had already incurred a technical foul before the game began. Was he eager to be ejected early to avoid being overwhelmed by Qin? Charles, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. You might provoke this fellow to storm the commentary booth and land a punch on you. Barkley raised an eyebrow and quipped, "A fight? I've never been defeated. Back in the day, even Shaquille O'Neal dared not utter a word after I bested him." The camera swiftly panned to the front row where Shaquille O'Neal sat, wide-eyed and leaping up as if to charge towards the commentary booth, only to be playfully restrained by LeBron James. Beep. At the center of the court, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the game, tossing the basketball high above the heads of Qin Chong and Cousins. Qin Chong exuded an air of effortless composure as he observed Cousins leaping ahead of him, revealing not the slightest hint of anxiety. What harm could there be in allowing him to soar a moment longer? Whoosh. The terrifying explosive power of Qin Chong's jump propelled him forward with astonishing speed, as he deftly flicked the ball behind him, much to the astonishment reflected in Cousins' wide eyes. The Cougars secured the initial possession of the game. Willie Warren advanced the ball, while Thompson positioned himself on the weak side perimeter. Qin Chong positioned himself in the low post on the strong side. Standing at 2.11 meters and weighing 260 pounds, Daniel Orton swiftly moved to obstruct Qin Chong's space for a back turn, while Cousins advanced quickly, extending his long arms to thwart Qin Chong's frontside reception. John Calipari's intentions were unmistakable. By elevating Orton to the starting lineup, he aimed to utilize the formidable duo of Orton and Cousins to limit the performance of the formidable Shark from the East. Orton was projected to be the 29th pick in the first round of the draft, boasting impressive physical attributes. Although he stands at 2.11 meters, his wingspan reaches an impressive 2.28 meters, making him the only interior player this year with a wingspan that exceeds that of Qin Chong. Cousins' wingspan measures at 2.26 meters, nearly indistinguishable from Qin Chong's. It is well recognized that Qin Chong possesses formidable lower body strength, arguably an upgraded version of Barkley. Consequently, the double team from Cousins and Orton did not close in directly. Instead, they maintained a certain distance from Qin Chong, employing their extraordinary wingspans to continuously disrupt his movements. The four outstretched arms formed an intricate web around Qin Chong, akin to a spider's web, creating a formidable challenge. In the face of the targeted double-team strategy employed by the Kentucky Twin Towers, Qin Chong did not hastily reposition himself to receive the pass. Instead, he gestured for Stanley Johnson, stationed in the low post on the opposite side, to take the initiative. From the outset, he encouraged his teammates to actively engage in the offensive play, fostering a spirited state of attack and defense. This was part of the task assigned by the head coach of the Hankless to Qin Chong and Thompson, the two leaders of the Puma team. As Willie Warren delivered the ball to Stanley Johnson in the low post, the agile Cousins swiftly moved to provide assistance in defense. Suddenly, Qin Chong forcefully pushed Alton aside and demanded the ball from Stanley Johnson. Faced with Cousins' imposing defense, Stanley Johnson momentarily faltered. His already limited passing skills led him to hurriedly attempt a bounce pass, which Cousins effortlessly intercepted. However, just as Cousins was about to pass the ball to John Wall, a lightning-fast hand shot out from the side, swiftly cutting off the basketball with precision. The court was crowded with four interior players. Yet Qin Chong's nimble footwork and swift reflexes allowed him to maneuver with ease. Like a mantis catching a cicada, he snatched the ball from Cousins, pushing him aside in shock before leaping up for a powerful dunk. The resounding thud echoed through the arena as Daniel Alton, who had been late in his defensive rotation, failed to contest Qin Chong's dunk, instead committing a foul. Striding to the free throw line, Qin Chong made the additional point. followed by a successful free throw for Cousins' technical foul. The score stood at 7-0 in favor of the Cougars against the Wildcats. Frustrated, Cousins vented his anger at Alton. Can't you think a little? If you can't defend, why rush in? You've just given away a foul. Alton rolled his eyes in response, unwilling to confront Cousins directly, but silently grumbled to himself about whose intelligence was truly lacking. The University of Kentucky initiated their offense. John Wall advanced the ball, setting up a pick-and-roll with Cousins at the top of the key. After creating a mismatch, he found himself facing Qin Chong. A quick crossover followed by a sudden stop propelled Wall forward like lightning, momentarily leaving Qin Chong trailing. Nevertheless, even as Wall sped past, Qin Chong swiftly pivoted and pursued, shadowing Wall and effectively closing off his lane to the basket. With Cousins demanding the ball on the strong side, Wall promptly delivered it into his hands. Stanley Johnson had been drawn outside the key by Alton, leaving Willie Warren vulnerable to Cousins' brute strength, creating a clear path to the hoop. The rim seemed to beckon to Cousins, akin to a siren enticing him with its allure. With a thunderous roar, Cousins leapt into the air, raising the ball above his head, his body poised like a taut bowstring, ready to unleash a ferocious dunk. At that moment, however, Qin Chong, in pursuit of Wall, soared into the air, his powerful frame resembling a rocket taking flight. He soared over the 191-meter-tall Wall, his outstretched arms radiating with energy, transforming into a meteor hammer that crashed down upon the basketball in Cousins' grasp. The impact was swift and decisive as Qin Chong's hand struck the ball, sending it crashing to the floor and bouncing high into the air. Cousins, having channeled all his strength into the dunk, found himself empty-handed. With a loud thud, his palm slammed against the metal rim, the sound reverberating throughout the arena. His hands instantly reddened, resembling freshly roasted pig trotters. The sharp pain shot through his palm, turning his face a ghastly shade of green. Meanwhile, Qin Chong, landing gracefully, seized the basketball and swiftly passed it to the accelerating Klay Thompson. It was a perfectly timed lead pass, the ball landing just a meter in front of Thompson. After securing the ball, Thompson halted abruptly at the three-point arc, deftly sidestepping Eric Bledsoe's desperate defense to launch a decisive three-pointer. The ball sailed through the air with precision. The score now read 7-0 in favor of the Cougars. Thompson, elated after making the shot, turned to the crowd, raising his right hand, his palm forming a makeshift scope against his eye in a celebratory gesture that radiated confidence. My three-point arrow, forged in the fires of hell. My eightfold sight, striking with lethal precision. As Qin Chong approached, he exchanged high-fives with Thompson, and the MetLife Stadium erupted with the exuberant cheers and screams of countless fans. On the side of the University of Kentucky, the two star players, John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins, had evidently become mere background figures in the Lions' swift counterattack less than a minute into the game. John Wall gazed at the high-definition screen replay, his expression blank, hand resting on his head, as if the sheer force of Qin Chong's leap had struck him with some unyielding object. Meanwhile, Cousins squatted on the floor, his hands red and swollen to the point of nearly smoking. The referee paused the match, and in a flurry, medical personnel rushed onto the court to examine Cousins' injured hands. The high-definition screen zoomed in on Cousins' inflamed hands, prompting a chorus of laughter from the audience. Charles Barkley at the commentary booth could not help but swallow hard and smacked his lips, exclaiming, "I haven't had roasted pig's feet in ages." Cousins' hands look incredibly tempting. Kenny Smith chimed in with jest, "Indeed, I can almost smell the aroma. A touch of cumin and chili powder would be utterly perfect." Earl Johnson quipped, "Just how much force did DeMarcus Cousins use for that dunk? Is he really going to go against his own pride?" With a breathtaking leap that saw him block Cousins' shot over Wall, it seemed destined that Qin would be the shining star of the MetLife Stadium tonight. The game resumed swiftly, with Cousins gritting his teeth and fighting through the pain. The Kentucky offense, now fueled by Wall's determination, faced Qin Chong once more. Embarrassed and furious, Wall's eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. His mother and several sisters were present in the stands, and he felt compelled to reclaim his lost dignity against Qin Chong. Wall's father had passed away from liver cancer when he was merely 9, leaving his mother to raise him and his siblings through sheer grit, often juggling multiple jobs. Wall's rebellious teenage years had led him to incarceration for theft, but it was basketball that redeemed him from the depths of poverty and crime. As he brought the ball up court to the strong side, Wall called for Cousins to set a screen, once again finding himself in a mismatch with Qin. "Qin, no one can take my #1 pick away from me, not even God." With an air of nonchalance and composure, Qin Chong raised his eyebrows slightly, exuding confidence and elegance. "John, I hope that in 10 minutes, you will still have the audacity to speak to me in this manner." As the highly anticipated showdown between the two top contenders commenced, nearly 100,000 fans in the surrounding stands erupted in cheers, fervently supporting their favorite stars. The moment had arrived. John Wall was finally about to take the stage. "Brother, are you also a fan of John? How fortuitous it is for us to be seated together. I genuinely cannot fathom why so many are rallying behind Qin." I apologize. What I meant to convey is that Wall is about to be overwhelmed by Qin." In the front row of the sidelines, Qin Chong's father, Qin Chahai, and mother, Bai Zi, were both dressed in formal attire, intently observing their son's competition. Qin Chahai, clad in a sleek black suit, exuded an air of maturity and gravitas. Despite having retired from the provincial team many years ago, he still emanated the sharp aura of a professional athlete, his gaze piercing and assertive. Beside him, Bai Zi donned an elegant gray evening gown, embodying grace and nobility, with traces of her youthful brilliance still evident in her demeanor. Adjacent to Bai Zi was the Asian beauty, Su Jimai, a distinguished student from Harvard University, who also happened to be a distant relative of Bai Zi and Qin Chong. In fact, Su Jimai was a year older than Qin Chong, making her his cousin. Logically, given that both Su Jimai and Qin Chong had yet to reach the age of 20, the notion of matchmaking seemed somewhat premature. However, the fathers of both families harbored genuine affection for these promising youngsters, wishing to prevent their talents from being squandered on outsiders. Thus, they aimed to unite the two early, providing them with companionship and support while in America. And, is that number 11 in the white jersey really impressive? Does she dare to go head-to-head with our Qin Chong? Su Jimai, although an academic prodigy, was rather oblivious to many aspects of life, lacking even the ability to prepare instant noodles. Her understanding of basketball rules was limited. Apart from recognizing Michael Jordan, she knew little of the sport. Nevertheless, she possessed considerable expertise in matters concerning player contracts and endorsements. To assist Qin Chong upon concluding his match, she noted, Qin's performance has been astounding, single-handedly defending against John Wall, effectively stifling the first overall pick. This is a point guard whose speed rivals that of Derrick Rose, yet he has been thwarted by an interior player who claimed that John Wall is a fusion of Rose, Westbrook, and Wade. Let us not tarnish the reputations of those three legends, shall we? I believe that even if Rose were here, challenging our Chinese shark would not be an easy feat. On the commentary stage, Barkley and Smith were fervently praising Qin Chong. With a 100-meter dash time of 10.3 seconds, he is recognized as the fastest point guard, yet Qin has rendered Wall incapable of making any progress. It appears that Wall, the first overall pick, may not retain his position, with the strategy of allowing Wall to shoot rather than drive. The latter found himself compelled to attempt a three-pointer. As he prepared to launch a shot, Qin Chong, 2 meters away, leapt into action, soaring like a rocket with his long arms poised to block the shot. Although Wall's speed in breaking through was commendable, his shooting speed paled in comparison to the likes of Pete Curry and Thompson. With a forceful and resounding block, Qin Chong executed a magnificent rejection, his astounding vertical leap granting him precious moments to dictate the trajectory of the basketball. The sound of impact reverberated through the arena as the ball was catapulted away, spinning rapidly and slicing through the air, soaring over John Wall's head and traversing 3/4 of the court's height, aimed towards the backboard some 20 meters away. In a moment of collective astonishment, as the audience marveled at Qin Chong's audacious block on John Wall, the ball, propelled with precision, struck the tempered glass backboard with a thunderous crash, rebounding fiercely. The 9 players on the court were utterly unprepared for the astonishing outcome of Qin Chong's block, which had sent the basketball hurtling towards the distant backboard. Just as realization dawned upon the spectators, Qin Chong, ever the opportunist, swiftly maneuvered past John Wall, accelerating towards the front court with determined strides. He was coming, flying in with the momentum of the system. The basketball, rebounding off the backboard, arced gracefully near the three-point line, soaring high once more. Qin Chong resembled a rocket artillery firing at full throttle, grasping the basketball with a single hand. He took 3 swift strides, landing on the free throw line before soaring into the air. He ascended to an altitude of 5 billion nanometers above the paint, executing a 180-degree turn while switching the ball deftly beneath his legs. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he slammed the ball into the hoop with his back turned. The resounding impact echoed, thud. The hoop lamented, the rim swayed, and the tempered glass backboard trembled violently. Qin Chong's powerful dunk was perfectly executed, precisely balancing the tempered glass backboard on the verge of shattering. With a resounding thud, Qin Chong landed heavily, causing the entire court to tremble as if it were alive. Above him, the tempered glass backboard and the hoop swayed precariously, threatening to crash down upon him at any moment. On the sidelines, Bai Zi and Su Jimai were visibly shaken, their faces drained of color as they leapt up in unison, shouting towards Qin Chong on the court, "Be careful, Chonger." Gradually, the trembling backboard stabilized, and in the next moment, the metropolis arena erupted with a deafening roar of jubilation. Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? Did Qin just launch the basketball from the backcourt to the front, striking the backboard and rebounding? Then, he completed a fast break dunk with a 180-degree spin, switching hands mid-air? This was simply surreal. Qin, you are incredible. Please accept my admiration. The players and coaching staff from both teams were left astounded by Qin Chong's extraordinary feat particularly. John Wall stood frozen in the backcourt, his eyes wide as he stared at the slow-motion replay on the big screen. The TNT commentary team was in a frenzy, slamming their hands on the table, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh, this is absolutely insane." A block against John Wall, sending the ball crashing into the backboard, followed by a fast break dunk with a 180-degree spin. In just 4 seconds, Qin accomplished 3 astonishing feats: a block, a rebound, and a score. The statistics he racked up were nothing short of outrageous. Oh my goodness, I lack the words to describe Qin's greatness. Perhaps only a literary genius like Shakespeare could do justice to such praise. As the players of the Cougars regained their composure, they rushed towards Qin Chong in a frenzy of excitement, celebrating with wild cheers and chest bumps. as if his incredible block and dunk had already sealed the game for the Cougars. Qin, this is unbelievable. What other hidden reserves of energy do you possess? Thompson and Willie Warren eagerly patted Qin's limbs and shoulders, reveling in the euphoria of the moment. The 180-degree under-the-leg reverse dunk executed by Qin Chong feels remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the very first dunk he performed upon returning to school from the Celestial Empire in the basketball arena. At that time, he leaped from the center of the paint, less than 3 meters from the hoop, whereas now he has genuinely soared from the free throw line to achieve this remarkable feat. Can one truly believe that a man weighing 315 pounds could accomplish such a thing? Even though the paint in AA is slightly shorter than that in the NBA, it is unlikely that more than 3 players in the current NBA league could execute this dunk from Qin Chong's position. John Wall's fervor seems to have been instantly drained as he reluctantly concedes that he cannot replicate Qin Chong's dunk. The multitude of NBA stars seated courtside leapt to their feet in excitement, their expressions exaggerated as they cheered and shouted, "Oh, Shaq. I finally believe what you said. Qin's talent is indeed more formidable than yours at your peak." Shaquille O'Neal was equally astonished by Qin Chong's dunk. Despite being an ardent admirer of him, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary fast-break dunk in actual gameplay. Remarkably, he sent the basketball soaring off the backboard, a good 20 meters away. Oh, even I am unclear about where Qin's limits truly lie. LeBron, considering the dimensions of AA's paint, pondered whether he could perform Qin's 180-degree reverse dunk from the free throw line. James shook his head with a rueful smile, perhaps. But I would have to risk being sent to the U to attempt it. On the Nets side, DeAndre Jordan, E.G. Lian, and Devin Harris were utterly astonished by Qin Chong's audacious maneuvers. Jordan widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this Qin really your fellow countryman from the Celestial Empire with Yao Ming? He feels more like an extraterrestrial. At this moment, he proudly responded, with a population of 3 billion in our homeland, we shall never lack for genius, merely the means to discover it. The talents of Yao and myself seem trivial in comparison to Qin Chong. Devin Harris exclaimed joyfully, Qin is absolutely insane. If our Nets could secure the #1 draft pick and select Qin, we could undoubtedly turn our fortunes around next season. Before Harris could finish, Nets general manager Sean Marks coughed twice, casting a warning glance at him. Ahem, I believe John Wall merely made a temporary mistake with his abilities. He can certainly surpass Qin. While he voiced this, his heart was filled with secret glee. Qin Chong was on the verge of humiliating John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins. If the Nets were fortunate enough to secure the first overall pick, selecting a player would hardly require contemplation. Sitting on the sidelines, Paul George, Nikola Vucevic, Greg Monroe, the Morris brothers, and Evan Turner, all eliminated by Qin Chong and the Cougars, marveled at his extraordinary performance. While the psychological scars of their previous encounters with him began to fade significantly, it was entirely reasonable that they could not best Qin Chong, especially considering even the highly regarded John Wall was outmatched by him. The apparent gap between them and Wall was not as pronounced as one might have thought. As the game progressed, the University of Kentucky initiated their offense. An agitated John Wall brought the ball to the arc, and this time, Qin Chong stepped up to switch defense, remaining a prudent 2 meters from Wall. John, I wager $1 that you dare not shoot. Qin Chong's taunt incited Wall's ire. After a feigned drive and a shoulder fake, Wall leapt and swiftly released a 3-point shot from the arc. As Wall took a shot, Qin Chong deemed it unnecessary to leap for a block and instead turned to secure the rebound. Clang. The unmistakable sound of an iron rim echoed as Wall's 3-pointer ricocheted off the backboard, missing its mark. Snap. Qin Chong accurately anticipated the trajectory of the rebound, leaping majestically like a thunderclap to seize the basketball before Cousins could react. The Cougars launched a counterattack, with Thompson receiving a pass from Willie Warren in the front court, decisively taking a 3-point shot. Clang. The shot missed. However, Qin Chong, racing in, effortlessly evaded the 2 interior players from the University of Kentucky. As Patrick Patterson leaped beneath the basket to secure the defensive rebound, Qin surged from behind, leaping above Patterson's head to claim the ball with one hand. And with a fierce determination, he slammed it into the hoop amidst the astonished gazes of his opponents. Boom. The Cougars led 11-0 against the Wildcats. The bench of Washington State erupted in jubilation, with substitute players leaping up and wildly waving towels. One towel was accidentally flung by Jerome Jordan, striking head coach John Calipari of the University of Kentucky, who was standing about 10 meters away, right in the face. Calipari quickly snatched the towel off his face, visibly irritated, and promptly called for a long timeout to gather his thoughts. On such a prestigious stage as the AA Finals, being overwhelmed by an 11 o'clock start, with a complete domination on both ends, was a serious concern for the esteemed coach Calipari. He understood the gravity of the situation and recognized the urgent need to rally his team, refusing to be led by the Cougars any longer. As basketball players, one must be acutely aware of our strengths. John, if you envision Qin as LeBron James, you would not stubbornly insist on those foolish one-on-one plays. Meanwhile, the commentary team from the Celestial Empire, including Coach Zhang and Yao Ming, was equally exhilarated by Qin Chong's breathtaking start. Applauding and praising the sheer entertainment value of the game, the spectacle of this match is simply extraordinary. Qin Chong had clearly gained the upper hand in his direct confrontation with the top draft prospect, John Wall. Compared to this fast break and the 180-degree dunk from the free throw line, I feel Qin directly swatted Wall's shot into the front court, striking the tempered glass backboard with impeccable precision, which seems to be even more challenging in a real game. When this phenomenal block and fast break dunk coalesced, the visual impact and shock value were magnified manifold. The fan base from across the celestial empire watching the live broadcast of the AA Finals reached a staggering 80 million, surpassing the viewership of most NBA games. Good heavens, Qin is phenomenal. He is forever a legend. If Qin's dunk were showcased in the NBA All-Star Dunk Contest, it would undoubtedly secure the championship. Launching the basketball from the top of the arc to strike the tempered backboard over 20 meters away with such precision is simply astounding. The power and angle of Qin's block were executed flawlessly, and that reverse dunk was nothing short of spectacular. They say the University of Kentucky is formidable. I see them as merely ordinary, perhaps even inferior to Ohio State and Kansas. Let me share a joke. John Wall is the top draft prospect. Returning to Madison Square Garden, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. John Wall suppressed his burgeoning anger, striving to maintain his composure, knowing that only by leading his team to victory could he claim true triumph over Qin Chong. The University of Kentucky's offense began to flow smoothly, characterized by seamless ball sharing and coordinated movement, exemplifying top-tier team basketball. The dual point guard combination of Wall and Bledsoe consistently allowed the Wildcats to find shooting opportunities far from Qin Chong's defensive reach. Patterson's mid-range shot, Cousins' putback dunk, and Bledsoe's corner three-pointer began to fall. Wall gradually found his rhythm, hitting 2 consecutive shots off screens. The University of Kentucky, a veritable powerhouse of the AA, showcased a level of teamwork that was textbook-worthy. Their roster was filled with first-round draft predictions, each player exhibiting elite talent, skill, and tactical execution. However, the Cougars, under the leadership of Qin and Klay, were equally formidable on the offensive end. Qin initiated a strong post play from the top of the arc, backing Cousins down to the basket, unfazed by the double team, and executed a powerful dunk with finesse. Although Cousins possessed remarkable strength, he paled in comparison to Qin. The first half concluded swiftly, with the Cougars leading 52-40 against the Wildcats, a comfortable 12-point advantage heading into the second half. The suspense of victory remained palpable. As the second half commenced, Wall and Bledsoe heated up, combining to hit 4 three-pointers and spearheading a 15-6 run, swiftly narrowing the gap to just 3 points, a mere three-pointer away from tying the game. At this critical juncture, the player who rose to the occasion for the Cougars was none other than the Celestial Empire's own Qin Chong. The University of Kentucky consistently employed a low post double-team strategy against Qin. This time, Qin maneuvered to the top of the arc, drawing Cousins away to the high post, receiving a pass from Thompson. Once Qin positioned himself high to receive the ball, the Wildcats hesitated to double-team, as the interior was vacated, allowing Thompson and Willie Warren to execute sharp cutting drives. Qin's high post playmaking ability was among the best in the AA. And in the first half, the Wildcats had already allowed the Cougars to score several beautiful cuts due to their high post double-team on Qin. Just as Cousins furrowed his brow, suspecting that Qin was about to back him down to the basket once more, Qin Chong, however, adjusted his stance, standing a meter away from Cousins, cradling the ball at his waist. With a raised brow and a playful smile, he inquired, "Cousin, do you think I will break through on your left or your right?" Cousins, taken aback, furrowed his brow in confusion. What was happening? Was Qin Chong actually attempting a direct dribble past him? Had he lost his mind? In that fleeting moment of dialogue, Qin Chong swiftly summoned the system interface in his mind, converting all of his accumulated experience points, over 30,000, into attribute points, which he allocated entirely to his dribbling skill. While backing down was indeed a practical tactic, rendering him nearly invincible in the current context, tonight was particularly significant with so many spectators, including his idol, parents, and future wife. Thus, Qin Chong resolved that beyond the rudimentary backing moves, he ought to showcase some stylish and impressive maneuvers. Qin Chong's ball-handling attribute stood at a mere 58, falling short of the acceptable threshold. However, with the direct conversion of 30,000 experience points, his attribute surged to 78, a figure that nearly mirrors the average standard of an NBA point guard. Among the towering players in the NBA, particularly those exceeding 2.08 meters in height, possessing a ball-handling attribute above 78 is indeed a rarity. Apart from Kevin Durant, it would be challenging to find another player with similar prowess. At that moment, Qin Chong faced off against Cousins, slightly lowering his center of gravity as he effortlessly executed dribbles between his legs and behind his back. His control over the basketball became remarkably nimble, imprinting various techniques and experiences related to ball handling and breakthroughs in his mind. Observing Qin Chong's skillful dribbling, Cousins chuckled and provocatively remarked, "Qin, as long as you refrain from post-up plays, I can defend you to the point of questioning your existence." This year, among the large players in the AA League, Cousins' lateral speed and ability to switch defenses are undeniably elite. It is no simple feat for Qin Chong, a hefty 2.9-meter tall player weighing over 310 pounds, to challenge him for a direct breakthrough on the perimeter. Even players of the caliber of Klay Thompson and Evan Turner would find it a daunting task to drive past him. With a composed smile adorning his face, Qin Chong's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Cousin, I hope you can maintain such confidence in 10 seconds. Before his words fully resonated, Qin Chong abruptly sprang into action. Whoosh. With a lowered center of gravity and a powerful shoulder thrust, his initial burst of speed was remarkable. His robust physique launched forth like a cannonball, causing Cousins' expression to change dramatically. As he quickly regained his composure and rushed to block the weaker side, Qin Chong had already swept past him, occupying more than half of the space beside him. Just as Cousins hurriedly turned and gave chase, suddenly, Qin Chong executed an impressive behind-the-back dribble, evading Cousins as he drove down the right side. Whoosh. Despite his imposing weight of over 310 pounds, which somewhat hampered his agility and speed compared to elite point guards like John Wall, Qin found it challenging to completely shake off the quick-reacting and well-timed defensive Cousins with just a couple of fakes. With an exceptional sense of spatial awareness on the court, Qin caught a glimpse of Cousins regaining ground in his peripheral vision. He made a sudden stop, then swiftly dribbled between his legs, lowering his center of gravity for a sharp change of direction. Whoosh. With 3 consecutive explosive changes of pace and a fluid left-right-left dribble, coupled with the terrifying force generated by his massive frame, Cousins, retreating near the free throw line, became flustered and stumbled. His large build, weighing 280 pounds, crashed to the court with a thunderous thud as he lunged toward Qin. Bang! At that very moment, as Cousins fell like a mountain behind him, the shark of the Celestial Empire surged into the paint, soaring toward the oncoming help defense of Daniel Alton, unleashing a ferocious dunk. Boom! The score was now 60 for the Cougars against 55 for the Wildcats. Alton's hand had already made contact with the basketball, yet Qin remained unfazed, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop despite the defensive pressure. Alton, sent sprawling, found himself sitting helplessly outside the baseline, his right wrist throbbing with pain. After landing, Qin looked down from his height, surveying Alton, then turned to see Cousins, who had been left reeling at the free throw line. His gaze was piercing and commanding. Cousins, did you not say you would defend me until I questioned my own existence? Perhaps it is you who should be questioning your life choices now. Cousins, overwhelmed by his own weight, had fallen hard to the floor, nearly fracturing his lower back, grimacing in pain while attempting to deflect the situation with excuses. Damn it. Who cleaned this floor? It's ridiculously slippery. At the commentary booth, Barkley and Smith widened their eyes in astonishment as if they had discovered a new world. What on earth? Qin just knocked down DeMarcus with a straightforward drive and then dunked over Daniel Alton? The fluidity of Qin's low center of gravity changes, his agile crossovers, and the dexterity of his dual-handed dribbling. Was this truly possible for a man towering at 2.09 meters and weighing over 310 pounds? In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the shadow of peak Allen Iverson in Qin. My God, how many mysteries remain hidden within Qin's remarkable physique? The extraordinary fat lion of the Celestial Empire, aside from his inconsistent long-range shooting, appeared devoid of any flaws. A near-perfect hexagonal warrior, this night at Madison Square Garden was destined to erupt in fervor for this man. Kenny, it seems that Qin and I are of the same ilk, capable of playing through sheer physicality, yet relying on talent. Charles, when it comes to boasting, Qin far surpasses you. Not only were the live commentators and the star-studded audience astonished by Qin's dribbling prowess, but the entire Madison Square Garden erupted with waves of awe and cheers. Even teammates of the Cougars like Klay Thompson and Willie Warren, along with Coach Han Chris, were left spellbound by Qin's unexpected display of ball-handling finesse. After playing alongside Qin for so long, Thompson and Warren had never realized how smooth and swift his dribbling could be. Qin, have you been secretly practicing your dribbling behind our backs? Are you planning to switch to point guard and steal my position? In the subsequent 3 offensive possessions, Qin Chong opted to elevate his position and drive directly at Cousins. Leveraging his ball-handling prowess alongside his overwhelming physicality, he transformed into a nimble yet powerful bulldozer, capable of bulldozing through defenders. Even if he couldn't completely evade his opponent during his frontal assault, he could easily use his shoulder to shove them aside, charging straight to the basket for a thunderous dunk. Boom. Cousins, having been overwhelmed by Qin Chong's relentless attacks, succumbed to frustration and committed a foul. As Qin Chong approached the free throw line, he effortlessly sank his first shot. Swish. The second attempt, however, clanked off the rim, ricocheting back with great force. Cousins and Patterson rushed in from either side to contest the defensive rebound, but Qin Chong, having anticipated the moment, leaped high into the air. His astonishing vertical leap allowed him to soar above both Cousins and Patterson, snatching the basketball with his long arms. Upon landing, he executed a quick step and spun past Cousins, penetrating the restricted area before launching himself again, delivering a stunning dunk reminiscent of a shark-esque ferocity. Boom. 1 free throw, 1 rebound, 1 dunk. Qin Chong amassed 3 points, helping the Jaguars extend their lead back into double digits. His personal tally for the evening reached 41 points, complemented by 15 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 7 blocks. The score read Jaguars 76, Wildcats 65, with just 5 minutes and 9 seconds left on the game clock. John Calipari furrowed his brows, calling for a lengthy timeout. The pressing question of how to defend Qin Chong loomed as a critical dilemma for the esteemed coach. If Qin Chong continued his spectacular display, any hopes the Wildcats had of staging a comeback in the final 5 minutes would be nothing short of fanciful. On the court, The head referee, after reviewing the video replay, decisively deemed Cousins' foul as malicious, ejecting him from the game, which afforded the Jaguars 2 free throws and possession. Meanwhile, Cousins lay sprawled on the court, his body contorted in pain, visibly suffering. Medical personnel rushed onto the floor to assess his injuries, while staff from the Jaguars quickly provided Qin Chong with a clean, spare jersey. "Qin, that dunk was incredibly ferocious," exclaimed a teammate. "You tore your jersey yet still soared through the paint to deliver that jaw-dropping slam. Honestly, I feel like your charisma could sway anyone." DeMarcus was indeed a notorious figure. In my opinion, a suspension alone was insufficient. He should face additional fines. Thankfully, Qin's athleticism is extraordinary. Had it been anyone else who faced such a brutal pull from DeMarcus, they would surely be sidelined for the season. The high-definition screens continued to replay the remarkable dunk, igniting a fervor among nearly 100,000 fans at the Metropolis Arena. The air was filled with cheers, alongside a chorus of boos directed at Cousins for his foul. On the sidelines, Qin Chong's mother, Bai Zi, and Su Jimai were taken aback, their hearts pounding in relief that Qin had escaped injury. His athletic prowess is truly terrifying. "Even as a mother, I feel a hint of fear," Bai Zi mused. "How did I give birth to such an incredible son?" Su Jimai's cheeks flushed, despite her conservative nature and lack of romantic experience. Witnessing Qin Chong's explosive dunk, a moment where his ripped jersey revealed raw masculinity and strength, left her profoundly moved by the beauty of his power and impact. Qin Chong, however, was infuriated by Cousins' foul, slapping his thigh and snorting coldly. "Fortunately, Xiao Chong is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have rushed over to thrash that foolish giant from the University of Kentucky." Bai Zi, well aware of her husband's temperament, chuckled through her tears and asked, "Chahai, are you certain you can take on Cousins?" Qin Chong pounded his chest and roared, "Even if we cannot win, we must fight. What of America? If anyone dares to lay a finger on my son, I shall fight them to the bitter end." Seated nearby, Taylor Swift, Kristen, and Emma were utterly captivated by Qin Chong's fervent declaration, their eyes sparkling with admiration. His sun-kissed, robust physique was mesmerizing, igniting a desire to reach out and touch him. On the other side of the arena, the Kardashian sisters were equally enthralled by the performance of the formidable Qin Chong, their hearts swayed by the allure of his prowess. Kim Kardashian, overflowing with excitement, leapt from her seat, swaying her ample curves and exuberantly shouted towards the crowd, "It's a foregone conclusion. If the Cougars do not clinch the championship tonight, and if Qin does not secure a spot in the Final Four, then every man present may claim me." As Kim's words echoed, the surrounding fans lit up with fervor. "Oh, is it really that intense? Do I dare hope for a miraculous turnaround from the University of Kentucky? Yet, I am undeniably a fan of Qin and Klay. Am I losing my mind? Fear not, my friend, you are not alone." Meanwhile, Cousins, having sustained a mild concussion, was escorted to the locker room by his teammates. Bang! Enraged, Cousins kicked open the locker room door and stormed in, wreaking havoc. Clatter and crash. 2 substitute players from the University of Kentucky shook their heads in dismay, lamenting the team's fate as the NOP trophy was paraded onto the court. NBA Commissioner David Stern, alongside NOP's voting representative, Adam Silver, presented the results to Stern. Without a glance, Stern tore the paper in half. What is there to even consider? If Qin Chong is not among the Final Four, it would undoubtedly be the greatest farce in history. After an exuberant celebration, Qin Chong and the players of the Cougars donned the championship hats and t-shirts presented by the staff, standing at the center of the court, eagerly awaiting the arrival of glory. Among the audience, over 90,000 fans were filled with excitement, with no one leaving early, all anticipating the presentation of the championship and MVP awards. The Cougars of Washington State achieved this championship with remarkable dominance, sweeping through their opponents without mercy. This remarkable feat was largely due to Qin. Had it been solely up to Klay Thompson, the Cougars might not have even reached the top 32. With 2 games exceeding 30 points, one surpassing 40, 3 over 50, and a game featuring a quadruple-double with over 50 blocks. It would be a grave injustice if Qin were not awarded the title of Most Outstanding Player in this year's Final Four. Did you see David Stern tear up the voting slip without even glancing at it? The old man's subtext was clear. Even a fool knows that the MVP undoubtedly belongs to Qin. President Stern swiftly engraved Qin Chong's name onto the NOP trophy with a laser, which he personally handed to Qin Chong. Cheers, screams, shouts, and applause erupted. "Qin, congratulations once again." After receiving the NOP trophy, as the thunderous cheers in Madison Square Garden gradually subsided, he cleared his throat twice and spoke passionately into the microphone. "This is the most significant night of my life to date. I will never forget the nightscape of New York, nor the fans at Madison Square Garden who cheered and applauded for me. And I will especially never forget my teammates who fought alongside me. We triumphed. We lifted the championship. We are the biggest winners of this year's March Madness. As for this Final Four MVP trophy, it belongs not only to me but to each and every one of you. I must thank every one of my teammates. They are all heroes of the Cougars. Klay, thank you for your companionship throughout this season. I hope that in the future, when we enter the NBA, we can have the chance to fight side by side again. Willie, thank you for teaching me how to play baseball. But I must stress that if your basketball skills were even half as good as your baseball, Westbrook would undoubtedly be your defeated rival. Stanley, thank you for always being at the forefront during every confrontation. your fists instill fear in our opponents. Jerome, thank you for washing my socks countless times. Even if it was because you always lost at cards. I must also thank my dear coach, Han Chris, for his unwavering support and trust in me. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude to my parents, who gave me life and raised me to adulthood. They are here tonight. And in front of the 100,000 fans at Madison Square Garden, I want to say to them with deep affection, Dad, Mom, your child has grown up. The camera panned to Bai Zi and Qin Chong standing at the sidelines, with an emotional Bai Zi smiling through tears. Tears glimmered in the deep-set eyes of Qin Chong. Meanwhile, the commentary team from the Celestial Empire was equally exhilarated. Director Zhang, filled with emotion, exclaimed, Qin Chong's acceptance speech was truly remarkable. Even a man of my age cannot help but shed tears. I am genuinely elated for Qin Chong and for the promising future of basketball in our nation. With an average of 48.6 points per game across 6 championship matches, he stood utterly unrivaled. Furthermore, Qin Chong's receipt of this prestigious trophy marked him as only the second freshman in history to achieve such an honor. Following in the footsteps of Carmelo Anthony from Syracuse University in 2003, the host, Yu perused the prepared notes to elucidate the significance of this award to the basketball fans of the Celestial Empire. This trophy is akin to the Finals MVP trophy in the NBA. However, the Finals MVP is awarded to the standout player from the 2 competing teams in the championship. In contrast, the Final Four MVP trophy is awarded to players from the 4 teams that reach the semifinals. Yet, securing a Final Four MVP trophy is considerably more challenging than winning the Finals MVP. After all, each year, the national and global basketball communities are swept up in fervent coverage of Qin Chong and the Cougars' triumphant journey, with radio stations, newspapers, magazines, and online platforms igniting a whirlwind of enthusiasm from the Celestial Empire's basketball aficionados. The latest draft predictions from ESPN and Sports Illustrated showcased Qin Chong has assertively ascended to the pinnacle of the draft, leaving John Wall and Evan Turner in his wake. The Washington Lions have triumphed in a stunning fashion, dominating the NOP with an average of 48.6 points, obliterating the tempered glass backboard on 3 occasions. The newly crowned player has delivered a breathtaking highlight reel, shredding his jersey in a spectacular display of athleticism, culminating in a devastating dunk. Qin has emerged as the foremost contender for the coveted title of the NBA's #1 draft pick, with teams in the lottery zone eagerly awaiting developments. On April 18th, the NBA regular season concluded, leading 16 teams from the Eastern and Western conferences into the playoffs as they strive for the championship. Meanwhile, the remaining 14 teams in the lottery zone have returned home, biding their time for the draft lottery ceremony in May, hoping for the chance to secure the coveted first pick. By May 16th, the NBA playoffs had progressed to the conference finals, with the Eastern showdown between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Boston Celtics, while the Western confrontation saw the storied rivals, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Phoenix Suns, face off. On the same day in New York, at the NBA headquarters, general managers from the 14 lottery teams convened in a high-stakes meeting, where the drawing ceremony for the 2010 draft was being conducted under the watchful eye of League Commissioner David Stern. The lottery drawing mechanism has undergone numerous reforms to ensure fairness and transparency. As early as 1985, David Stern, upon taking office as NBA Commissioner, reformed the lottery system, allowing teams that did not qualify for the playoffs an equal chance at the #1 pick. At that time, the league consisted of 23 teams, with 16 making the playoffs and the remaining 7 not. Envelopes bearing the names of these 7 teams were placed in a dark box, from which David Stern would draw the winner. Ultimately, the #1 pick was awarded to the New York Knicks, who selected one of the 4 dominant centers of that era, Patrick Ewing. Amidst skepticism from various teams regarding Stern's method of drawing envelopes, suspicions arose that he favored the Knicks. A widely recognized favorite of the league, rules evolved into a more equitable ping-pong ball combination system in the 21st century, making it exceedingly difficult for even the commissioner to manipulate outcomes, as the staff wheeled in a transparent container filled with 14 ping-pong balls. The atmosphere in the meeting room turned electric, with the general managers and representatives of the teams seated at tables adorned with their respective logos, brimming with anticipation. With the official commencement of the drawing, David Stern activated the container's mechanism. Mirroring the lottery machines of popular games, a ping-pong ball would drop every 6 seconds, culminating in a sequence of 4 balls that would determine the order of selection. A total of 1,001 possible combinations exist, with 1 eliminated, leaving 1,000 combinations. These combinations have already been allocated based on the performance rankings of the 14 lottery teams, with the New Jersey Nets holding the 28.6 probability of securing the top pick, thus possessing 286 combinations, while the Minnesota Timberwolves, with a 16.9 chance, held 169 combinations, and so forth. As the 4 ping-pong balls landed, the fate of the #1 pick was finally revealed. The New Jersey Nets emerged victorious in securing the 2010 first overall pick. David Stern announced this result with vigor, although personally, he had hoped for the Knicks to claim the honor. At the table bearing the Nets logo, general manager and head coach Kiki Vandeweghe leapt from his seat, exuberantly celebrating and embracing his assistant GM. "Oh, thank the heavens. The #1 pick, haha. We finally secured the #1 pick. While Vandeweghe shouted the name of John Wall. His mind already envisioned the dominant duo of Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian ruling the paint in the upcoming season. The remaining 13 general managers shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting their fate. However, given the Nets' last-place record, their acquisition of the top pick was deemed justifiable. Following this, the second pick was awarded to the Washington Wizards, who, benefiting from their poor standing, claimed the second overall selection. Tommy Shepard, the Wizards GM, wore a smile, while falling short of the #1 pick was unfortunate. The second pick was still a commendable outcome. Though they missed out on the Chinese sensation known as the Great Shark, the talented guard John Wall remained an enticing prospect. Although Qin Chong's talent is remarkable, his shooting accuracy from mid-range is significantly lacking, and his excessive weight, along with the attributes typical of players from the Celestial Empire, raises considerable uncertainty about his ability to maintain health on the demanding stage of the NBA. The seasoned general, Gilbert Arenas, nearing the twilight of his career, has chosen John Wall, which perfectly facilitates the transition of the starting point guard position for the Wizards. Subsequently, the Philadelphia 76ers secured the 3rd overall pick. Observing that they had not acquired any of the top 3 picks, Knicks general manager Donnie Walsh felt despondent. He could vividly imagine the terrifying fury of owner James Dolan in his office. It was imperative to devise a strategy to persuade the elderly Vander Wide to trade for the coveted 1st overall pick. As for Vander Wide's assertion that he would select John Wall instead of Qin Chong, Walsh harbored not a shred of belief in his words. The picks from 4th to 14th were no longer determined by a lottery but were arranged in order of performance, from worst to best. The Minnesota Timberwolves obtained the 4th pick, the New York Knicks secured the 5th, the Sacramento Kings received the 6th, and the Golden State Warriors acquired the 7th pick. Having previously selected Stephen Curry with the 7th overall pick last year, the Warriors general manager now set his sights on either Paul George or Gordon Hayward. Following the conclusion of the lottery, numerous teams promptly contacted Nets general manager Vander Wide, inquiring about the possibility of trading for the 1st overall pick. After all, the prodigious talent of Qin Chong, often referred to as the Great Shark of the Celestial Empire, is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Which organization would not aspire to seize such a potential asset? Cunning and shrewd, Vander Wide had already set his sights on Qin Chong. Yet he refrained from making any definitive public statements. He subtly indicated that if the Nets were to trade the 1st overall pick, it would depend on the sincerity of other teams' offers. Vander Wide was keen to observe just how fervently NBA teams would pursue this coveted pick. With the 1st overall pick in hand, the situation was quite liberating. New Jersey is a mere 80 kilometers from New York, and during the drive back, Vander Wide received calls from 7 or 8 teams. The Chicago Bulls general manager inquired, "Mr. Vander Wide, are you willing to trade the 1st overall pick? You can choose any player aside from Derrick Rose." Vander Wide chuckled lightly into the phone. "Apologies, the signal is poor. I can't hear you." The Thunder's general manager offered, "Mr. Vander Wide, we'll give you both Westbrook and Harden. They are both promising players. We only want the 1st overall pick. If you could also bring in Ibaka, that would be splendid. If not, we can even trade you a bad contract. What do you think?" Vander Wide snorted disdainfully. "Add Durant to that deal, and perhaps we can consider it." The Thunder's general manager, infuriated, hung up. One Qin Chong in exchange for the Thunder's big 3? Utterly unrealistic. However, the next call brought a serious expression to Vander Wide's face. It was from Pat Riley, the general manager of the Miami Heat. "Old Van, how about Dwayne Wade for your 1st overall pick? That's quite a show of good faith, isn't it?" Vander Wide was taken aback. He never expected the astute Riley to be willing to part with Wade. In 2010, Wade was at the pinnacle of his career, having averaged 32 points per game last season, earning him the scoring title and ranking 4th in MVP voting. Despite Wade's remarkable performance of 42 points in a playoff game against the Boston Celtics, the Heat were ultimately eliminated 1-4 in the 1st round. His teammates were woefully inadequate, with Wesley being a troublesome presence and Haslam averaging a mere 9 points. In the current NBA landscape, Wade's trade value was second only to LeBron James and Dwight Howard, surpassing even Kobe Bryant, who was already 32, while Wade was just 28. In the prime of his career, Vander Wide had always held a deep admiration for Wade, and at this moment, he found himself lost in contemplation. Yet, after merely a few seconds of hesitation, he concluded that despite Wade's prowess, he was already a defined player, whereas the potential of Qin Chong, the Celestial Empire's fat lion, was boundless. "Mr. Riley, with all due respect, Dwayne Wade cannot be exchanged for the 1st overall pick. The only players worth such a trade this year are LeBron James and Dwight Howard." After hanging up on Pat Riley, Vander Wide received a call from Greg Popovich, the general manager and head coach of the Spurs. Without allowing Popovich to speak, Vander Wide preemptively stated, "Greg, if you had secured the 1st overall pick in 1997 and were about to select Tim Duncan, would you trade it away?" On the other end, Popovich fell silent, emitting a soft sigh of resignation. In Vander Wide's perspective, Qin Chong is poised to become one of the greatest #1 draft picks in NBA history, his value in team building surpassing even that of LeBron James. Much like Tim Duncan, he has the potential to lead a franchise to multiple championships. Had the illustrious Duncan not suffered a significant knee injury in 2000, Van der Waich firmly believes that he would have secured additional titles for the Spurs, potentially shattering the Lakers' three-peat ambitions. Returning to East Rutherford, New Jersey, Van der Waich entered the general manager's office at the Barclays Center, where he was greeted by the sight of a tall, handsome middle-aged Caucasian man with a prominent nose seated on the office sofa. Beside him stood a statuesque secretary, clearly of Russian descent. "Mr. Prokhorov? What brings you here?" Van der Waich inquired, astonishment etched across his face, for he was well aware of the identity of the man before him. A month prior, this wealthy Russian tycoon had engaged in discussions with the Nets owner regarding the potential acquisition of the team. Could it be true? Prokhorov rose with a smile, extending his hand to Van der Waich. Despite Van der Waich's impressive height of 2.03 meters, a small forward during his playing days, he felt slightly dwarfed beside the 2.6-meter Russian mogul. "Mr. Van der Waich, from this day forth, we shall work together to revive the Nets. I have officially acquired 80 of the team's shares and am determined to undertake a complete rebuild this summer. I hope our collaboration will lead to the franchise's inaugural championship trophy." Van der Waich felt a mix of surprise and joy. Perhaps the new owner was no longer frugal? After all, this was a billionaire with a fortune exceeding $10 billion. Did this mean he could now freely maneuver in the NBA free agency market? "Boss, we just secured the #1 draft pick. You must be aware of this news?" Prokhorov gestured for his stunning secretary to bring forth 2 glasses of vodka, one for himself and one for Van der Waich. "Indeed, I watched the AA finals, and the prowess of the great Chinese shark, Qin, is nothing short of explosive. He will serve as the ideal cornerstone for our rebuilding efforts." In the presence of his new boss, Van der Waich felt compelled to express his thoughts. "Boss, I share that sentiment. If we select Qin, we could trade away Lopez. There are several prominent players available in this year's free agency, providing us with ample opportunities." Prokhorov nodded enthusiastically, leaning back against the sofa while sipping his vodka. "Mr. Van der Waich, I have complete faith in your strategic vision for the team's rebuild. Remember, do not hesitate to spend. I have an abundance of funds. Please devise a blueprint for the Nets roster for the upcoming season, as one draft pick alone will not suffice for a championship. Additionally, I have purchased a parcel of land in Brooklyn to construct a new arena for the Nets. The team could relocate to New York within a season." Listening to the ambitious reforms proposed by his new boss, Van der Waich could not contain his excitement and shared a long-considered idea. "Boss, if the Cavaliers fail to win the championship this season, LeBron James will undoubtedly opt out of his contract to explore free agency. Most of our players are in contract years, and we possess ample salary cap space. I propose that we leverage the allure of our prodigious draft pick to attempt a trade for LeBron, allowing Qin to team up with him. What do you think?" The prospect of the young prodigy joining forces with the king ignited a spark in Prokhorov's eyes. Qin Chong reclined on the sofa, indulging in potato chips and sipping cola, while engaging in the recently released World of Warcraft with Klay Thompson, Stanley Johnson, and others. Ever since leading his team to victory, Qin Chong had become a prominent figure at Washington State University, with a constant stream of admirers seeking his autograph and photographs, a situation that had become quite burdensome. Media reporters frequently visited the campus, and Paul Allen, one of the co-founders of Microsoft and owner of the NBA's Portland Trail Blazers, generously donated $5 million to the university's basketball team in celebration of the Cougars' championship triumph. Qin Long and Thompson each received $200,000. Since Qin Chong is still in university, he cannot accept any commercial endorsements at this time. However, should he choose to withdraw from his studies after the semester concludes in June, numerous businesses will undoubtedly extend lucrative offers to him. Suddenly, Willie Warren burst through the door, exclaiming loudly to Qin Chong, who was lounging on the sofa, "Qin, the results of the NBA draft lottery have been announced. The New Jersey Nets secured the first overall pick." Klay Thompson, equally thrilled for Qin Chong, chimed in. "Qin, the New Jersey Nets are quite a promising opportunity. Although they may not rival the major basketball markets like New York or Los Angeles, they are certainly preferable to the frigid expanses of Minnesota or the desolate Sacramento. I hear that the Nets' home arena is located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, a mere 20 kilometers from the bustling heart of Manhattan. If you were chosen by the Nets, you could easily reside in New York, which would not differ much from playing for the Knicks, would it?" Normally composed, Thompson's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing he could join Qin Chong in the draft this year. However, he had promised his father, Michael Thompson, that he would complete his junior year before entering the draft, leaving him with no choice but to wait for the following year. "Qin, I wonder if I will still have a chance to be selected by the Nets next year." Qin Chong raised his eyebrows, pondering. The New Jersey Nets, indeed, seemed to be a commendable destination. As Thompson aptly remarked, "It is merely a little over half an hour's drive from the world's foremost metropolis, New York City, which can certainly be considered playing in New York. Moreover, the Nets have only secured 12 victories this season, marking the most abysmal record in NBA history, rendering them a thoroughly dismal team. In such a team, Qin Chong can ensure that the organization rebuilds itself around him, especially since his fellow townsman, Alien, is also with the Nets, providing mutual support. Qin Chong has always held a certain admiration for E. Jianlian, both in his past life and this one. He believes that with a favorable opportunity, E. Jianlian could establish a firm foothold in the NBA and achieve success. As I have stated, as long as I am not placed in a championship contending team, I am open to other considerations. Furthermore, I recall the Nets general manager, Vanderwaych, continually expressing his desire for John Wall. It seems that my status as a top draft pick is not entirely secure. Stanley Johnson scoffed, remarking that the general managers in the NBA are all exceedingly shrewd. I wouldn't believe a single word from that old man Vanderwaych. To select John Wall with the first pick instead of you? Even a simple-minded fellow like Cousins would never make such a foolish decision. Laughter erupted in the dormitory, and Willie Warren added, Qin, I also heard that the Nets general manager, Vanderwaych, publicly stated he does not rule out the possibility of trading the first pick. Stanley Johnson retorted with a sneer, who could possibly exchange for such a promising first overall pick as Qin? In my view, it would have to be LeBron James. On May 29th, in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the formidable Celtics, boasting their three superstars, triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers led by LeBron James, with a score of 104-92, decisively eliminating the Cavaliers with a 4-2 series victory and advancing to the finals. Following the game, LeBron James declined all interviews and secluded himself in his hotel room, engaging in a 2.5-hour conversation with his close friend Dwayne Wade. The next day, as LeBron James formally decided to opt out of his contract and explore the free agency market, over 20 teams in the NBA erupted in excitement for the young king. LeBron James. The New York Knicks were at the forefront of this frenzy. James Dolan employed the same tactics he had used to pursue Michael Jordan, presenting LeBron with a blank check, allowing him to fill in whatever amount he desired. Of course, the league has strict salary cap restrictions, and Dolan's actions merely expressed his willingness to spend. On the same day, the Western Conference Finals also concluded, with Gasol's last-minute dunk sealing the victory for the Los Angeles Lakers, who similarly eliminated the Phoenix Suns with a 4-2 score and advanced to the finals to face the Celtics. During the post-game press conference, the 36-year-old Suns leader, Steve Nash, shed tears while holding his two adorable daughters, poignantly declaring into the microphone, I feel that my career will never again present me with the opportunity to win a championship. On June 2nd, the NBA's Rookie Combine took place in Orlando, featuring a roster of 66 players, led by Qin Chong, John Wall, and Evan Turner. General managers and assistants from several NBA teams gathered in Orlando to conduct comprehensive evaluations of their favored rookies. Although Thompson decided against participating in this year's NBA draft, he still accompanied Qin Chong and Stanley Johnson to Orlando. The week-long joint tryout involved interviews, physical tests, health examinations, shooting drills, and brief scrimmages for the rookie players. In the face of official measurements, many rookies found their previous physical reports rendered obsolete. Cousins, who was reported to be 2.11 meters tall, was actually measured at a barefoot height of only 2.07 meters, reaching 2.09 meters with shoes. Furthermore, beneath his weight of 280 pounds, his reported bench press strength of 169 kilograms was also inflated. His actual capability was only 162 kilograms. Regarding vertical leap, Cousins recorded a jump of merely 69 centimeters, significantly lower than the reported 75 centimeters. The general manager of the Timberwolves, who initially aimed to select Cousins with the fourth pick, shifted his focus to Derek Favors from Georgia Tech. In reality, the phenomenon of NBA players misrepresenting their height is widespread. Not only do most players tend to exaggerate their height, but some deliberately underreport it. For instance, power forward Kevin Garnett did not wish to play center, while small forward Kevin Durant desired to avoid the power forward position. Additionally, Yao Ming, officially listed at 2.26 meters, actually measures 2.29 meters. Often, being excessively tall is not necessarily advantageous. Moreover, the sprint speed of Evan Turner, the jump height of Gordon Hayward, the wingspan of Paul George, and the bench press strength of John Wall were all found to contain discrepancies in their reports. However, one player stood out during the joint tryout, exhibiting measurements that surpassed those recorded by his school, captivating the attention of the attending general managers. This player was none other than Qin Chong. His measurements were as follows: barefoot height of 2.09 meters, shoe height of 2.11 meters, wingspan of 2.33 meters, hand length of 28.3 centimeters, hand width of 29.2 centimeters, weight of 143.8 kilograms, 317 pounds, body fat percentage of 18.2, bench press strength of 201 kilograms, 100-meter sprint time of 11.2 seconds, 34-yard dash time of 3.29 seconds, vertical leap of 91 centimeters, and running jump of 108 centimeters, with a maximum reach of 4.02 meters. Qin Chong's strength, leaping ability, and maximum reach have all secured him the foremost position among all the rookie players participating in the trials. His 100-meter sprint and 34-yard dash speeds also rank first among all centers and power forwards. Astonishingly, he boasts a bench press of 201 kilograms, a feat that places him only behind the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone in the annals of NBA history. It seems Qin has yet to unleash his full potential, especially considering that neither O'Neal nor Malone could shatter a tempered glass backboard as Qin can. With a maximum vertical leap of 108 centimeters, he stands unrivaled. Even the historical greats such as Michael Jordan and Tracy McGrady pale in comparison to his extraordinary talent. Most notably, Qin's body fat percentage has plummeted below 19. And his medical report indicates he is in perfect health with no injury concerns. Several NBA general managers seated courtside were left in awe, casting envious glances towards the Brooklyn Nets GM, Sean Marks. While Marks maintained a calm exterior, internally he was elated, having truly discovered a once-in-a-century gem. Adding to Marks' joy was the preliminary progress made in negotiations with LeBron James' agent, Rich Paul, indicating that James does not rule out the possibility of joining the Nets for the upcoming season alongside the newly minted #1 pick. At the conclusion of the joint trials, legendary general managers and coaches Pat Riley of the Miami Heat and Greg Popovich of the San Antonio Spurs took the initiative to invite the rookies to partake in a casual scrimmage. They swiftly selected 10 projected lottery picks to form 2 teams for a 5v5 match. The lineup for Pat Riley's team consisted of point guard, PG John Wall, shooting guard, SG Evan Turner, small forward, SF Paul George, power forward, PF Greg Monroe, center, C DeMarcus Cousins. On the other side, Greg Popovich's team included point guard, PG Eric Bledsoe, shooting guard, SG Gordon Hayward, small forward, SF Wesley Johnson, power forward, PF Etwan Moore, center, C Qin Chong. As Qin rushed forward and caught sight of Riley, a smile instantly spread across his face. Were not all those opponents mere remnants of the teams he had vanquished during the frenzied March Madness? Could it be that they were attempting to form an Avengers Assembly? Casting his gaze upon his own lineup, he felt a profound sense of superiority over the members of the Cougars. Though Klay Thompson was absent, the presence of Gordon Hayward, Wesley Johnson, and Iman Shumpert, each a luminary in their respective collegiate teams, was undeniably formidable. The exhibition match soon commenced. Qin Chong effortlessly lifted the basketball over Cousins' head as Bledsoe advanced the ball. Given that this was merely a casual scrimmage, no tactical arrangements were in place. The players were simply encouraged to unleash their talents. However, with the presence of general managers and head coaches from over a dozen NBA teams on the sidelines, the performances in this scrimmage could significantly influence the players' draft prospects. Thus, each individual aspired to showcase impressive statistics rather than serve as mere background figures for other scoring. As Bledsoe brought the ball to the top of the arc, he observed Qin Chong engaged in a physical duel with Cousins in the strong side low post. The memory of their elimination in the AA finals lingered vividly. Passing the ball to Qin? Absolutely out of the question. This player's athletic metrics were simply off the charts, ranking among the finest in history. Even if he performed poorly in this scrimmage, he was undoubtedly destined for the first overall pick. Meanwhile, his teammate John Wall feigned defense, signaling to Bledsoe with his gaze that he intended to initiate the offense. Understanding the cue, Bledsoe accelerated past Wall, driving into the paint. Confronted by the help defense from Paul George, he executed a Euro step, twisting his body for a layup. The ball danced around the rim, teasingly rolling out at the last moment. Both Paul George and Cousins leaped to contest the rebound beneath the basket, but unexpectedly, a large hand with golden skin emerged above them, swiftly seizing the basketball. Smack. Who could it be? Of course, it was Qin Chong. Qin Chong could effortlessly opt for a second leap to execute a ferocious dunk. Neither Cousins nor Paul George would stand a chance to impede him. However, the act of a violent dunk has been overdone. This evening, in the presence of various NBA team general managers, Qin Chong was ready to try something new. Securing the offensive rebound, he dribbled back to the strong side of the paint, positioning himself against the advancing Cousins, just as Cousins braced himself for the impending physical confrontation. Anticipating that Qin Chong would once again challenge him with sheer strength, Qin Chong suddenly executed a pivot towards the baseline, seamlessly transitioning into a realistic shooting feint. As he completely deceived Cousins, he swiftly pivoted on his non-dominant foot, dribbling the ball decisively to penetrate the paint, and with a 45-degree angle, he deftly banked the shot in. Swish. Qin Chong executed a series of deceptive steps and pivot shots with remarkable fluidity, leaving Cousins momentarily disoriented, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could this be the elusive dreamlike footwork? When did Qin Chong master Hakeem Olajuwon's exquisite footwork? This is a skill that even DeMarcus Cousins dreams of mastering in the paint. On the sidelines, Pat Riley and Greg Popovich swiftly noted Qin Chong's series of agile foot movements as he faced Cousins, effortless and fluid, exuding a captivating elegance. This fellow has surprisingly acquired the dream's signature footwork, or could it be merely a fortunate accident? It seems evident that he intentionally showcased his footwork, and indeed, it was impressive, rivaling that of Tim Duncan. Relying on technique rather than just physicality, I find myself increasingly fond of this player. Is there really anything to boast about? I think it's rather unremarkable. Seated on the sidelines, numerous general managers and assistants from various teams expressed a mix of admiration and envy, while some, unable to partake in the spectacle, could only sourly remark on it. Watching Qin Chong display his new moves, John Wall, feeling a surge of frustration, charged into the offensive zone, utilizing Cousins' screen to launch himself past Bimak Biyombo's block for a layup. The difficulty of this maneuver was considerable, showcasing Wall's explosive hang time, her strength, and balance amidst contact, yet the applause from the sidelines was scarcely heard. Qin Chong could have soared up to deliver a precise block to Wall. But considering this was merely a friendly match, he chose to grant Wall a modicum of dignity. After all, This fellow had long since lost the right to contest for the top pick. There was no need to make him unable to secure even the second overall selection. It is wise to leave a margin for others for future encounters. Transitioning to the offensive end, Gordon Hayward's mid-range attempt also veered off course. Crack. With his extraordinary rebounding intuition and astonishing vertical leap, Qin Chong once again secured an offensive rebound, employing a series of dazzling footwork. He artfully maneuvered past both Cousins and Monroe, penetrating the lane to effortlessly score 2 points. What a spectacle! The finesse of his footwork echoes the mastery of a peak Hakeem Olajuwon, as if he were carved from the same mold. When did Hakeem Olajuwon become Qin's mentor? The prototype of the great shark from the Middle Kingdom already embodies a blend of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. Must we also incorporate the 1984 first overall pick, Olajuwon? I am genuinely curious to uncover the myriad secrets that lie within Qin. Qin Chong's ethereal footwork was indeed acquired just last month during a one-on-one match with Olajuwon. At that time, Olajuwon specially visited Washington State University, where he imparted some invaluable post moves to Qin Chong and the players of the Cougars. Despite Qin Chong's remarkable intelligence, it is utterly implausible for him to master Hakeem Olajuwon's signature move within mere minutes. The dream shake, while appearing deceptively simple, conceals a plethora of intricacies, and its execution on the court gives rise to an array of variations. The reason Qin Chong could completely grasp Olajuwon's technique in such a brief span and flawlessly replicate it during tonight's matches, of course, attributed to Ryota Kai's impeccable mimicry. On the very night when Qin Chong led the Jaguars to victory, he was rewarded by the system with Kai's exceptional imitation ability. This skill enables him to perfectly replicate the signature moves of opposing stars during official matches and training sessions, while also allowing for a degree of enhancement or modification based on his own physical attributes. For instance, as a center, Qin Chong can achieve a flawless 100 imitation of Olajuwon's dream shake. However, when it comes to the movements characteristic of a guard like John Wall, Qin Chong can still mimic them, albeit in a manner proportionate to his personal physical attributes. Moreover, due to the current level of the system, Qin Chong can only utilize Kai's perfect imitation skill once a month. Qin Chong's dazzling footwork, displayed twice in succession, captivated every spectator present. In a bid to prevent the match from devolving into a one-man show, the Riley team was compelled to employ double-teaming against him. In response, Qin Chong delivered a succession of exquisite passes, facilitating effortless scores for Hayward, Wesley, and others. Having savored the sweetness of success, both Hayward and Wesley couldn't help but exclaim how exhilarating it was to be teammates with such a prodigious talent as Qin Chong. After approximately 12 minutes of intense competition, Riley finally opted to call for a timeout. Qin Chong's performance, with 8 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, undoubtedly overshadowed all other rookies. He is indeed the rightful first overall pick of the 2010 draft. No one can threaten his esteemed position. On June 19th, the NBA Finals reached a climactic Game 7 at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Kobe Bryant graciously invited Qin Chong and Thompson to witness the match in person, providing them with complimentary front-row VIP tickets. Ultimately, with Kobe assisting Artest for a crucial three-pointer from the right corner at a 45-degree angle, the Los Angeles Lakers triumphed in a defensive showdown, narrowly claiming victory with a score of 83-79. Avenging their previous defeat against the Celtics with a series win of 4-3, thus successfully defending their championship title. As Kobe stood amidst a shower of flowers and confetti, holding the basketball aloft and shouting triumphantly towards the stands, Qin Chong and Thompson were completely engulfed in this exhilarating atmosphere. The NBA championship, the Larry O'Brien Trophy. This is the ultimate aspiration of every NBA player. On June 28th, in New York, at Madison Square Garden, the venue was filled to capacity with 20,000 spectators, buzzing with excitement. The annual NBA draft event commenced in grand style. Over 201 radio stations from more than 90 countries and regions around the globe broadcasted this magnificent celebration of basketball. Qin Chong, along with John Wall, Evan Turner, Paul George, and DeMarcus Cousins, was ushered into the green room ahead of time, awaiting the announcement of their names by the league's president, David Stern. The parents of Qin Chong, along with his girlfriend Taylor, his close friend Thompson, and his personal assistant Su Ji Mai, all gathered at the venue tonight to witness this monumental occasion. Welcome to New York, the site of the 2010 NBA draft. Today, our NBA family will welcome a new generation of prodigious talents. The affable yet distinctive David Stern stepped onto the center stage, delivering a courteous speech before receiving the draft card submitted by the New Jersey Nets from the hands of the staff. In the 2010 draft, the New Jersey Nets selected with the first overall pick, Qin Chong from Washington State University. The arena erupted with thunderous applause as Qin Chong emerged from the green room, donning a baseball cap adorned with the Nets logo while walking to the center stage. Simultaneously, the large screen at the back of the stage and the high-definition screens above the audience showcased highlights of Qin Chong's top 10 plays from the AA championships. David Stern embraced Qin Chong, patting his arm with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Welcome to the NBA, young man. This is where your dream begins." Emotional tears streamed down the faces of Qin's mother and Taylor Swift, while Thompson and Qin's father embraced each other in shared exhilaration. In the front row, Nets general manager Van der Wege and Russian owner Prokhorov also rose in excitement, applauding the arrival of the extraordinary talent, Qin Chong. In him, they envisioned the nascent form of a dynasty for the Nets. Though the three NBA champions, Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Sun Yu, could not yet offer their affections to Qin Chong, they were nonetheless regarded as relatives, much to the delight of Qin's mother, Bai Zi. Consequently, the parents took matters into their own hands, appointing Su Jinmai as Qin Chong's agent and formally signing a contract. The agent agreement stipulated that Su Jinmai would oversee all matters relating to Qin Chong's team contracts, endorsement deals, public relations, and business negotiations. In terms of compensation, Su Jinmai would receive a commission of 1 from Qin Chong's team salary and 3 from commercial endorsement contracts. This commission rate, when compared to that of prominent NBA agents, was indeed modest. However, for Su Jinmai, who possessed little work experience but ample academic credentials, it represented a considerable income. Initially, Su Jinmai felt discomfort by Qin Chong's burgeoning relationship with Taylor Swift, but gradually she accepted the situation, recognizing that financial gain was paramount. With wealth, she could continue her studies, striving for a master's, doctorate, and postdoctoral degrees at Harvard. Most importantly, once prosperous, she yearned to hire a dedicated female chauffeur. Qin Chong, accustomed to the role of a boss, contemplated that since the contract with the agent had been signed, it was only natural to distinguish between personal and professional matters while making the most of the resources at hand. Should any uncertainties arise, he would not hesitate to consult Su Jinmai. At the same time, he aimed to evaluate whether this novice agent could be deemed reliable for his son. Su Jinmai, with her large eyes twinkling and glistening with tears, quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Uncle Qin, the salary cap for the NBA's new season is set at $58 million. According to the provisions of the rookie contract, Qin Chong could potentially sign a 4-year contract worth $24.2 million with the New Jersey Nets. The first 3 years are fully guaranteed, while the 4th year is at the team's discretion, with an annual salary increment of no less than 8. His first-year salary could reach a maximum of $14 million. $14 million? Qin Chong was instantly overjoyed, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together. His son had truly struck gold. According to the current exchange rate between the US dollar and the local currency, that first year would yield over $40 million. Over $40 million in the first year? Back home, Juba, who had just led the Guangdong team to victory and secured the championship prize, only earned a mere $5 million a year. Good gracious, what a wonderful son I have. Xiaochan's annual salary eclipses the entire worth of my company. YZ cast a disdainful glance at Qin Chong, remarking, with your half-dead, pitiful company, how dare you claim that? I could earn more by casually singing a few songs. Her words served to chide Qin Chong while simultaneously expressing concern that the presence of the renowned Taylor Swift beside them might diminish their family's reputation. After all, Qin Chong's earnings of over $5 million this year were still a pittance compared to the meteoric success of Swift, who was currently captivating the entire nation. Qin Chong's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat solemnly, adopting an expression of profound seriousness. Comrade Bai Zi, your inclination towards capitalist tendencies is quite severe. As a seasoned official, it is my duty to critique you strictly. Su Jinmai chuckled lightly, adopting a professional tone. Uncle Qin, Aunt Bai, this is merely the team's salary. The upcoming commercial endorsements will represent the substantial income. The manager from Nike's headquarters recently quoted me $80 million over 7 years, which translates to an average annual salary exceeding $11 million, nearly $90 million in domestic currency. Upon hearing Su Jinmai's words, Bai Zi and Qin Chong could hardly maintain their composure. $80 million over 7 years? Is it really that easy to earn in the States? It feels like picking up money off the ground. Su Jinmai replied with a wry smile, and Bai, I discussed this with Qin Chong as well. We both agree that we should not rush into signing the endorsement contract. We must remain patient. Once Qin Chong makes his mark in the NBA next season, we can maximize our commercial benefits. LeBron James signed a contract with Nike in 2003 for 7 years and $90 million. Although I am not well versed in basketball, comparing the statistics and influence of Qin Chong and James during their respective rookie years, along with the support from our domestic market, I firmly believe that Qin Chong's commercial value will undoubtedly rival that of LeBron James during his rookie period. This endorsement lasts for 7 or 8 years, during which time we cannot sign with other shoe companies, so we must tread carefully. After Su Jinmai's analysis, Bai Zi and Qin Chong exchanged enlightened glances, regarding their son's agent with newfound respect. Jinmai, and Bai indeed did not misjudge you. I trust you to handle this. Once Xiaochong receives his salary, you can manage his salary card, providing him with a monthly living allowance of $200,000. We must ensure he does not squander it. A man with money can turn bad. As Bai Zi made this statement, she deliberately cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chong. Su Jinmai's cheeks flushed. Managing Qin Chong's salary card? Wasn't that a bit too much power for her as his agent? Meanwhile, Taylor, standing beside them, simply smiled, unable to interject as the rapid pace of their conversation in Mandarin left her utterly bewildered. Qin Chong concurs with Bai Zi on this matter. Indeed, with such a substantial sum, one must exercise caution in expenditure. It is imperative to invest wisely. Currently, Properties in the eastern third ring of the capital are priced at merely 20,000 per square meter, while in Daxing, the price is under 9,000. Furthermore, in the vibrant Pudong of Shanghai and the flourishing Futian of Shenzhen, I plan to purchase several units for Xiao Chong, all registered in his name. The property values in these first-tier cities in our country are undoubtedly poised for appreciation. In my estimation, within a decade, the price per square meter could escalate to between 70,000 and 80,000. Qin Chong undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of the real estate market. However, how could he possibly fathom investment better than his son, a time traveler? At this moment, Qin Chong, who had just completed an interview in the ESPN zone, could hardly anticipate that his parents had begun to contemplate the prospect of appropriating his salary. During the 2010 NBA draft, the Philadelphia 76ers selected Evan Turner from Ohio State University with the third overall pick. The first round's 14 lottery picks did not deviate significantly from Qin Chong's recollections of his past life. Aside from his unexpected ascension to the first pick, the subsequent selections were largely misaligned. The fourth pick was Derek Favors, followed by Wesley Johnson at the fifth and DeMarcus Cousins at the sixth. Notably, in his previous life, the Golden State Warriors had chosen Ekbudo with the seventh pick. However, in this parallel universe, they selected Paul George instead. Qin Chong felt that this must be what is referred to as the butterfly effect. He wondered how the Golden State Warriors, having set their sights on the promising talent of Paul George, would navigate the subsequent seasons. After all 30 first-round rookies had declared, David Stern stepped off the stage, and the announcement of the second-round picks was handed over to Adam Silver. At the 2010 NBA draft, the New Jersey Nets selected Hassan Whiteside from Marshall University with the first pick of the second round. A tall, stout young black man, sitting in the front row, stood up in excitement, utterly astonished that he had been chosen first in the second round, especially by the New Jersey Nets, rather than the Miami Heat or San Antonio Spurs, with whom he had held individual workouts. In the front row, Heat general manager Pat Riley and Spurs general manager Greg Popovich both furrowed their brows, casting glances toward the Nets general manager, Rod Thorne. Could it be that this young man had snatched the opportunity from under their noses? At this moment, Qin Chong had just descended from the court, exchanging handshakes and embraces with the Nets general manager, Van der Weeg, and owner Prokhorov. Qin, New Jersey welcomes your arrival, Van der Weeg exclaimed, surprised that Qin had indeed heeded his advice and selected Whiteside. From Qin Chong's transcendent perspective as a time traveler, the 2010 draft could only be regarded as a modest one. It lacked the star power of the previous year's draft, which had produced Curry and Harden, as well as the following year's illustrious talents like Irving, Leonard, and Thompson. Apart from cultivating the budding superstar Paul George, the draft yielded only two All-Stars, John Wall and Cousins. Among these three, Whiteside's value stood out as the highest, although the Nets were not in dire need of interior players. Allowing Whiteside to come off the bench with sufficient playing time would likely enable him to swiftly showcase his individual talents. Whether for their own use or as a trade asset, he represented an excellent choice. Haha, Qin, this is all the owner's intention, Prokhorov chuckled. The team will be built entirely around you for the new season. Feel free to voice any requests directly to Van der Weeg, and the management will do their utmost to accommodate you. Individuals of striking appearance often find a kindred spirit in one another, and Qin Chong sensed a mutual understanding with his new owner. In that case, I shall not hold back. Beyond selecting Qin Chong and Whiteside, the Nets had also acquired a second-round pick from the Mavericks in the previous 2 years concerning the trade for Jason Kidd. Van der Weeg had likewise followed Qin Chong's suggestion, selecting his teammate Stanley Johnson at the 42nd position in the second round. In a seaside villa's living room on Long Island, New York's western suburbs, the NBA draft was being broadcast live on television. Brooke Lopez, seated on the sofa, was seething with frustration, leaping up and slamming his hands on the coffee table. What on earth is management thinking? Securing Qin as the number one pick is one thing, but selecting two interior players with second-round picks is absurd. I had already informed that old coot Van der Weeg to draft Trevico White. He is my teammate at Stanford. What are they trying to do? Are they planning to trade me away? To this, his twin brother, Robin Lopez, shrugged nonchalantly, habitually dousing his brother's fire. Brooke, maybe tonight your agent will call you. At 10 that evening, following the conclusion of the draft, owner Prokhorov, in high spirits, personally hosted a celebratory dinner. He invited general manager Van der Weeg, along with the three newly drafted players, Qin Chong, Hassan Whiteside, and Stanley Johnson, as well as Nets players Joe Johnson and Courtney Lee, along with Qin Chong's parents, girlfriend Taylor Swift, and agent Sue Ji-mai. They gathered at Manhattan's finest seafood restaurant, reserving the most luxurious private room atop the Empire State Building, specifically to honor Van der Weeg and the three newly selected rookies, with particular emphasis on Qin Chong. The grand circular table in the private room was laden with exquisite dishes and fine wines, the cost of the meal easily amounting to several $1 million. Yet for the billionaire Prokhorov, this expense was but a trifling matter. At 45 years old, Mikhail Prokhorov ranked 39th on Forbes' latest global billionaire list, with his primary enterprises centered on gold production and nickel manufacturing in Russia. Standing at 2. 6 meters tall, Prokhorov had been enamored with basketball since childhood, becoming the president of the esteemed CSKA Moscow basketball club in 1997. During his tenure, he invested heavily in the team, and when CSKA won the championship, he celebrated by purchasing copious bottles of champagne worth thousands of dollars each to shower upon the players in jubilation. As a time traveler, Qin Chong possessed deeper insights into Prokhorov. The Russian magnate was indeed affluent, having invested significantly in constructing the Barclays Center in Brooklyn and orchestrating a monumental trade with the Boston Celtics in 2013, unflinchingly paying exorbitant luxury taxes to assemble the Nets' historically costly roster, which amounted to an astonishing $82 million. He also secured the recently retired Jason Kidd as head coach. However, the outcome was disheartening, as the Brooklyn Nets finished 6th in the Eastern Conference during the 2013-14 season and were effortlessly eliminated by the Heat in the second round of the playoffs. Prokhorov's approach of hastily pushing for immediate success at the expense of the team's future became one of the most infamous trades in NBA history, with the championship aspirations turning into a mere joke. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the fervent desire of this Russian owner to see his team triumph. He genuinely poured his all into that ambition. Such a dedicated owner is a rarity in the NBA. While he did not achieve his goal of securing a championship for the Nets, Prokhorov profited handsomely when he sold the team to Chinese owner Tsai Chongqing for a staggering $3 billion in 2019. Qin Chong could not help but marvel. Indeed, merchants are truly suited for the world of trade and profit, while he himself is rather inept at managing a basketball team. Prokhorov was exceedingly enthusiastic during the conversation, engaging fervently with Qin Chong and general manager Vanderweech, while a beautiful secretary, fluent in Mandarin, Russian, and English, provided seamless translation. Qin, I have immense faith in you. You shall be the indisputable leader of the Nets in the upcoming season. Aside from you, there are no untouchables on this team. I've heard from Vanderweech that numerous star players are available in this year's free agency. Feel free to express your preferences to the general manager. The management will certainly consider your recommendations. Perform admirably in the new season. And I am confident that your brilliance showcased with the AA Crazy March Lions will undoubtedly carry over to the NBA. It appeared that the new owner intended to grant Qin Chong the authority to influence management decisions, which instantly lit up the eyes of his teammates, Jianlian and Courtney Lee, who began to view him as their savior. They contemplated the importance of cultivating a good relationship with Qin Chong during the off-season. Courtney Lee, recalling that Jianlian was a fellow townsman of Qin Chong, promptly rose to serve a generous portion of abalone into Jianlian's bowl, exclaiming, "Come on, Alien, eat up." As Prokhorov grew increasingly animated, he instructed his secretary to present 2 keys, which he then dramatically placed before Qin Chong. "Mr. Qin, these are gifts from our owner, a Rolls-Royce Phantom valued at $290,000 and a villa in New York's affluent district worth $2.6 million. Even with Qin Chong's dual life experiences, he was astounded by the owner's extravagant generosity. This was essentially a gift totaling $3 million, nearly equivalent to his annual salary. "Boss, such lavish gifts are too much for me to accept," he expressed, feigning modesty, yet his actions betrayed him as he promptly pocketed the 2 keys. Prokhorov chuckled, patting Qin Chong on the shoulder. "Qin, these keys come with the expectation that you'll score at least 20 points and grab 10 rebounds in your season opener. That is not too much to ask, is it?" Before Qin Chong could speak, his father, Qin Shahai, leaped up, slapping the table with fervor, and confidently proclaimed, "Mr. Prokhorov, on behalf of my son, I assure you that in the opening game of the new season, he will deliver double the statistics. Forget about mere 20 points and 10 rebounds. It will be no less than 40 points and 20 rebounds." Qin Chong's lips twitched. His father truly excelled at putting him in a bind. Had he indulged a tad too much in revelry? 40 plus 20? What was he thinking? That was the NBA. Laughter erupted among the guests in the private box, and the beautiful secretary leaned in to translate Qin Shanghai's words to Prokhorov. Prokhorov joined in the mirth, exclaiming, "All right. It's settled then. If you truly achieve 40 plus 20 in the opening game, I shall gift your parents a luxurious apartment each in Manhattan." Swiftly, Swift, with her characteristic playfulness, jumped in to tease Prokhorov, saying, "Boss, what about me? I believe Qin can score 50 points. Haha, Swift, I am a fan of yours too. Thus, if Qin secures 50 points and 20 rebounds in the opening game, I shall sponsor your concert in New York this year." Qin Chong was rendered speechless. Was his father and Taylor Swift conspiring to collectively exert pressure on him? He could only hope that the schedule for the upcoming NBA season would not pit the Nets against an overwhelmingly formidable opponent in the season opener. On July 2nd, at the New Jersey Nets home ground, the Prudential Center, accompanied by his agent Su Jin Mai, Qin Chong has officially signed a 4-year rookie contract worth $24.02 million, with a starting salary of $5.14 million in the first year. As Qin Chong put pen to paper, Vanderweech was filled with excitement. Once more shaking hands and embracing Qin. "Qin, the Nets welcome you. Let's strive together in the upcoming season to turn the tide for the team and secure a place in the playoffs." Qin Chong raised an eyebrow with confidence, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. "General manager, could your aspirations not be a tad higher?" Vanderweech erupted into hearty laughter, giving Qin Chong a thumbs up. "Ah, youth, Who has he experienced a time of wild ambition? Qin, I have faith in you. Tomorrow marks the opening of the free agency market. If the team can indeed recruit LeBron James during this off-season, I firmly believe that with the collaboration of both of you, we could not only clinch a playoff spot but even vie for the championship. Qin Chong recoiled slightly, spreading his hands as he said, General Manager. The prospect of LeBron joining the Nets to partner with me seems rather bleak. Perhaps by tomorrow, you will hear an astonishing piece of news. The following day, LeBron James publicly made a grand statement on television, declaring that he would officially bid farewell to Cleveland this summer and take his talents to Miami. Simultaneously, Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh also announced their decision to opt out of their contracts to re-sign with the Miami Heat. The 2010 NBA offseason became a global sensation. Cleveland Cavaliers fans burned James's number 23 jersey, while the Miami Heat swiftly transformed into the primary adversary for the other 29 teams in the league. On the same day, the New Jersey Nets activated Plan B, sending promising center Brook Lopez, guard Devin Harris, and a first-round pick in 2011 to the Utah Jazz in exchange for point guard Darren Williams and sharpshooter Kyle Korver. In the afternoon, at the Continental Airlines Arena, Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian were diligently training on the court when the furious Brook Lopez stormed in, his face a mask of anger. Qin, I challenge you to a one-on-one, he declared, pushing past Devin Harris, who attempted to block his path. Just 2 hours prior, Brook had received a phone call from his agent, informing him of his trade to the Utah Jazz. This unexpected turn of events filled him with rage, prompting him to drive from his villa in Long Island to the Continental Airlines Arena, where he burst into the general manager's office. Vanderwijck, seated comfortably on the sofa, greeted Brook's confrontational demeanor with a smile, sipping his hot tea before responding, Brook, how about I take over as your general manager? You can collect 3 months' salary from the finance department and promptly report to Utah. The management of the New Jersey Nets is not something a second-year rookie like you can dictate. Faced with Vanderwijck's sudden firmness, Brook's bravado faltered. Hadn't they once declared him untouchable? Now, with the arrival of the first overall pick, he felt unceremoniously cast aside. As the 10th overall pick in the 2008 draft, Brook had demonstrated commendable performance during both his rookie and sophomore seasons, averaging 13 points and 8.1 rebounds in his debut year, and soaring to 8 points and 8.6 rebounds in his second. He was, without a doubt, one of the most formidable interior players of his draft class. He had assumed the team would trade Yi Jianlian during the offseason, allowing them to build around him. Instead, the arrival of the number 1 pick had rendered him disposable. Was this truly the ruthless law of the jungle that governed the NBA? Unable to confront Vanderwijck, Brook, brimming with indignation, sought out the training facility to challenge the rookie who had usurped his position, eager to test his mettle. Even though Qin Chong had dominated in the AA League, effortlessly racking up 50 points and 20 rebounds to lead his team to victory, Brook knew that the level of competition in the NBA was incomparable. Yet, as he stepped onto the court, the sight of Qin Chong's imposing physique instantly diminished his fury. He swallowed hard, taken aback by the sheer strength of his opponent. So, Brook, are you really looking to challenge me? Qin asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Qin Chong raised an eyebrow with a light chuckle, one hand grasping the ball as he stood beneath the hoop, locking eyes with the approaching Brook Lopez. After a week of registration, the New Jersey Nets were set to participate in the Boston Summer League, where Vanderwijck hoped that Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian could guide the rookies, allowing them to experience the essence of NBA competition. This offseason, numerous players from the Nets had seen their contracts expire. And with Lopez and Devin Harris recently traded to the Jazz, the current roster consisted solely of the rookies Qin Chong, Hassan Whiteside, and Stanley Johnson, alongside power forward Yi Jianlian, shooting guard Courtney Lee, and small forward Terrence Williams, all of whom were still under rookie contracts. Consequently, the Nets found themselves with ample salary cap space, exceeding $30 million, making the potential for reconstruction this offseason exceedingly promising. In the face of the new rookie sensation's nonchalant demeanor, Lopez instantly felt a crushing pressure. How could a mere rookie dare to be so impudent towards him? The team as former leader? Despite being traded away, he thought, come on, rookie, even though I've been sent to the Jazz. Today, I will show you what true NBA-level one-on-one competition entails. As Lopez mustered the courage to utter these words, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. In terms of physicality and strength among NBA centers, he was merely average, if not slightly inferior. The success of Brook Lopez was attributed to his soft shooting touch from mid-range and the three-point skills he developed later in his career, which seamlessly integrated him into Giannis Antetokounmpo's Bucks. Yi Jianlian approached with a smile, intending to gently advise Brook Lopez to maintain a spirit of camaraderie. However, Lopez brusquely shoved Yi Jianlian aside, asserting, "You have no say here today." The sudden push nearly caused Yi Jianlian to stumble, his smile instantly freezing into a look of surprise, caught between words and silence. Qin Chong observed Luo dismissing Yi Jianlian with utter disregard, and his gaze suddenly turned several degrees colder. As a traveler from another realm, long ago in his previous life, Qin Chong had heard of Yi Jianlian's experiences during his tenure with the Nets, where DeAndre Jordan frequently marginalized Yi in the locker room and often relegated the arduous task of boxing out for rebounds to him on the court. Chinese basketball players, whether it be Yao Ming or Yi Jianlian, have indeed faced numerous injustices in their pursuit of recognition within the NBA. However, in this parallel world, Qin Chong resolutely refuses to allow such occurrences to transpire in his vicinity. Brooklyn, let us embrace a game to 21 points, where every basket counts. Qin Chong tossed the basketball to Lopez with a flourish, extending his hands and declaring, to ensure you have no trouble reaching the ball, I shall allow you to take the first shot. At the sidelines, players such as Jianlian, Courtney Lee, Devin Harris, Hassan Whiteside, Stanley Johnson, and Tyreek Williams stood in anticipation, eager to witness the showdown between the newly crowned prodigy and the former star of the team in a 21-point one-on-one duel. Brook Lopez perceived Qin Chong's gesture of letting him initiate the game as an affront. After all, he had been in the NBA for 2 years and could hardly allow a rookie number 1 draft pick to gain the upper hand. Without hesitation, he forcefully returned the ball to Qin Chong. Well then, Brook, if that is your stance, I shall not hold back. Qin Chong, with a smile, approached the top of the arc while holding the ball, facing off against Brook Lopez. He bounced the basketball to Lopez, who promptly returned it with a quick bounce. With a fierce shout and a clap of his hands, Lopez lowered his center of gravity, spread his arms wide, and fixed his sharp gaze, adopting a standard defensive stance. Qin Chong was quite familiar with Lopez, a towering figure standing at 2.13 meters and weighing 270 pounds. As a Caucasian center, Lopez's lateral movement and switch defense capabilities were rather mediocre, even inferior to the current DeMarcus Cousins. This was a significant reason for his drop to the 10th pick in the 2008 draft. Thus, with his current prowess, Qin Chong was confident that he could effortlessly score against Lopez, whether through back-to-the-basket plays or driving to the hoop. Qin Chong casually dribbled the ball a couple of times before suddenly lowering his center of gravity to initiate a breakthrough. Whoosh! Compared to the AA Finals, Qin Chong's ball handling skills have now improved by 3 points, and both his physical balance and the synergy between him and the ball have further enhanced. With just a simple Sam God turn, before DeLuo could fully react, Qin Chong deftly maneuvered past Lopez, gaining a significant advantage in positioning. He accelerated into the paint, soaring effortlessly for a commanding slam dunk. The resounding impact reverberated through the arena. Big Lopez turned in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment, as he beheld Qin Chong, who had just descended from his aerial feat, resembling a beast emerging from the depths of hell. Was this individual truly a behemoth weighing over 300 pounds? The finesse of Qin's ball handling and his explosive speed were utterly remarkable. On the sidelines, Courtney Lee could not contain his admiration. Despite being a guard standing under 2 meters tall, he, as a 3D player, was not particularly adept at dribbling or driving to the basket. With a deft change of direction, Qin Chong executed a stunning dunk, a feat that Courtney Lee believed was utterly unattainable under Lopez's defense, even among the entire Nets roster. The only player capable of matching the breakthrough speed of the newly minted first-round pick and imposing center, Qin Chong, was likely Devin Harris, who had been traded alongside Brook Lopez. It was evident that, with arms crossed confidently over his chest, he smiled and remarked, Brook's face will soon bear the marks of Qin's prowess. The true extent of Qin Chong's terrifying prowess has become increasingly evident through his recent training sessions with the top scholar from his hometown, Jianlian, who possesses the most authoritative perspective on the matter. Subsequently, Qin Chong, employing a nearly identical approach, executed 3 consecutive breakthroughs against DeLuo, swiftly altering the score to 8 o'clock. Brook, this time I shall once again proceed along the left side. Lopez fumed, his body instinctively positioning itself to block Qin Chong's leftward advance, thumping his chest in fervent defiance. Qin, I absolutely will not allow you to pass this time. Yet, a mere 5 seconds later, the resounding boom of a dunk echoed through the arena. Thud. Brook Lopez found himself completely off balance, collapsing near the free throw line in a most disheveled state. The score now read 10 o'clock. Damn it, the floor is too slippery. Again, DeLuo muttered, gingerly touching his bruised body as he gritted his teeth to rise once more. Qin Chong thoroughly engaged in the game, launching a 3-point shot from the arc. Whoosh. It missed entirely. Qin Chong's mid-range and 3-point shooting attributes have remained stagnant, and he has chosen not to allocate his acquired attribute points to enhance these skills. As the saying goes, one must wield their strengths wisely. Given that Qin Chong is a physically explosive interior player, it would be prudent for him to first maximize all traditional center metrics, thereby asserting complete dominance in both offensive and defensive aspects of the NBA's paint. It is worth noting that a free throw accurate giant like Shaquille O'Neal can be considered an invincible presence in today's league. Big Lo, sensing an opportunity, felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to initiate an attack from the arc. However, mere 5 seconds later, despair engulfed him. His footwork was too sluggish for a drive to the basket, and his back-to-basket strength proved insufficient as he collided with Qin Chong's chest, akin to hitting a wall of solid iron. Left with no alternatives, Big Lo resorted to a turnaround fadeaway after a feigned motion. It must be acknowledged that as an interior player, Big Lo possesses solid footwork and shooting ability, akin to an enhanced version of Vucevic. Yet, with a sudden crack, Qin Chong, with a graceful physique, effortlessly leaped into the air to seize the basketball. It was a stark and decisive block right in the face. DeLuo's pupils dilated, and his face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. Brook, Is this the caliber of a starting center in the NBA that you possess? I believe it would be prudent for you to learn a thing or two from Nicola Vuevi of the University of Southern California. DeLuo, embarrassed and flushed, found himself at a loss for words. Qin Chong subsequently entered a state of sheer ferocity, transforming into a formidable bulldozer. He relentlessly backed down and executed powerful moves against Lopez, repeatedly crushing him beneath the basket with emphatic dunks. Boom, boom, boom. Lopez, utterly dazed and disoriented, found himself incapable of countering the onslaught, feeling as though thunder rumbled ominously above him, heralding an impending calamity. The score swiftly escalated to 20-0. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Brook Lopez, upon being backed down to the basket once more by Qin Chong, suddenly leaped up in defiance, unleashing a furious roar as he struck Qin Chong's face with a forceful slap. Crack. The impact nearly caused blood to trickle from Qin Chong's nostrils. In response, Qin Chong instinctively shielded himself during his airborne dunk, and at the precise moment his right hand grasped the ball for the slam, his elbow collided violently with the side of Lopez's temple. Bang. This sudden clash left Lopez momentarily dazed, rolling his eyes back as he collapsed within the paint, his body twitching slightly and foam escaping his lips. The score stood at 22-0 as Qin Chong effortlessly shut out Brook Lopez. Upon landing, Qin Chong stood beside Lopez, towering over him with a cold, piercing gaze, blood dripping from his nostrils and splattering accurately onto Lopez's face. The surrounding Nets players were struck with astonishment and hurried onto the court to assess the injuries of both Qin Chong and Lopez. Qin, are you all right? Brook, how are you? Qin Chong wiped the blood from his nose and chuckled lightly, remarking, this fellow truly believes himself to be someone of significance. When the new season commences with the Jazz, I shall teach him a lesson. Courtney Lee promptly summoned the team physician to assess Brook Lopez's injury. The diagnosis revealed a severe concussion, accompanied by minor cranial damage, necessitating a recovery period of 2 to 4 months. Upon learning of Lopez's condition, the Jazz swiftly decided to cancel the trade. Van der Week, though resigned, found solace in the fact that, despite not acquiring the all-star point guard Darren Williams, Qin Chong's resounding victory against Brook Lopez in a one-on-one match, scoring 22-0, heightened his optimism for the Nets' prospects in the upcoming season. The Boston Summer League is scheduled to take place from July 12th to July 23rd, featuring a total of 12 teams, including the New Jersey Nets, New York Knicks, Boston Celtics, Detroit Pistons, Milwaukee Bucks, and Philadelphia 76ers. Initially, Qin Chong intended to represent the Nets in the Summer League, which, although merely a platform for rookies to showcase their skills, holds significantly less attention and influence compared to the official NBA games. However, the experience points gained from burning calories during this event surpass those acquired from regular training. Meanwhile, the Chinese national basketball team has begun preparations for the World Championship in Turkey, set to commence at the end of August. Through Coach Zhang's efforts, they have reached out to Yao Ming, hoping that Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian can return to China early to facilitate their integration with the national team players. Therefore, on July 12th, Qin Chong, Yi Jianlian, and Di Yao boarded a first-class seat on a commercial airliner in New York and promptly returned to the imperial capital of the Celestial Empire, reporting to the Song National Men's Basketball Training Base. Simultaneously, the organizing committee of the World Championship in the United States officially announced the 12-member roster for Team USA, known as Dream Team 9, to compete in the 2010 Turkey World Championship. The lineup included 5 guards, Derrick Rose, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Stephen Curry, and Eric Gordon. 5 forwards, Kevin Durant, Andre Iguodala, Lamar Odom, Kevin Love, and Chris Bosh, and 2 centers, Tyson Chandler and Al Horford. Initially, the roster featured only Chandler as the sole center, and Bosh was not selected. However, due to Qin Chong's rapid rise, the Dream Team made a last-minute adjustment, replacing forwards Granger and Gay with the interior players Chris Bosh and Al Horford. The head coach of the U.S. Dream Team is the venerable Mike Krzyzewski from Duke University. The journey from New York to the imperial capital of the Celestial Empire necessitates traversing nearly the entirety of the American continent and the boundless expanse of the Pacific Ocean, with a straight-line distance exceeding 25,000 kilometers, requiring approximately 15 hours of travel to arrive. Qin Chong, Di Yao, and Yi Jianlian, finding themselves at leisure, engaged in a spirited game of do di ju in the first-class cabin of the aircraft. The plane touched down at the Beijing Capital International Airport at precisely 9 p.m., where Coach Zhang and the welcoming team led by Adi Jiang had been eagerly awaiting their arrival at the reception area. A group of over 10 individuals, holding up placards, warmly greeted the arrival of the 3 titans of Chinese basketball. Coach Zhang, his face aglow with enthusiasm, was the first to step forward. He embraced both Di Yao and Yi Jianlian before jovially patting Qin Chong on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Aha, Xiao Chong. You seem to have grown even stronger since the last time I saw you." Qin Chong chuckled wryly. "Indeed, Coach Zhang, with no recent competitions, I have grown somewhat complacent. I now weigh 322 pounds. Coach Zhang gasped in astonishment, giving Qin Chong a thumbs up, then turned to Adi Jiang beside him, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This is our truly formidable great shark of the Celestial Empire. His weight is nearly astonishing." Aotuanzun, having previously watched Qin Chong's highlight reel, found it hard to believe the sheer magnitude of his weight upon seeing him in person, especially when recalling the breathtaking moments of his athleticism. Qin Chong. I'm Aotuanzun, the chief assistant coach of our national men's basketball team this year. On behalf of the Basketball Association, the management, and our head coach Jonas, as well as every player on the roster, I warmly welcome you. Aotuanzun approached enthusiastically, shaking Qin Chong's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He thought to himself that although Yao Ming could not participate this time, the national team would undoubtedly shine at the World Championship with the addition of the newly crowned center, Qin Chong. Coach Aotuanzun, I used to watch you play when I was young. Please don't forget to sign an autograph for me later. Aotuanzun beamed widely. Haha, Qin Chong. I am also your fan. You must sign for me and my daughter as well. At that moment, a young girl of about 10 emerged from behind Aotuanzun. Tall and possessing an innocent beauty, with large eyes and a prominent nose, she radiated an alluring charm despite her youth, clearly a budding beauty. Qin Chong's intuition proved correct. This little girl was indeed Aotuanzun's daughter, Adina. Under the influence of her father, Adina developed a fondness for basketball from a young age, and she became particularly enamored with Qin Chong's exhilarating performances. Tonight, she was determined to accompany Aotuanzun to the airport to meet Qin Chong. Brother Qin Chong, may I take a picture with you? The little girl approached Qin Chong, tugging at his shirt, her big eyes sparkling as she looked up at him, blinking mischievously. With a smile, Qin Chong effortlessly lifted Adina, a delicate 10-year-old girl, into his arms, bowing before the camera. The striking visual of the petite child being cradled by the hefty figure of Qin Chong, who weighed over 300 pounds, was both shocking and amusing, as her slender waist was even narrower than his arm. The following morning, the Chinese men's basketball team held an official press conference to welcome the trio of Qin Chongs, Yi Jianlian, and the legendary Yao Ming into the fold, simultaneously unveiling the national team jersey numbers for Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian donned the number 11, while Qin Chong opted for 18. Yao Ming, taking on the role of assistant coach, joined the nation's coaching staff. The atmosphere at the press conference was electric, with dozens of journalists eagerly vying for Qin Chong's attention, leaving Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian feeling somewhat overlooked. It is undeniable that even domestically, Qin Chong's popularity is soaring. Having clinched the AA championship and being named the first overall pick in the NBA draft has positioned him as the most celebrated rookie athlete in the country, without exception. Qin Chong, fans both at home and abroad refer to you as the Great Shark of China, suggesting that your potential in the NBA may even surpass that of Shaquille O'Neal. What are your thoughts on this? I believe I am even more formidable than the Great Shark, especially considering my free throw skills completely outclass his. Qin Chong. The roster for the U.S. team participating in the World Championship has been announced. How do you assess this iteration of the Dream Team 9? The Dream Team 9 is a young squad brimming with potential. They are vibrant and energetic, although they may not currently feature any marquee stars. I anticipate that this lineup will produce at least 4 future superstars. Qin Chong, as the NBA's first overall pick, the AA champion, and a World Championship title holder. If you had to choose one of these honors, which would you cherish the most? Without a doubt, the World Championship title, as I have already secured the other 2. Qin Chong's humorous and witty responses elicited bursts of laughter from the audience at the press conference, simultaneously leaving an excellent impression on the media representatives from the Celestial Empire, establishing him as a quintessential idol. Both Coach Zhang and Yao Ming nodded in amusement, seemingly convinced that Qin Chong was destined to be a star athlete. At noon, in a luxurious private room at the Imperial Capital Hotel, a round table was filled with attendees, including the 12-member roster of the national men's basketball team preparing for the World Championship, along with head coach Jonas, assistant coaches Aotuanzun and Linan, and Yao Ming, all gathered for a team-building event. Throughout the meal, nearly everyone praised Qin Chong's remarkable performance at the AA Championships, elevating the 18-year-old, the youngest member of the national team, to the center of attention for the evening. Qin Chong, you are simply incredible. You claim you can shatter an NBA standard basketball hoop with a dunk. Among the attendees, Zhang Jiaxiu, standing at an impressive height of 2.21 meters, was the tallest present aside from Yao Ming. He represented the pinnacle of height for the Chinese men's basketball team competing in the World Championship in Turkey. As a center, Zhang Jiaxiu's height of 2.21 meters and weight of 268 pounds rendered him exceptional in both stature and strength. However, in comparison to Qin Chong, he seemed to exist on an entirely different plane. In fact, Zhang Jiaxiu had been scouted by NBA scouts in 2007, with hopes of joining Yao Ming in the 2007 NBA draft, but ultimately, the Basketball Association refused to release him, leaving the situation unresolved. The speed and strength of Qin Chong, encompassing his back dunk technique, vertical leap, and explosive power, are attributes of top-tier talent that Zhang Jiaxiu cannot help but admire. With a light-hearted laugh, he muses that perhaps it is due to his heavier physique. Brother Su, you possess immense potential as well. Keep striving. In response to Qin Chong's modesty and encouragement, Zhang Jiaxiu chuckled wryly. If I were to bulk up to 300 pounds, I doubt I would even be able to jump. Veteran Wang Zhizhi interjected with a smile. Qin Chong, I have heard you have mastered Elijah's dream shake, and that your execution is remarkably lifelike. if you have some time during training these next few days. Could you teach me? Qin Chong chuckled. Daji, you were my idol during my childhood. It feels somewhat awkward for me to teach you the art of dreamy footwork. Haha. What awkwardness is there? In our team, we do not differentiate based on seniority, but rather on strength. If you can truly teach me, I would gladly regard you as my mentor. At 33 years of age, Wang Jiji is the eldest player on this year's Chinese national basketball team roster. Though no longer at his peak, Daji's experience and indomitable spirit continue to inspire the younger players. Like Yuming, he embodies the very soul of Chinese basketball. The affable Wang Shipong joked, Qin, I too wish to shatter the backboard. Can you teach me? Zhu Fangyu interjected, Shipong, if you want to shatter the backboard, perhaps you should first bulk up to 300 pounds. Wang Shipong laughed. If I reached 300 pounds at my height, I would probably resemble a basketball myself. Lu Wei, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, if I may say, I envy Qin Chong for having a superstar girlfriend like Taylor Swift. That is indeed a remarkable fortune. Sun Yu chimed in, to be the first pick in the NBA draft, isn't it true that you can choose any girlfriend you desire while in America? However, to attract a goddess of Taylor Swift's caliber undoubtedly requires Qin Chong's personal charm. Sun Yu expressed this with a tone tinged with self-pity, yet deliberately waved his left hand, showcasing a luxurious ring adorned with a ruby hue. This ring was the championship ring he received after the Los Angeles Lakers triumphed over the Magic in the 2009 finals. Although he did not play a single minute in the playoffs, Sun Yu was indeed part of the activated roster, making him the second player from China to earn a championship ring after Bader. Observing Sun Yu proudly flaunting his championship ring, Qin Chong teased, old son, do you still have the audacity to show off that ring? You didn't even play a game, and yet you somehow ended up with a championship ring. The Lakers management must feel quite robbed. What is there to be ashamed of? I take pride in my easy victory. Why don't you try to win one yourself? Laughter erupted in the private room as Qin Chong remarked, you good. If you truly wish to return to the NBA, I could call out to Nets general manager Sean Marks. Perhaps I could help secure you a contract. Sun Yu shook his head and sighed, Qin Chong, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll pass. I am well aware of my capabilities. It's much more comfortable to play domestically. Suddenly, Qin Jiangwa asked, by the way, Qin Chong, as the first pick. Your contract with the Nets must be quite substantial, right? Qin Chong chuckled, it's not too bad, 24.02 million over 4 years. 24.02 million? That translates to over 6 million a year. Good heavens, you've just entered the NBA, and your salary is already rivaling that of Zhu Fangyu? It's worth noting that Zhu Ba is currently our league star player. At this moment, Yi Jianlian interjected with a smile, that's in US dollars. The others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. 6 million US dollars a year? The disparity between individuals is simply staggering. Qin Jianghua shook his head in lament. The NBA. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to play in an NBA game, even just one. In the subsequent days of training, Qin Chong quickly bonded with the players of the Chinese national basketball team, cultivating an extraordinary level of synergy. Jonas was immensely impressed by Qin Chong's dominance in the paint. Initially, he feared that the absence of Yao Ming would significantly weaken the team's strength for the World Championship. However, observing Qin Chong's contributions, he realized that his impact on the team was on par with Yao Ming's, if not surpassing it. His scoring ability and defensive prowess were even more remarkable than those of peak Yao Ming. Most importantly, Qin Chong's ability to orchestrate plays in the paint is exceptional, creating ample opportunities for sharpshooters like Zhu Ba and Wang Shipong to take open shots. Furthermore, the pick-and-roll combinations between Qin Chong and his teammates, such as Lu Wei and Qin Jianghua, are remarkably lethal. The national basketball team of the Celestial Empire originally built its tactical framework around the legendary center Yao Ming, and with his absence, Qin Chong has seamlessly stepped into that role, allowing the core strategies to be adopted and even enhanced. Playing alongside Qin Chong, teammates like Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Sun Yu, and Wang Shipong feel an undeniable synergy, almost as if their shooting touch has improved in an intangible manner. After more than a month of close training and interaction, Qin Chong has evidently emerged as the backbone and pivotal leader of this iteration of the national team, with both veterans and newcomers willingly rallying around him, forging an indomitable collective. Beyond training, Qin Chong has fostered camaraderie with his teammates, often exploring the culinary delights of Guizhou and Dakiamen in the capital, and graciously hosting players and coaches at his villa along the Tonghui River, where he and his family warmly welcomed them. As the clock swiftly turned to August 28, 2010, the FIBA World Championship officially commenced, featuring a total of 24 teams divided into 4 groups of 6. The Celestial Empire's basketball team found itself in a group alongside Turkey, Russia, Spain, Puerto Rico, and a formidable opponent. On the inaugural day of the tournament, the Celestial Empire faced the Spanish national basketball team, which held the second position in the latest world rankings, trailing only behind the United States. At the Istanbul National Basketball Arena, the atmosphere was electric as 15,000 seats buzzed with anticipation, surpassing a 70 occupancy despite not being sold out. The matchup between the Celestial Empire and Spain was about to begin. During the pregame warm-up, Pau Gasol approached the Celestial Empire's side, engaging Qin Chong in a lively conversation. Qin, Who would have thought that before the new NBA season begins, we would meet at the World Championship? Gasol chuckled. Indeed, pal, you are a player I hold in high regard, so I assure you, I will not hold back tonight. Qin replied confidently. Gasol laughed. Bring it on, Qin. I've already got my insurance. Soon, at the referee's signal, both teams' starting lineups took to the court. Spain starters included point guard, PG, Ricky Rubio, shooting guard, SG, Rudy Fernandez, small forward, SF, Vitor Claver, power forward, PF, Nikola Mirotic, and center Pau Gasol. The Celestial Empire starters were PG Sunyu, SG Wang Shipong, SF Zhu Fangyu, PF Yi Jianlian, and C Qin Chong. The bench for the national team included Wang Zhizhi, Chen Zhenghua, Lu Wei, Yi Li, Zhang Xiaoxiu, Zhou Peng, and Ding Jinping, while Spain's bench featured Marc Gasol and Carlos Navarro among others. In the live broadcast studio, Coach Zhang and Su Kun were brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the Celestial Empire's opening match in this World Championship. Concurrently, major sports channels were broadcasting this pivotal clash, capturing the attention of over 1 billion viewers in the nation. Compared to the NBA, international competitions such as the World Cup and the Olympics tend to garner greater interest from older basketball aficionados as they resonate more profoundly with national pride and honor. While the NBA boasts high levels of play, the Celestial Empire has yet to produce players who have made significant impacts in the league beyond Yao Ming. However, in this World Championship, the national team is composed entirely of homegrown talents, igniting a fervent patriotic spirit. Coach Zhang, could you provide an analysis of the strength disparity between our national team and Spain? With a radiant expression, Coach Zhang enthusiastically began. Spain is undoubtedly one of the world's elite basketball teams. Particularly after the 2008 Beijing Olympics, this cohort of Spanish players represents a golden era in their history. Pau Gasol, a crucial player in the Lakers' back-to-back NBA championships, requires no introduction. Ricky Rubio, a star from the 2009 draft, is set to embark on his NBA journey this season. Moreover, Marc Gasol of the Grizzlies and Mirotic of the Bulls contribute to a Spanish roster that boasts over 5 players currently in the NBA. Thus, encountering Spain in our opening match is indeed a formidable challenge. He continued, I recall during the 2008 Olympics, our team led Spain by 14 points in the fourth quarter, only to succumb to fatigue and lose in overtime. As we face Spain once again in this World Championship, I hope our players exhibit tenacity and style, fighting valiantly for victory. Though Yao Ming cannot take the court, we are fortunate to have Qin Chong. The Celestial Empire's aspirations in this World Championship rest upon the shoulders of this talented prodigy. The focus returned to the court. Qin Chong and Pau Gasol approached the center circle for the tip-off. Gasol, a second-round draft pick from 2008, stands as an exemplary model of success for players who have emerged triumphantly from the second round of the NBA. In the previous season with the Memphis Grizzlies, Gasol averaged an impressive 6 points, 9, 3 rebounds, and 6 blocks per game, gradually evolving into the new leader of his team. Despite possessing an impressive height of 2.16 meters, Gasol faced a distinct disadvantage in the jump ball against the extraordinarily gifted Qin Chong. Bang! Qin Chong smiled faintly, his figure leaping gracefully into the air, effortlessly flicking the basketball over the head of the diminutive Gasol, passing it to Sunyu behind him. Almost simultaneously, a long-awaited system notification echoed in Qin Chong's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on representing the national team in the World Championship. System task unlocked. Lead the Chinese men's basketball team to the finals of the World Championship. Task reward. The divine physique of Jason Sif, which will perfectly merge with the template of Atsushi Shiera. The divine physique of Jason? A sudden brilliance radiated from Qin Chong's eyes as he beheld the formidable Jason Sieber. A player of divine selection, a veritable beast within the paint, even more fearsome, violent, and astute than Ziyuan Dan. The task at hand merely required reaching the finals, not necessarily seizing the championship itself. If Qin Chong could guide his team to advance as the top seed from their group, they could effectively evade the American team before the finals, provided the Americans also secured the top position in their group. In Qin Chong's perspective, the only true rival for the Celestial Empire's basketball team in this World Championship was undoubtedly the Dream Team 9 from the United States. Thus, leading his team to the finals seemed a feasible endeavor. When the time for the finals arrived, merging the divine prowess of Jason Sieber with the youthful vigor of his spirited teammates from the Celestial Empire, would they not stand a chance against the Dream Team 9? After all, the likes of Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden were still in the nascent stages of their careers, their prowess not yet at its zenith. Aside from him, who could foresee that this so-called Dream Team 9, devoid of any superstars, would eventually produce perennial all-stars? Snapping back to reality, Qin Chong leaped, undeterred by the initial setback, deftly sidestepping Marc Gasol and accelerating towards the front court. Hurry back on defense, shouted Spain's head coach, Garcia Reneses, urging his players to ensure Gasol fortified the paint. Through months of rigorous training, Sunyu had developed an exceptional synergy with Qin Chong. Whether executing fast breaks or high screens, their cooperation boasted a remarkable success rate. Sunyu attributed this largely to Qin Chong's extraordinary physical attributes and basketball intelligence. Even when his passes flirted perilously close to errors, Qin Chong consistently transformed potential blunders into elegant and insightful assists. As Qin Chong swiftly penetrated the paint, he faced the last line of defense beneath the Spanish basket, Pau Gasol, who leaped high to contest. With the ball in hand, he approached Sun Yu stationed at the left high post, who was directly confronted by Fernandez, and swiftly launched the basketball into the air. Qin Chong soared into the air, clutching the ball with one hand as he faced the towering Pau Gasol, who leapt high in an attempt to block him. In the midst of his ascent, he executed a deft switch of hands, skillfully evading Gasol's defensive reach, and with his left hand, he slammed the ball into the hoop. A resounding thud echoed through the arena, startling Gasol, who stumbled to the ground, nearly falling out of bounds. Behind him, the younger Gasol, who had arrived a moment too late, wore an expression of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the imposing figure still suspended in midair, clutching the rim. While the basketball hoop shook violently as if on the brink of collapse, the game clock stood frozen at 9 minutes and 56 seconds into the first quarter. In just 4 seconds, he had executed a fast break dunk, complete with an aerial hand switch to evade the block. Who could possibly believe that such a feat was accomplished by a man weighing over 320 pounds? The entire Istanbul basketball arena erupted into a frenzy, filled with ecstatic screams. "Oh, is this the newly crowned NBA champion? How incredibly fierce!" The fast break, a dazzling display of athleticism, left spectators in awe. Was he a guard or a center? The new NBA champion, a ferocious beast hailing from the Celestial Empire, was destined to astonish the world on this night at the World Championship Court of Turkey. The rules of international basketball closely resemble those of the AA, with a total game duration of 40 minutes divided into 4 10-minute quarters. The dimensions of the key and the distance to the three-point line are also similar, albeit slightly shorter than those in the NBA. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the FIBA basketball hoops and tempered glass backboards have a marginally lower weight capacity compared to NBA standards. This implies that if Qin Chong aimed to shatter the backboard, it would be a task of utmost ease. Celestial Empire 2-0, Spain. The opening dunk by Qin Chong ignited the fighting spirit of the Chinese men's basketball team, stirring the fervor of players like Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu, Wang Shipeng, and Zhu Fangyu. Standing at the sidelines, Coach Jonas, along with Adi Zhang, Li Nan, and Yao Ming, passionately waved their fists, showering Qin Chong with cheers and shouts for his astonishing reverse dunk just 4 seconds into the game. This was none other than Pau Gasol, the reliable second-in-command of the Lakers, who had just been decisively dunked on by this young talent. In a contest of strength and speed, not even the Gasol brothers combined could rival our Qin Chong. Most importantly, this initial dunk from him was incredibly infectious. Perhaps it heralded that our Chinese men's basketball team would undoubtedly deliver an impressive and thrilling performance in this world championship. On the court, Pau Gasol, who had just been dunked on, swiftly transformed his astonishment into a serious demeanor, his laughter tinged with competitive spirit. "Qin, well done. I shall not hold back." Qin Chong raised an eyebrow and urged, "Paul, toughen up, or this match will lack excitement." As the ball changed possession, the Spanish team initiated their offensive play. Rubio advanced into the front court, swiftly maneuvering past the tall but sluggish Sun Yu with a burst of speed. Whoosh. Nonetheless, Sun Yu exhibited commendable defensive tenacity, closely trailing Rubio and disrupting his drive to the basket. Under the basket, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the 16-meter-tall Pau Gasol. Qin Chong, while remaining vigilant against defensive lapses, was ever prepared to thwart Rubio's attempts at the basket. Rubio possesses a high basketball IQ, exceptional court vision, and a passing ability that surpasses his individual scoring prowess. However, his mid-range shooting remains inconsistent. This inconsistency is a significant factor that has hindered Rubio's ascent in the latter stages of the NBA, particularly during the small ball era, where he has found himself lingering on the fringes of being a second-tier point guard. Consequently, Coach Jonas focused his pre-game defensive strategy on severing Rubio's passing lanes, ensuring that he could not easily collaborate with his teammates. Suddenly, Gasol broke free from Yi Jianlian, positioning himself near the free-throw line. While Rubio adeptly delivered an impressive no-look pass, Gasol, receiving the ball at the free-throw line, faced Yi Jianlian, who was a moment slow to react, and promptly executed a smooth mid-range jumper. Swish. The ball found its mark with precision. It is evident that Gasol, having been overshadowed earlier by Qin Chong's dunk, swiftly regained his competitive edge. As the offense from the Celestial Empire commenced, in a low position, Qin Chong demanded the ball from Sun Yu, backing down to forcefully challenge Marc Gasol. With a swift motion, he easily maneuvered the smaller Gasol into the restricted area. Observing his brother facing potential humiliation, Big Gasol quickly abandoned his post to double-team Qin Chong. Yet, Qin Chong, ever vigilant and perceptive, executed a brilliant bounce pass that slipped through Gasol's legs. The incoming Yi Jianlian, fueled by fervor, caught the ball and, with a fierce roar, soared into the air to deliver a resounding two-handed dunk. The sound echoed. Gasol, in frustration, slapped his forehead, having overlooked Qin Chong's exquisite playmaking ability. What he hadn't anticipated was the seamless synergy he shared with the national team players. However, recalling that Yi Jianlian was also a member of the Nets and a fellow townsman and teammate of Qin Chong, everything began to make sense. It became clear that while double-teaming Qin Chong, they must also remain acutely aware of his passing intentions, ready to seize any opportunity for a steal. As Spain initiated their offensive, Gasol moved to a high position for a pass, with Eugenian's defense swiftly closing in. Yet, on the weak side, Fernandez quickly found space, shaking off Wang Shipong and receiving a pass from Big Gasol before decisively launching a three-pointer. Swish. It was good. Qin Chong could not help but marvel at how difficult it is to defend against a player like Gasol, who possesses both technical prowess and the ability to facilitate play from the post. As they transitioned to the offensive end in a low position, Qin Chong found himself once again besieged by defenders. This time, he passed the ball to Zhu Fangyu, who was stationed at the three-point line in the corner. Zhu Fangyu appeared somewhat anxious at the start. Despite having a clear shot from beyond the arc, he exerted a bit too much force. Clang. Qin Chong seized the offensive rebound over the head of Little Gasol, landing gracefully before pivoting and leaping once more, deftly evading Big Gasol's defense to deliver a powerful back-to-the-basket dunk. The crowd erupted as Tianchao led 6-5 against Spain. Within the first 2 minutes, Qin had effortlessly amassed 4 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist, propelling the Chinese men's basketball team to a vigorous start, demonstrating their competitive spirit against the world-ranked second team. Spain, seated in the second row along the sidelines. Several familiar African-American faces could not help but express their admiration for the performance of the newly crowned #1 draft pick. Qin truly lives up to his status, surpassing John Wall. His strength, rebounding ability, footwork, and passing skills are unparalleled among interior players. The Chinese Shark is indeed deserving of his moniker, possessing physical attributes that may even eclipse those of Shaquille O'Neal, while his technical prowess stands out as well. It seems that this year's Chinese men's basketball team is once again a formidable potential adversary. The smiling, conversing African-Americans are none other than members of the USA Dream Team 9 at this World Championship. In addition to the Thunder's trio, Rose, Curry, Iguodala, and Bosch are also present. The USA had already completed their opening match yesterday, decisively defeating the German team, led by Nowitzki, with a staggering score of 109-71, a 38-point margin that showcased their formidable strength. Durant scored the highest for the team with 31 points, and on the international stage, the USA's most effective weapon against zone defenses is Durant's indiscriminate scoring ability. As a superstar in the league, Dirk cannot carry the German team alone. Even if Qin is exceptionally talented, it would be challenging for the Chinese men's basketball team to contend with Spain, let alone the USA. However, Chris, when you and Tyson face Qin in the low post, you might find yourselves in trouble. Meanwhile, the game continues to unfold with heightened intensity. The Spanish team has opted for a zone defense, positioning 4 players within the three-point line to create a tightly woven defensive network. In an instant, Qin Chong ascended from the lower position to the vicinity of the free-throw line, engaging in a screen with the ball handler, Sun Yu. His robust physique completely obstructed Rubio's pursuit, leaving the latter feeling as though he had collided with an impenetrable barrier. Sun Yu accelerated, penetrating towards the basket, only to encounter Gasol's defensive support, at which point he returned the ball to the elevated Qin Chong. Qin Chong feigned a breakthrough while holding the ball, passing it to Zhu Fangyu stationed in the corner without glancing at him. This time, Zhuba finally seized the opportunity, utilizing Eugenian's screen to launch a three-pointer that pierced the air with precision. Swish. A beautifully executed four-man collaboration. The three-pointer from the Celestial Empire team was nothing short of spectacular, prompting Yu Ming and De Ji on the sidelines to rise in excitement and applaud. In that moment, Yao Ming seemed to recall the unwavering camaraderie and relentless spirit he shared with his teammates during the daunting challenges of the 2008 Olympics in the capital. It is often said that the 2008 Chinese men's basketball team was a golden generation. However, in Yao's eyes, this current team represents the pinnacle of excellence, a diamond squad. Under Qin Chong's leadership on both ends of the court, the national players displayed remarkable enthusiasm and focus. The thought that the 18-year-old Qin Chong had already ascended to become the NBA's top draft pick, earning over $40 million annually and still training diligently despite his 300-pound frame, left them with no excuse not to strive for greatness. The team's formidable momentum allowed the Celestial Empire to dominate from the outset, concluding the first quarter with a lead that had swelled to double digits. Celestial Empire, 29-18, Spain. Qin Chong delivered an impressive performance in the first quarter, showcasing a well-rounded skill set. He achieved a flawless shooting record, scoring 12 points, securing 5 rebounds, providing 4 assists, and contributing 1 steal along with 2 blocks. His presence has unified the Chinese men's basketball team, with every player on the court making a scoring contribution in the first quarter. Qin Chong has proven to be exceedingly valuable. He is indeed the engine and versatile asset of our team. Coach Aotuanzun wore a broad smile, clearly enamored with Qin Chong's capabilities. Coach Eunice also nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Haha, it seems we have set our goal of reaching the top 16 a bit too modestly this year." As the second quarter commenced, Qin Chong took a break from the court, while Wang Zhizhi and Lu Wei led the substitutes in play. At 33, Wang Zhizhi has transitioned from a youthful sprinter into a seasoned veteran, having experienced a rise to prominence, followed by a fall from grace, and ultimately a resurgence to the pinnacle of his career. The passage of time has rendered him more composed and astute. Yet he remains the backbone and spiritual leader of the Chinese men's basketball team. Upon entering the game, he swiftly executed 2 consecutive mid-range shots, showcasing an impressive rhythm. However, the Spanish team's offense was equally ferocious. With the absence of Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian, the 2 stalwarts of the paint, Spain's scoring efficiency surged. With the return of the Twin Towers, Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian, the Chinese men's basketball team boasted a formidable lineup of height with Wang Zhizhi, decisively overpowering the Spanish team in the paint. With 5 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the second quarter, in a powerful display beneath the basket, Qin Chong emphatically blocked Marc Gasol's dunk. In a swift counterattack, he passed to Yi Jianlian, who soared into the paint for a thunderous slam. The resounding impact echoed as Yi Jianlian, boasting an impressive sprinting speed of 12 seconds for the 100 meters, showcased remarkable agility for a towering player standing at 2.13 meters tall. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the affluent district of New York, Mikhail Prokhorov, the owner of the Brooklyn Nets, was engrossed in watching the World Championship match between China and Spain, as he witnessed the flawless synergy between Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian, who dominated both ends of the court against the Gasol brothers. Prokhorov's excitement intensified, his eyes shimmering with determination to rebuild the team around this formidable Chinese duo for the upcoming season. Although the trade involving Brook Lopez was temporarily stalled due to a concussion, and LeBron James had joined the Miami Heat to form a trio of superstars, the allure of the newly crowned top draft pick, Qin Chong, combined with Prokhorov's lavish spending, had Brooklyn Nets general manager Billy King stirring anticipation among the fans with his offseason maneuvers. According to recent reports, following Amare Stoudemire's decision to leave the Phoenix Suns for the New York Knicks, Suns leader Steve Nash was also inclined to explore the free agency market, seeking one last shot at a championship in the twilight of his career. King promptly reached out to Nash's agent, Bill Duffy, with hopes of signing the legendary point guard to mentor Qin Chong and guide the Nets' young players in the upcoming season. As the focus shifted back to the Istanbul basketball arena, the halftime score stood at China 55, Spain 42, with a 13-point lead. As the third quarter commenced, Qin Chong began to demonstrate his formidable scoring ability, forcefully executing a reverse dunk despite being double-teamed by the Gasol brothers, simultaneously drawing a shooting foul on Mark. Boom. The ball swished through the net, resulting in a 2-1 opportunity. Swish. Qin Chong stepped to the free throw line and converted the additional shot, marking a successful 3-point play, which heralded a resounding surge for the Chinese national basketball team. Upon returning to defense, Qin Chong delivered 2 spectacular blocks, fueling a fast break where the team accumulated points. Lu Wei sank a 3-pointer, and Wang Shipong executed a remarkable layup. Midway through the third quarter, the Chinese team had established a commanding lead of 20 points. The coach of the Spanish team, visibly anxious, called multiple timeouts, yet he could not quell the soaring momentum of the Chinese squad. Had it been merely Qin Chong's brilliance, Spain might have devised a counter-strategy. However, every player on the Chinese team was in peak form, brimming with confidence and a shared resolve, showcasing an elevated fighting spirit and national pride. This left the Spanish players with little more than the capacity to defend, unable to mount any effective response. Even Coach Jonas, standing on the sidelines, could not help but exclaim, "This is the finest era for the Chinese national basketball team. Qin is a remarkable player. He has united us all." Millions of fans watching the live broadcast from their televisions were also inspired by the national team's fervor and collective performance, swelling with national pride. Qin is phenomenal. It's not even the end of the third quarter, and he has already secured a triple-double. Qin Chong is the soul and leader of this national team. It is his presence that allows our players to perform with such ease and enjoyment. Oh, is this truly the second-ranked Spanish team, to be dominated in such a manner? What a satisfying spectacle. Perhaps the national football team should take a look at how the basketball team approaches the World Cup. When will our football team produce a talent like Qin, enabling us to break out of Asia and make our mark on the world stage? Let us focus solely on basketball, shall we? Must we bring up the disheartening plight of the football team? With 3 quarters completed, the Chinese national basketball team leads Spain by a staggering 26 points. Under the auspices of FIBA regulations, victory is virtually assured, even in the NBA. Orchestrating a comeback from a 27-point deficit in the final quarter is a rare miracle. Qin Chong played for 22 minutes and 3 quarters, achieving an impeccable shooting record of 11 for 11, along with 5 out of 6 from the free throw line, culminating in an impressive tally of 27 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 6 blocks. Undoubtedly, he delivered the most dazzling performance of the evening. Even the prominent players from the USA Dream Team, Durant, Curry, and Rose, seated in the front rows, were left utterly astonished by Qin Chong's prowess. Is this the terrifying strength of the newly crowned NBA rookie? If the Dream Team were to encounter the Chinese national basketball team in the finals, how would they contain this behemoth from the paint? The match swiftly concluded with the Chinese national team triumphing over Spain by a resounding 29 points, finishing at 109-78, marking a powerful start to the 2010 Turkey World Championship. In the post-match interview, Qin Chong found himself surrounded by a throng of journalists from both domestic and international outlets. "Qin, you achieved a triple-double in your national team debut. becoming the first player in Chinese history to accomplish such a feat in their inaugural game. What do you have to say about that? Qin, your combination with E completely dominated the Gasol brothers on both ends of the court tonight. What contributed to your overwhelming success? Qin, do you believe the Chinese national team has a chance to reach the finals of this world championship? Qin, if you were to face the USA national team, what do you believe your odds of victory would be? As the barrage of questions from the media rolled in. With a smile upon his face, Qin Chong maintained a demeanor of quiet confidence, responding with poise. I take immense pride in representing my nation at the World Championship. And tonight's victory belongs to every member of the Chinese men's basketball team. Spain has always been a formidable and united squad, with the Gasol brothers being renowned NBA stars. Yet, we triumphed in the match, securing a resounding victory. I am quite pleased with my performance, and I commend the efforts of Yi Jianlian, De Ji, Zhu Fengyu, and Sun Yu. We are an indomitable collective, unyielding even in the face of the Dream Team 9. Our singular goal remains clear, to strive for the championship title at the World Championship. Qin Chong's remarkable performance in the opening match of the World Championship, coupled with his audacious proclamation that the team aims to clinch the championship title, has rapidly resonated both domestically and internationally. This has ignited a fervor among countless fans from the Celestial Empire, who are filled with anticipation for Qin Chong to lead the Chinese men's basketball team in forging history and ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Simultaneously, it has prompted many foreign fans to reassess and recognize the prowess of the Chinese men's basketball team in the subsequent group matches against Russia, Puerto Rico, and a formidable opponent. Under Qin Chong's leadership, the Chinese men's basketball team exemplified the grandeur of a great nation, achieving a resounding victory over Russia with a score of 105-72, triumphing by a remarkable 33 points. Qin Chong delivered a breathtaking slam dunk over AK-47 Kirilenko during the match against Puerto Rico. Qin Chong and Yi Jian directly secured their victory by halftime, ultimately triumphing over their opponents by a staggering 39 points. In a remarkable display, Qin Chong unleashed his prowess, utterly overwhelming the already diminutive and impoverished interior of the exquisite nation. The match commenced with a dazzling 15-0 run, leaving the players of the exquisite nation wishing they could vanish into the ground. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at Celestial Empire men's basketball team 39-5, exquisite nation men's basketball team. While scoring an astonishing 39 points in a single quarter, they simultaneously restricted the exquisite nation to a dismal 0 for 23 from the field, managing to scrape together a mere 5 points through free throws. This resulted in a staggering 34-point advantage, firmly nailing the exquisite nation to the pillar of shame in the World Championship. Had the opponents been from any other country, the Celestial Empire might have exercised restraint, showing some semblance of sportsmanship. However, faced with such a peculiar and unsavory team, no mercy was warranted. With a 34-point lead after one quarter and a 45-point margin by halftime, the third quarter saw a deluge of three-pointers raining down from the Celestial Empire. Not only did Wang Zhizhi, Zhu Fengyu, and Wang Shipeng consecutively sink their shots from beyond the arc, but even Yi Jianlian joined in, confidently landing a three-pointer from the top of the key. Boom. The exquisite nation's interior defense was woefully inadequate, allowing Qin Chong to dominate the offensive boards, which emboldened the Celestial Empire's shooters to unleash their shots without hesitation, enhancing both their accuracy and confidence. Despite the exquisite nation's starting center, He Xingxin, towering at 2.21 meters and weighing 290 pounds, he was subjected to a humiliating display of skill at the hands of Qin Chong, enduring multiple emphatic dunks while accruing a series of basic errors and fouls, ultimately being ejected from the game with 5 fouls before the third quarter concluded. In the locker room, He Xingxin could not help but burst into tears as the third quarter neared its final minute, following Wang Shipeng's missed three-pointer. Qin Chong ferociously slammed home a follow-up dunk after bulldozing past Su Zhangxuan. Boom. The Celestial Empire held a staggering 60-point lead over the exquisite nation. In the end, the Celestial Empire men's basketball team triumphed with a score of 116-51 against the exquisite nation, securing a resounding victory by an astounding 65 points and setting a record for the largest margin of victory in World Cup history. Qin Chong delivered an impressive performance, scoring 38 points, securing 19 rebounds, providing 8 assists, along with 2 steals and 10 blocks, becoming the first Chinese basketball player to achieve a triple-double with blocks in the World Championship. With 4 consecutive victories, the Chinese men's basketball team firmly established itself at the top of their group, while preparing to face their final opponent in the group stage, the host nation, Turkey. The Turkish national team is currently led by Takao Lu, a power forward hailed as the Turkish magician, who played a pivotal role in the Orlando Magic's journey to the finals in 2009, second only to the formidable Dwight Howard in terms of his impact on the team. In addition to Takao Lu, Turkey boasts other notable NBA stars, including Mehmet Okur, who famously made Yao Ming cry, and Ersan Ilyasova. Both the Chinese men's basketball team and the host nation Turkey have won all 4 of their matches in the group stage, making tonight's game crucial in determining who will emerge as the group leader. Although Turkey may not possess the overall strength of Spain, as the host, they enjoy numerous advantages. including favorable treatment from the referees. Less than 3 minutes into the first quarter, Qin Chong was inexplicably called for 2 fouls by the Turkish coach and had to be replaced by Jonas, much to the dismay of the team. Without Qin Chong, Turkey completely dominated both ends of the court in the first quarter, with TRKO Lu's mid-range shots and Oker's three-pointers repeatedly penetrating the Chinese defense. On the offensive end, the absence of Qin Chong, the team's cornerstone, left players like Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Zhizhi, Lu Wei, Sun Yu, and Wang Shipeng struggling to find their rhythm, leading to a sharp decline in their performance. By the end of the first quarter, the Chinese men's basketball team found themselves trailing Turkey by a significant 16 points. After Qin Chong took to the court in the second quarter, he swiftly dominated beneath the basket, executing a powerful turnaround dunk over Oku. Thunderous applause resonated, heralding the onset of a fast-break counterattack for the Chinese men's basketball team. Returning to the defensive end, Qin Chong, having positioned himself strategically, switched to defend against Turkoglu, delivering a spectacular flying block. With a resounding slap, Lu Wei, having made a swift descent, seized control of the basketball and accelerated towards the front court. Swoosh! Feeling the Turkish defenders hot on his heels, Lu Wei feigned a shot before executing a precise pass, driving into the paint and forcefully launching the ball against the glass backboard above him. Bang! The basketball rebounded, soaring over the heads of 2 Turkish defenders. In swift succession, Qin Chong galloped forward, leaving both Oker and Turkoglu in his wake, leaping to seize the ball with full extension, his tension palpable, and executed a thunderous dunk into the hoop. Boom! Amidst the cacophony, the rim groaned, the hoop swayed, and the tempered glass backboard emitted a sharp crack, signaling its fragile state. With a ferocious strike, Qin Chong unleashed an astonishing 90% of its strength. The terrifying force cascaded downward like a cataclysmic deluge, instantly shattering the robust tempered glass backboard. Countless shards of glass rained down like a torrential downpour. After Qin Chong landed, he swiftly evaded, as countless shards of tempered glass rained down upon the 2 Turkish defenders. Following closely behind, Teodosic and Oker were momentarily paralyzed with fear, retreating hastily beyond the 3-point line. With a resounding crash, the entire basketball hoop toppled, crashing heavily onto the painted area of the court. The base of the hoop, which was fixed to the floor, was uprooted, sending a flurry of screws scattering in all directions. Had the 2 Turkish defenders hesitated for even a moment longer, they might have been crushed beneath the falling apparatus, becoming unwitting martyrs in the line of duty. Spectators in the front row outside the baseline shrieked in terror, leaping to their feet and scattering in panic, nearly causing a stampede. The head referee, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and blew his whistle urgently, halting the game. Medical personnel and staff rushed onto the court to address the unforeseen crisis, checking for any injuries among players and fans while simultaneously clearing the debris of the collapsed hoop and preparing to replace it with a new one. Oh my heavens, Yao. Am I truly not mistaken? The head coach of the Chinese national basketball team, Jonas, gaped in disbelief at the sight beside him, shaking his head in awe. Though he had witnessed Qin Chong's astonishing act of shattering the backboard and pulling down the hoop numerous times on video, witnessing it live on the grand stage of the World Cup left even this season coach utterly astounded. Yao appeared to have already discerned Qin Chong's intentions. The International Basketball Federation standard hoop is less robust than that of the NBA, making it a trivial matter for Qin to shatter the backboard and topple the hoop. Coach Jonas, behold the new #1 draft pick of the NBA. His strength has transcended even that of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. The officiating during this match had indeed been questionable, and it seemed that Qin Chong's emphatic slam was a deliberate reminder to the biased referees. If even Coach Jonas was taken aback, the other players of the Chinese and Turkish teams, along with the nearby spectators who beheld this breathtaking moment, were left in utter admiration. Oh, is this the beast from the east? He truly can shatter the backboard. Such formidable weight combined with astonishing leaping ability and speed rendered his strength almost a foregone conclusion. His physical prowess seemingly surpassed human limits. Not only was he the top pick in this year's NBA draft, but had he participated in the past decade or even the last 20 years alongside historic first-round selections like LeBron James, Dwight Howard, Allen Iverson, Tim Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal, he would have had a significant chance of being the #1 pick. Was this the mysterious power from the Orient, intent on demolishing the arena tonight? Though a supporter of Turkey, I too felt embarrassed by the referee's blatant bias. We must win with honor or not at all. I eagerly await the new NBA season, for from this day forth, I shall be a fan of Qin and the New Jersey Nets. In this very moment, millions of fans across the nation, watching the live broadcast, erupted in cheers for Qin Chong's astonishing dunk, chanting, "Brother Qin is incredible, Brother Qin forever." I have heard that the International Basketball Federation's backboards are not as sturdy as those in the NBA, so with Qin's terrifying strength, shattering them is merely a matter of will. While instances of broken backboards have occurred in the NBA, this World Championship may very well be the first of its kind. Qin's feat of leaping over 2 defenders standing over 6 feet tall to shatter the backboard was nothing short of miraculous. With this violent dunk, I am eager to see if the referee dares to make any further dubious calls. Returning to the game, after an interruption of approximately half an hour, the new basketball hoop was finally set up. Once play resumed, the Turkish referee noticeably softened his calls, allowing Qin Chong to fully unleash his extraordinary talents on both offense and defense. With 5 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the second quarter, in a stunning display of athleticism, Qin Chong leaped high above the formidable figure of Mehmet Okur, who stands at an impressive 2.11 meters, delivering an awe-inspiring block. With a resounding clap, he thwarted Turkoglu's attempt to dunk the basketball into the hoop, sending the ball soaring into the upper tier of the audience, where it struck a strikingly beautiful mixed-race blonde with piercing blue eyes squarely on her chest. Despite the considerable distance of at least 20 meters from where Qin Chong executed the block to the seated beauty, the basketball maintained its formidable force, colliding with her and leaving a significant impact. The enchanting woman let out a sharp gasp, followed by a wave of pain that was accompanied by an inexplicable mix of sensations. A rosy hue quickly spread across her delicate features. How could it be that, from such a distance, the basketball found its mark so precisely? Was it mere coincidence, or perhaps fate? The crowd erupted in admiration for Qin Chong's extraordinary feat, with countless fans, especially the female admirers, casting envious glances at the fortunate blonde, wondering why the basketball had not struck them instead. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, the atmosphere remained electric. Qin Chong resembled a feral beast unleashed, wholly dominating both offensive and defensive realms. With an impeccable shooting record of 10 for 10 in a single quarter, complemented by free throws, he erupted for a staggering 24 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 5 blocks. By sheer force of will, he obliterated Turkey's interior and perimeter defenses. Even the head referee was left utterly convinced by his prowess, scoring 24 points and achieving 5 blocks in a single quarter. Qin Chong became the first player in the history of the Men's Basketball World Championship to accomplish such a feat at halftime. The Chinese national team had turned the tables, leading Turkey by 10 points. In another arena in Turkey, the match between Canada and Argentina also reached halftime. As the largest country in North America outside the United States, Canada boasts several players in the NBA, with Steve Nash being its most illustrious basketball athlete and the captain of the Canadian squad in this tournament. However, compared to Argentina, which features prominent talents like Manu Ginobili and Luis Scola vying for the top draft pick, Canada's overall basketball prowess was considerably lacking. At the end of the first half, the score stood at 39-53, with Canada trailing Argentina by 15 points. Despite Nash single-handedly carrying the offensive load with 4 three-pointers and amassing 16 points, the disparity in overall strength between Canada and Argentina remained insurmountable. During the halftime break, Nash, resting in the locker room, was glistening with beads of sweat, while wisps of steam rose from his curly hair. He reflected on his old teammate Stoudemire, who had departed for the Knicks, and contemplated his own future if he re-signed with the Phoenix Suns, facing a similar situation of solitary struggle without tangible results. His spirits were understandably low, as he, a 2-time MVP and the premier point guard in the league, pondered whether his career was destined to remain devoid of championship glory. Though he held a deep emotional connection to the Suns' management and yearned to conclude his NBA journey in one city, he wondered if, when his prime had faded, the Suns would still honor their past by offering him a fitting farewell contract. At that moment, his phone, resting in the locker, suddenly rang. The ringtone was a children's song from his homeland, favored by his 2 daughters, 2 tigers, running fast, one without ears, one without eyes, how strange. Nash answered the call to hear the voice of his agent, Bill Duffy. Steve, recently 12 teams have extended contract offers to you. The 3 most competitive teams in terms of salary are the New York Knicks, the Portland Trail Blazers, and the New Jersey Nets. The Knicks can offer you a maximum of 4 years for $45 million, allowing you to reunite with Stoudemire in New York, which is indeed a splendid choice. The Trail Blazers can provide a 4-year contract worth $42 million, though the last 2 years are team options. The Nets have also offered $45 million over 4 years, with a player option for the final year. Upon hearing Duffy's words, Nash's eyes lit up, initially considering the New York Knicks. After all, he would pass up the opportunity to play for the Knicks, a franchise that could elevate a star's marketability to its zenith. However, even with Nash and Stoudemire, the Knicks' ceiling seemed limited to merely replicating the success of the Phoenix Suns. Moreover, with the formidable Miami Heat trio newly assembled in the East, breaking through would prove to be a daunting task. The Trail Blazers' competitiveness appeared even more constrained, while the Nets were decidedly among the league's bottom dwellers. Wait a minute. It seemed the Nets had selected the newly crowned top draft pick, Qin Chong, a mysterious force from China, heralded as a hybrid of Shaquille O'Neal and Shawn Marion. Just then, Nash was captivated by the television in the locker room, which was replaying a breathtaking moment from the match between China and Turkey, showcasing Qin Chong soaring over 2 defenders to shatter the rim. Shifting focus back to the Istanbul arena, the third quarter was unfolding with fervor. As Qin Chong faced a triple team in the corner, he assisted Wang Zhizhi, who made a 3-pointer. Swish. The Chinese national team extended its lead to 22 points, rendering the outcome increasingly predictable. Ultimately, Qin Chong and fellow key players exited after 3 quarters, ensuring a safe victory over the host nation, Turkey, thereby clinching an undefeated record in the group stage and securing the top position. In the forthcoming round of 16, the Chinese national team would face the 4th-place team from Group D. On this night, Qin Chong delivered a breathtaking performance, amassing 53 points, 19 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and an unprecedented 12 blocks, securing the first quadruple-double with blocks in the history of the Chinese national men's basketball team at the World Championship. This extraordinary feat, particularly the 50 points alongside a quadruple-double, stands as a unique and illustrious achievement in the annals of the World Championship. His phenomenal display of skill rapidly garnered him a devoted following among fans across Eurasia. As the group stage concluded, the final 16 teams were determined. Among the 10 best plays selected by the organizing committee of the Turkish World Championship, Qin Chong alone captured 5 spots, including the top 3. His remarkable average of 39, 6 points, 18, 2 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game placed him at the pinnacle of the scoring, rebounding, and blocking charts, overshadowing the players of the Dream Team 9. In 2010, the NBA was dominated by superstars such as Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Dwight Howard, and Tim Duncan, while emerging talents like Kevin Durant, Derrick Rose, and Stephen Curry had yet to fully establish themselves. The Chinese national team triumphed over Greece in the round of 16, advancing smoothly to the quarterfinals. In the subsequent match against the French team, featuring NBA stars Tony Parker and Evan Fournier, Qin Chong's team showcased another thrilling performance. Despite Parker's all-star caliber display of 19 points and 10 assists, along with Fournier's 4 three-pointers, the Chinese team, bolstered by Qin Chong's remarkable 28 points and 21 rebounds, emerged victorious, securing a place in the Final Four. The next day, the semi-final teams were revealed: the Chinese national team, the American team, the Argentine team, and the Spanish team. In the semifinals, the Chinese team faced off against the peak Argentine squad, led by the seasoned Manu Ginobili and Luis Scola, both of whom displayed exceptional synergy on the court. The Argentine defense was formidable, allowing an average of only 62 points per game. On the eve of the semifinal clash between the Chinese and Argentine teams, the American team decisively defeated Spain, advancing to the finals. Kevin Durant remained the scoring leader for the American Dream Team 9, contributing 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Andre Iguodala, coming off the bench, added 9 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists, and electrified the crowd with a thunderous dunk during a fast break in the third quarter. After playfully returning to the locker room, Iguodala received a call from the Philadelphia 76ers vice president of basketball operations. Upon answering, he was met with an apologetic yet firm voice. "Andre, I regret to inform you that you have been traded." Stunned, Iguodala nearly dropped the phone, overwhelmed by disbelief. "What do you mean I've been traded? Are you kidding me?" The voice on the other end reassured him. "Yes, Andre, it has indeed happened. Your new team is the New Jersey Nets." Following a concussion sustained during a one-on-one with Brook Lopez, a trade involving him and Darren Williams had been temporarily halted by the Jazz. However, after a month of recovery, Lopez was fit again, prompting Nets general manager Billy King to swiftly negotiate a deal with the 76ers, sending Lopez and Devin Harris in exchange for Iguodala and Lewis Williams. This trade underscored the 76ers' waning faith in Iguodala. The reality was that Andre Iguodala was better suited as a secondary or even tertiary player on a championship-caliber team rather than the primary leader of a struggling franchise. In a fit of rage, he pounded his fist against the locker, exclaiming, "I was drafted 9th overall in 2004 and have spent 6 seasons with the 76ers. I've contributed through hard work and dedication. How can they just trade me without a word?" His anger stemmed not from being traded to the Nets, but from being treated as a mere commodity without any prior notice. The Nets, though not as illustrious as the Knicks, offered a fresh start, especially with a new Russian billionaire owner and the promising rookie Qin Chong, who was said to possess talent comparable to Shaquille O'Neal. "Fine, the Nets might be good, just don't make me the star. I prefer to play a supporting role," he thought. On the same day, Nash, who had been eliminated by Argentina in the round of 16, flew back to the U.S. with his agent Bill Duffy and officially signed a 4-year, $45 million contract with the Nets, with the 4th year being a player option. General manager King's moves pleased the new owner Prokhorov immensely. Fans of the New Jersey Nets and Qin Chong supporters across China were abuzz with anticipation for the upcoming NBA season and speculated about the revamped Nets' potential. "Nash is here. I adore Nash. The partnership between the current top point guard and the rookie sensation is bound to be explosive," they exclaimed. Signing Nash for 4 years at $45 million is a steal. Remember the 2004 to 2005 Suns? Nash single-handedly propelled a multitude of all-stars. Iguodala, regarded as a leader for the 76ers, offered a well-rounded skill set akin to a diminished version of LeBron James. Thus, with Qin, Nash, and Iguodala, 1 center, 1 point guard, and 1 versatile swingman, the Nets could indeed be considered a formidable trio. "Who says only the Celtics, Spurs, and Heat have a big 3? We have one too," they proclaimed. Predicting the Nets starting lineup for the new season: Steve Nash, Courtney Lee, Andre Iguodala, Yi Jianlian, and Qin Chong. As the focus shifts back to Turkey, specifically the Istanbul basketball arena, the local time is 7 in the evening. The stands are teeming with spectators, every seat filled to capacity. The semi-final match between the Chinese national basketball team and the Argentine national basketball team is about to commence. During the warm-up phase, A charming reporter from a media outlet boldly steps onto the court to interview Qin Chong. Qin, what are your thoughts on the New Jersey Nets signing of Steve Nash and the trade for Andre Iguodala? Qin Chong was acutely aware of the significance of the two pivotal trades and acquisitions made by the team. In fact, prior to pursuing Nash and exchanging Lopez for Iguodala, Nets general manager Vanderwide had already been in contact with Qin Chong, who was actively competing in the World Championships. And Qin expressed his unwavering support and anticipation for these developments. After all, whether in this life or the last, both Nash and Iguodala were players he deeply admired. They possessed not only talent and popularity but also remarkable basketball IQ, alongside impeccable character and sportsmanship. Although Nash had reached the age of 36, the position of point guard heavily relies on experience. Qin believed that as long as Nash remained healthy and his playing time was judiciously managed, he could sustain his peak performance with the Nets for at least another 2 to 3 years, perhaps even aging like Kidd, becoming more formidable with time. As for Iguodala, his success with the Warriors in a previous life unequivocally demonstrated that he was the perfect piece for a championship-caliber team. There exists a classic saying in the NBA regarding the draft: if there is Jordan, choose Jordan. If not, choose Shaq. If neither, choose Iguodala. To Qin Chong, the ceiling for Iguodala was none other than LeBron James. Both Steve and Andre are all-star players I hold in high regard, and I can hardly wait to share the court with these two exceptional talents. When posed with the question by the beautiful reporter regarding the New Jersey Nets prospects for making the playoffs in the upcoming season, Qin Chong confidently stroked his abdomen and raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Of course. For the Nets to make the playoffs this season might just be as effortless as our victory over the Argentinian national team tonight." Qin Chong's witty response elicited a delightful giggle from the beautiful reporter, causing her delicate frame to tremble while the 2 mounds of flower-like bags on her chest swayed vigorously. "Qin, this is precisely why we and the fans adore you. Your unwavering confidence is truly remarkable." Soon, at the referee's signal, the starting players from both teams stepped onto the field, and the match officially commenced. For the Celestial Empire's basketball team, the starting lineup was as follows: point guard, PG Sunyu; shooting guard, SG Wang Shipong; small forward, SF Zhu Fangyu; power forward, PF Jianlian; center, Qin Chong. On the Argentine side, the starters included point guard, PG Ricky Sanchez; shooting guard, SG Manu Ginobili; small forward, SF Andres Nocioni; power forward, PF Luis Scola; center, Fabricio Oberto. Notably, 4 of Argentina's starters played in the NBA, with small forward and S. Nocioni boasting titles from both the Spanish League and the EuroLeague. As the gold medalists of the 2004 Athens Olympics, Argentina maintained their original starting lineup, with the exception of the 35-year-old Oberto, while the other 4 players remained in their prime. Nevertheless, the Celestial Empire's basketball team had triumphantly navigated their way to tonight's semifinal, showcasing formidable strength and an unprecedented unity surrounding Qin Chong. The match commenced with merely 4 seconds elapsed. Qin Chong connected with Sunyu, deftly evading the formidable Argentinian interior defenders, Oberto and Scola, as he glided along the baseline and surged into the paint. He soared to meet Sunyu's pass, executing a magnificent dunk. The resounding thud reverberated throughout the arena. Despite Argentina's meticulous preparation for the opening play, they could not withstand the overwhelming force of Qin Chong. Weighing in at over 320 pounds, charging at them full throttle, they instinctively recoiled, too intimidated to confront him head-on. Moreover, Qin Chong's fast break foray was not merely a reckless charge. His footwork was surprisingly agile, and he navigated through gaps with uncanny precision. Ginobili couldn't help but marvel internally, wondering if this hefty player from the Middle Kingdom possessed serpentine agility. Turning back, Ginobili received a pass at the top of the arc and beckoned Scola for a high screen. He maneuvered past the defense, slicing into the paint, evading the oncoming help from Jianlian, and awkwardly launched the ball towards the hoop. Yet, just as the basketball reached its apex, a powerful gust swept in, and a massive shadow loomed over Ginobili and Jianlian. With a thunderous clap, Qin Chong's colossal hand forcefully pinned the ball against the tempered glass backboard. The entire structure trembled violently. "What is happening?" exclaimed a Turkish commentator, pounding the table. Meanwhile, Ginobili and Scola were left in utter astonishment by Qin Chong's ferocious rejection. The newly crowned #1 pick from the Middle Kingdom was already unleashing his prowess from the very start. In an electrifying moment, Qin Chong seized the basketball and landed, executing a deceptive pass fake before sidestepping Oberto and charging forward. The sound of rushing wind enveloped him as he thundered down the court, each stride heavy and resonant, causing the very arena to shake. Sunyu and Wang Shipong flanked him like vigilant guardians, while the 4 Argentinian players hastily attempted to catch up. But how could they possibly match his speed? As Qin Chong leaped from the free throw line, his weight transformed into the wings of a mythical bird, soaring over the entire key, executing a 360-degree spin while switching the ball under his legs. The fluidity of his movement resembled that of an elite NBA point guard. With a resounding crash, as the basketball was emphatically slammed through the hoop, the backboard shuddered violently, the tempered glass cracking ominously, sending a cascade of shards raining down. Had it merely been a straightforward fast break dunk that shattered the backboard, the spectacle might not have evoked such a reaction. After all, Qin Chong had previously demonstrated his ability to demolish backboards both in AA and at the World Championships. However, tonight's performance was far more than just a shattered backboard. As the Istanbul arena erupted in a cacophony of gasps and cheers, not only had Qin Chong's breathtaking 360-degree dunk obliterated the front court's tempered glass, but the backboard he had previously smashed with his block on Jinbili also responded in kind, cracking and collapsing in a resonant display of synchronized destruction. What on earth is happening? Gasped the spectator. Did Qin just shatter both sides of the court's backboards in a single fast break? My God, am I seeing this correctly? The backboard had already been riddled with cracks from his rejection of Jinbili, indicating a simultaneous failure alongside the front court's glass. To accomplish such a feat, shattering two tempered glass backboards in one swift motion, was astonishing beyond belief. Amid the stunned whispers among the multitude of spectators, they offered their highest accolades and applause to Qin Chong for this remarkable dual achievement. Fans across the Middle Kingdom were equally enthralled by the live commentary, celebrating Qin Chong's unprecedented feat of shattering both backboards in what could only be described as a historic moment in both World Championship and NBA lore. Qin is unbelievable. Can you believe this? They exclaimed. His defensive rejection of Jinbili followed by an offensive 360-degree dunk, simultaneously demolishing two tempered glass backboards. How can one player be this formidable? Even if the FIBA's tempered glass was not as robust as that of the NBA, and the distance from the free throw line to the hoop was slightly shorter, who else in the global basketball arena could replicate such a staggering display? Could Jordan? Could Shaquille? Could LeBron? All must yield to Qin Chong, as he alone stands unrivaled, with no room for debate. It felt as if Qin's explosive offensive and defensive maneuvers had already shattered the morale of Argentina's starting lineup. Sensing the familiar system notification sound, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of Qin Chong's lips. The synergy of Jason Sieber's divine physique and his nearly perfected purple Aotuanzun template was bound to unleash a terrifying surge of energy. Qin Chong was acutely aware that his performance at the World Championship had been nothing short of extraordinary, to the extent that many fans might perceive him as a terrifyingly formidable beast. Particularly noteworthy was his astounding feat of shattering two tempered glass backboards in quick succession during a transition between offense and defense tonight, an accomplishment that seemed beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. With that in mind, let the storm intensify. On September 16th, merely 2 days hence, he would find himself on the grand stage of the championship final, facing off against the illustrious Dream Team 8 of the United States. Qin Chong battles for his own future and for the honor of his nation. The majority of the local fans in the surrounding stands are utterly astonished by Qin Chong's performance this evening. Even a world-class team like Argentina has suffered such a dismal defeat. In the finals, even the American Dream Team might find little advantage. Some disgruntled fans, having lost their bets, expressed their frustration vocally, wishing they could hurl their water bottles and trash onto the field. Yet, none of this can alter the outcome of the match. The Chinese men's basketball team has triumphed over Argentina, making a historic entry into the finals of the World Championship for the very first time. Tonight, Qin Chong played for merely 26 minutes yet remarkably contributed 38 points, 21 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 6 blocks. Once again, he delivered an extraordinary performance, elevating his influence among basketball enthusiasts worldwide as the newly crowned #1 pick in the NBA at just 18 years of age. On the court, the players of the Chinese national basketball team were still celebrating their victory. Veteran Wang Zhizhi could not contain his tears of joy had it not been for Qin Chong. He would have never imagined that the Chinese team could reach the finals of such a prestigious global tournament as the World Championship during his active career. Winning means being champions, while losing means settling for second place. Regardless of the outcome, the Chinese national team has etched a significant chapter in history, deserving of admiration and remembrance by future generations. Assistant coach Yao Ming shared this sentiment, walking onto the court with tears of joy to embrace Qin Chong, then placing a hand on his shoulder with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you, Xiao Chong. Your presence has propelled our national team to unprecedented heights. With a smile gracing his face, Qin Chong exuded confidence and composure. Brother Yao, it is still a tad premature to thank me. The finals on the 16th will be my grandest stage for performance. Meanwhile, the players from the Argentine losing team were embracing and exchanging pleasantries with the players of the Chinese national basketball team. As the core player, Jinbili approached Qin Chong with a mixture of a smile and a sigh. He first shared a friendly embrace with Yao Ming before turning to Qin Chong, patting his sturdy shoulder in admiration. Qin, you are indeed stronger than the legends suggest. Congratulations on your advancement. And I hope you deliver an even more spectacular performance in the finals the day after tomorrow. We'll meet in the NBA, and remember, the Spurs are not the Argentine national team. When Tim Duncan is on the court, winning will not be an easy feat. Qin Chong smiled back at Ginobili with a friendly demeanor, embodying the essence of a superstar with an air of humility and confidence. Manu, you have always been my inspiration on the international stage. What you accomplished at the 2004 Olympics is something I now aspire to achieve. See you in the NBA. Please convey to Tim that I have long been eager for a one-on-one challenge. Istanbul, the capital of Turkey, stands as a cultural and economic epicenter. A world-renowned city steeped in 2,000 years of history, straddling the continents of Europe and Asia. During the zenith of the Byzantine Empire, It bore an even more illustrious name, Constantinople. The influence of the Basketball World Championship on a global scale pales in comparison to that of the FIFA World Cup. Even the significance and prestige of the men's basketball competition at the Olympics fall short in comparison. However, this year's championship has been swept into a tempest of excitement and fervor worldwide, thanks to the emergence of the prodigious talent, Qin Chong. This has rejuvenated the ancient yet modern city of Istanbul. Prior to the finals on the 16th, the Istanbul Capital Sports Hall swiftly adorned itself with a brand new championship poster. The imposing figure of Qin Chong, shattering the backboard, juxtaposed with the calm and composed jump shots of Durant, has rendered the final match between Team USA and the Chinese national basketball team unprecedentedly heated and full of spectacle. The prices for tickets to the final have surged, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. In every corner of the city, fans are animatedly discussing Qin Chong's astonishing performance in the semifinals. That hefty giant from China is truly remarkable. He is destined to become the next Shaquille O'Neal. Stirring up a tempest in the NBA, when will Turkey have the fortune of possessing such a prodigious center? I eagerly anticipate the final match. Perhaps the USA team will rue their decision not to field their strongest super roster and thus miss out on the championship. No one can halt the onslaught of that Chinese beast, not even the duo of Tyson Chandler and Chris Bosh. In the Holiday Inn near the Black Sea in Istanbul, the players of Team USA's dream team are lodged. The head coach, Coach K, has just finished watching the match with several assistant coaches, discussing strategies to contain Qin Chong in the final. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth is undeniable. His athleticism and physical prowess have transcended even the peak of the great Shaquille O'Neal. Our lineup currently boasts 4 bona fide interior players: Tyson Chandler, Brendan Haywood, Chris Bosh, and Kevin Love. It seems we can only rotate these 4 to double-team Qin. I cannot conceive of a more effective strategy. If only Dwight were here, it would be perfect. In the faculty apartment of Washington State University, Coach Chris Hinckley of the Cougars has just watched Qin Chong's game and is full of praise for his prodigy's performance, utterly astonished. If Qin can indeed lead his nation to victory over Team USA in the final, it would truly send shockwaves around the globe. No, he has already stunned the world. As Hinckley muses, he suddenly receives a phone call. Upon answering, a youthful voice greets him. "Mr. Hinckley, I'm delighted to reach you. I am Kyrie Irving, the best high school player in the nation, and a fan of Qin. I wish to join Washington State University this season to continue the Cougars' legacy alongside senior Klay." While Hinckley had been troubled by the diminished competitiveness of the Cougars following Qin's departure, the prospect of having the prodigious point guard Kyrie Irving join invigorates him. His eyes sparkling with excitement. Due to the butterfly effect initiated by Qin Chong, this star point guard, initially destined for Duke University, serendipitously finds himself at Washington State, becoming teammates with Thompson. As the season's MVP, over 200 million fans from China are riveted by this pinnacle final. The extensive coverage across television, the internet, newspapers, and magazines has elevated the anticipation for the showdown between the USA and China to extraordinary heights, igniting a wave of patriotic fervor, with some netizens even dubbing it a battle for the future of the world's foremost superpower. Major betting companies in the country have seen a significant surge in revenue and turnover due to this championship match, with over 9 million individuals purchasing lottery tickets for the game. Bars and nightclubs in major cities are fully booked for the evening of the 16th. As the eagerly awaited finale of the Turkish World Championship finally unfolds at the Istanbul Capital Arena at 6:30 p.m. With half an hour remaining until the game officially commences, the arena is filled to capacity with fervent fans in the stands, while over 50,000 passionate supporters gather in the plaza outside. Among them, half are local Turks, with many others arriving from Eurasia and the Americas, including a significant portion of Chinese fans studying or traveling abroad. A massive poster of Qin Chong shattering the backboard stands out, symbolizing the strength and glory of the homeland for every Chinese fan. Meanwhile, the giant screen in the arena begins to showcase the top 10 plays from both Team USA and Team China. The highlights from Team USA are dazzling, featuring stars like Durant, Rose, Harden, Curry, and Iguodala. In contrast, Team China's top plays are almost solely a showcase of Qin Chong's prowess, spectacular dunks, phenomenal blocks, and relentless drives that electrify the crowd outside. Chinese fans are euphoric, chanting Qin Chong's name and celebrating the Chinese giant. Meanwhile, international fans watch in awe, captivated by each of Qin's extraordinary feats. "This guy is something else," exclaims one American fan. "Though I am American, I will wholeheartedly cheer for Qin and China tonight because in this athlete, I see the shadow of a miracle. Let the game begin. I can hardly wait. If China wins the championship, I'll apply for Chinese citizenship the very next day. Too bad. Our country probably wouldn't cherish you." Within the arena, the warm-ups for both teams have just concluded. Iguodala strolls over to the Chinese team, approaching Qin Chong with a smile. "Qin, we are about to become teammates, so please go easy on us tonight." Qin Chong chuckled. "Andre, fret not, for tonight's target of my torment is the backpack deal. However, should you wish to display your axe-like slam in my presence, I would not hesitate to topple both you and the ball to the ground." Iguodala gasped in mock horror, instinctively retracting his neck. "Goodness, I concede. The match swiftly commenced amidst a cacophony of cheers and shouts as the starting players of the U.S. Dream Team 9 and the Chinese national basketball team took to the court. A conspicuous spot in the front row was allocated for the Chinese commentary team to provide live coverage of the event. Director Zhang, beaming with enthusiasm and microphone in hand, addressed the camera. Dear viewers at home, this is Tian, and I am Zhang Heli. We are currently positioned at the Istanbul Basketball Arena in Turkey, where the finals of this World Championship are about to begin. Let us first examine the starting lineups of the U.S. and Chinese teams. The U.S. Dream Team boasts a lavish roster, although superstars like Kobe, LeBron, and Howard are absent from this tournament. Durant, Rose, Westbrook, Harden, and Curry are all NBA luminaries. The starting point guard, Derrick Rose, the first overall pick of 2008, has recently concluded his second season with an average of 28 points and 6 assists, leading the Bulls into the playoffs. Rose's explosive athleticism is undeniable, and he certainly has the potential to vie for the title of the league's premier point guard. However, his playing style excessively strains his body, particularly his knees. To prolong his career, he must adapt his approach. Director Zhang, seasoned and insightful, seemingly foresaw the impending tribulations for the Windy City's Rose. Partnering with Rose in the U.S. backcourt is Russell Westbrook, renowned for his ferocious playing style. Last season, he averaged 1 points and 8 assists. The small forward position is held by Kevin Durant, the league's reigning scoring champion and the U.S. team's leading scorer in this tournament. The power forward is Chris Bosh, and the center is Tyson Chandler. Coach K has strategically paired Chandler with Bosh in the paint, clearly aiming to mitigate Qin Chong's impact. One is an active elite power forward, while the other is a double-double averaging starting center for the Mavericks. The clash in the paint between these two and Qin Chong will be one to watch closely. Now, let us turn our attention to the starting lineup of the Chinese national team. Point guard Liu Wei, shooting guard Wang Shipeng, small forward Zhu Fangyu, power forward Yi Jianlian, and center Qin Chong. Coach Jonas has opted to substitute Liu Wei for Sun Yu, evidently seeking to match Rose's speed on both ends of the court. However, our Asian point guards indeed lag behind their African counterparts in terms of speed and physical prowess, especially considering the extraordinary talent possessed by Rose and Westbrook, which is unrivaled globally. In the backcourt, we find ourselves at a significant disadvantage, and Durant's prowess will undoubtedly overshadow Zhu Fangyu. Hence, in my view, if our Chinese team wishes to seize the initiative and gain an advantage, it will hinge upon the performances of Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian. In the front row of the sidelines, numerous familiar faces emerged. Qin Chong's parents, Qin Chahai and Bai Zi, along with his close friend Klay Thompson and his girlfriend, the wife of Yao Ming, Yi Li, and the wife of Dashi, Song Yang, as well as their 6-year-old son, were all present at the event. The illustrious football giant, Luo, the tennis maestro, Federer, and the boxing champion, Ali, also graced the occasion with their presence. Naturally, Qin Chong's girlfriend, Taylor Swift, was not to be missed. She was the halftime performer for this prestigious championship. Taylor's performance significantly heightened the excitement surrounding the event. Despite being an American, she donned a strikingly sheer white dress adorned with the vibrant national flag of the Celestial Empire on her soft visage, wholeheartedly cheering for her boyfriend Qin Chong's team, seemingly oblivious to any potential international ramifications. On the court, at the referee's signal, as Qin Chong and Tyson Chandler approached the center circle in preparation for the jump ball, the air was filled with the exuberant cheers of Taylor Swift, Qin Chong's parents, and numerous fans from the Celestial Empire. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in Qin Chong's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for representing the national team on the grand stage of the World Championship Finals. You have merged with the chosen body of Jason Siggers, with an initial fusion rate of 80. All basketball attributes and talents have been comprehensively refreshed. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him and the sharpness of his senses, Qin Chong felt as though his vision and hearing had surged exponentially in an instant. The attributes displayed on his personal panel, strength, jumping ability, speed, dribbling, and stealing, had all seen significant enhancement. In the player rating section, Qin Chong ascended from A level to S level, the caliber of an all-star starter. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chong's gaze burned with intensity, fully prepared for an explosive performance that night. Standing alongside the towering Tyson Chandler, who measures 2.16 meters, Qin Chong did not appear excessively diminutive, as he had experienced some growth over the summer and now stood at 2.10 meters. With a sharp crack, with his extraordinarily quick neural responses and swift shooting speed, Qin Chong effortlessly launched the basketball over Chandler's head. As the second overall pick in the 2001 draft, the boxing champion possesses remarkable height and wingspan, showcasing elite vertical leap and lateral agility among interior players. However, during the early years of his career, he failed to realize his potential. Relegated to the role of a blue-collar center, this evening, facing Qin Chong, Chandler's innate talent is inevitably crushed. Liu Wei advances the ball into the front court, while the boxing champion and Bosch swiftly retreat to fortify the paint, thwarting Qin Chong's initial fast break alley-oop attempt. Qin Chong swiftly advanced to the low post, requesting the ball from Liu Wei with his back to the basket. At the moment Qin Chong received the pass, Bosch and the boxer quickly converged on him, one in front and the other behind, effectively trapping him in the left side of the restricted area beneath the basket. Goodness. They are double-teaming Qin Chong right from the start. It appears that the American team is genuinely intimidated by his formidable dominance showcased during the World Championship. Chris Bosh and Tyson Chandler, both renowned interior players in the NBA. Coach K had already witnessed Qin Chong's prowess during March Madness, and now, at the World Championship. Qin Chong's overall strength and dominance in the paint have ascended to even greater heights than before. Let us observe how Qin Chong will respond to the ferocious double team from Bosh and the boxer. On the other side, Jianlian attempted to create space. But Durant allowed Zhu Fengyu to slip outside, coming over to interfere with Jianlian's catch. Amidst the excited commentary from Coach Chong and the anxious gazes of the home fans, Qin Chong, trapped beneath the basket and surrounded by two defenders, remained composed. Protecting the ball with one hand to fend off Bosh's long reach, he executed a convincing spin move to deceive Tyson Chandler's defensive balance behind him. With a powerful shoulder bump, he swiftly pivoted in the opposite direction, darting along the baseline to accelerate past Chandler, taking off with a single-handed dunk. Boom. The resounding noise erupted, and the entire arena erupted in cheers. Countless fans from the homeland leaped up in excitement, applauding and cheering for Qin Chong's astounding 1-against-2 dunk to kick off the game. As they witnessed Qin Chong break free from the double team and complete the dunk, Bosh and Chandler were left wide-eyed in shock, unable to comprehend the astonishing feat they had just witnessed. The fierce physicality, agile footwork, and rapid breakthrough all seemed incongruous with the image of Qin Chong, who weighed 320 pounds. Having recently integrated the physique of a chosen one, Qin Chong distinctly felt his newfound strength. The fierce double team from Bosh and Chandler appeared to be nothing more than a paper tiger before him. After executing the spectacular dunk, Qin Chong landed confidently, patting his chest and pointing toward the American team's bench. He then turned to return on defense, raising an eyebrow and smirking at the still-stunned Bosh and Chandler. Gentlemen, your double team felt softer than bathroom tissue. Perhaps next time, you could apply a bit more force? Upon hearing Qin Chong's taunts, Bosh and Chandler instantly scowled, tightly clenching their fists. He was merely an 18-year-old rookie, yet he dared to be so audacious. What emboldened him to act in such a way? The flames of their fighting spirit and dignity ignited in an instant, vowing to make Qin Chong pay for his insolence in the moments to come. As Qin Chong executed a stunning spin move to break through and deliver a thunderous dunk, he instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the Chinese national basketball team's bench. Players such as Sun Yu, De Ji, Chen Jianghua, and Zhang Jiaxu leapt to their feet, waving their towels with fervor. Yao Ming could hardly contain his admiration for Qin Chong's opening performance. Chris Bosh and Tyson Chandler, both renowned stars of the league, would scarcely dare to claim they could dominate either of them in the paint, let alone face the two of them in tandem. Yao Ming marveled once more at Qin Chong's formidable prowess. His performance on the court was consistently brimming with creativity. There was nothing that others could conceive of that he could not accomplish. On the sidelines, Coach K of the American team furrowed his brow, recognizing from the outset that containing Qin Chong would indeed prove to be a formidable, if not impossible, task. However, he harbored little concern. The American roster boasted no shortage of offensively gifted players, even if the interior game faltered. The collective firepower of their stellar perimeter players would suffice to penetrate the Chinese team's defenses. On the court, the American team initiated their offensive play. Durant made his move, executing a crossover with Westbrook before receiving a pass from Rose. He faced off against Zhu Fengyu and launched into a jump shot. Whoosh! The basketball soared past Zhu's outstretched fingers, swishing through the net with pinpoint accuracy. Satisfied with his unanswerable jumper, Durant felt buoyant, convinced that no one on the current Chinese team could pose a threat to him in a one-on-one situation. As he retreated on defense, Durant opened his arms wide, sporting a relaxed expression directed at Qin Chong. This smug demeanor unmistakably conveyed a challenge. Qin, come guard me. I promise I won't bury you. Qin Chong did not respond directly to Durant. He first needed to address the challenges posed by the American team's interior defense, and eventually, Durant would face his reckoning. Meanwhile, the Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson, attended the game this evening, accompanied by security and her agent, ensconced in a luxurious box atop the arena. Having long harbored a fascination for the Black Widow, the eager Dew was invigorated upon learning of her presence. His resolve to lead his team to victory and lift the championship trophy stronger than ever. Turning back, Lu Wei advanced the ball to the front court, continuing to feed it to Qin Chong in the paint. However, this pass was nearly intercepted by Rose, who had anticipated the pass's intention. With a swift maneuver, Westbrook executed a leap, successfully executing the steal. Bang! The American team launched a fast break, with Westbrook distributing the ball to the sprinting Rose. Rose, receiving the ball, left Lu Wei and Wang Shipeng trailing behind, striding confidently into the paint, poised to deliver a soaring dunk. Yet, at the moment Rose raised the ball above his head, ready to unleash his powerful slam, a sudden gust of wind swept from behind, as a colossal figure descended like a mountain. Bang! In a thunderous clap, a hand emanating terrifying power swatted Rose's basketball away. Rose stood frozen in disbelief, though he could not see who was behind him. He could sense the overwhelming presence and had already deduced the identity of the imposing figure. Who but Qin Chong could possess such swiftness and retreat? The bench of the Chinese national basketball team erupted in excitement, while two Turkish commentators pounded the table, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Qin just chased down and blocked Derrick Rose in a breathtaking display. The speed of the Windy City Rose's fast break left the Chinese team's guards far behind. And how could Qin, a behemoth weighing over 320 pounds, have caught up? Launching from the free throw line, astonishingly, Qin executed his chase-down block directly from that distance. Even on the American team's bench, Curry and Iguodala could not contain their astonishment, leaping up and embracing each other, their wide eyes shaking in disbelief as if witnessing an alien encounter. Yet, amidst the collective astonishment, an even more thrilling spectacle was about to unfold on the court. Bang! The basketball slammed against the tempered glass backboard and ricocheted over the heads of Rose and Qin Chong, just in time for Westbrook to seize it with a furious roar. Transforming into a turtle-like figure, Westbrook leapt into the paint, seizing the moment as Qin Chong's block was still descending, drawing back his arm to deliver a ferocious dunk. Qin Chong harnessed the force of his palm striking the tempered glass backboard to counteract inertia. During his descent, his peripheral vision had already detected the approaching Westbrook behind him. Thus his body experienced no pause. With his legs coiled like springs, he propelled himself back into the air, resembling the sudden clap of thunder on a still day. Whoosh! Qin Chong executed a seamless somersault in midair, his iron-like arm soaring high as a mountain, descending with immense force upon the basketball held by Westbrook. "Russell, do you dare to dunk over me? Come down," he bellowed with a commanding presence. With arms that seemed to obscure the sun, Qin Chong harnessed the terrifying power of his chosen physique, forcefully pinning both Westbrook and the ball to the ground. A thunderous crash reverberated as Westbrook's formidable physique crumbled like a mountain under the torrent of Qin Chong's might, crashing heavily into the paint beneath the basket. Dust sort. The once mighty Westbrook was left dazed and bewildered, pondering what had just transpired. As he gazed up at the towering figure of the celestial beast before him, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Qin Chong, and realization dawned upon him. He had been utterly vanquished by the block of an 18-year-old Chinese prodigy. In that fleeting moment, Westbrook was engulfed by a sense of his world collapsing. The referee's whistle remained silent, yet the ball, freed from Westbrook's grasp, was deftly intercepted by Durant, who swiftly bent down to seize it before Wang Shipong could react. Durant's movements were a blur of agility and composure. After securing the ball, he fluidly pivoted to evade Wang Shipong's aggressive pursuit, advancing to the left side of the free throw line. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt skyward, releasing a smooth mid-range jumper towards the hoop. The basketball sailed from Durant's fingertips, gliding over Wang Shipong's head, accompanied by a rushing wind as it soared towards the basket. Just as the ball was about to reach the apex of its arc, a colossal figure ascended from the paint, rising like a rocket propelled into the sky, surrounded by an ethereal purple glow. His elongated arms seemed to stretch towards the celestial realm, as if to touch the moon. With an astonishing clap, all eyes widened in disbelief, especially Durant's, who wore an expression of utter shock. Qin Chong appeared to leap to a height that transcended human limitations, his fingertips soaring above the rim. 3 fingers deftly brushed against the basketball, which was hurtling towards the hoop with great velocity. With a resounding smack, he indeed made contact. Amidst the ecstatic and fervent screams of countless female fans, the force of the ball's momentum was deftly neutralized by Qin Chong's block, causing it to spin upwards before descending directly. With a swift motion, Qin Chong seized the ball upon landing and shouted to his teammates, for the new celestial empire. "Charge forward." Without hesitation, he dribbled the ball, akin to a tank advancing at full speed, effortlessly breaching the astonished gaze of Durant. Swoosh! As Qin Chong propelled himself down the center with remarkable speed, his dribbling skills, though advantageous, paled in comparison to those of a point guard. Consequently, he quickly passed the ball to the left, where Lu Wei surged forward, and in an instant, Qin Chong accelerated towards the basket. Swoosh! Lu Wei, after merely 2 dribbles, spotted Qin Chong already positioned beyond the arc. Without further ado, he launched the basketball high above the key. As he stepped onto the free throw line, the very floor of the arena seemed to tremble. Qin Chong soared into the air, leaping across the entire paint area, seizing the ball with a fierce roar before forcefully slamming it into the hoop. A thunderous crash resonated as the basket shuddered, the hoop swayed, and the tempered glass backboard convulsed violently, shattering with a cacophony of cracking sounds. In this moment, Qin Chong unleashed a staggering 90% of his strength, determined to showcase the most exhilarating and stylish effect for the Tianqiao team's offense and defense. The shards of glass scattered like rain as Qin, propelled by inertia, slid effortlessly to the baseline. As he turned back, the backboard lay utterly in ruins, fragments flying through the air like confetti. The battered basketball hoop seemed to cry out, "Oh my God, what have I just witnessed?" Once again, Qin had shattered the tempered backboard, marking the 4th time he had done so in this championship. The March Madness phenomenon displayed his terrifying dominance and destructive power on the grand stage of the World Championship. Oh, the frenzy of Qin. On the defensive end, he executed 3 consecutive thunderous blocks, mercilessly overwhelming Rose, Westbrook, and Durant, while on offense, he countered with a fast break, soaring from the free throw line for an alley-oop that obliterated the backboard. Although the game had merely begun, this moment had already secured its place at the pinnacle of the night's highlights. It was simply awe-inspiring. The crowd erupted in cheers, with Qin Chong's parents, Taylor Swift, Thompson, and others in the front row, all leaping up with exhilaration, fist raised in celebration. Thompson, being American, though genuinely thrilled for his friend's performance, maintained some restraint in his celebration. However, the bold and exuberant Taylor Swift was unrestrained, trembling with excitement at the sight of the shattered backboard. "Qin, I adore you. You are incredibly strong." The atmosphere surged with astonishment. The commentators from Turkish television and the Tianqiao team lavished Qin Chong with extravagant praise for his extraordinary feats, 3 consecutive blocks on defense, followed by a stunning alley-oop dunk that shattered the backboard. In this moment, Qin single-handedly propelled the Tianqiao men's basketball team into a position of absolute dominance, dampening the spirits of the star-studded American Dream Team. The game was forced into a timeout, as staff and cleanup crews rushed onto the court to clear the chaos and prepare a new tempered backboard. The chairman of the World Championship Committee, a small elderly man of Jewish descent, was equally ecstatic, showing no concern for the financial losses incurred from Qin Chong's repeated demolitions of the backboard. After all, how much could a few backboards cost? Compared to Qin's extraordinary performance and the heightened excitement surrounding this championship, any economic repercussions were trivial. During the timeout, the players of the Tianqiao team were lively and cheerful, while the American team sat with furrowed brows, seething with frustration, especially Rose, Westbrook, and Durant, who had just been thwarted by Qin's defensive prowess. They longed to rush back onto the court to teach this young man a lesson. Yet, upon gazing at Qin's powerful physique and the terrifying image of him leaping from the free throw line to shatter the backboard, even these NBA stars felt their confidence wane. This was akin to facing an enhanced version of Shaquille O'Neal. Coach K, with a stern expression, continued to reprimand his players about their offensive choices. "Do not attempt to shoot within Qin's defensive range unless you believe you can dunk over the peak of the big shark. We must control our turnovers and seek more mid-range and long-range attempts, drawing Qin out from the paint. Our ball movement must be fluid to create the best shooting opportunities. On defense, we must actively deny Qin the ball and double-team him decisively if he positions low." In Hawaii, at the Coastal Holiday Hotel, Shaquille O'Neal reclined on the couch in a loose bathrobe, cradling a stunning model in his arms. As he watched the colossal dunk by Qin that shattered the backboard on the giant screen, his expression twisted in disbelief. He knew Qin was formidable, but he never anticipated such superhuman prowess. Even in his prime, he could not have matched Qin's current abilities. This young man was destined to become the greatest #1 draft pick in NBA history, without question. The beautiful model nestled against him gazed at the screen with greedy admiration, contemplating how Qin, the colossal figure from Tianqiao, must surpass O'Neal in many respects. "Shaquille, do you think the American team will lose this final?" O'Neal shook his head with a sigh, stroking his nose. "I cannot say for certain, but this final will undoubtedly be fiercely contested. Perhaps the suspense of victory and defeat will linger until the very last moment." In Los Angeles, Kobe Bryant sat on his couch with his eldest daughter, Natalia, watching the championship final between the United States and Tianqiao. Known for his competitive and obsessive nature, Kobe found himself regretting his decision not to represent the Dream Team in this World Championship. Qin Chong's terrifying growth left Kobe in a state of disbelief. Even the combined efforts of Bosh and Chandler could not contain him. How then could the Lakers' Twin Towers, Gasol and Bynum, fare any better? Initially, Kobe deemed the prospect of trading Gasol and Bynum for the first overall pick as overly audacious, perhaps even unwarranted. Yet, his perspective has since evolved. For Qin Chong's dominance within the league and his supremacy in the paint have undoubtedly eclipsed that of the Lakers duo. Turning our attention back to the Istanbul basketball arena. After a pause of approximately 15 minutes, the newly tempered backboard has been installed, and the game resumes. The score stands at China 4, USA 2. With the timer frozen at 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Coach K has substituted Curry for Westbrook, enhancing the team's shooting capabilities. The American team initiates their offense. Durant, utilizing a screen, drifts to the perimeter, receiving a pass from Rose. He takes a quick shot, his three-pointer rockets through the air like a bullet, slicing through the net with a satisfying swish. On the Chinese side, the offense unfolds as Chandler battles Qin Chong in the low post, attempting to maneuver in front to prevent an easy reception. Meanwhile, Bosh remains vigilant against Jianlian, ready to provide assistance in double-teaming Qin Chong. However, despite Chandler's robust physique, how could he possibly contend with Qin Chong, who embodies the fusion of Aotuanzun's prowess and the Chosen One's extraordinary attributes? Qin Chong, with his robust physique, forcefully pushed Chandler to the baseline, reaching out to receive Lu Wei's pass. In an instant, as Bosh came to assist defensively, he leaped dramatically, executing a reverse dunk. Boom. Beep. Bosh's leap to block struck Qin Chong's arm, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for a 2-1. Approaching the free throw line, Qin Chong successfully converted the additional free throw, making it a 3-point play. Coach Old K on the sidelines wore a grim expression, clearly frustrated by the inability to defend against such prowess. As Durant took to the offensive end, he faced off against Zhu Fangyu, effortlessly sinking a mid-range jump shot. Swish. The score stood at Tianqiao 7-7, America, leveling the game. Remarkably, all 7 of Tianqiao's opening points originated from Qin Chong's, while the same number for the American squad came solely from Kevin Durant. The two leading contenders for the final MVP began their contrasting scoring displays. As Tianchao initiated their offense, Qin Chong positioned himself high to receive the ball. Matching up against Chandler at the strong side high post, Qin Chong executed a deceptive feint, cleanly bypassing the unsteady Chandler. Just as he appeared poised to drive into the paint, Bosch swiftly abandoned his coverage on Yi Jianlian to provide support. As Qin Chong deftly maneuvered the ball towards the basket, Yi Jianlian leaped with remarkable agility, showcasing his exceptional athletic prowess. In midair, he seized the ball and executed a thunderous dunk. The resounding thud echoed, igniting fervor in the luxury box where Brooklyn Nets general manager, Sean Marks, and owner, Mikhail Prokhorov, reveled in the splendid synergy between Qin Chong and Yi Jianlian. In the new season, the New Jersey Nets would undoubtedly rely on these two talented players from the East. Kevin Durant maintained possession on the offensive end, only to be met with a double team from Zhu Fangyu and Wang Shipong. Undeterred, Durant passed the ball to the open Stephen Curry, positioned at the right 45-degree angle. Curry received the pass and shot with lightning speed. Whoosh! The basketball arced through the air like a vibrant rainbow, swishing through the net with precision. A young fan raised a finger in exuberance, confidently tapping his chest and exchanging a high five with Durant. At that moment, neither of them could have fathomed that they would one day become teammates. Nevertheless, Qin Chong is destined to disrupt the dynamics of the league, leaving the future of the Warriors shrouded in uncertainty. Qin Chong continued to receive the ball in the low post, effortlessly bulldozing past Chandler with a powerful maneuver. Subsequently, he faced the defensive effort of Bosch, feinting to mislead his opponent before suddenly leaping into the air with explosive force. In the fleeting moment as Bosch began to descend, Qin seized the ball with one hand and executed a ferocious dunk. The impact resonated through the arena, the rim reverberating in response. Bosch was violently knocked down, staggering backwards several steps, and ultimately collapsed onto the floor. Oh my, the terrifying Qin, the formidable beast from the East, has reached the pinnacle of NBA standards in terms of strength, agility, and technique. In him, I seem to perceive a synthesis of Shaquille O'Neal, Bill Walton, and Tim Duncan. As Bosch lay on the ground, his chest heaving with indignation, he clenched his fists in frustration. Rising to his feet, he shouted at Qin, "Kid, don't get too cocky." With the possession shifted, a furious Bosch moved from the paint to the perimeter, calling for the ball from the double-teamed Durant at the arc. Upon receiving the pass, he deliberately beckoned Qin with a finger towards the basket, clearly intent on retaliating and restoring his pride. After all, he is the Dragon King, a current NBA power forward. How could he allow himself to be so thoroughly dominated by a rookie sensation from the East on the international stage? With a smile, Qin Chong approached, instructing Alien to switch defensive assignments with Chandler, while he himself matched up against Bosch. Bosch, a technically skilled power forward, excelled in offense over defense, boasting a reliable mid-range shot and a style reminiscent of Gasol. Qin Chong has garnered considerable insight into defending against towering players like Bosch and Gasol. During the frenzy of March, Vucevic found himself so thoroughly contained by Qin Chong that his draft was delayed by a year. As Qin stepped up to guard him, Bosch, with his back to the basket, smirked and taunted, "Qin, even if I can't stop you, you won't be able to stop me either. Victory is destined for America. Being the runner-up is the best you can hope for." In response to the Dragon King's jibes, Qin Chong raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Chris, do you feel so proud now that you've become the third option in Miami?" China, 11-10, United States. Qin Chong secured all 11 points for the Heavenly Dynasty men's basketball team at the outset. Faced with the label of being the third star of the Miami Heat that Qin Chong had affixed to him, Chris Bosch's face flushed with indignation, his chest seething with rage. Yet, he found himself unable to refute it. Compared to his contemporaries, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, Bosch undeniably lagged behind in both prowess and influence. Though he dared not challenge James and Wade, against this young prodigy, the newly crowned champion of the Heavenly Dynasty, he was determined to assert his dignity and tenacity. Bosch was acutely aware that he could not physically contend with Qin Chong, thus he positioned himself directly at the rim, adopting a classic triple threat stance, seeking opportunities for direct shots or drives. Bosch's offensive capabilities were hardly inferior to those of Pau Gasol, perhaps even surpassing them. In his final season with the Toronto Raptors, he averaged an impressive 24.1 points and 10.8 rebounds per game, making him the sole player in the league last season to rank in the top 10 for both scoring and rebounding. The fact that the new season's Miami Heat could accommodate a high-caliber interior player averaging 24.1 points and 10.8 rebounds as a supporting third star to the likes of King James and Wade underscores the formidable influence of the assembled trio and highlights the iron-fisted methods of the legendary patriarch, Pat Riley. In terms of offensive versatility, Chris Bosch ranks second among all interior players in the league, only surpassed by Dirk Nowitzki. Coach K, observing from the sidelines, did not intervene in Bosch's high-post isolation, hoping that Bosch could leverage his experience and skill to score against Qin Chong, thereby dampening the rookie's fervor and dominance. However, with the advantage of extraordinary agility and nimble footwork, Qin Chong has become adept at deciphering any feints or intentions exhibited by Bosch on the offensive end. Under the immense pressure of Qin Chong's defensive prowess, Bosch finds it nearly impossible to execute a shot with composure, resorting instead to lowering his center of gravity for a drive. Yet, Qin Chong consistently positions himself to thwart Bosch's path to the basket, making it exceedingly difficult for even the nimble John Wall and Ginobili to penetrate, let alone the tall and slender Bosch. As Bosch struggles to break through and finds his shooting space obstructed, he suddenly feels overwhelmed. Durant, sensing the predicament, positions himself at the arc to provide support. However, Bosch is resolute in his determination not to embarrass himself in front of Qin Chong and opts not to pass. In the next instant, Qin Chong moves with lightning speed, swiftly swatting the basketball from Bosch's grasp. As the stunned Bosch bends down to retrieve the ball, Qin Chong is already a blur, racing past him with the basketball in hand, surging toward the front court. Swoosh! Durant quickly rushes to intercept, but Qin Chong effortlessly pivots and dribbles, gliding past Durant with fluid grace. Swoosh! Durant is left bewildered, feeling the sting of a cold breeze against his cheek. Is this truly a center? Curry and Rose hastily fall back, positioning themselves near the free throw line to halt Qin Chong's advance. Yet, as they witness Qin Chong, over 300 pounds of solid mass, charging forth like a tank at full speed, both Curry and Rose feel their footing falter, their hearts racing in trepidation. If they were to collide with him directly, it could very well spell disaster. Qin Chong strode confidently near the arc's apex, effortlessly launching the basketball towards the tempered glass backboard behind two defenders. He then accelerated laterally, deftly slipping past Curry and Rose, launching himself at an angle to connect with the backboard for a slam dunk, executing a 90-degree turn to deliver a ferocious reverse dunk. The resounding boom echoed through the arena. Rose and Curry, taken aback, beheld as Qin Chong grasped the rim with both hands, causing the entire hoop to tremble violently. In that moment, they were rendered speechless in astonishment. Oh my, Qin has truly mastered both offense and defense. Following a steal from Bosch, he initiated a breathtaking fast break, self-throwing and retrieving the ball mid-air for an emphatic dunk, a display that signaled his intent to claim the highlights of the night. The score had shifted to 13-10, with Qin having scored all 13 points for the Chinese national team since the game commenced, boasting an astonishing 100 shooting accuracy. It was an extraordinary sensation, even though Durant, Bosch, Rose, and Curry were among the league's most sought-after stars. Their brilliance paled in comparison to the newly crowned #1 pick on this night. The commentator on the sidelines, overflowing with excitement, could barely contain his enthusiasm, marveling at Qin Chong's formidable performance. During the subsequent offensive play for Team USA, Durant attempted a three-pointer that ricocheted off the rim, and Bosch aggressively battled for the offensive rebound, leaping to execute a putback dunk. The arena reverberated with a resounding clap. Qin Chong's colossal hand, reminiscent of a mountain, crashed down with tremendous force, sending Bosch, along with the ball, tumbling to the ground. The resounding impact left Bosch dazed and unbalanced, while the Chinese men's basketball team had already initiated a swift counterattack. With a swift motion, Wang Shipong received Lu Wei's pass from the perimeter and launched a three-point shot, albeit with a touch too much power, causing the basketball to ricochet off the rim and soar high into the air. With great speed, Qin Chong surged forward, leaping mightily behind Durant. His long arm eclipsed the sky as he single-handedly seized the ball and executed a thunderous dunk. A resounding boom echoed as Durant, attempting to contest for the rebound, was sent flying by Qin Chong, crashing into a hefty white spectator seated in the front row near the baseline. Qin Chong executed a masterful offensive and defensive maneuver, decisively defeating two prominent players from the American Dream Team 9. The momentum of the Chinese national basketball team surged, establishing a 5-point lead. The entire Istanbul basketball arena erupted in astonishment and cheers as both Chinese fans and many from other regions, including a notable number of American supporters, were utterly captivated by Qin Chong's commanding presence on the court. However, the American basketball team is not to be underestimated. Their pride forbids them from succumbing to despondency. In the ensuing minutes, Durant, Curry, and Rose unleashed a barrage of mid-range shots while executing strategic plays to penetrate defenses, keeping the score tightly contested. As the first quarter concluded, in a singular quarter, Qin Chong astonishingly amassed 21 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 6 blocks, utterly dominating the game. Even though the Chinese men's basketball team managed only 4 points from Yi Jianlian, with the perimeter shooters failing to score on all 7 attempts in the first quarter, they still led the American team by 26-24 at the end of the period. As the second quarter commenced, with Qin Chong taking a breather, the American bench players surged, igniting a scoring frenzy led by Andre Iguodala, James Harden, Kevin Love, and Eric Gordon, who collectively unleashed a staggering 16-2 run, swiftly overturning the deficit and establishing a 12-point lead over the Chinese squad. The spectators could not help but exclaim, without Qin, the Chinese team seems like an entirely different entity. In just 3 minutes, they scored 16 points, truly a testament to the explosive scoring capabilities of the American team. It was evident that Qin must return to the court, otherwise, the Chinese team would undeniably be outmatched. Coach Jonas, shaking his head in dismay, had no choice but to call a timeout, preparing to reinstate Qin Chong. They were already trailing by 12 points, and should the American team extend the lead beyond 20, it would become exceedingly difficult to recover. The reemergence of Qin Chong had an immediate and remarkable impact. Although it could not entirely suppress the American team's sharpshooters from beyond the arc, it significantly bolstered the offensive efforts, allowing for a series of consecutive scores. In the final moments of the first half, the American team resorted to desperate triple-team tactics. At this juncture, Qin Chong's playmaking abilities came to the forefront, enabling his teammates, such as Wang Shipeng and Zhu Fangyu, to find their rhythm and successfully sink several three-pointers with a swift motion. The scoreboard displayed a halftime score of the Celestial Empire's men's basketball team at 52, trailing the American team by just 6 points at 58. The suspense of the match remained profoundly intense. In the first half, Qin played for 17 minutes, achieving an impressive 14 out of 16 shooting, along with 6 successful free throws out of 8 attempts. He amassed a staggering 34 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 8 blocks. His extraordinary performance left the entire Istanbul basketball arena in awe and captivated over 390 million fans worldwide who tuned into the live broadcast of this final match. During the halftime break, Qin Chong's parents, Qin Shahai and Bai Zi, were overwhelmed with emotion, feeling immense pride in their son's performance representing the national team. From a historical perspective, the relationship between the Celestial Empire and the United States has been fraught with rivalry. This final match of the World Championship served as a contest of might and strategy between great nations, and Qin Chong, with his singular prowess, stood tall against the stars of American basketball, embodying the spirit of a national hero. Taylor Swift was moved to tears, convinced in that moment that Qin Chong was indeed the strongest man in the world, without exception, in a student dormitory of a sports school in the imperial capital. Despite the hour being past 1 a.m., for male students remained exuberantly glued to the final match of the World Championship, marveling at Qin Chong's extraordinary performance. They eagerly anticipated the Celestial Empire's victory under his leadership. My goodness, 34 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 blocks in the first half, with an astonishing shooting percentage of 14 out of 16. Qin Go is truly phenomenal. What is genius? This is genius. It seems Qin Ji's talent has surpassed even the peak of Shaquille O'Neal. Are we entering the era of Qin Go in this league? Although the U.S. team lacks superstars like Kobe and LeBron, their lineup remains formidable. Yet now, they have become mere backdrops to Qin Ji's brilliance. This match will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of World Championship history, regardless of whether the Celestial Empire emerges victorious. Qin Go will forever be the MVP in my heart. I eagerly anticipate his performance in the NBA. With such dominance, he certainly has a chance to claim the regular season MVP in his first 3 seasons. Why not be bold and aim for it in his rookie season? Shaquille has long since passed his prime. Who among the current interior players can rival Qin Go? Dwight Howard? Please step aside. Qin Go is magnificent. Our men's basketball team is on the rise. In Miami, the time was morning, and in the office of the Heat's general manager, a sharply dressed man with slick back hair sat at his desk. Although he had surpassed 60, Pat Riley's keen eyes still radiated vitality, embodying the authority and charisma of a legendary coach. At that moment, Riley was intently watching the live broadcast of the World Championship final. His expression stern as he observed Chris Bosh being thoroughly outmatched by Qin Chong on both ends of the court, failing to score while accumulating 2 fouls and 2 turnovers. His brow furrowed in concern. How could Chris Bosh possibly uphold the Heat's interior strength for the new season? After all, the team had nearly emptied its coffers to assemble the Big Three. Yet Pat Riley was a perceptive man. He understood that Chris Bosh had exerted considerable effort. The crux of the issue lay in the terrifying talent and strength of the Celestial Empire's prodigy, Qin Chong, which was indeed extraordinary. The new season's New Jersey Nets might become an unavoidable formidable opponent on the path to the Heat's championship aspirations. Back in the Istanbul basketball arena, the intense second half commenced swiftly. Under Coach K's precise tactical guidance, the U.S. team's offensive efficiency became increasingly formidable, showcasing the players' exceptional skills. Whether it was Durant, Rose, Harden, or Curry, they effortlessly scored from areas beyond Qin Chong's defensive reach, maintaining their lead. Within 5 minutes of the third quarter, the U.S. team had expanded their lead to double digits. Jonas called a timeout, sternly reprimanding the other key players for their lapses in defense, urging them to remain focused during critical moments. Let us not forget our goal. We must win this match and seize the championship. The U.S. team is not invincible. Give your all to bring them down from their pedestal. Come on, kids. I believe you can do it. Because we have Qin, an unwavering belief in victory, and over 1 billion fans from the Celestial Empire. Upon returning from the timeout, under Qin Chong's vigorous leadership, the entire Celestial Empire men's basketball team swiftly elevated their defensive intensity, bolstering their morale, which in turn applied pressure to the U.S. team's offense. A breakthrough by Rose was met with a resounding rejection from Yi Jianlian, and the Celestial Empire men's team launched a fast break. After receiving the ball, Qin Chong passed it to the advancing Wang Shipeng, who swiftly executed a 3-point shot with precision. Swish. The seasoned Wang Zhizhi, demonstrating his enduring prowess, delivered a resounding block against Kevin Love during a defensive play. In a fast break, Lu Wei connected with Qin Chong, setting up an exhilarating alley-oop dunk. Boom. The Chinese men's basketball team regained their momentum towards the end of the third quarter, seizing control of the game with a spirited 9-2 run that narrowed the deficit to just 3 points. With 15 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the American team prepared for their final offensive play. Durant, at the top of the arc, provocatively challenged Qin Chong to confront him one-on-one. "Qin, you may be able to guard Chris, but you certainly cannot guard me." The newly crowned scoring champion faced off against the latest first overall draft pick, prompting many fans in the stands to rise from their seats, holding their breath in anticipation of this climactic showdown. "Adu, do you know why you can't drink Scarlett's bathwater?" The sudden retort from Qin Chong caused Durant's expression to darken instantly. In the commentary area before the live audience, Coach Zhang, witnessing the standoff between Qin Chong and Durant at the arc, was visibly exhilarated, his face aglow with excitement, his voice trembling. Durant is taking on Qin Chong. This is the pinnacle showdown between tonight's two hottest prospects. As the second overall pick in 2007, Kevin Durant had already claimed his first scoring title within 3 seasons of entering the league. Last season, he led the Thunder to the playoffs, though they were eliminated in the first round by the defending champions, the Lakers. Durant is one of the most enigmatic scorers in the league, possessing a remarkably diverse offensive arsenal with high shooting percentages in face-up drives, mid-range shots, and three-pointers. Particularly under international competition rules, Durant's value is magnified, which explains his impressive average of over 25 points per game in the current World Championship. However, Qin Chong's perimeter defensive prowess is undeniably noteworthy. Weighing over 320 pounds has not hindered his lateral movement or agility. Furthermore, Qin Chong exhibits remarkable clarity and accuracy in anticipating offensive choices from defenders, showcasing his exceptional basketball IQ and extensive experience. In previous matches, whether defending against Jin Billy or isolating against Teodosic, Qin Chong has demonstrated a high level of confidence. As the commentary continued, Durant, holding the ball at the top of the arc, was filled with fury. After a series of probing steps, he suddenly launched into action, lowering his center of gravity for a significant change of direction. Yet, under Qin Chong's focused and swift defense, Durant found it challenging to break through. In a moment of carelessness, he collided with Qin Chong, and a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. With only 3 seconds left on the shot clock, Durant was forced to step back and attempt a difficult fadeaway jump shot. The complexity of the shot was immense as the ball left his hands. Durant sensed a lack of power behind it. Suddenly, a towering figure loomed before him. Qin Chong's enormous hand came crashing down. The ball struck Durant squarely in the face. Dazed by the impact, Durant staggered, collapsing onto the floor as fresh blood trickled from his nostrils. The rebounding ball was effortlessly seized by Qin Chong, who, with time dwindling to a mere second on the clock, angled toward the basket and launched the ball with precision. As the basketball soared from Qin Chong's fingertips, the red lights on the timer and glass backboard illuminated, the ball marked with a trace of Durant's blood as it arced across the court, propelled by the gusting wind. It struck the backboard with a resounding thud before cascading into the net. The referee signaled the shot as valid, concluding the third quarter. Qin Chong, exhilarated by his long-range buzzer beater, celebrated with exuberant fist pumps alongside his teammates Yi Jianlian, De Ji, and Zhu Fangyu. This marked Qin Chong's first successful three-point shot of his entire career. The score stood at China 78, USA 78. After Qin Chong's extraordinary block against Durant, he followed it up with a remarkable long-range buzzer beater, which allowed the Chinese team to equalize the score. Durant, sitting on the ground with blood streaming from his nose, appeared utterly bewildered, his head still buzzing. In a private box atop the venue, the Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson, applauded Qin Chong's astonishing block and buzzer beater while stifling a laugh at Durant's comical expression from his nosebleed. Isolated in the enclosed box, Scarlett's gaze had grown hazy, and she impulsively kicked off her Daphne high heels, revealing her delicate, fair feet. If she would permit Durant to drink her bathwater, she would far prefer for Qin Chong to savor her pure essence. Supported by his teammates, Durant clenched his teeth, furiously shaking his fist to vent his frustration. With a piercing glare, he directed his cold gaze towards Qin Chong, who was descending the court, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. At the end of the third quarter, the Chinese men's basketball team and the American team were tied, with the outcome still hanging in the balance. Qin's astonishing buzzer beater block against Durant was truly miraculous. It seems that whether it is Chris Bosh or Kevin Durant attempting to take on the newly crowned first overall pick one-on-one, whether inside or outside the paint, is no easy feat. Presently, the standout of this championship match is undoubtedly the colossal Qin, who has amassed an impressive 42 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 10 blocks by the end of the third quarter, achieving a triple-double with over 40 blocks. Tonight is destined to mark a new chapter in the history of the World Championships thanks to Qin. This edition of the Turkey World Championships will forever be etched in the memories of fans due to Qin's remarkable emergence. In a seaside studio apartment in Boston, Sujimai is currently seated in his study,